Okay, that was easier than I thought. I have no voice. Okay, let me start the call with everyone else so they can talk, because I sure as hell can't. All right. Okay, pull up screen. Let's see now. There you are. And thank God you changed your icon in time for me to look at something more pleasant than what you had up minutes ago when I came back online and I saw this hideous face that I don't know if you drew it or not, but it was expressing your rage at the time that you.
No, that was from that's from the manga artist who passed away. God
Sorry.
rest his soul. He's the one who created Berserk.
Okay. Yeah, well, definitely that I can appreciate. Well, I appreciate it in context of your own anger as well, which you were expressing when I got back online. The first thing I saw on the newsfeed was that you were expressing some rage and frustration, which you're free to go on about. Let's bring some other people on the call, and then you could do that in company. Okay, and oh yes, let's call Amanda you, and we are live streaming, of course, just so everyone is aware. And of course, we'll call our man Salman Sheikh, and try to bring on others as well. And okay,
All right.
yeah.
Most of my anger came from what was production. It's kind of difficult when one is making music to try to master one's own work, because you have to have the right headphones, and I have to kind of listen to it on different mediums just to make sure that everything's consistent. So I was going through like a real pain in the ass to get some pieces of work that I was creating out there. So I was angry. I left it alone, and I was able to get everything back together today. So things worked out.
Oh, thank God! I'm so glad for you. So happy, and very proud of you that you were able to rebound like that. And I know it's difficult sometimes because we tend to ruminate, and is the term that's used, and that can impact us for forever. So let me try and see who's on beside us. In fact, I'll count on both of you gentlemen to do that. We are joined most certainly by our dear friend Salman Sheikh, who will now introduce himself to us all with his customary greeting. Yes, sir?
Assalamu alaikum, Brother Douglas. My love to you and greetings of peace be with you, JMO, all of our brothers and sisters of Team Dietrich. And earlier, I was doing one of my Sufi prayers and sending prayers of protection towards you and JMO.
Bless you. Bless you. It is felt very certainly your prayers and the prayers of Keith Call, who you may know of. As a matter of fact, I don't know if you know of him. Do you know of Keith Call or recall him?
Yes, Keith Call. He's on the religious aspect too. Somebody who's a true and sincere brother and friend of the struggle.
Yes, very much so. Very much so. And thank you. I'm so glad you remember him. And I will do my best to speak to yourself of him. The biggest problem is I'd like to bring him on, but he's like, so busy. His schedule is so different. I mean, we're all busy, of course, but his schedule is very different from ours. And so he tends to get up early in the morning and go to bed at night. But he's definitely, how would I say it? What am I looking for? At any rate, I just came back and I'm not really here. but he's on a different wavelength, only in the sense that his space-time continuum is different from ours. His biorhythms are different. So it's all of you can adapt for one reason or another. Obviously, Salman Sheikh gets up early in the morning as well. But it's just something different. The good thing I was going to say about Keith Call is that at least he's gotten online, which before he was only online at work and could only get online with us at work. That the positive thing about his contracting COVID-19 and getting very sick for a long period of time was that he was forced at that point to get online. That was his only social connection, so it helped for future communications. And remind me, everyone here now, to bring up how much I owe John Warrington. I'll explain the situation in some detail, but as for the situation of the latest gang stalker, I will simply relay that to Team Dietrich in private. I'll have to arrange for a separate, two separate Skype calls, one in which Brendan Zogit and I will speak with John Warrington about some specifics concerning the channel, and bring John Warrington into deeper participation in the channel from a kind of technical perspective. The other aspect will be with Salman and Jameson and everyone else we can muster onto the call that will concern the latest gang stalker and some potential means to strike back, in a sense, and at least in part, or how would I say it, in a conventional sense, that would be possible. Whatever is possible to do what we can to just kind of, in a sense, strike back a bit, reporting him essentially in a certain fashion, and that should at least provide some balance of sorts. In terms of what I can say right now, and I'll go into it deeper when Peter Moon is joining us, it's what happened was that on the day after the original attack, which was on just before Wednesday, it was on Thursday that the same thing happened again to the channel. By the time I told everyone about it, because I had no idea whether what we did would work, it was resolved. So what happened was, with the original attack, everybody saw what had happened. And that was because I contacted everyone before I contacted Brendan Zogit and my 3D graphics modeler, who were able to resolve the issue in tandem. In terms of the what had happened, I described that already to an extent. Then what had happened was a second attack, a false report, came into YouTube in England, across the Atlantic. So what happened was the same thing happened to the channel again, but this was happening because of a complaint sourcing from England. It's the same source. And in other words, the source has a IP address in the United States and in England, which is very similar to Michael Aquino's way of operating in the past, because of course he had residences here and in England, if you might remember. So in that case, we contacted John Warrington. And the biggest problem is John Warrington has all of the episodes backed up. But if he were to upload all of those episodes again, they don't have all of the hits. They don't have all the history behind them. So the only way to reestablish it is to get YouTube to reestablish the content, which John Warrington was able to do by filing an appeal in England. Otherwise, nothing could have been done. In other words, the person had a fail-safe attack if I didn't have connections in England. The report from England would have emptied the YouTube channel of all content. And so then, of course, I went into the weekend and just forgot all of this, of course, to the best of my ability. And now that I'm back, of course, I'm still wishing that I were back in the States and doing what I was doing in the weekend, of course. I hope you all understand. I do hope everyone is able to. What I'm going to do now is deal with the links and allow you two gentlemen to essentially take over for the opening hour. What I'll do when Peter Moon is brought on with us at the top of next hour, which I'll count Jameson, count on Jameson to do that. Just bring Peter Moon on at the top of next hour, please. And at that point, I'll try and rejoin in the conversation more effectively. But I'll essentially be somewhat out of it, for a little while yet, at least. The thing that I will emphasize, and I want you all to remind me to bring this up when Peter Moon is with us, is today is, of course, Kamikaze Day, or the Day of the Divine Wind, which was, of course, the day that Japan was saved from the Mongol invasion by the kamikaze, the divine wind, the superstorm, which came forth and sank the entire Mongol fleet. And is also the day that the emperor passed on the Showa ultimatum to the Americans, which was actually days before, but today was the day they met the deadline, the very literal deadline, and effectively surrendered to Japan. And of course, when Peter Moon is here, we'll go into that more historically. And as distracted or as biorhythmically out of it as I am, I'm sure I can muster some participation then. But really, right now, I have to just regain myself and breathe and try and get my voice back, hydrate a bit, eat something, get some calories in me. So I'll go mute, and no one should be able to hear me. And again, I'll leave the stage to these two wonderful gentlemen, without whom, like so many in Team Dietrich, this show would not be possible. We are constantly under attack, and the cults of the kings of Edom, they're vast, and their agents of chaos are many. And understand that they don't want you to hear the information that we're providing, that the Allies lost the Second World War, which is the most decisive bit of information that we have to offer. Everything else is second to that, because this is what their entire world of lies is built on, all of their myth of American military superiority, which how anybody can believe that in the face of America losing every single war it participates in is beyond me. It's amazing. It defies all reason, but of course it's the world of insanity in which we live, a true matrix of madness. So let me take my leave at that point, and let these two gentlemen handle it from here. The other thing I do want to bring up, and do remind me to bring this up when Peter Moon is on, is the man who was convicted of the burning of the Bonhomme Richard, which I'll provide a link now to our dear Salman Sheikh. I actually provided this link in Messenger only to people, only to Peter Moon, who's never been in the military, because he was in the Sea Org and could appreciate the gravity of the situation. And I gave it to all men who were in the military, like Jameson and Paquan Morales.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was looking at that, and I don't know what to make of it. I can make two things of it. Either he did it and he was under orders with a foreign force, or he's being used as a patsy, and the military wanted to get rid of the ship somehow, and they're just setting him up for it.
Right. I mean, I hear you. I feel you. I don't know enough about the situation to even comment on that, but I certainly am willing to entertain that. It's how would I say? It's believable enough in terms of precedent. But what it also shows is just how vulnerable these carriers are. For those of you who don't know, the Bonhomme Richard is what they call an amphibious attack ship. In any other nation on Earth, in any other fleet in the world, that would be a fucking aircraft carrier. So this one man sank an aircraft carrier by himself. He put it out of commission by himself.
I mean, there's something about that. Just, I mean, I don't disbelieve that one man could do it, but it's just that, I'm also willing to entertain the other potential that the government itself just wanted to get rid of the thing, because I'm just ruminating on what they did at Pearl Harbor.
Yes.
And how they pretty much knew the Japanese were going to wipe those ships out, so they just said, "Oh, let them have it," So I'm thinking maybe they had some kind of scheme cooked up for that with this ship in question, because it might be possible that they realize just how useless many of these fucking carrier vessels that they have are.
I hear you. But in all fairness, I'll get onto that later. Believe me, it's possible. Believe me, you're.
I could go either way, but it's believable that one man can do that.
Yes.
And yes. So I mean, it's definitely It's possible it's possible. Who knows? He might have been doing it under the orders of Donald Trump.
Right. Right. Yeah. I mean, think about that.
I would love for it to be something like that
I mean,
because,
it could be
we can
something
get
like that made to Biden look bad. Maybe he's some kind of radical libertarian, extremo Republican that did that just to make Biden look bad. It's at this point we are in a state of effective civil war. Anything like that is possible. So I believe me, I'm not dismissing anything you say in that regard. I haven't looked into it enough yet. The fact that it happened is incredible. And understand, the only reason I'm bringing it up now to our listeners is because they sentenced the man or something. So in other words, this happened actually a little while ago, not that long ago, but I don't know exactly the date it happened. I'd have to look it up, but wasn't that long ago. But now they're bringing this man they're scapegoating him or bringing him to justice, quote unquote, whatever the case may be. With that, hopefully Salman will take a brief look at the link. It's in his private messenger box. Aside from that, I'll go mute for now and leave you two gentlemen to handle this. Oh, yes, and of course, happy Pakistani Independence Day to our dear friend Salman Sheikh. And by all means, Salman, what you can do is start your conversation by relating this wonderful encounter. I saw it as soon as I got back online, and just as I was publishing everything, I took a quick look at the news feed, and apparently you had some very touching encounter with a lady, a mother in the park, who was asking you about Islam. Of course, the first question I had in my mind was, how the fuck did she know Salman was Muslim? But then I guess you were wearing your, I'm sorry, what do they call it? I'm tempted to use the term skull cap, but that sounds very vulgar and insulting. But I'm assuming that something like that gave yourself away as Muslim. You can explain all that. I'll go mute.
Yes, Brother Douglas. Good evening to everybody, to Brother JMO, Team Dietrich. So this encounter that I had yesterday morning was at the park. I was feeding the birds, and I saw this woman who had a very distraught look on her face. Apparently she was a single mother. She had a child with her, and she saw me feeding the birds. She saw me walking around. And then she had approached me. She said, "Sir, what do I have to do to become a Muslim and have peace like the way that I see on your face?" And I say, all you have to do is just establish that personal connection with the Creator in whichever way you perceive the Creator in your own way. As it says in Holy Quran, Surah 2, verse 62, that it doesn't matter if you're a Sabian, Jew, Christian, Muslim, as long as you believe in God and do the right thing. Then on the day of judgment, you shall have no grief. So I talked to her, and it just goes the importance that women just need somebody to listen to. And I explained to her that in America, especially a lot of, I'm not saying all of them, but the ones that I've heard so far and encountered, there has been American Muslim groups like imams who have taken advantage of women and under the guise of taking the shahada or like giving them guidance. And a lot of these women are already traumatized. So, and I told her that don't let any man under the guise of God or spirituality manipulate you or exploit you or use you in any way. You establish that personal healing and connection with God in the way that you see fit in your own self. And then she started crying in front of me, and then I comforted her, and I just wished her well. I prayed over her and her child, and I pray that God continues to give them healing and watch over them, and whatever I was meant to do in her journey to give her the guidance or just kind of give her that upliftment. I'm glad I was able to do that. So we're always at the right place at the right time, and I am indeed grateful for that. And besides that, how are you, Brother JMO? How's your weekend been going?
My weekend's been fine. I've been reconnecting with the creative aspect of myself. Something about creating a spell for a certain purpose, which I won't go into. Sort of took me into it took me into the zone, so to speak. So while I was doing all the work for the sigils and all the designs for, because it takes me unlike most people who can knock out a spell in a few hours, it takes me days to weeks to prepare for something such as simple as a ritualistic undertaking. So a lot of the things I have to prepare beforehand, and so this got me back into drawing and working on my graphic novel as well. So there's a lot of things coming back together again, I guess, despite, you know, the challenges of being a artist.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, that's amazing, JMO, that you have these different talents in terms of your channeling that creative energy, in terms of your artistic designs and the things that you do, and just with your different arcane pursuits. Everything is about basically increasing that knowledge and your abilities on a day-to-day basis. You can't do it in one day or one night. It's a gradual process that takes possibly your whole lifetime to be able to achieve that state of perfection that the initiate is looking for any path that you're initiated in.
Yes, that is definitely true, and in a lot of ways, what a lot of these people in the sort of mainstream occult, you know, the people who are out there presenting this and that and selling books and all that other stuff,
Yeah.
you know, the sort of frauds out there, what they're doing is they're catering to people's instant gratification, when in fact the entire purpose of getting into the arts are to sort of continue to attain something. You have to continue to fine tune something. So this is a process that has to take time. You know, it's not something where you just decide, okay, I'm going to burn 5 candles and chant this and that's going to happen. There's a lot more that goes into things, you know, than just things like that, you know.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And this brings me back to what Brother Douglas was asking about, is what is the name of the skull cap? And the name of it is called the kufi. And the kuf, or the kufi, basically symbolizes that basically that circular motion of your head, that 360 degrees of the knowledge of God that you must protect, and why you must cover your head, because protecting the energy on your head and covering your head is very symbolic to have when the baby's head is covered, to protect yourself and to keep yourself in that pure state of godliness and purity. And that's what basically encompasses that human being, is that when you start on those paths, like unfortunately we live in a society today where there's instant gratification and there's short attention spans. Nobody's willing to take the time to learn, study, be adept in any path, no matter what it is. And ultimately what happens is they end up finding themselves in a trap. So you have to be patient, because even in the Sufi path, it could take years and years of you basically trying to prove yourself before you can even get initiated into the whirling dervishes, because that's how strict it is. I mean, they really want people who are serious, just like even with our brother Daniel Arola. There's people that have to ask him years and years until he takes them seriously to join his martial arts school, because you only want the best of the best, especially on these paths where it definitely is very demanding on an emotional and spiritual level.
Yes, and this is one of the reasons why, you know, there was a temple that I did have an interest in joining. And the reason why I had to opt out of doing that last year was because I realized that due to how much my time is divided, that I did not have the capacity to, you know, be able to devote as much time as I would like to devote to my arcane pursuits in that regard. Now, I might venture to returning to that idea in the future. But right now, I have a lot of preparations I need to make. And I realized that back then it was just the idea of, yeah, man, I just want to join other people who are casting spells and about this path and all that stuff. But now I realize that there's a lot more that goes into it. You know, there's this, one has to prepare oneself to enter these, you know, these undertakings. And they have to be given a sort of weight and gravity that they deserve.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And the beauty about any adept path or initiatic path is basically breaks you down in 3 different levels, where you basically become a master of your craft. Then you have this aspect of being that Magician and basically knowing thyself and knowing thy Lord, which it tells you in Sufism. And it also teaches you in this aspect that there's always a right time and right place for everything. No matter how much you try to rush it or overachieve it, there will always be a time that certain things will happen at a certain time for you, which I saw in the Jewish tradition, JMO, that you cannot study under a rabbi the aspect of Kabbalah unless you're at the age of 40, because those rabbis want men who are kind of settled down in their life to a certain extent and are, I guess, kind of cooled down a little bit. So a lot of these paths, they have these high requirements because you have to have a certain level of perception to be able to pick up and let everything kind of basically, how do you say it, like download into your spiritual being.
Yes, and that makes perfect sense. You know, one has to have a certain level of sophistication and a certain level of wisdom.
Yes.
And I think that's the reason for the age requirement more than anything. And by the time a man is 40, you know, if he has a wife, kids, and all that stuff, most men aren't going to pursue it because they have too many other things to deal with. So it's also meant to, you know, be a sort of weeding process to weed out the dedicated from those who, you know, still who might have a curiosity but still have to, you know, adhere to their mundane trappings. And there's no judgment for people who that might apply to either. You know, I mean, it's to each their own. I mean, everyone evolves at their own time.
Yes, that's absolutely right, and that's the most beautiful thing about it is when you get to the beginning levels of a lot of these initiatic paths and traditions, you will see that the beginning, on purpose, it's kept boring and mundane because it is a weeding out process. They want to see who lasts the longest, who doesn't lose motivation when things don't go their way and what they're not getting. So it takes like about a certain amount of years before you do get tapped, because now they know that you're legit, and they kind of test you out over a period of time. And that's when you kind of like get brought into the inner mysteries, which is like for all traditions that I've noticed that similar pattern, which I agree with you completely.
Yes, and this is meant to also eliminate people who would just, you know, who are just all talk.
Yeah.
And are more or less, you know, an ice cream social rather than, you know, about doing the actual work, you know, doing the actual research, doing the actual, you know, discipline.
Yes. Yeah, that's absolutely correct. I mean, there's a story from a Sufi master, and this guy was already a master, and he was going to Baghdad to become a teacher and to be a guide to the disciples below him. And before he entered into Baghdad, the spirit of Al-Qidr appeared to him. Al-Qidr is known as the Green One, and in the Christian esoteric traditions, he's known as Melchizedek. And he appeared to him and told him, even at this level, you are still not yet ready. And he told the Sufi master that you have to wander the desert for this amount of years, where he nearly starved to death, nearly died of thirst, came under so many tests and trials and mirages from the jinns, from these different elements, including Iblis. And he was able to master all of those elements, master himself. And then the master appeared to him again. He said, now you're ready to go and be a teacher to these students. So I agree. It's more than just a social obligation or just a social gathering. It's a lot more than that goes into that. And those that put in the work, they hit rock bottom and rise back up, they are the ones that truly see the rewards of all of these paths.
And that's the key. The key is that one has to hit rock bottom. One has to encounter that thing, that event, that occurrence that shakes your faith in whatever it is you're pursuing, to the point where you are on the verge of saying, fuck this, fuck everything. And it has to shake your faith and belief in it, and it has to build you back up from that. because without that sort of descent into the underworld, you can't strip away all the excess and get to the core of your being. Once you've hit that rock bottom and you've climbed back up and you've started to rebuild everything, that's when you're ready for it.
Yes, that's beautiful, Brother J-Mo. And that reminds me of the stories of the prophets Moses, Jesus, and Muhammad, peace be upon them all, how they all went through their own trials and tribulations, and 40 days in the desert and 40 days in the cave, and Moses going through the initiatic systems of the pyramid system. It's true. You do have to hit that rock bottom where it just kind of shakes your faith. Like, who am I? Why is God doing this to me? Or why am I going through these things? But you're basically, your whole life and the whole stuff is being painted on the canvas like a picture for you to learn the lessons that you're meant to learn. And it's all a part of your destiny, that there is a destiny that you have to fulfill in these lifetimes. No matter how many times you come back, there is a certain order that's put in place. And some initiatic systems call it the phoenix rising from the ashes, or the order out of chaos, because one cannot exist without the other. And yeah, that's absolutely right. You wouldn't be who you are today if it wasn't those moments of darkness and just doubting yourself and the world around you. So those things are a kind of a healthy balance into our spiritual journey.
Yes, and that is one of the things that's actually a very good way to define what life is, and why we even incarnate in the first place.
Yes.
It's an initiation. It's an initiation into something deeper. Some of us might say, okay, I've had one life as a human being, enough is enough, I'm done with this. And there might be those of us who are like, okay, I'm starting to see something that I didn't see before. And who knows what happens after this? I really don't. That's one of the biggest mysteries. I mean, I imagine that I imagine there's a myriad of possibilities, and that it's not just one thing that occurs.
Yes. And it's interesting you mentioned that, because I had mentioned this on the stream before, that a few months ago when I was walking home at night, and when I was walking home, there was this couple sitting in the car. And as I was walking past them, I heard them say, and it felt like the voice was directed at me, because I felt that spiritual intention and energy. And they said, I wonder what he's going to come back as next time, which kind of like gave me chills, as I've spoken to people and those that are like are on like a higher spiritual level. And they told me that who I am as a spirit and as a soul, and all the things in the, I guess, past reincarnations, this reincarnation. And it just kind of strengthens your faith, and it just kind of make you wonder, Brother J-Mo, that everything is occurring in this infinite loop of existence, that nothing truly ends, that I was somebody before. In this life, I'm known as Salman Sheikh. Maybe next I'll be something else, but my soul and energy is always in this continuous infinite form. And that's the beauty of it, that those that are on that same wavelength as you, the frequency, that God will always put those same people as your companions, as your friends, and just overall you'll have that same collaboration with them, which it just blows my mind sometimes, this infinite loop that we're in.
Well, yes, and there might be people who you might have shared a cycle with in the last life, who you might just have a fleeting encounter with in this life, and you might not see them in the next life, because you might have passed the stage where they're necessary to teach you whatever lessons you're here to learn, or whatever ordeals you're meant to go through. So it's really, so this grand simulation, as it were, is really a when one looks at it from a detached perspective, it's really an incredible thing.
Yes.
The way things are interwoven, and the way things sort of come together to create a larger structure, a larger pattern. It's very amazing.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And this reminds me of the analogy that Rumi made Rumi was the Grand Master of the Mevlevi Sufi order, which are we know as the whirling dervishes. And Rumi had said that there's an aspect of a mineral that goes to a plant goes to an animal goes to man goes to angel, and angel goes back to God. Because in his perception and his esoteric teachings, he basically was a whirling dervish himself at one point, and he had spun around, like he spun for exactly 60 hours without stopping for sleep, food, water, nothing. For 60 hours he span as a whirling dervish before that kind of enlightenment bottle just kind of corked, and it just all that wisdom came pouring out of him. And he describes that same thing, that everything, whether it's good or bad, left or right, it's all a manifestation of the divinity of that perfect being trying to understand itself, taking place in this lifetime. And that's why they, in the Sufi tradition, they tell you that Allah is the only reality, or God is the only reality. Everything else is a manifestation of that being, and everything else is an illusion, which they tell you to basically strengthen your faith and tell you to keep the faith, and to tell you that no matter what happens, things do just kind of work out in their own way in the grand scheme of things for whatever purpose that you were manifested here for.
Another.
Yeah, go on.
Oh, yeah, I was going to, another thing I'm learning is that it's important that one has faith in oneself, you know.
Of course.
I mean, even if one does make mistakes and get angry at oneself from time to time, you know, it's important to still have that faith that, you know, at the end of the day, you're going to achieve what it is you seek to achieve, no matter what.
Yes, that's absolutely right. And I was reading this esoteric occult Sufi tradition, and it just confirms the story of the Malik Taus and Iblis from the Sufi tradition, that the aspect of that love and that unity and that relation between Allah, God, and Iblis, that both are serving a purpose in their own way. And how basically what even Penny Bradley mentioned one time, that seeing that vision of seeing Lucifer and Michael, the archangel, all like kind of hanging out on the couch and having a good time, because they're all in unison with one another, and they're all serving their own purpose, and everything comes from that true divinity. So it just kind of gives you an appreciation for all of these different traditions, and to basically show you that it's all exactly the one same thing. And when you have that epiphany within your heart, mind, body, and soul, so many things, just your spirit and your demeanor just gets on a very calm level, where you accept everything, but at the same time you realize that everything has been designed with a purpose for the greater role by the Creator.
Wonderful. Thank you. Deeply appreciated. Both of you are holding the stage delightfully. And so I just wanted to assure everyone that Sammy Romero writes that, hi, Doug and Team Dietrich, sound is loud and clear. So a shout out to both Sammy Romero and his twin brother, Isaac Romero, who I still owe a call to and need to get into contact with at some point soon. Of course, hopefully he understands how involved I've been with so many social obligations recently and everything that was going on with my teeth for a while. And for those of you who don't know, the permanent crown was finally installed on Friday into this weekend, literally on Friday. And so that was early in the morning, and did give an autographed copy of my book to the young dentist to advocate it for myself, so that the head dentist signed off on the school paying for the installation of the crown because of all of the malpractices they had committed to that point. And the head doctor that signed off on it was Dr. Hmong. I don't know if he is an ethnic Hmong of the Hmong tribe, but I did ask the dentist who was working on my case, Tyler Pine, to ask him if that was the case. Told him a bit about the Hmong and the Cho-Cho, of course, just kind of an obligatory thing to do at that point. And so I'm sure that, I'm sure he's learning a lot from the book. Also gave a copy, of course, to my medical cosmetologist, and she's very busy for a short period of time, and won't be able to get to it for probably around maybe up to 3 weeks from now. But I did tell her it was a bit of a homework assignment for her. As for the other young lady in chat, I did want to review a little bit from some of the wonderful people we have in live stream. And I want to thank Marcus Grix for starting out the chat tonight from Australia. Got in there even before Jameson did. And, and then, of course, at the bottom of the chat stream for now, Nancy Volker said, hey, D times 3, how are you? Got your book today. So wonderful. God bless you, Nancy Volker. And now, by that, I assume she means the Roswell deception and the demystification of World War II. She might be referring to, of course, vampirology. And if that's the case, that's wonderful too. And look forward to her specifying which one she got. And Sarah Thomas says, greetings, everyone listening from Barbados. Oh my God, what a lucky human being. Now, normally she's in Canada. She probably had to escape the fires and went down to Barbados to surround herself with water to avoid being burned alive. That's what I would assume. And she says, don't forget to hit the like button. And yes, I do thank everyone for doing that. Of course, we have our primary gang stalker, or rather the primary beneath Stephen Outrim, who employs him, already put his thumbs down, and he does that reflexively as soon as we start the channel. And of course, this is the man's sick, wretched life, is that I'm the only thing in his life. There is nothing else in his life other than myself. So with Nancy Volker, she specifies that it's the Roswell the Roswell deception. Thank you, honey. Appreciate you specifying that. And so let's take a look at what Marcus Grix. Oh, Conspiracy Kitty is with us. Mwah! Shauna Bandow. So Shauna Bandow, I hope you're doing well. She says, hello, fellow Douglas stalkers. Hi, Douglas. Laugh out loud. Love you dearly, honey. That's Shauna Bandow. Wonderful, lovely lady. And I'm glad to see that she's back and active on Facebook. I think she is. Or maybe she's in jail for a little while longer. Like, she can tell us what the case is with that, because our friend Daniel kind of pioneers that all the time himself. Trigger man that he is. So Marcus Grix says, hey, Jameson, hope you've been doing as well as you can be. So he's very familiar with your, shall we say, your mercurial nature in that regard. And so Marcus Grix says, nah, DD, out the stalker. These are the best stories. Oh, in time. Thank you for sharing that point. That will happen soon enough. I have to block him on Facebook first. Right now, I'm just like leaving him hanging there because there's no point in giving him any alert. But he says just VPNs can achieve that easily. He's just using a virtual private network, probably. Okay, so what Marcus Grix is observing is that the gang stalker who filed a different report in England, as well as this side of the Atlantic, might be using VPNs, which is the virtual private network system, and that would give him the access to the different countries as easily as, and misidentify or occlude, hide his IP address. He could be using a single IP address and hitting from different countries using that. So yeah, definitely appreciate it. And in this case, it's it might well be the case. It's fortunately, it's one of those things that we got the British branch of YouTube to respond to us and reinstate everything. And I didn't know they were going to do that so quickly. They responded to Mr. Jonathan Warrington almost immediately. But in a sense, that's not surprising either, because Jonathan Warrington is the product of an espionage dynasty. So Jonathan Warrington, he grew up in a very rarefied environment, and his family, for all intents and purposes, has no contact with him to speak of, and they just leave him as the manager of a very large estate in England, which his family has subdivided into many basically apartments or subunits that they let out or rent. And so he's effectively the manager of that property. And they have, like, for lack of a better word, communal bathrooms and kitchen. In other words, they share a general kitchen and maybe, a bathroom on each floor. And I cannot imagine living like that myself. It would be like living all your life in a dormitory. But this is like, that's how effectively he's lived, for lack of a better word, for all his life and, while working. And so he has his job, and then he comes home and he does what he does. And he hopefully, let's cross ourselves and knock on wood, when his parents die, he should effectively inherit that estate. Which he deserves at least that, but his family's they're not loving, but because he's been effectively under surveillance all his life, and there are very strange things about his life that I'm not even going to bother to go into now, but it's just this side of Christine Joanna Hartz. Well, I guess nothing matches her, but it borders on that. He's one of these people who, it doesn't surprise me in retrospect that when he filed his appeal with YouTube in England, that it was responded to so quickly. So aside from that, let's see now. Marcus Crick says, tomorrow wife is back at the nursing job, so I am now a stay-at-home dad. I sent you some gifs to Bub of Bub to your messenger, Jameson. Wonderful, wonderful. And so he says, yeah, I use VPN to watch US only shows. Interesting. Thank you for that. That's I have to get that. Do you know what? If anyone can help me install that, probably Brendan could, but maybe if Jameson could. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but honestly, there's several things I'd like to get that are only available in other countries. I mean, some of them are just alternative music videos, but some of it's porn. And then it's always, this isn't available in your country. So the VPNs should help with that. I never even thought of that. So there we are. And so I've gone briefly through the live stream, and I want to thank all of you people who are here with us. And again, remind me to give a specific shout out to Jonathan Warrington later. I'm sure I'll do that when Peter's here. Right now, I've got to, again, try to recover my voice. I'm going to go mute, and I'm going to leave these gentlemen to hold us till the top of the hour, at which point Jameson Reese is going to bring Peter on, and then hopefully I'll be back.
Before you leave, can I hate to do this fast break rule. I'll be right back.
Oh, okay. Well, Salman can hold the stage alone until Jameson returns. I have every confidence he is more than capable of doing that. And Marcus Griggs
Brother
suggests...
Douglas, I have something funny for you in terms of the VPN.
Yes.
In Pakistan, they just banned TikTok because there was a lot of adult content being streamed across the Pakistani TikTok, and they banned a lot of porn sites. Uh-huh. So they're so resourceful over there that they started using VPN because, of course, they can't get enough of the TikTok or the porn. And
yes, go on.
And of course, a lot of the men over there are still messaging you privately to be able to get a visa to come to America.
Oh my God! Yes, it's later on. I'll talk about this. This one gentleman wrote me, and the majority of men on my Facebook timeline are Pakistani. There's no doubt of that, and it just kind of evolved that way. But once one got on, they all got on, and so they're like. They're like raptors. It's honestly, they operate in packs, and but each one of them is trying to be. It's like the sperm that goes towards that egg. Only one's going to get in, so they hope that they're the one. Really, it's like that. That's how it's operating at their reptilian cortex level, their primal level of what they do, and it's really sad in a sense, and but it's as our man Salman has said. It's just, by the way, what I intend to do now that I should have a bit more of a. Let me see if I got my calendar up. There we are, the Google Calendar. So we have what should be a bit more spare time for myself in the near future. Of course, we've got the Spirit Festival on Sunday, but next Sunday. But and we've got the Salman Sheikh interview is the weekend after that. But
Yes.
honestly, I should have a bit more spare time on Thursday, Friday. Of course, I spend most of Thursday sleeping, and probably most of Friday too. But in terms of Friday, I should have some time, and hopefully either Tuesday or Friday, I'll try and get some Skype calls arranged. In the meantime, one of the things that I will find time for either Tuesday, the 17th, is to review some of Salman Sheikh's oral messages. In other words, he leaves some verbal messages for me in the private messenger, and with the last 2 or 3 of them, haven't had a chance to review them. Certainly, I believe he was trying to just comfort me during the time of the attacks. But aside from that, he did leave a message after the. I guess the other one I have to review is the one after the last joke I sent him, which was the 2 Pakistani men trying to be more British. Who could be more British than the other? The other oral message he left was about the Pakistani mangoes. So if you would go on, you could hold the stage by yourself, talking a bit about these jokes that I've been sending you about Pakistan and how they hit home, along with those Pakistani mangoes and what makes them so special. And Jameson is back with us to help back you up on that. And I myself will, review this later on as well, gladly. In the meantime, I'm going to just take the earbuds off and go mute and tend to just refreshing myself a little bit and, trying to get my my wind back, my voice back. But I leave the stage to both of you gentlemen for now. Salman will start the conversation, and Jameson will rejoin him in a matter of moments.
Yes, so the aspect of the mangoes that Brother Douglas had sent me about the Pakistani mangoes and why they're special is because that part of the world in South Asia, especially India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, their mangoes are very ripe, very sweet, and it's very rare that you could get them here unless you're in certain ethnic Pakistani neighborhoods in New York City, like Jackson Heights, or other places where there's a large population of them and they can make something like that happen. But majority of the time, you would have to actually go to Pakistan to basically taste those mangoes, like those South Asian mangoes, because of its rich taste. And the funny thing about the jokes that Brother Douglas sends me is, it's funny, I have this synchronicity with him that whenever I'm thinking of Brother Douglas, he always sends me these jokes related to the Pakistanis, and they're very true. A lot of those jokes, in terms of when a lot of these people come here, they have their own dilemmas and issues that they have to deal with, and those jokes basically correlate. I remember one of them was this aspect of where this one boy named Johnny went to his school, and his teacher told him that basically, you're not a Pakistani, you're an American now. And when he went back and he talked back to his parents, because in our culture you're supposed to talk, you're not supposed to talk back to your parents, and he ended up implying that I'm in America now, I'm an American, I can do that, and he got beat by his parents. So when he went back home, the teacher asked him, Johnny, what happened? And Johnny said that I got attacked by 2 Pakistani terrorists. So those are the kind of jokes that Brother Douglas sends me, which actually there is a dark reality behind that, because a lot of these people that come here, they're forced to grow up in 2 different realities, where there's a Eastern culture that they have to adhere to, and then there's a Western culture at their workplaces, at school, at their personal vocations. And a lot of these people end up confused in many ways, which I've seen personally. And some of them ended up being on drugs or getting into other sorts of trouble because you're confusing that child. And a lot of these people don't follow Islamic law because they're still stuck in their caste system and their tribal traditions, while Islam tells you that whatever country you go to, you have to respect their laws, rules, customs, and apply that to your life. So it makes your life easier. So, with that, I'll hand it over to Brother JMO.
Oh, are you familiar with a? This reminds me of a comedian. He's a really funny guy. A guy named Hassan Minhaj.
Yes, he's a Muslim from India, but basically he makes a good correlation of those scenarios.
Yes. When I heard you talk about like the sort of living in two worlds thing, he came to mind. I used to watch his show, actually, the Patriot Act, which they used to have on Netflix.
Mm-hmm.
And they used to be really good at exposing a lot of things, but for some reason, Netflix, like, they took them down.
Right. That could be pressure from a lot of the elite families, like elite Indian and Pakistani families, because remember what Brother Douglas described at one of his monologues about a lot of these, rich people from South Asia that are in charge of a lot of these different institutions now. So there must have been some kind of a pressure for him to stop talking about these things.
I was thinking that maybe it was because he was just keeping it real against China, because they also, from what I remember, they also have a lot of push and pull in Hollywood for some reason.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And it's interesting. Most people do not know this, but there's a lot of people that basically run the American music industry, that are married to these elite women from China, especially with the last name Li, like ending in L-I. So I've seen that pattern in the music industry and also in Hollywood as well, like you pointed out. Like, I mean, you don't really see it out in the open, but it's definitely there.
Yeah, and these things are, again, to keep everything under their control. These families, they're not necessarily, they're what you would call hiding in plain sight. These wealthy families, they don't need to put themselves on Forbes. They don't, they can pay people not to list how much money they have and how wealthy they are, but they have, they want to push and pull over everything. And that's one of the reasons why I've always been sort of like a kind of, what do you call it? A sort of maverick in a lot of ways, because I've always been like a sort of, I rather do things that are like underground or don't get as much notoriety, because, as an artist, you have there's less control over you when you're not like out in the open.
Yeah, I agree completely. And it's an interesting memory you brought up, Brother JMO, because a few years ago, I was in the Philadelphia area, and I was at this event where I spoke to this Jewish gentleman, and he's rich, he's successful, he's got things going for himself. And I asked him, I said, "What is your secret to life? You're in your late 50s, you got everything made for you. What is one thing you can share with me that you're able to share with me on to succeed at life?" And he only mentioned one thing: fly under the radar. He said, "That's all I did, and why I'm here doing what I'm doing today."
Yes, and that's very important to like keep out of the crosshairs, so to speak. And this is something I've tried to do most of my life. Of course, that all went south once, the FBI showed up at my house and, started talking to me about Silent Hill of all things. Because they got nothing better to do. Oh my gosh. Yeah, so now I am in the so when you're kind of like targeted, you are kind of in the public eye, but you're not at the same time. It's kind of funny though, because I'm starting to play games with it.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it just basically shows you that what happens is, in the Sufi tradition, they tell you that when you kind of become awake, or like you kind of wake up, quote unquote, to the reality around you, your body kind of sends off a shockwave. So the malevolent beings around you, they know who you are, they become aware of who you are. Something does change esoterically, and the good people also find out who you are in terms of the spiritual masters that are in your vicinity. So when you achieve that, basically that balance of trying to find yourself, to know thyself, know thy Lord, then the good and bad are both able to identify you.
I've noticed that, and it's almost like the people who are a lot less weaker, people who are a lot weaker spiritually, they're easily able to get hijacked and jumped by some of these malignant beings.
Yes. And
so a lot of times I think that some of these people who exhibit really strange behaviors, and I'm not trying to, I'm not removing accountability from them. I mean, they are accountable for what they do, but what I have noticed is I don't think they're consciously aware they're doing it as much as it's reflexive to them.
Yes, definitely.
So it's almost as if, it's almost as if because they're unconscious of it, whatever entity has them is able to make it look like it's a reflex. And so they'll act in strange ways and not realize they're doing it, or they'll like make strange gestures. And now they've actually changed the sign on me. They used to have the sign that looked like a smoker sign, like they're smoking an invisible cigarette. But now it's like it's changed to like a sort of salute, but it's kind of weird. It's like so it's like a right arm salute, but it's like really fast, and it's like, what is that supposed to mean?
Yeah, what they do is I think they usually signal other gang stalkers with that, or they just because their main thing is to try to piss you off. That's their main objective, is to entrap you within your own chaos, like what they tried to do with me, but I just don't react. And like what you always advise too, that just go perfectly still, and then that kind of makes them mad too, and they go away.
Oh yeah.
Great. Yeah, I really appreciate both of you covering this topic. It's very important. I'm bringing Peter Moon is on now, and I want to thank him for joining us on the call. And so, Peter, there's a lot going on today that I'll share with you, and a lot that's been going on, and certainly want to hear your, what's going on with yourself, of course. So this is Peter Moon, my co-author, and I'm happy to say that for the first time I've passed a few of my books out, the sample books that I have, and we'll be asking him for a few more to pass out in the near future, because I've already given out two. I've got two others that I know who I will give them to. I want to maintain a reading copy for myself so I can refer to some things like I'll bring up tonight. And of course, I'll need a few more just to pass around to some other people. So I'll probably ask him for another shipment of 5 in the near future, or, as soon as he has the time or the resources available to get together to do that. Nothing in a hurry, of course. But other than that, Peter, just excited to have you with us tonight, and it's an exciting day. It's been an exciting several days. So please introduce yourself and tell us a bit about Sky Books, about your plans and activities, and everything that's been happening since we entered the Montauk biorhythm. And I don't know if we're still kind of in that. I would suspect we are for at least the period of time of the Obon, or Spirit Festival of Japan, which certainly lasts through till tomorrow and into Tuesday. So I would suspect the Montauk biorhythm has a similar period of time. So tell us a bit about...
It's ended on the 14th yesterday, but the official biorhythm, of Montauk, per Preston's calculations, of course, it's, I can't speak for it. It's not my... It's my experience. It's not my adjudication. But in any case, yeah, I have some interesting stuff to say about that. A lot's happening here. And to introduce myself, I'm Peter Moon, the author and publisher. Sky Books is the publishing house. My most famous work is the Montauk Project, Experiments in Time. I write about time travel and similarly related occult subjects. But before I get into the biorhythm and what's been going on here, and I do want to hear what's going on your end. But Crystal River says hello.
Oh, wonderful. Yes.
I did not speak to her. We've been meaning to speak, but she says, send me one of your gifts. I find your gift. She says, your gifts are extremely entertaining, but she means send me a gift.
Okay.
And so I sent her a GIF. I looked up Roswell, and I sent a GIF. It says Roswell. It's the X-Files theme. Roswell, New Mexico. The truth is out here. I thought that was amusing. So I sent her that. But then I did something interesting. I wanted to up it. So I put in for GIF, I put in Michael Aquino. For those of you who don't know what a GIF is, it's just we call it a video. Sometimes it's animated, sometimes it's a real person of motion that you can just somebody doing something. They could be flushing a toilet, they could be turning on a sink. But anyway, when I put in Michael Aquino, I couldn't believe what I got. A continuous stream of Michael Jackson GIFs.
Apropos, yes.
I mean, it is apropos, but it's like, what? Well, maybe it's the word Michael that must have done it. Michael Aquino.
Well, I think it's the mutual affiliation that the intelligence aggregate, the artificial intelligence, however primitive it is, of the expert system, which is really what these aggregate egregores are, the kind of respond to what we're searching for. It affiliates both of them with pedophilia. And because one Michael is affiliated with pedophilia, but there's very few people who produce GIFs on Michael Aquino. By the way, the GIF is one way I pronounce it so that people can more easily audially disambiguate it from the word gift. And the GIF is an acronym GIF for graphics interchange format. So it's just basically an image on a loop. It's an image on a motion loop. So that, as Peter Moon said, you either have an image of somebody constantly flushing a toilet or turning on the sink and running water, or an animated parallel to that. But of course, if you want to see one, you can always take a look at Salman Sheikh's Facebook timeline, where he publishes his doing pull-ups, and that seems to be on an infinite loop all its own, where he seems to be doing that endlessly. And aside from that, though, when our man Peter looked up Michael Aquino, I'm not surprised that the expert system itself would think pedophilia, and not being able to find anything of Michael Aquino, throw up Michael Jackson. It makes perfect sense.
You brought up a very excellent point. You've explained it very well.
Thank you.
And that's it does make sense, because that's where they would be connected. Yeah. But with regards to the Montauk biorhythm, which is a Earth energy, a rhythm that occurs every August 10th through August 14th. It's a gyration of life energy that goes through the Earth, and this period of time is accompanied by events associated with synchronicity phenomena. And it was interesting, because I didn't really realize it until I was well into the 13th of August. Now, I did a presentation last Wednesday on this format, and that was August 12th. That was August 11th. On August 12th, I thought maybe I'll go out to Montauk, but I really wasn't ready to. Now, as things would turn out, this gentleman I met who has done a lot, he read the Montauk books when they came out when he was a kid, and he's been diligently researching this ever since. So I had met him about 3 weeks ago. We got along very well, and I said, next time you go out there, let me know, and I'll go out and you show me some things, and I'll show you some things, and we'll get together. Now, so anyway, he said he was going out on the 14th. I said, well, that's the biorhythm. I'll go. That was yesterday, Saturday. So I did go out there. But as we moved in to the 13th, I think it was actually at the beginning of the biorhythm, I had gotten a call from my friend Dr. TSUITŌ in Utah, who was involved, and he finally announced to me that he had actually delivered this lawsuit over the TV show, well, it's not really over the TV show. It does involve the TV show called Blind Frog Ranch, which is this about this discovery, this property actually that he purchased with two other partners. And one of the partners has claimed sole ownership of it, and he's doing a TV show about it. He's telling lies about it. It doesn't really matter. For all of the information I've seen and having watched the show, one of his partners turned out to be a complete shyster, and he's aggrandizing himself. And this guy's name is Dwayne Ollinger. And there was actually a standoff with guns on the property.
Holy shit.
Yeah, nothing happened. Ollinger was trying to bait True into he says, draw the gun. Meanwhile, he had somebody behind True who would have blown him away if he drew the gun. Right. He didn't draw the gun. But he had a surveillance. True had put a surveillance equipment on the property, and they were going out to shoot their second season, and they saw it. And that's where, they happened to encounter each other. Now, the lawsuit has been delivered, and even to the point where the lawyer he had hired had, acted dishonorably and claimed he never hired her, and she did a phony title. So she's liable, this attorney. Oh. So there's a lot. But see, what's important here is this property, which is a conduit to the inner earth. It's an old connection to the conquistadores and the Aztecs who were up there, and the Native Americans who were up there. So this is a very intriguing thing, and it seems to be coming alive. It came alive to the point where then I was able to introduce my producer friend who's optioned the rights to the Montauk Project to Dr. Truott, because there is some incredible media synergy that can take place if the two of them can connect and work together, if this lawsuit doesn't get in the way of his time. And that was his suggestion. So that was, as I went to bed on Friday, I began to see, wow, this is a much bigger connection than I had fathomed. This is the biorhythm happening, connecting these two people, and also putting attention on this inner earth conduit in Utah. And his relatives go way back into the Brigham Young days. His father, his great-great-grandfather was like the postmaster, and he used to get mail from, what was his name, Albert Pike.
Wow.
Go Albert Pike to Brigham Young. Of course, Albert, is that his name, Albert Pike?
I think so. Yeah, it's I believe so. I mean,
Albert Pike is one of the most infamous Freemasons in history, and of course they had a statue of him. He was a Confederate. He started the Civil War.
Wow.
When we talk about ballistics, he started the war at Fort Sumter in South Carolina, personally responsible for starting the war. He was initiated into the 33rd degree of Freemasonry by who's the guy? Caleb Cushing. Caleb Cushing was a Massachusetts attorney. I think he was even a Supreme Court judge up there, but he was the first envoy to China, and he is recognized as the founder of he supposedly had a charter from the Emperor of China to start the secret society Eclampus Vitus, which is a comical spoof on Freemasonry that's really not so comical when you get down into it. Yeah, and I dedicated a whole volume, meaning 6 years of newsletters. The major theme was Eclampus Vitus, who are the literal custodians of the gold in California. People don't think the gold rush was over in 1948, 49, 50. It was, but the mother lode was never tapped, and it was only surface gold that was taken. And that was enough to excite populations of the world to converge into California, the main quote unquote beneficiary of it in terms of population explosion being San Francisco itself, and the accompanying and surrounding areas, but particularly San Francisco was created over the gold rush.
Yes.
Now, the gold rush, of course, so the mother lode is in the territorial custodialship of Eclampus Vitus. Now, so anyway, this is Albert Pike. So Albert Pike, although he was a Confederate and considered the consummate bad guy, he had in the Confederacy, he has a statue of him in Washington, D.C. If it has not been defaced or otherwise
removed,
taken out by Antifa and Black Lives Matter, and those of you who despise Antifa or Black Lives Matter, it shows that even groups like that are capable of doing something right, because there's no reason on earth this man should be revered. You can make an argument for Thomas Jefferson and George Washington and even Abraham Lincoln. You can make an argument for. Perhaps not a good one if the counter argument has all the facts, but with Albert Pike, people will sometimes say how great he is because of all the Freemason stuff he wrote. But in any case, so True has his great whatever grandfather used to get correspondence, or was the postmaster that would get the correspondence from Albert Pike to Brigham Young and vice versa. There was steady diet of information being fed, and a steady communication from, I forget the guy's name, the Jesuit general, the person who was in charge of the Jesuit order in the United States.
Oh, I forget his name as well, but go on, yeah.
It's known to history, and the Jesuits, they really, what is it called, bird-dogged areas. They were in Mexico, the 1500s, exploring Baja California. The Jesuits were like very territorial, and were the first converters of Native Americans. They were they were called black robes.
Right.
They were originally on a power play taken out by the Dominicans. But in any case, so True has ancient roots in Utah. And fortunately for him, this Dwayne Ollinger has just offended the hell out of the Utah people in Utah. So he's in a hostile environment, not because of anything to do with Mormonry, but just because he has offended the local population, even going on property that's not his, outside of the property he purchased with True, and claiming it's his property. And so he's pissed off other people. So all of these things bode well for the lawsuit, which is quite extensive. This could be good fodder for future media.
Yes.
And so I, said, well, maybe the negotiations were going on now. Maybe we should switch them over to people he was suggesting, and that's a possibility. So it felt like a big I was only realizing at the end of the day, I said, this stuff is major, if it bites, because and able to connect up, because both of these friends of mine have had extensive experience with the Latter-day Saints. And I was talking about fortune and fate. It's interesting about fortune and fate, because when I was in Scientology back in the 1980s and 79, 80, and I did the minister's course, and I became an ordained minister for the Church of Scientology. And one of the things is, when you became a minister, you were taught other faiths. You had to study about Islam, which was not new to me. I had to read the Gospel of St. John, something I'd never read before in my entire life. We'd have to read all the Gospels, but we had to be familiar with other religions to show some appreciation. And I believe we studied some Asian religions too. None of these things were new to me, but to study them in a perhaps appreciative capacity as a minister. Now, of course, there were many Scientologists who couldn't appreciate anything outside of the realm of L. Ron Hubbard. And they truly couldn't appreciate him either, because whatever you want to say about Scientology, groups, and this is not unique to Scientology, groups of people are very prone to cultishness. And the cultishness feeds by reason of the people. Sometimes the doctrines feed that, but the people are guiltier than the doctrines, at least in this case. Not to say that the doctrines are foolproof from that, but people are very cultish. Just like when you have cliques, whether it be in high school or at work, they're cliquish, and people can be cliquey, and that's a cult. It's not a long-lasting cult, because when high school's over, the cult or the clique will last. Maybe it'll extend into reunions, but it kind of ends at that point. So in any case, they had some common experiences with the LDS and some of the esoterics behind that organization. But when I was talking about fate, when I was in Scientology, I don't remember if we studied the Latter-day Saints or not, but I remember having a very strong desire, inclination. It was almost like I want to go see where these tablets that Joseph Smith received from the angel Moroni. In any case, so it's funny. I said I want to go see. And I thought there'd be a plaque there, and this is where he received the. So, in my adventures, the only reason I ever was exposed to that area is when I went to meet time travel scientist Dr. David Anderson, and I went up to receive a bunch of stuff from him that he was, getting rid of from the Time Travel Research Center. And I went up there with Preston Nichols, and it was in Rochester, which is just a stone's throw from Hill Cumorah, which is where the plates were received. So, early Easter morning, I went up there, and there is a plaque, but it's a huge statue of the angel, and you can see it from downstairs. And I had to climb up this hill, grass hill, which would have been a hell of a lot of fun to slide down on cardboard if you were a kid. And I didn't realize I could have driven up there. I didn't realize it. And of course, when True Ott had read the Montauk Project, and he was connected to me through my newsletter, because I was writing about Mormons, because Joseph Smith studied with Montauk Indians at Moore's Charity School in Connecticut, which later became Dartmouth University. And which Dartmouth is very loaded with Mormons. And to this day, if you're a Native American, you can go to Dartmouth for free. People don't necessarily know that, but it was set up for a charitable school to teach Indians.
Interesting.
But
and very Mormon.
Anyway, and this is why I was studying it. And one of my readers in Utah put me in touch with him and said, you need to know this person, because he was a boatload of information about these sort of things. So we've exchanged information, and I've been on his radio programs many times. Of course, he had me on the other day, and he's fascinated with all of my work. But when he was reading the Montauk Project and he saw, he told me they had the biggest pageants in the world in the end of July. And this is in Hill Cumorah. And he says, they're never rained on. It's odd. The rain clouds will come and they don't come. And he says, I didn't understand why. Because one time he was on his lunch, and he was a very high-level Mormon. And he was up there on lunch, up by there's a parking lot where this angel is, and there was all this equipment, and it all had Brookhaven Labs on it. It all said Brookhaven Labs. And, of course, Brookhaven Labs was where the Montauk Project was hatched. So he said, he asked questions, and he found out there was, I think the guy's name was Dr. Soderholm, and they would start bringing this equipment up in April. There was so much of it. It had to be calibrated, connected, and they would start bringing it up in April for this pageant that would last about a week in July. and it would take that long to get all the equipment up and do it. So there was this Dr. Soderholm who ran it. So I thought it was, when I heard this, I called up Preston and I said, have you ever heard of a guy named Dr. Soderholm? He says, yeah, he worked at Brookhaven Labs, but he wasn't a doctor. They called him that, but he wasn't a real doctor. He was very good. And I told him about the equipment. He says, well, who do you think made it for him? Meaning Preston made it. It was to change the weather. So that was one of these interesting validations of not only the Montauk Project general story, but of Preston Nichols. He knew who Dr. Soderholm was. And that he wasn't a doctor. He knew him pretty intimately, apparently. So anyway, True shared so much information with me, and this is like years ago. So for him to come back in my life in this time is very interesting. Now, that was one aspect of the biorhythm, and I said, wow, okay, so I'm going out the next morning, and I gotta, I'm gonna go out there at noon, meet up at noon at one of my friend's house, and I tell my new friend Brian to meet me out there, and boy, it was interesting. So we meet, and then I find out. I found out it was the guy's house who lives there. It was his birthday on August 14th, and this guy is wired to time. He is wired to time because at Preston's memorial service, he came. And afterwards, we were sitting at the house with his girlfriend, and he started talking to me about time and this transmitter he'd taken from the place. And she'd never heard anything about it. He was like a stark raving Montauk boy. He was talking about time. Nobody knew what he was talking about. He's talking to me. And I developed a rapport with him. And he's one hell of a fisherman. God, is he? You see those boats? Did you see on TV these crazy ass? He does that stuff. He'll be out there for weeks at a time. He's been doing it since he was a kid. I wouldn't even want to go on one of those boats as a watcher, as an observer. I wouldn't want to do it. I've been on boats in similar. I don't know if it's been that bad, but it was bad enough. And in fishing boats, you don't want to be on those things. Right. And yeah, big money can be made, but they earn every cent of it. So in any case, it was his birthday, and it really worked out good because my being there and bringing my new friends facilitated a great birthday party for him that would not have happened. I mean, they had a cake for him, but it made it a real party, a populated party that would not have happened otherwise. And that gave me a great feeling, and and he told me that, it was great. So it was great to connect with him on a deeper level. And he so anyway, my new friend, I got to meet his wife. Now she had a physical problem. I had made some suggestions too for nerve damage, and I had recommended lion's mane to her. Lion's mane is a mushroom. She loved that recommendation. I think she's going to grow her own mushrooms. But what was so interesting about this lady, now her husband, who's my friend, is like, he's wired into this Montauk stuff too. And apparently they recognized each other from some other dimension. So that's a whole nother thing about their Montauk connection. So I facilitated connecting those two guys, which will breed something in terms of probably useful information. But I meet his wife, and I see this woman is loaded, and I don't mean loaded with money. She's loaded with psychic energy, occult psychic energy, and it becomes very obvious. And for whatever reason, I don't remember why, but I asked her birthday. And she was mentioning, I think Libra. She was mentioning she's ruled by Venus. And I said, "What's your birthday? You're Libra." She says, "Yeah." She says, "October 2nd. I said, "Well, do you know whose birthday was October 2nd? She goes, "No." I go, "Jack Parsons." She goes, "I can't believe it. That's my name, Parsons. I'm a Parsons. That's her maiden name, is a Parsons.
Well,
So that was very loaded, aside from the fact that this woman is just loaded with occult energy. So it's like, wow. And I think she said, her husband's the only one who could ever understand her. And her family goes way back, because the Parsons were the early settlers of the East End of Long Island. They were the earlier settlers of Salem, and they were, I went back and studied their history in the Salem Library, and the Parsons were one of the early families. And then, of course, they migrated down to Long Island, Sag Harbor in particular. So her lineage is from Long Island, and so I explained to her she's most likely related to Ralph Parsons, who was set up the Ralph Parsons Corporation in Pasadena, just right near the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, who was obviously a collateral cousin or whatnot of Jack Parsons. And he formed a company that built underground cities, and they are the company that was contracted to do the cleanup at Camp Hero. So this was an incredible synchronicity, and I think it's a association that's that created depth, and will create further depth. Now, the other thing was, when I arrived, I found out there was a power blackout in Montauk, which is, delightfully consistent with the power blackout of August 14th, 2003,
right.
that centered around Preston's property in Cairo and extended out to Montauk. She says, well, the guy who runs the local power station is going to be here tonight, the gathering, so you'll get to talk to him. Now, he was, it turns out, now, he blamed the blackout on air conditioners, which is a very reasonable
assumption.
Yes. Well, he's professionally do it. Unfortunately, there was too much he couldn't talk about. But there is a power station out there that was never connected to the grid. It was a backup. Preston always said it was a backup for the Montauk project. It was a power station. They don't need a power station out there because it was all connected to the direct grid.
Right.
Now, it's hard to say because, see, the people that work for the power company would get aggressively nasty if you approached them, let alone ask them what they were doing when they were laying strange cable out to Camp Hero during the time when it was closed. They would get aggressive. It was over the top nasty. And I was talking to him about this, and he says, well, people aren't supposed to say, they're just supposed. I said, no, this was aggressively nasty. This man is a consultant with a beautiful Cajun accent, and he's brought up here every time at this year from April to September to supply extra power and bring generators because supposedly over the excess usage during the summer. Now, what I will say in favor of that argument is that there's a hell of a lot more people at Montauk than there ever used to be. There are very more extravagant homes than there used to be. And these people will probably, turn on the air conditioning when they're not there just to make sure that the couch doesn't get too humid.
Right.
So it's quite possible that the strain is from air conditioning. But one cannot deny the bizarre synchronicity of me going to Montauk and there being a blackout during this period. And then me meeting the guy who's in charge of the power locally. He's actually temporarily in charge of it because, but that is weird in and of itself. And perhaps this will lead to further revelations in the future.
Right. Well, when you were talking about the place where the showdown with the guns almost turned into a shootout, parallel that landscape with the Skinwalker Ranch? What's the difference between the two?
Well, I would say that in terms of distance, it's, and I don't remember exactly, but it's not much different than, probably you and San Rafael, just a hour's drive or less up from San Francisco. It's not too far, and the two are obviously related in terms of their phenomena. Although that would be the qliphothic version of it. It seems that that's the ash can sewer version of what is on this property. Of course, the sewer has drained into this property because of this son of a bitch who's just being outrageous and egregious. And the company, the media company, the Discovery Channel, airs it, but it's there's this weird Turkish company that's involved, and it makes no sense. What is a Turkish company doing over here doing this? And this is something that is puzzling, curious, and Skinwalker Ranch is in the background. It's kind of like comparing the Presidio to we can't compare the Presidio to anything.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, except we can, because now I found out something else. This you'll find very interesting. But first I have to qualify it. Now, I've heard this because I've seen TV shows that I don't watch. But if this was 20 years ago, there's no way I would not know about this and not know something about it, because I would have watched the news. I would have watched, the local news. I would have seen it in the local paper, and I would have heard people talking about it. Instead, we're so compartmentalized media-wise that you tend to stick with what you're interested in or comfortable with. Now, have you ever heard, and there's a Netflix, I think it's a Netflix show, and it's been on the local cable show, which I do watch, TV station, which I don't watch real, but I see it, and I see, when they're talking about Cuomo, but I never really saw this, about the Long Island serial killer. Have you ever heard about the Long Island serial killer?
No. How about you, Jameson? I mean, Salman, either one of you gentlemen?
I haven't heard about it.
Okay, well, this is something that I thought. Now, I learned this from my friend because he knew all about it. But then he says, it's been on Newsday. Newsday is the local newspaper out here, but Newsday doesn't really exist anymore because it's all online. And what's significant about this, and I'll start why it's something I didn't even realize about it. The Long Island serial killer, also referred to as LISK, L-I-S-K, Long Island serial killer, L-I-S-K, or the Gilgo Beach killer, or the Craigslist Ripper, is an unidentified suspect serial killer who is believed to have murdered between 10 and 16 people over a period of nearly 20 years, and to have disposed their dismembered bodies in areas of the South Shore of Long Island, New York. Gilgo Beach is south of me, and it's sort of a, inlet, and it's a place where people will hang out, bars on the beach, and they'll take their boats there and they'll get drunk and whatnot. It's sort of like Fire Island, except Fire Island is notoriously, maybe that's not the right word, notoriously, flagrantly gay. Gilgo Beach is, just a happening for people that like to party on the beach and get drunk. Now, what's really weird about this is one of the suspects. One of the suspects was the chief of police of Suffolk County. Now, what's so interesting, I have gone after the head Republican in Long Island, Suffolk County, rather. I'm in Nassau County, and the prosecutor. Now, that was years ago over the John Ford incident. John Ford was locked up, and they threw away the key because he was making political people very uncomfortable. And they took all of his UFO files. He was the chief investigator of UFOs in Long Island, but he was also politically active. And it turned out that, the head Republican was running a chop shop and was taking bribes for illegal dumping in the town dump, and the prosecutor was protecting him. Now, so, you might think as either a writer or as a person that you've done some sort of socially redeeming thing by exposing this, even if it's on a small scale. And nobody really cares. Even though the feds actually bust him because of his arrogance. They didn't bust the prosecuting attorney or the district attorney. They busted John Powell, his name was. And they put him in jail, and he died. But the situation didn't get corrected. Now, all of this implied that the cops were equally crooked. Now, one time on August 12th, about 10, 12, 13 years ago approximately, I was to do a show on public TV in Riverhead, which is the capital of Suffolk County. I was supposed to be there at 10 o'clock in the morning with Preston Nichols. The studio's reserved by this woman, Janet Russell. And so we set up I show up for the interview, and Preston's not there. I sit down. I said, look, Preston's not here. I don't know. I'll have to do the interview alone. So I'm doing the interview, and Preston stumbles in, about an hour later into the interview. And he was dressed very nice.
For a change.
Unusual. And he said, well, what happened? He says, oh. He started telling this story about how the Brookhaven Town Safety Police, these are like code enforcers, pulled him over, told him not to do the show, took him into this place, into the Brookhaven Town Police Station, which is not really, they're a lot more like safety police. And they took a billy club, wrapped a towel around it, and started to methodically beat him.
Oh shit!
Like not like battering him, but just boom, slowly, so they could rough him up without leaving bruises, so he'd have no evidence of bruises. And he's telling this story, and I'm thinking, okay, Preston, it's like, can't you just show up for the interview? I didn't say that, but I'm thinking okay, I've heard so many of these stories. So anyway, we do the interview, and he's got this elaborate scenario of how they didn't want him to talk on this show. I show up, I have no problem. And then, so anyway, we go, so then Preston says, he says, look, I need to talk, so afterwards we go to the diner. He wants to talk, he wants to eat. So, I'm more than, willing to do this. So we're sitting there talking, and then all of a sudden, he starts saying, I don't know. He says, and then I see that he's completely genuine. He is sore. And I genuinely saw that he really was beaten up, the way he said. It was like, it was just genuine, that so this really did happen in some form or another. I go, oh my God. Wow. I see, it really made it real to me. He wasn't joking. Mm-hmm. When I got home, I asked this psychic friend of mine, who was very good. I mean, she astounded me with one of her predictions or this assessment one time. And I said, how come he got pulled over and I didn't? He says, she says, you don't have all that stuff connected to you. He's got dark energies connected to him. No joke. No. So, I was not bothered. I just wasn't, tied to those energies. It made sense to me. So but see, this shows the corruption of the police. So anyway, we go to this Long Island serial killer. And of course, what had happened was there was a heroin addict. And the heroin addict had broken into a car that just happened to be the car of the Suffolk County police chief. And he went in for a bag because he had to feed his heroin habit. And when he, when he did, he was caught. Now, he was brought into the police station, and there were drugs in the police chief's bag, and there was porno, sex toys, and a DVD of a bound and gagged woman being tortured. So the police chief had this guy brought into the police station, and he was chained to a floor where he was beaten and mocked by the police chief and his officers. And what really triggered him was when he figured out this guy was the police chief and, started taunting him. And the guy got quite a beating, but it was on video. The beating was on video. So the district attorney was just recently convicted himself because he tried to help cover this up. He enabled covering this up. And this is how, and the cop was put in jail. He resigned. He was put in jail. He's out. He's on parole. And this is how corrupt Suffolk County is, which is the county where Camp Hero is, where the Montauk Project occurred. The nonsense goes on to this day. Now, he was a suspect in this serial killing because this was essentially a snuff film.
Interesting.
So there is a snuff film industry in Suffolk County, which they've tried to say doesn't. They ran a whole article once saying how there's no snuff films in Suffolk County.
Interesting. The fact that they would do that alone.
Of course.
Yeah, go on.
Of course.
Yeah.
This was like over 20 years ago.
Right.
And so, in other words, I said to my friend, I said, well, if there's a serial killer, this couldn't be too far away from the Army. It might have more to do with the police than the Army. And this validates the author, Maury Terry's conviction or statement that the police enable all this stuff by their non-action. They are co-conspirators. By the way, this stuff makes the Son of Sam look tame. The Son of Sam completely paralyzed the New York City in 1977. The Summer of Sam, they call it. I was not here then.
Right.
But from what I've read about it. And so, but this stuff is horrible. It's been going on. And this is the way Aquino would terrorize the Bay Area with the Zodiac Killer.
Yes.
Now, this is mostly targeted at prostitutes, but it's related to snuff films, and it's like the the Long Island serial killer has even been known to taunt people by calling them from his cell phone in New York City, and where they can't trace it, and calling family people. So this is but see, the thing is, the horror that existed for the Zodiac killer in San Francisco area and the Son of Sam in the New York area, it's like they have now a TV show on it, the Gilgo Beach Killers. I mean, it's like this is on. So I mean, it's like they go into it. I don't watch that type of crap. Now I've developed a professional interest in it, so I might go back and watch the shows. But wow, I mean, like, see, I live here and I didn't know about it. I'm not surprised that you didn't know about it, but you never know. That's why I asked.
Understood.
So, and it says, what does it say? See here, it says the real reason the Long Island serial killer murders remain unsolved.
Oh shit. Okay, can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Okay, are we on? Can anyone hear us? I need to know if I hung up by accident. I mean, hung
I
up
can
from
hear.
the stream.
I can hear you as
yeah.
well.
What I need to know is if the audience can hear us. Okay, not all of you. At any rate, in terms of working with so many things I do while producing simultaneously, then the problem is the cursor has to go everywhere, and I hung up the call, and I want to make certain that we're still live streaming, which of course, as far as I know, we're still live streaming. The call has nothing to do with the live stream.
Yeah, we're still live.
Yeah, so Crystal River says she's still hearing us. God bless her. So just want everyone to know that the call was temporarily hung up, but the fact that we're all still on it is pretty amazing. In other words, somehow I got out of the call, but everyone stayed on the call, and I didn't hang up to the point where I had to reassemble everybody on the call. So that's pretty impressive. In the meantime, thank you, Crystal River, for confirming that. And of course, Crystal reminds us that Snopes says that snuff films are a myth, which is one of those things where it's just, what can you say to that? It's
not a myth. You could find videos of people getting tortured and even sexually abused really easily.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this stuff is the dark. You like to call it. I'll call it the dark web for now. But there are websites where they cater to people who just like want to watch people getting mutilated and ripped apart and stuff like that, and they'll have all types of genres.
Mm-hmm.
And people, there are some sick ass people who like to get over this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not
They're
one of them.
very rich people, generally speaking. They're very rich people, and they pay for the films to be made, and they will show them privately.
Yeah. Yes, thank you. And I appreciate Peter Moon bringing this subject up. Crystal River, of course, is following up with the fact checks, which, of course, has a sarcastic title. The Snope basically says, "A pinch of snuff" is the subtitle. And she says Snopes is a scam, and says, of course, there are snuff films. And very much so, sad to say. And the fact that someone would deny that instantly makes it very... It is, what can I say? I don't know what to say to that other than shaking my head. And of course, raving about the stupidity of someone making a statement like that is on the level of what we're dealing with the World War II thing. Okay, somebody's turning the camera on. Do be careful there, because the camera eats up bandwidth like mad and might throw us off the call altogether.
Turn off your camera if you're on Skype.
Yes, if anyone's on Skype.
That's not my.
It's
that's not
Salman,
my
I
camera.
believe. Maybe is that Salman? Yeah.
It might be.
Yeah.
Whoever it is, just turn it off.
Yeah. He may not
It's
be aware of it.
Some.
Yeah, he may not be aware of it. So
I think he dropped off the call. I don't see him.
Well,
okay.
he's
So
not dropped off the call. You could drop him off the call.
what?
The bandwidth, but He can come back on.
Somebody's camera is showing. I don't know whose it is though.
It's Salmon's.
He's like dropped the phone. It's like somebody snuck up behind him and knocked him on the head, and he dropped his phone.
I hope not.
And so he's got the camera left on, and he's on mute, so he can't respond to us. So we can't hear his shouting.
Drop him off the call if needed.
Okay.
You drop him off the call.
Yeah. So what I'll do is I'll just drop him off the call for now. Yes. Now let me see if I can remember.
He's not there.
How to do that? How do we drop Salman off the call? Let me see now. Add to call and
remove from call. Click on the picture and say remove from call.
Well, his picture's not up there. That's the problem.
No, click on the picture that is up there, of the rafters or whatever that is, the floor or the ceiling.
Well, that's what I'm getting at. He's not on the call.
Yeah, he's not on the call, but we can see it.
Call.
So
see his picture.
It's bizarre.
Whatever this is.
Remove him from the call.
There we are. Okay.
I just removed it from the call.
Okay, so Salman did it. I mean, Peter did it. You know what? Peter had the option that I did not have. I don't have that option from my end. Somehow, when I got knocked off the call myself, then, I couldn't, there was no picture of Salman for me to eject from the call. Very bizarre. And I'm
whatever.
So he's back now.
The bandwidth problem has been solved.
Yes. Yes, the most immediate problem's been solved.
Oh, yes.
Oh my God!
I'm back. Sorry about that, everybody. My Skype was stuck on a loop. I was trying to turn it off. I didn't know what was going on. I believe there was some.
Holy shit! Okay, so I've just been knocked off the call, and we'll see what happens with that. And I'm just going to try and get back on the call, or wait for them to bring me back on the call. Let's see if there is a call. Let me see if I can join that call. Okay. And Our Lady Crystal River is basically, slapping her forehead with her palm. I don't blame her for that. Something very sinister is going on.
And it's an unsolved.
Yes, there we are.
It obviously makes for good media because people are making money off of this investigation.
Okay, so I got knocked off the call. Who knocked me off the call? That's interesting because I was knocked off the call by somebody. So obviously somebody's fucking with us. And
I didn't knock you off the call. And you know what? This is a sensitive subject.
Yeah.
Because none of us knocked you off the call. This technology has been screwing up. To give you an example of how they've been fucking with my technology, I can't use the camera on my other laptop. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, and that there was never a problem with it.
To the point, this is a sensitive subject. And you haven't really heard all of it because you've been off. It's about serial killings that have taken place on Long Island that I wasn't even aware of and that they made a whole TV show about. Mm-hmm. And so I'm saying this is a sensitive subject. So, yes, it would stand to reason that there would be a counter effort, because if I bring it into Douglas's world, mm-hmm. it's going to be scrutinized mm-hmm. in a way it wasn't previously being scrutinized.
There's a convergence here as well, because while you've been talking, what I've been doing all the while you were talking was I was linking several subjects onto our chat. So right here, miraculously, we still have the same links in the same chat. So all of you gentlemen can look into your chat box here in the text box, rather, here in Skype. So Skype doesn't have a chat box, it has a text box. And so what I was sending was a number of links concerning Japan and World War II to show that they're all incorrect in one way or another, or limited in their reference. And I was going to put that in perspective. Of course, I would do that when we were bringing the subject to a close, to show people the importance of this day, which was the day, of course, that the Americans sued for peace, and Emperor Hirohito thereafter delivered his speech, which I was going to put some perspective on, as well as to what we said in the book.
And is this not the anniversary of when the original kamikaze winds came and
yes,
and destroyed the
Mongol
Chinese
fleet? Yes. Yes, this was the same day. This is Kamikaze Day. And so this is why today is so important. It is also, of course, the Chinese Valentine's Day weekend, and all of this is happening during the Obon Festival, or the Japanese Spirit Week, what's the spirit season, rather, ancestral spirit season. But the rest of the world kind of looks at it as this kind of summer ghost festival, or some kind of Japanese Halloween. Now, Crystal River, I'm going to let her know that I'm very afraid to normally I can do this, is that normally I can basically stay on this call and then switch to other parts of Skype to read what people are sending me in other parts of Skype. Skype's supposed to work like that. Now, when I clicked on Crystal River last time to read what she was saying, which basically she's saying Peter is correct, that what you're saying is very sensitive, and they're all going after us and our Skype call because of that. Because, you know, if they don't need to knock us offline if they can just simply fuck off the call, because then we won't be able to talk. Literally, I can go on monologuing, but the rest of you won't be able to speak with me. So they would attack the call. Now, I hope she doesn't delete anything she said. So don't delete anything you said, honey. I'll take a look at it later. But the point is, the last time I clicked on that, I was definitively knocked off the call the moment I clicked on what she was saying. So that's not supposed to happen. I'm supposed to be able to go from, you know, just section to section so that other people can send me messages while I am conducting a call. But somehow that knocked me off the call this time. So I'm just going to leave that alone, that option, for a little bit of time. In the meantime, you know, we'll go on with what we're talking about, because this is very similar to the entire satanic panic phenomenon, which was a large part of the Presidio military base exposition that I conducted, that led to so much of the rest of my life it just being a nonstop series of terrorist incidents against me. So I can certainly understand what Preston Nichols went through, except I do seem to be a bit more fortunate in that I'm a bit more streetwise than Preston was. And of course, my mother had trained me towards a level of violence that Preston was never prepared for. But Preston therefore became a kind of victim. And as Peter was saying, you know, Peter himself was not as vulnerable as our man Preston was. Preston was simply a very vulnerable soul, because Preston was very much a product of the Montauk program, and as a product of the program, they always had a tracer on him, so to speak. And with Peter, he was not a product of that. And also, Peter had an extra advantage. For people who don't believe it, it's true. He has an extra advantage from his Scientology training. And of course, that's to be disambiguated from Scientology ideology that is especially as espoused by the cult as it's mutated today. But yes, the training enabled Peter to block a lot of this kind of psychic assault out of his life, which is why Peter doesn't have the gang stalking that, for instance, is experienced by Salman Sheikh and Jameson Reese. Or that's an element of it. And even though Salman Sheikh is very much at peace with himself and at peace with the world, balanced because of his faith, he is still experiencing gang stalking, because they identified him as someone who was an active agent of a force that they are against in this world, because they are on the side of chaos and negativity. And Salman,
well, one of the things is that it's Salman does he says who he is.
Yeah.
And this is a threat, and this is something. If I say certain things, I will attract that too. Right. But I don't say them because I don't want to attract it. Right. For example, like I did a qigong energy facilitation, which is another way of saying a healing on this woman, which was quite good. I had done one on the birthday guy the last time I was out there with my qigong friend, and it was profound. And it's like all of a sudden there was like all this healing energy going on, and I was talking to people, telling person how to do this, how to do that. This is something I don't generally engage in too much. I'll give advice to people at football, but it's like, don't. If I talk too much about it or to the wrong audience, you know, people will start throwing javelins.
Yeah.
Therefore, you don't even bother talking about it, And often, if you talk about it, people will not listen to what you say. So it's like one guy was asking me stuff, and I was very, I guess what you'd say, skeptical of telling him anything, because I said, I don't know that this guy's going to do what I say. I did share some stuff with him. I don't know if he'll do it or not. But I become very skeptical when somebody asks for help, because do they want help, or do they want to show that they can twist any help into something that won't work?
Yes. And therefore blame you and thereby claim that you're a fraud, just by doing that.
Not even that far. No, that's not even, no, that's not in the offing. They just want to prove it to themselves and take you down with them. No, you're only a B. I'm only a B player in a scenario like that. They're not trying to prove me a fraud. They just want confirmation that nobody can help them.
Right. Yeah. Excellent point. No, your point's well taken.
So I'm B-roll to them. I'm B-roll at best. So that's and some people can be aggressively what's the opposite of proactive? Resistant, proactively resistant to this sort of thing. So it's like you become very what's it called? So like you go into solitude. And then you become skeptical of somebody who asks for help. Right. So you'll give them the help, but they'll turn it into what they want to turn it into, because they want to reinforce their own paradigm, because they are essentially right.
Yeah, and they want to be terminally unique and terminally beyond help. That's their thing in life. There's just as a good example of this, without over dwelling on the topic. I mean, we could do a whole transmission on this, but honestly, a good example was this one woman who was threatening suicide, and which is normally something I'm at the level of experience now where I tend to just ignore the overwhelming majority of people who go on that trip. It's just something like I just move on. I just look at something like if they post something on Facebook, I would just tend to ignore it in most cases, because it's usually something that is not acted on. When Laura,
it gets attention.
Yeah.
It's and there's two types of that. It's like, say, my daughter's ex-boyfriend had gone for help. I don't think he said he was suicidal, but he ended up committing suicide.
Holy shit!
He asked for help and he didn't get it because they said, "You're not ready for it."
Oh my
and
God,
and he went to a rehab center, and no, you're not ready. You're not ready. Okay, so and there was one. I once had somebody told me that they were suicidal, and because they were a family member, I acted directly on it and put them in a place where they were safe, and I acted on it. But more often than not that I hear that many, I will recognize it as you do. It's a call for attention, to get attention, and not in the positive way, and not in a positive way that's going to help them or help you.
Right.
They're making a sucker out of you.
Yeah. And in this case, what happened was Laura Lee Solomon responded to it and said she got herself in this whole dark, wet, and smelly hole of involvement with something she wanted nothing to do with. And so when the woman showed up on my timeline, she simply blocked her, because she had the ability to do that on my timeline. But that's there you go, just one example of that sort of thing. I could go on, but everybody understands the point, I'm sure. I do want to kind of draw what we can from the situation that was brought up by Peter, and then kind of go into some of the things to contextualize what today is. Of course, with all of these gentlemen, I am impressed by the fact that they actively, I thought it was me, honestly, with the first part of the call where I got dropped. I thought I had simply hit the wrong button with my cursor. I realized, of course, that after what happened to everyone, Salman and the rest of us, that somebody truly was fucking with the Skype. And so we are stabilized with the call now, but definitely want to as well put into context some of the links I shared with Peter just before I went into the holidays. And of course, we got more holidays coming up next weekend, Spirit Day, Chinese Spirit Day, as opposed to the Obon of Japan. But one of the things I sent was, and that puts everything in context, of course, with everything I've been sending the links to Peter in his private message box now, along with everyone who's on this call about Japan and the end of the war and the atomic bomb. All of this, of course, is part of the meaning of today, the convergence of today. And what I can also do is kind of like introduce Peter to Peter some of the subjects that I brought up with the gentleman when we originally started the call. And what I was telling everyone when I got on to today's live stream was, of course, I'm still not really here right now, oxygenating, caffeinating, still got to get some more calories in myself. I'll be grabbing a candy bar in a few moments, but in the meantime, building up for tonight's monologue. Which I'm up for, but the thing is to kind of focus myself and center myself. Peter brought up something we'll be talking about either in the second book or the third book. I think the second book, because we'll be covering this stuff with the second book, and where we're talking about the Presidio and exposing the Satanism. And this is connected to that and will probably find its way into our narrative within the book. And so this is important. I'm glad he's bringing it up. And the fact that he's telling us about how this is something that they're denying, and when they go into this denial mode, this damage control mode, what makes it so, how would I say it? What makes it so obviously what they betray about themselves is the fact they know it's all true. Because honestly, if somebody went around and said the Martians are here, the Martians are here, there would be no need for any conventional source of information to dignify that with a response. If you had something that was truly ridiculous, where somebody is saying there are snuff films, and it were patently absurd, there would be no need to dignify it with a damage control response. And yet, as Crystal River says, she feels it's the wealthy elite, which is an easy enough presumption. It's makes a certain kind of sense. They have the money to get away with certain things, and they would be interested in perhaps human suffering for the sake of gratuitous sadism. But it goes well beyond that. Yeah,
I would go as far as say that it might be the law enforcement of Long Island, and it might be whatever agencies are hesitant to investigate it because they're part of it.
Yeah, since they're complicit. The term is
exactly.
Yeah, and since they're obviously complicit, and then they pay someone in the media to basically go forth and do what they do to deny that this exists, that would make sense. Yes, there's a logic to that. And then what you have in terms of all of it together is you have an industry that is obviously serving some subculture. The reality is, of course, there are snuff films, as Crystal River was saying, and people disappear by the thousands in the United States. Hundreds every day are disappearing.
Douglas, let me interrupt you.
Yeah.
I just see here, there's a show, 2016, called The Killing Season. Mm-hmm. The Killing Season from executive producer Alex Gibney. Now, Alex Gibney stands out because he did a whole documentary on Scientology. Mm-hmm. Follows documentarians Joshua Zeman, Cropsey, and Rachel Mills as they investigate one of the most bizarre unsolved serial killer cases of our time. 10 dead sex workers discovered on Gilgo Beach, Long Island. And it's like forging relationships with cyber sleuths, journalists, and victims' families. Zeman and Mills uncover connections that suggest Long Island is just the beginning. Now, this stuff, these people who are like prime heralded documentary people, like I'm starting to collide with these sons of guns, mm-hmm. just from the biorhythm, and then my association with you.
Right.
We are trouble.
Yes.
We are trouble to them, especially as a team. That doesn't mean we're going to be stopped. It doesn't even mean we're going to investigate this stuff. It's a convergence. The biorhythm is a convergence, and this is converging on. In other words, it draws more attention to my work because it's more fundamental, and my work includes your work.
Yes.
So it's like, and your work is right down this alley. And it's funny that Crystal came into communication with me. We've been trying to talk for a long time, but we didn't really talk. We just Facebook. And, she came into my life ultimately over what happened to her unfortunate situation with her daughter. So, so it's like, yeah, it's not a coincidence that she shows up tonight and listens to your show. So it's like, yes, this is, we have to steer it into the most positive situation, because this stuff has gone on since the beginning of time.
Yes.
The beginning of the Bible even features a murder.
Yes. Yeah, that's the Cain and Abel, of course, and that's what distinguishes Cain is the first murderer in recorded history, as opposed to, shall we say, the reality where it was going on, no doubt, well before then. But in terms of where we also, I sent a link to Peter Moon making a rather snide joke about how this one sailor will have a hard time paying $400 billion back concerning the aircraft carrier that he sank. That brings us to something that connects directly to the World War II issues in its own way. Just so people understand this, the convergence of days today and what that means in terms of all the subjects that I bring up. What we're dealing with is, of course, a confluence of a lot of information. And when we had this great challenge of presenting the information that we did concerning Roswell, then Peter met the challenge admirably. And as I said, there's a little thing about the chapter, which starts on page 187. It's chapter 23, where we discuss the non-surrender. And Peter cites the editor of the Nippon Times, Kazuo Kawai, and a certain thing he said. And I'll put that into some context in a matter of, sometime tonight while we're discussing things. But I just want to put that up there so people get an idea about that and don't let me forget it. The thing that I sent to Peter and a number of other people, the only person I sent it to that was not in the military, aside from Peter himself, but he was in a paramilitary organization, the Sea Org, and could appreciate what I sent him. The only other person I sent it to was our friend Brendan Zogit, who had a friend, of course, who was desperate enough where he ignored all of our warnings and he joined the Navy, and recently was on a nuclear carrier that was on fire, and it was in the nuclear reactor area that it was on fire, and these sailors all had COVID, so they weren't allowed to leave. And so they're stuck on this carrier with a nuclear reactor that's on fire. And this was like right in the bay. This wasn't like out at sea. This was like right in the bay on the Atlantic seaboard. And so Brendan Zogit, the next time he's on with us, can go into some detail about that, what his friend was sending him from his cell phone all the while that this was ongoing. But this goes to show, of course, these, like Jameson Reese says, land of competence. He's being sarcastic, of course. He means incompetence. Yeah, but this just goes to show, these carriers they're really not that different from Russia's single nuclear carrier, which is just punishment detail. I'm not kidding you. And it's dragged by a tugboat everywhere. It cannot run on its own power. It has a nuclear reactor that is in constant threat of meltdown, and all the sailors are on it specifically to prevent that reactor from going into meltdown. That's the only thing they're there for. And they keep it out at sea at all times, because if it goes into meltdown, they don't want it anywhere near Russia. So it's always out at sea. It's considered punishment detail. All the sailors on it are sterilized by the radiation they're exposed to, and their lifespan is shortened by decades.
Yeah, this is on the carrier.
Yeah, this is on the Admiral Kuznetsov specifically. That's the only carrier the Soviets have, and it's the basis. It's the model for the Chinese carriers, which goes to show you have nothing to worry about from the Chinese carriers. Yeah, it's like.
what some people might appreciate what you're saying. I don't know what causes the meltdown, but one time I was in the city of Santa Barbara, which is a coastal city about an hour and a half north of LA, and there was this huge aircraft carrier out off the pier. I mean, it wasn't on the pier; it was out there.
Yeah.
And it was running haywire with all the electronics in Santa Barbara.
Right.
So, in other words, it had this is just the electronics.
Right.
It had so much electromagnetic pulse that it was disturbing the TV
grid. Yeah, the
power.
local grid. It was interrupting the services of the local grid by all of the electromagnetic crap it was spewing from its own operations.
Yeah, so if you're a sailor on board that, you better hope you're shielded reasonably in the below decks.
Oh, you're not. You know, of course.
The military's not going to shield you with shit. You're expendable as soon as you sign up.
There is a certain amount of shielding by reason of the fact you're in a metal bulkhead. There is
actually, the metal conducts radiation even more.
It could go either way. Yeah, it could go either way.
Magnifies it.
Yeah, it could go either way. I understand.
Unless you're talking about lead.
Right,
or,
right.
osmium.
You'd literally have to be in a lead-lined subcubicle, like compartmentalized, which they simply don't have on these carriers. I'm
sure there's plenty of human factor study that there is. In other words, they don't want these people to become instantly dysfunctional. So it's like there is some human consideration put into it.
Not really. They don't really care.
It's not about caring.
I understand what both of you are saying. By the way, what Peter is saying is that for sheer pragmatism, they would want these guys to be functional at least to last through 5 years of service.
Yeah, they don't want them to drop dead on the boat as soon as they get on the boat. I mean, granted, but I mean, they don't seem to really. They're not going to.
But they don't care about long-term. Yeah, they don't care about long-term health. Yeah. So what happens is that these sailors who serve within these I don't know what to call them. I mean, basically, we'll call them death traps, for lack of a better word.
Behemoths.
Yeah,
floating coffins.
Yeah, but they're death trap behemoths. How's that? Dread hulks. These, they're on these dread hulks, and these people who are on them, they're just basically their lifespan will be shortened. Of course, not as nearly as fast as the Russians, because with the Russians, it's just like I said, it's there's no efforts made to do anything to protect their personnel. Honestly, with them, it is a death sentence. I mean, if you're on the Admiral Kuznetsov, you'll die within a few years of getting off of it. So, as I said, it's a punishment detail, and they send men there who they would otherwise put in the brig. And in terms of the whole American trip isn't much better. And a good example is, what Peter Moon was saying about, Peter, of course, is thinking rationally. But honestly, Peter, the U.S. military does not think like that. No, I'm serious. It's like a good example would be when Fukushima Daiichi went into the meltdown that it did. The Americans said, "Oh, we're gonna help by parking a carrier outside of Fukushima Daiichi," and they, bigger than shit, parked a carrier outside of Fukushima Daiichi directly in the drift. For those of you who don't get what I'm saying, the drift means all the wash from the nuclear reactors as they went into full meltdown is washing out to sea. It's quite visible. It's starkly visible by any kind of measurement that is directed towards that level of radiation. And the Americans parked themselves right in the middle of it. And so all of these guys are just sitting there, soaking up all this radiation. And the Japanese, of course, didn't say anything because they didn't care. It's like, okay, the Americans are all crazy anyway, and who the fuck cares?
What was the rationale for being there?
What was that?
What were the Americans doing there? How did they think they were helping?
That's what the Japanese were saying. It was like, whatever, they just kind of shook their heads and went on dealing with the issue. But the Americans
but why did the Americans say they were doing it? What was the Americans' reason for being there?
Their rationale to the public was, oh, we're helping, but there was nothing that made any sense.
What?
Yeah, no one knows. I mean, no one knows. It's like they didn't do anything anything that anyone could see. They were just like, personally, it's like I said, obviously this was an attack on Japan conducted by the Americans and the Israelis in tandem, because the Japanese were setting up basically a deal with Iran. And because the Israelis and the Americans hate Iran, and the Japanese making a deal with them where the Japanese would get much cheaper oil and the Iranians would get technology, and they're both using the same German industrial control systems on their nuclear reactors. This smacked of an axis to the Americans and the Israelis, so they got together and they developed Stuxnet, and they took the reactors out not only in Iran but in Japan. And as I said, the tsunami bombs were developed in World War II, and they deployed them not only in the Indian Ocean at the time that Bush Sr. was in power. Then they deployed them, or Bush Jr., I can't remember which, maybe it was Bush Jr., but they deployed them, of course, in the case of Fukushima Daiichi. And when they deployed them there, they set up the Stuxnet so that the industrial control systems could not go into effect. So it was perfectly timed. The tsunami was incoming, the Stuxnet kicked in, and the reactors weren't able to shut down, which normally they would have in the case of any earthquake and tsunami. That's what they were set up to do, because of course Japan is on the Ring of Fire, and in earthquake, multiple convergent earthquake faults, etc. So the Japanese were prepared for that, but they couldn't prepare for this. So when the Stuxnet did its job, then the reactors went into meltdown because they were unable to shut down when the tsunami approached. And so after it approached, knowing what the Americans did, since they had caused the problem, they probably just sat there to monitor it and see how long their sailors could survive with the radiation. It's the only thing that makes sense is they wanted to expose the sailors to radiation and see how long they could maintain operation apace on a fully loaded carrier, while being exposed to a radioactive surge at a chronic level for weeks and weeks on end. By the way, the sailors themselves were complaining and saying that they were sitting there for, forever, and it didn't make any sense. And you take a look at, say, the lack of security in a situation like that, where the sailors are even able to get that complaint out. Example is Brendan Zogit's friend. Brendan Zogit's friend is in quarantine on a nuclear carrier while the reactor is on fire. And he's able to talk to Brendan Zogit on the phone and send him text messages in real time about what's going on. I mean, there's no way he should be able to do that. The security, you would think, would say, oh, God, this is a crisis situation and we don't want our sailors talking to the public about it. But there was no security. He's just like talking to Brendan about it. And Jameson Reese is even saying, holy shit, they allow cells now. Yeah, obviously, apparently so. And so, you've got these sailors who are just wedded to the technology. By the way, it's not surprising they would allow that, because all of the military's navigational systems are hooked into the civilian GPS. Meaning that if someone were to take out the civilian satellites in a spatial attack, a vacuum attack on the civilian satellites for GPS, your entire military navigation system goes down. There's no backup. It's all riding on the civilian grid, which is totally exposed. So if you take that out, you take out the military. So the military is it's just totally non-functional. It's not separate as a unit. So this is like what people say is supposed to be. Everyone imagines that the military is somehow functional and thinks ahead of these things. It doesn't. It's a non-functional organization. It was never meant to conduct any war. It's a jail dodge and a welfare state. But people think these guys are heroes. So there we have that. And so the in terms of the Bonhomme Richard situation, this brings us to the Bonhomme Richard. So like I was saying sarcastically, wow, this guy's going to have a hard time, paying back, $4 billion or whatever. It's basically you have a situation where a single sailor sunk a carrier. Effectively, he took out the Bonhomme Richard to the point where they had to destroy it. So in other words, a single man, you'd be amazed at what any one man can do. This is imminent proof of that. Or what would I say? This is the ultimate proof of that. This is the ultimate proof that one man can do anything. And so this one sailor took out the Bonhomme Richard, just set up a fire that rendered it forever inoperable. And this is a carrier that, like they say, they call it a WASP class amphibious assault ship, which is, of course, this is the equivalent of a carrier for any other fleet on Earth. And so it is like it's out of service now. It's out of commission forever because one sailor decided he was going to take it out. So this is where we're at. And whoever says you can't sink a carrier, they're out of their minds. They're the most vulnerable things in the world. One man can take them out. This is what happened in the Vietnam War, when the Vietnamese sank an American carrier and the Americans did their best to cover that up. All of this goes to show how incredibly obsolete and vulnerable these carrier platforms are. Albeit, in all fairness, if you were to talk about useful carriers as opposed to useless carriers in case of total war, it would be the much larger attack carriers that are the most useless and the most vulnerable, and the worst thing to spend your money on. Whereas it's the class that would be like the Bonhomme Richard that would be the most useful in a state of war. So there we are. So when that sailor was charged with the Bonhomme Richard, the destruction of the Bonhomme Richard, this is why I pointed out. Now, Jameson Rees feels this individual is a scapegoat, and that may be the case. I don't know enough about what happened, but it's definitely something where potentially some team could have taken it out, and they just used this guy as a scapegoat. There may have been some problems, and they decided to blame it all on this one man, or he could have just been one guy who, knowing what he knew, just decided he was going to take out this carrier and took it out. There's all kinds of scenarios we could go into here, but I don't have enough information to make a judgment call, certainly not yet. But aside from all of that, that brings us back to the series of links that I sent to everybody about today. And just so everybody knows, today specifically is officially recognized in Japan. In other words, this is like a thing. In other words, it's on the calendar. It's a date that is marked. And this is known in Japan not as Kamikaze Day, even though those who are historically aware in Japan or anywhere else know that this is the date in which hundreds of years ago the Divine Wind swamped the invasion fleet of the Mongols and caused the largest loss of life at sea in all recorded history. This, of course, is the date that Hirohito demanded the Americans surrender and provided them a literal deadline. This was the day that they made all the overtures to sue for peace. And so the Japanese refer to this day as SENBOTSU-SHA, or TSUITŌ HEIWA wo KINEN SURU. So this literally means fighting day, to commemorate the warrior dead and pray for peace. In other words, it is a day of war, the Japanese officially recognizing they were still at war, that this was not a day of peace, and that it was the most peaceful way to interpret that, if you wanted to translate it into the English in a way that doesn't sound so aggressive, would be like day of struggle to commemorate the warriors and pray for peace. In other words, the fallen warriors, like those who sacrificed themselves for the empire while praying for peace, because peace was yet to be established. So this is how this day is recognized in Japan. It's a very specific set of words. You will see it mistranslated on Wikipedia. When you look up this day of the 15th of August in 1945, Wikipedia will mistranslate it as basically day of mourning of war dead and praying for peace, as if Japan were in the state of mourning over all civilians who had died in fire bombings or something. Like that had brought them to heal. That's the intent of the mistranslation that's on Wikipedia. And it is an intentional and malevolent mistranslation. So Americans read this shit like they have for years, where they honestly believe. And this is what boggles me about the American mind, is that you have these idiots who will just read, oh, the Jap said this, and they'll just buy it. It's like, well, of course, they're never going to learn Japanese. They can never confirm it themselves. But the fact that they would just accept what somebody tells them that the Japanese said, and there's no questioning as to, is that really what they said? No concept of nuance. There's no concept of mistranslation or anything like it. It's just bizarre. But the way that the mind works, of course, the mind works at the bottom of it all like a child. And so they just accept what's told to them, and they think that the emperor said something in a speech similar to, this war has not gone in our favor, or something like that, which he never said. Of course, we mentioned this in the book, and we've brought this up, and Peter Moon was very good about taking everything and that I said and really making certain he got the point across. So that's something that cannot be overemphasized, and by all means, everybody read the book and do spread the word, because the word needs to be spread. The biggest platform for chaos in this world, for the cult of the kings of Edom, and for all of their malevolence and their work on the minds and souls of man to annihilate you all in mind and soul, is this lie that the Americans and their allies won World War II. If you deconstruct that, it all falls apart. This is the idea that has to die. There are ideas out there that are simply toxins on the psyche. This is one of them. It has to die before humanity can even mature and move on. But you have the allied world believing this shit. And it's against all reason when you think about it, because every war America is engaged in, it's lost. I mean, we've just lost in Afghanistan, horrifically.
I gotta say something about that, Douglas.
Yeah,
Afghanistan.
Yeah.
And you're welcome to correct me, but I was, and I think I mentioned it. I was watching, but I didn't see what it unfolded until, because we have this press officer from the Pentagon who's a Navy, I think he was an admiral, and he's talking about the fact that we have 3,000 troops that are going into Afghanistan to protect the people who are leaving. We're going to protect the civilians that are leaving, because we're actually withdrawing from Afghanistan. Now, he then goes on to say, this is, because the Taliban might invade. The next damn day, I hear that the Taliban have invaded.
Yeah.
It's almost as if the Taliban heard the announcement and said, oh, these sons of bitches are leaving. We better go take Kabul before anything happens. It seemed, the way that the press unintentionally rendered it, was that they went and blew the whole security aspect of it by announcing, why in the hell do you say that you're going to send in troops? Just send them in and shut up. I don't understand the idiocy of the press. The press does not belong in military operations unless they are to deliberately distract the military. And I just cannot believe, and now Biden's being portrayed as a bumbling fool for allowing this to occur. And who is this idiot who's announcing, yeah, we're sending in troops. We want all you Americans to know we're sending in troops to save people. You've endangered the people.
Well, that was always a given. The endangerment of...
Are they really that stupid, Douglas?
Yes, yes. But besides that, there's kind of they had already arranged this with the enemy in terms of the British when they retreated from Iraq, and I went into detail on a night that I didn't expect you to listen to, so don't even worry about it. But I went into detail about the British in Iraq because of their incredible fuckery. They had this military that was completely incompetent, where they were presenting themselves to the Americans as being the most competent, and they were telling the Americans, you know, we have all this experience with counterterrorism from Ireland, from Northern Ireland, and all these years in experience from Northern Ireland makes us the preeminent ally that you have for counterterrorism. And the Americans, of course, just knew that the British didn't have the logistics to invade Iraq with them completely. So basically, the Iraqis took Basra. Now, for those of you who don't know, Basra is a fascinating city. I'm not going to go too deep into this, but Basra, basically, if you ever watch the film The Shape of Things to Come with H.G. Wells, who, as I said, that's an incredibly special film because H.G. Wells was given full government sponsorship by the British Empire to make that film. It would be like Stephen King getting a federal contract from the Office of War Information to produce a horror movie. So here you had H.G. Wells was given the full support of the British government to make that science fiction film, The Shape of Things to Come. And he makes this film where he presents the recovery of Western civilization is out of Basra, where this, if you take a look at the Shape of Things to Come from today's perspective, you would look at the people portrayed as heroes as a group of fascists. You would look at them, which is like, by the way, of course, everybody knows where I come from. I'm not anti-fascist. I'm not Antifa by any means. Quite the opposite. But the strange thing about it is that these people in the Shape of Things to Come, the film, they're converting everybody against their will to a new form of life that nobody wants, and they're all wearing black. They literally say that these people are like children, that they have no capability to reason at a mature level, so they're just, going to run their world for them. This is something that we would believe was an extremely negative attitude in this day and age. And so when you see these people, they're all coming out of Basra, but it's what they call in the film the Freemasonry of efficiency. This is basically this kind of this new world order that is retaking the world by force, literally by storm. Airmen out of Basra, where they've just found the most convenient available port where there's lots of oil. That's basically the thought. That's basically the logic behind that. But then you see the British were, because this Basra is right next to the sea, that was the only city in Iraq the British could take where they could continually supply their army, because they don't have the capability to logistically supply it for any in-depth attacks into Iraq. That's why you had the Americans fighting all over Iraq, but the British stuck in Basra, and nobody asked why. Like, oh, where are our great allies, the British, with all their Northern Irish counter-terrorist experience? Why aren't they? They're with us on the front lines in Sadr City, which, as Salman Sheikh pointed out, Sadr City was, of course, in what they unofficially call Shiistan, which is the Shiite area of Iraq where all the conflict and war was really going on. And because the Shiites take Islam to a whole new level of militancy. And so the British were in the swamp Arab area in Basra, where they were safe from all that, and yet they were still getting their asses kicked. And what happened was, when they retreated, and this is why I'm going into this tangent, when the British retreated and pulled out of Iraq, they actually had to bribe the enemy. And they went to the enemy and they gave them all their weapons, all the spare weapons and ammunition, and said, here, it's yours. Don't attack us while we're leaving. Because they knew that they would be most vulnerable in retreat. And so to cover their ass, they bribed the enemy and said, you can have the city, but enable us an orderly retreat. So they just all out surrendered to the enemy. Just said, here's the weapons, here's the ammo, you can have it, take the city, but don't hit us while we're leaving. And so then they just pulled out at night, mind you, like they were thieves in the night. They pulled out at night so that the public would be asleep and not see them in retreat, because they knew if the public saw them in the daytime in retreat, the public would get out and throw rotten fruit at them and their shoes and just shit all over them while they were leaving. So to spare their men that psychological assault, they left in the middle of the night like they were the cowardly thieves they all were. And then they took off, and that was it. This is what the Americans are doing in Afghanistan. Now, basically what I said before when I did an analysis of Afghanistan was I pointed out that in a strict sense of mission objective, just like in the Vietnam War, as I've argued, the American military lived up to its orders. In Vietnam, its job was to prevent the Republic of Vietnam from falling. And they did that until they retreated. And then, so until 1973, when Nixon Vietnamized the war, you could legitimately say, for all the losses of battles I could describe, you could still say the Americans were living up to their objective, that they were fulfilling their objective as it was assigned. So you really couldn't say they lost. And in terms of the Afghanistan, you could say that as well. It was just basically all the Taliban was saying all the time was, we can run into this city and take it anytime we want. And they said that all the while the Americans were there. And I said, that's like a thief who gets on, TikTok and YouTube and basically puts out videos about, hey, I can rob this wealthy guy's estate in this gated community anytime I want. And he says that for months and months without doing anything. And then suddenly the gates fall down in the middle of some anarchic riot. And then he runs in and takes everything and says, see, I could do it all along. This is what the Taliban was like. They just were waiting for the Americans to leave, but there was no way the Americans could hide their retreat. So once the Americans started leaving, there's no hiding it. Everybody knew. So the Taliban began attacking all of the population base and just ripping into any collaborator. So the Americans, in order to protect the population, they had to do two things. First off, they're fighting not just a military war. They also have political objectives at home. And these wars fought overseas, like Vietnam and Afghanistan, they're fought for the politics going on back home. The objectives are not always military and therefore not always sensical. Half the time the objectives are political, which means that there is no more military sense left on the ground. There's no military sense anymore to what you're doing. So when at home everybody was saying, Biden, you can't abandon all of our collaborators the moment we take off, and you leave all of these translators and scouts and interpreters and reconnaissance, these people who have helped us in intelligence and everything else, and their families, they're all going to die terribly. Then you need to rescue them. So they're left without a choice. They have to announce that they're there to help the collaborators, that they're there to rescue as much of the population that has helped the Americans as possible because of the politics. And because of the politics that are involved, I understand why they did what they did. So when they, of course, as for the Afghans, they were just waiting. But this way also the Afghans get the message where they're not attacking the Americans in retreat. So the idea is the Americans are saying, we're announcing this publicly. You've got the go-ahead. You can go on in, just make sure you don't attack us in retreat. This is exactly what the British did when they left Basra. So this is what's going on. So that's the context for it. So that's, hopefully, will put it into perspective for you. It's actually different from what happened in Vietnam, because in Vietnam, the horror was that all of the generals were stuck with a hostile journalism. They were stuck with hostile reporters who were out there to expose everything negative that they could, because their objective was to get America out of Vietnam. The reporters, the media machine. The media in this case is embedded. They're thoroughly nothing but a propaganda machine for the military now. The military, after Vietnam, they made certain that they conquered the media. So the media is nothing but an extension of the military at this point. So it's not that the journalists are stupid or the general is stupid. The problem is that the objectives are political as opposed to military, especially in retreat now. So they've just got to say, okay, they want the public at home to know, okay, we're doing our best to protect those who have helped us. And it also signals to the enemy, okay, move in, but don't attack us while we're leaving. So this is the logic now. Does that make sense?
Well, my question is, are the Taliban in fact leaving these people alone? That's the question.
Not the people, not unless they're under American protection in the sense that they're on an American convoy or behind American gates. They're going to leave.
Well, then they're fair game.
Yeah.
Fair game.
Yes.
But I'm saying, are the people that the Americans are deliberately protecting being allowed to leave? This is the question.
As far as I know, that seems to be the general case. Because if it weren't the case, we'd be hearing about it. You'd be hearing a lot more than what we're.
Biden is being taken to task over this whole thing.
Yeah.
And it could actually ruin his presidency.
Well, you had Trump speak up. Trump said, "Do you miss me yet?" Didn't you hear that? Trump actually came out and said that.
Said what? Said what?
Trump came out and said, "Do you miss me yet?" That's what he said. He came out.
Of course he would, and Trump was going to withdraw from Afghanistan
himself.
As well.
Yes.
I think he would have done it a lot more intelligently. There would have been some economics behind it. But Biden is just a complete fool, and he doesn't care. He also doesn't care, and the Democrats really don't care.
Mm-hmm.
They don't.
Mm-hmm. No, I'm not arguing. I mean, believe me. I mean, you're preaching to the converted here.
Yeah, well, you're kind of saying there's a strategy behind it.
To a degree. To a degree.
I mean,
yeah.
But I think it's just, you just go in and do your business and you talk about it later.
Yeah, look, I hear you. It's how I would do it. I don't think that these. It's if I were honest to God, well, first off, if I were in charge, we wouldn't have gone in the first place. Honestly, if I had some ability to do anything, it would have been actually the one thing. The only thing I would have ever supported the Soviet Union on. There's very few things that I would stand shoulder to shoulder with concerning the Soviet Union, but the only thing I can consciously think of that I would be their invasion of Afghanistan and their imposition of Soviet rule over Afghanistan. That was if you ever take a look at what Afghanistan was like under the Soviet Union, it was a paradise compared to what it is today. And of course,
but it was even better before the Soviet Union came in.
That's correct. People
used to go there on vacation.
Yes, I would, if I could, beyond the Soviet Union, I would reinstall the monarchy. That was, of course, when it was under a monarchy. And at least a constitutional monarchy being reinstated would emphasize a sense of national pride and identity that would tend to alleviate so many of these problems. And which are basically, Salman can speak to this. Salman can step in for a minute and tell us basically what this is ultimate proof of is that when you see the Taliban or you see ISIS, and tell us a bit about ISI behind it. And the only thing I can hope is that the Pakistanis who are behind the Taliban will ultimately, try and rein in some of these fundamentalists and just try to secularize them out of some level of pragmatism, if nothing else. But I fear they're just going to use this and render it more extreme because their ultimate aim is all of Kashmir through Afghanistan. So we have to remember it's our man Salman Sheikh's nation that is behind the Taliban. I mean, they're all basically under the ultimate command structure of the ISI, which is the Pakistani CIA. And but this just goes to show when it comes to the Taliban in the field, the ISI, of course, they're just purely cynical. I
have a question for you with regard to Pakistan, and this goes back to the formation of the country in 1948 or thereabouts.
Yes.
Is it seems to me the British would have created that nation more than anybody. And if I would like to hear your comment on that, or Salman's comment on the British influence in creating Pakistan.
Oh, I'll leave that to Salman. But you know,
yes, Brother Douglas, it's interesting you mentioned that, and also with Brother Peter, that Pakistan originally was created as it's basically a Masonic experiment, similar to how America is in 1776, where they wanted to create a secular state for non-Hindus at that time. And if you look at the aspect of Freemasonry existing up in Pakistan up until 1972, you will see that they also had many aspects of an open and free society, where women would be walking around without headscarves. They would be allowed to do everything similar to Afghanistan, because the emirs of Afghanistan were also Freemasons. So what happens is, what happens at the time, I'll send you a link. I did a video on this about Muslim Freemasons and how the emirs of Afghanistan were linked to Freemasonry, and also because I'm into it, so I know what I'm talking about. And what happens is, in Pakistan in 1972, when the military junta took over, that's when they banned Freemasonry, and after that, everything was a sort of a military and intelligence dictatorship. And that was not too far behind from the Soviet invasion in Afghanistan, where a lot of these elements kind of got to the corrupt elements of Islam, and they just they had their own agendas. Similar to Afghanistan, you have the Chinese elements that are working with Pakistan to secure the area because of not just its land, but because of its minerals and drug trafficking and so many other resources that they get out of it. So basically, before a lot of these elements came into power, there was a sense of freedom. There is a video that you could see from the early 60s or something, where the American president is receiving the Pakistani president Ayub Khan at the airport, because it was truly that secular and open and free society with the values that it was founded on, with Muhammad Ali Jinnah, who's known as Quaid-e-Azam, and Allama Iqbal, the Sufi poet who envisioned Pakistan, and Gandhi and Nehru. They were all surrounded by a Masonic influence. So, I mean, there is people have their own theories and their own conclusions about what they want to make out of it, but it was for a good reason, as we see the Muslims and non-Hindus being persecuted in Modi's India today, that they did see a vision where they wanted to create the state or a haven for the non-Hindus to be able to escape to. But, thankfully now in Pakistan, we have a leader who's protecting the rights of non-Muslim minorities, and he's making sure that the Christians, Hindus, and Sikhs are all getting treated properly, which this happened after a long time. And he was the one who broke the two-party system of Benazir Bhutto and Nawaz Sharif and these different elements of Parvez Musharraf, these different dynasties that had controlled Pakistan since its military dictatorships since the 1970s. So it's the same situation in Afghanistan as well, because if you go back to the Soviet war in 1980s, and my father tells me about this extensively since he was in Pakistan at that time, there were different elements of not just the CIA, but many mercenary groups and the ISI that they were funding and training the Taliban, the Mujahideen, which even the Rambo movie gives them credit. And there was an article which in an American newspaper which showed bin Laden as this anti-Soviet hero that the Americans should look up to. So all of this was planned beforehand. And after the defeat of the Soviets, thanks to the elements of the CIA, the ISI, and the Mujahideen, after that, the country plunged into civil war. Now what we're having on the defeat of the Americans today is it's kind of interesting that the same day that the Allies surrender, and on Kamikaze days, the same days that the Americans lose the war in Afghanistan,
yes.
Which goes to show with Brother Douglas saying that we don't need the VA because they lost every single war that they've been in.
Thank you.
So, what are we paying them for?
Thank you.
But the aspect is, in Pakistan, it's going to be a big geopolitical player, because recently, Peter, people were really upset that why are we sending $10 million to Pakistan for gender studies? But you don't realize you got to have them on the table for you to be able to leave from Afghanistan with any dignity. So the Americans owe the Pakistani intelligence some credit for them being able to save some kind of face and be able to leave with some dignity, because they're the ones who basically drove them out, just like how they drove the Soviets out. So we underestimate a lot of these people, but they're very connected. They're very powerful. It's like that one guy that reached out to me when I was in Pakistan, who told me he was watching me. He was into the occult and he was into all of this kind of stuff. And a lot of these intelligence guys are into these kind of things. And it's just goes to show you that part of the world, they also have something called Pashtun Wali with the Pashtun people, that whether you're there for 20 years, 200 years, 2,000 years, they're not going to rest until they put you out of your misery and get you out of their lands. And they are homegrown, they're tribal, they've been following this tribal code even before Islam even came to those lands. And I guess it was stable to a certain extent before there was any Western involvement, let's say in Pakistan and Afghanistan, like you said. And that's true, that people were going there for vacations and women were walking around freely. Even if you look at old photos of Pakistan, it's the same exact thing. But then you have these different elements that want to control for their own purpose. And then you have nothing but chaos and division. It's like...
let me ask you a question, Salman.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. You said that it was set up by Freemasons, but then you either said or implied that the Freemason element was overtaken by factions of Islam, correct?
Yeah, the military juntas at that time, who are also have their own agendas and influences, as when they banned Freemasonry in Pakistan in 1972. So from 1948 up until 72, Pakistan was just like an American country. And after that, when the military juntas came in, that's when the Islamic extremists started popping up. That's when the Soviet war, and that's when all these different elements started popping up out of nowhere.
Where does the British influence in any of this, especially in the insurgent Islamic groups, if any, if you might know about? I always suspect British. I don't suspect that the British introduced Freemasonry, patted everybody on the back and said, be good Freemasons, be good Muslims. I would think that they would have created the insurgency in Islam.
Oh, of course. I mean, it's all part of the divide and conquer. That's how you take a lot of these lands over. So you always have that intelligence apparatus, which is inevitable. If they're not competing with each other for achievements and resources, they're going to make sure that whatever areas that they had dealt with or that they were once dealing with, they have them under some kind of influence. Now, you look at the Nawaz Sharif family, which is from the PMLN party and the Benazir Bhutto party. They all had a British education, British influence, background. So there is that element that even when they were being persecuted in Pakistan, they would always be in exile in England. So there was that element that why do they always run away there? Like, what is it that ties all of these families together? Now you have this new guy, Imran Khan, who comes and breaks this two-party system. And ever since then, Pakistan's, it's not perfect. They still have their own issues they need to work on. But I'm happy that he's been giving rights to the transgender people by opening a school for them, creating job opportunities for them, helping the Christians and the non-Hindus, and just those that are basically from a Christian background. So I'm happy that it's taking some time, hopefully within my lifetime. And now that the Afghanistan situation wraps up, let's hope that some peace is stabilized in that region, because those people deserve it after being under four or 5 decades of war, especially the Afghan people.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, very, very good, very beautiful, and as well, Salman, do emphasize that this also goes to show when it comes to the Islamic State or the Taliban that you can read all of the lessons and bow towards Mecca 5 times a day and still be an asshole.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you have these elements, you have this elements of darkness that exist in all races, religions, and groups. And unfortunately, many of the people in Pakistan are not educated about Islam actually being a matriarchal religion, but you have the aspect of the patriarchy and the caste system, which had existed there even before Islam, and they're still following that same system. And a lot of these people, what they do is they take advantage of the ignorant. And especially when a lot of the suicide bombings were going on in Pakistan, and they were taking these kids and brainwashing them and saying that these people you are dealing with are not real Muslims. So that internal warfare between the different tribes, and there was a lot of chaos that had went on. Even one of my cousins in Karachi had died in a suicide bombing. Oh. So it just goes to show you that this is not a joke. That part of the world, it's a reason why it has never had any peace for thousands of years since its existence. And now what's going to happen with the Americans leaving is now you have India from one side, Pakistan from one side, and China's with Pakistan. So now they're going to fight to maintain that influence over Afghanistan. And it's just going to lead to another possible conflict in the future, because with humanity, the human element, that's why I say when the time comes, the 85% will make it, and the 15% that have a pure heart, mind, body, and soul, they will remake this world into a better place. Why? Because look at it this way, Brother Douglas. Even when the Americans are not there, you still have the elements of the human greed over power, influence, control, and innocent people in between pay the price, whether it's now going to be the Pakistanis or the Chinese. Somebody's going to have their own perverted agenda, and it's going to replace. So whether the Americans are there or not, it's just going to be another nightmare for those people to be able to deal with. So I hope in my lifetime I see an end to this madness in some way, and I'm thankful to the work that you and Peter are doing in terms of educating us and educating the public. And as you see, they even messed with my phone tonight in terms of the call. So it goes to show you how important the work of Douglas Dietrich and Peter Moon is, and in terms of educating the public. And, you know, my hat's off to both of you always.
Thank you. And, you know, you have no idea how alarming it was from our side, because honestly, your camera was on, it was pointing at the rafters, you were on mute, and so you couldn't speak. And so what I was saying was the scenario could be that someone came up behind you and knocked you on the head, and you're on the floor being dragged away and screaming, and we couldn't hear anything you said while your phone's got its camera on pointing at the rafters. Now, that was, it was very alarming. So I'm very glad that you were able to fix that. But like you said, it's like somebody jacked the phone. Now, I'll let everybody know that, you know, one thing that I did just by, which of course my 3D graphics modeler has warned me never to do, is to never leave the computer when I'm going to be leaving it for long periods of time, like a day or more, never to leave it on, to just literally turn it off. And the interesting thing was that when I forgot to do that, but I, you know, just let it fall asleep. And then when I was so excited about leaving for the weekend, when I came back, my computer was on. So nobody had gone into my house. It's just somebody remotely was accessing the computer. So it's this happens, and this is one thing that we have to be aware of. We definitely are dealing with a struggle. We're in a genuine committed struggle. And certainly Peter Moon went through a whole meltdown of his computer before we got the book published. And that was nothing natural. He was, you know, it's like he was saying that, oh, maybe it was time the computer, you know, died. And of course, when I was talking to both my 3D graphics modeler, Brendan Zogit, they said, no, it doesn't work like that. Your computer doesn't just melt down like that. Like it's some nuclear reactor that got hit by Stuxnet. You know, they basically took his computer out. They did everything they could to prevent this from coming out. But this is where the links come in that I'm showing you all. Or rather, what I'm showing the gentlemen who are on the call with us, and I'll explain to the public what these links mean in context. I'm going to do it briefly because obviously I don't want to go deeply into every link. But what I want to say first is a shout out to Maria Gregoric, who's joined us in the chat. I'll take a look at the chat later after Peter Moon retreats into the gentle night. Hopefully he'll stay with us a little while longer, and bear with me while I go over these links that I sent everyone and their importance and their context. Since we just got the book out, and the book is going to cause a lot of problems for the establishment, they've gone into damage control. And they've gone into damage control by suddenly bringing things out that they've never spoken about before. Now, ironically enough, or interestingly enough, oh, by the way, I see that Pak-Wan is on the call with us. And by the way, before I go into this, Pak-Wan, catch us up a little bit on what's going on with you. I'm sure that things have been okay, but we want to hear if anything has happened that we need to know about. Please.
No, my Wi-Fi was out for about 4 or 5 days. So, and there was a Wednesday, there was a really bad storm here, like really bad, and the power line, the telephone pole across the street from Red Line got struck with lightning blowing to the transformers.
Oh.
And I was briefly talking about it Wednesday, and it was funny because we still had Wi-Fi. That happened like at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And we still had Wi-Fi. Everything was fine. And then we were doing transmission. I'm not saying it's because of transmission, but Wi-Fi cut off. I was telling the guys that I was having issues with it. Like, it wasn't reading right. And it cut me off. But it wasn't. It was like citywide or even bigger than the city because cell phone service wasn't working. Nothing. It was all the way up until Saturday evening. Like yesterday evening that the Wi-Fi, everything came back on. And so there was like 20,000 people around here that didn't have power at all. So I was grateful for that, to have power. But
holy shit.
yeah, so my taco truck is down. I had the axle.
The axle, yes. Tell us about that. Is that potentially sabotage?
No, I don't think so. It was just wear and tear on the axles. So that it's old. That it's still the original axle that was from the trailer, and I got 2 new axles, and then it turned out they weren't the right axles. I needed drop axles, and those were straight axles, and one axle was 8 inches longer than the other. Just a whole mess. So I spent past couple of days hunting down parts and trying to find it, and trying to find a fucking deal. And I ended up having to just buy the whole 2 new axles. But when you buy 2 new axles, they got to be cut down, so you got to get a welder to put them on a machine and cut them and weld them. But because there was no power, couldn't get people couldn't really weld or do anything. And I had to buy every single part for the axles to be put together again, bolts and just all sorts of dumb shit that just make it all whole. So I pretty much put a wrench in my weekend, and now I'm just waiting for tomorrow. They're supposed to fix it. But yeah, it's been a crazy past couple of days. I was really hoping to. I got to go back because I haven't had time, but I want to go back. I was really hoping to hear what Peter was talking about for the 12th. What was going on in the next couple of days. So I'm gonna have to go back and revisit that when I can.
Oh yeah, it's well worth it. And by the way, what about your wife's health?
So she's back to work. She's been back to work for 2 days now, and the first day she felt fine. And then the second day she worked 16 hours. So she's taken thinners every day.
Did you say blood thinners? Did you say blood?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, she's on blood thinners now. Yeah, because she had the blood clot in the pulmonary embolism, and so she's on blood thinners now, and so she's been doing that. But she hasn't slowed down. That's for sure. You wouldn't be able to tell.
That's amazing. Peter, do you have any advice for somebody who's in that condition?
Well, when you have a pulmonary embolism, man, blood thinning is a immediate necessity. Mm-hmm. But the walking in the circle of the figure 8 with the motion, when you walk in the circle, it spins the blood around the arterial walls. It spins all of the fluids in the body, and it heals the shit out of you. It heals the shit out of you. And if you're breathing with it, it's just fantastic. But it's like very hard to get people to do things. It's very difficult. And I can only say something that makes sense. It's going to help the person if they do it daily and quote unquote religiously. when I would go to class after, like, I'd be driving to class into Brooklyn, which would take me a little over half an hour, and if there was no traffic. And it's like, I feel like I'm driving against some force, like going through a force field to just go to the class, because you can think of so many reasons not to do it. Not to do it, not to do it. Oh, I could do this, I could do that, I should be doing that, I forgot to do this. And that's the kind, what I felt that I was learning. I was going against strong resistance. And that's, you know, takes a lot of dedication. I need to put up my videos, my course, and everything. But to walk in a circle, when I say a circle, I mean a figure 8. You put 2 hula hoops, small hula hoops, or 2 chairs, and you walk around those things, and you move your arms, you move your shoulders any way you want to move them, and you move. And because you're walking in a figure 8, you're spinning the blood around the arterial walls, and this enables you. And then there's also the breathing technique which I can share for the lung meridian, and Pac One, I will send you that video momentarily. This is it will help tremendously. Breathing, long breath equals long life, and long slow breaths. Any sort of yoga breathing for the lungs. This pulmonary stuff it's all about the lungs. It's all about the lungs. This is what the SARS, acute respiratory disorder, the COVID is all attacking the lungs. And the lungs have to breathe because breath is life, is spirit. I will send you something momentarily.
Thank you, Peter.
Wonderful. And thank you so much, Pac One, for joining us tonight. Really glad to catch up with you, and so glad to hear that everything's working out as best as it can. And I guess the other positive is that you got some time to spend with your family, at least. I hope that was enjoyed.
Yeah, we got to hang out, and it's been kind of hard past couple of days. I realized I started, and it was when I was on Wednesday. For a moment, I was talking about children, and we were talking about the dangers, like always letting children, or the just things on internet, or just how we always end up finding ourselves distracted and caught up in the phone, or how whatever. And I was talking about how they studies show that exposure for little young children, it to like YouTube videos or any kind of mobile games or whatever, it creates a high boost of serotonin levels, and so it kind of messes with the kids. It's like a dope, like a trip, that's why kids are so desensitized and stuff now, and there's really not hard for them to share emotions. And when the Wi-Fi went out, my son, we bought him one of those Nintendo Switch games, and he's been playing Fortnite, and so he hasn't been able to play. He wasn't able to play that, and he was really throwing like real big fits, almost like DT fits, like
whoa,
like really, yeah. It was scary. I was like, man, and I was like, no, we got to take that thing away from him now. We're gonna start,
holy shit.
So the past couple of days, I've been taking him out, been going to do stuff, keeping him distracted, I think it's just because it's at home and it's fun to him. He always wants to play it, but yes, to realize really when the Wi-Fi and stuff went out, realized he's been playing it a little too much. So
yeah,
so it was good. It was good.
If you can give him, as you say, take him out and give him a substitute, like take him to take him someplace, engage him in a new sport or activity that he can. We bought him one of those Power Wheels last year, because that's what he went to a birthday party, and the kid had a power, and he rode this thing so much last summer. He literally burned a racetrack around my yard, where grass don't grow no more, where he goes round and round, and he drives it everywhere, and we would go for walks. He would drive it, and he plays, and ever since he's been playing that damn game, though, he'll go outside for a minute and be like, I'm bored with this. We're like, oh no, come on, we're gonna be out here. He's so yeah, we definitely engage.
past couple of days been taking him out. We go to the park, and I mean, when he's with his babysitter, because he has a babysitter, and when our guests getting stuff done, they'll go to the park, and play for a couple hours, and go shopping and stuff. So he's getting that, but it's just being at home, or when instead of trying to be like we were when we were kids and do something, he wants to play the video games. So yeah, it's but working with it, working at it. We'll get it.
Wonderful. And while we're still, thank you for that, and I really appreciate you joining us tonight. And by the way, while we're still blessed with Peter's company, were you able to finish listening to the rest of what I had said about On-myoji, the magical ministry of Japan, and what
most of it?
Yeah. Okay. Wonderful. I look forward to your finishing that, and we'll be happy to review with you whatever questions might arise from that, because I do close it, as I said, by talking again about the atomic bomb and the targeting that the Americans did. For those of you who weren't able to hear us on the last episode, or maybe Peter and I were speaking of this privately off the live stream, Peter and I were discussing, of course, the magical protection of the Imperial Palace during the time of the American firebombing of Tokyo. And the Americans had every intention of trying to roast the imperial family alive, as they did the rest of the Japanese population of Tokyo. And as I had explained to Peter, who pointed out that I was very pedantic, very historically detail-oriented when I went into the history of the On-myoji, or the Japanese sorcerers and their Ministry of Magic in Japan. But I had to let the audience understand just how this has been part of the entire stream of Japanese history. And originally, of course, only the nobles were allowed into this ministry. And then after its responsibilities, which were always part of the state, and to put this into some perspective for people, as I said, the On-myoji, or these sorcerers in Japan, the ancient days of the Japanese imperium, these were like the equivalent of a federal bureau. So it's kind of as you had a U.S. post office, and it was based on magic, and that because they worked for money to people who would hire them, then whoever had the money to do that could contract these postmen to provide special service, which would mean like quicker deliveries, or to help you with your correspondence, to come in and help you write your resumes. And of course, this was something that as they became more expansive in their responsibilities, they were also recruiting people from different castes other than the nobility. And of course, the only people with money to hire them originally were the nobility. And they realized, of course, they had to provide services to the peasants, who, of course, provided their pay in terms of the sweat and toil and labor that fed everybody else. So that was when they were trying to save the peasants from famine and pandemic. And they would do this by animal sacrifices. And of course, because sacrificing an animal was illegal, not just anti-Buddhist, but illegal in Japan, they were operating extra legally, in the same sense that a CIA assassin conducts terminations of the enemy with the sponsorship of the state, yet is patently doing something that is illegal by the laws of his own nation and by international law as well. So they operated outside of the law to conduct an act that was deemed heinous by your average Japanese. So there was a period of time when the samurai came into power for many generations. And during that period of time was when their function became more despoiled. It was no longer in this kind of state equilibrium. And they, in a sense, almost went underground, yet were always still officially recognized to an extent, but never used by the samurai as much as they were by the nobles, where they had an enormous influence on everyday life. Everything the nobles did, they would consult the On-myoji. But when it came to the imperial the Civil War in Japan, which happened at the same time as the American Civil War, and the Civil War in China, which most of you don't know about, which was the Taiping Civil War, which was so massive in its fatalities. More people died in China alone during what they called the Earth War, because all of the foreign powers invaded China at the time that the Taiping Rebellion took place. Then the Chinese called it the Earth War because all the Earth was involved, all of the Earth's major powers. And Americans were conducting genocide in China. Then the Taiping, of course, were a Protestant movement, a Chinese Protestant movement that was very cultic in nature, but very Christian. And during that period of China's Civil War, more people died in China alone than people died all over the world in World War II, to show you just how bloody that war was, which was why it was called the Earth War by the Chinese. But in terms of the Japanese and their Civil War, all of this was going on simultaneously the American Civil War, and that was when the emperor retook all secular power in Japan. And when he did so with the help of the Onmyoji, the secret sorcerers. And these sorcerers at this point were indeed secret. They were no longer an acknowledged state bureau. And at that point, they were hidden behind what was known as, and still is known in Japan as, kurumaku, or the black curtain, meaning they went behind the black budget, off the books, and served the emperor alone. So the important thing was when the Americans were firebombing Tokyo, people would ask me questions about why didn't the Japanese jump into the rivers. The firestorm generated by the Americans was so hot. First off, the land in Tokyo became hotter than the surface of the sun, which is impossible for people to imagine, but quite true. So the Americans created a firestorm so powerful that it evaporated all the rivers in Japan. There was no water to jump into. All water evaporated in Japan, in that area of the world. And yet, throughout all of this, the imperial palace was never touched. And this is not because the Americans were avoiding it. They were trying to bomb it directly. All of the bombing was centered on the imperial grounds, but none of their bombs ever took effect. In other words, they found it impossible to bomb the imperial palace. And those men who were directly over the imperial palace to drop their bombs either never came back alive, or they came back completely insane, or were judged insane by the American psychiatrists because they claimed to see things that were deemed impossible, similar to what people saw when they were trying to bomb Taiwan, and they said that they saw a woman in the air who was flying and catching their bombs, which is why none of their bombs touched the ground in Taiwan, and they eventually gave up trying to bomb Taiwan, which, by the way, if anyone tells you Taiwan was not a military target or not of military importance, they're just advertising their complete ignorance. The entire Japanese air forces of the Imperial Army were based in Taiwan, meaning that that was essentially all of the air power of the Imperial Army was on Taiwan, because it was the size of about 20 unsinkable aircraft carriers. So it was the primary military target the Americans would have taken out if they could, but it was untouchable. Again, this was attributed to Matsu, the guardian of Taiwan, the goddess of the sea. As for the imperial palace, think of the energy it took, what the Japanese deemed to be magical, and what the Soviets and Americans deemed to be psychic power or psionic powers that were mobilized. But think of the energy, regardless, that it took to keep the imperial palace from not burning when the rest of Tokyo is hotter than the surface of the sun and all water has evaporated. This is, it's simply physically impossible. And there's no way the Americans could have controlled the fires. In other words, the Americans will say incredibly stupid things that we never intended the palace to be attacked because we want the emperor alive to quote unquote surrender. Stupid shit like that. There's no way you can control a wildfire like that once it started. Obviously, the Japanese controlled it on the ground through what were supernatural means, because any physical means were simply impossible. They couldn't be applied to a situation like that. So it's in that context that I bring up these links and the links that I've brought to Salman Sheikh and Jameson Reese and Peter Moon. The first thing that I brought up with all of them was a link to a trailer for a Japanese movie released this year. And this trailer was Gift of Fire, and it was released in July. It's the same month we released the book. And Gift of Fire is about the Japanese atomic bomb. And of course, they in Japan Times, they produced an article about a director tackling the story of Japan's own nuclear experiment. Now, this is very bizarre. A very bizarre way to approach this subject of a nuclear experiment. And why would they call it that as opposed to a bomb project? And this is, of course, the Japanese are invested in their own agenda. At this point in history, the majority of the Japanese media, which is like much of Japan, just kind of, how would you call it? The politics would be comparatively liberal progressive. They basically look on this as they prefer to see themselves as victims. And so by saying, if they were to say, we developed the bomb first and we deployed it in Korea to great effect, and we basically made certain the Americans could see it so that they would be deterred from any attempts to invade Japan, they would no longer look like the victims in the conflict, the victims of nuclear terrorism. So basically, their way to present this is to kind of look at this as an attempt or some kind of project that was never really brought to its ultimate conclusion. So the director is Hiroshi Kurosaki. And so his finished script was titled Prometheus's Fire, and it was originally a documentary that won special mention at the 2015 Sundance Institute and the NHK Awards. And of course, this was just a script meant to be a documentary, but they decided to dramatize it. And that's when the NHK producer, big production company in Japan, Katsuhiro Tsuchiya, he helped to put the vision on screen. Now, what's interesting is if you link to that, if you take advantage of that link and you go to that trailer has been seen by absolutely no one. No one has seen that trailer. No one knows this film exists. If you take a look at that trailer, there are 29 upvotes. 29! That's like your average trailer, by the way, has thousands and thousands of upvotes for any incoming new film where, but nobody knows about this film. So here you have the Japanese quietly presenting this kind of stealth acknowledgement that they made a bomb. And they put it out so quietly, nobody knows about it, even though there's some articles on it. So then, of course, the next link that I provided was about this black reporter who exposed a lie about the atomic bomb. That's of interest, of course. And basically what he was talking about was radiation illness and how the Americans were claiming, oh, there's no such thing. And basically, of course, the people suffering from it were, of course, Japanese civilians living in area, but most certainly American troops, and very likely the black reporter. So, of course, the blacks have proven much more tolerant to radiation than whites are. And so that may be a factor in how the man probably survived much longer than, many of the people he was reporting about. But in terms of, that's followed by submarine planes and the California War. Now, this link is particularly interesting because they go into the 12 submarines that were not even I-400 class. These were like the I-boats that were just had a single plane that they could launch in reconnaissance and do some very light bombing. But these were not I-400 level submarine aircraft carriers. So they talk about that and the attack on California, quote unquote, which was just to test America's air response. Of course, there was no response to the Japanese bombardment. And what's of real importance is actually when you take a look down at the comments section and you take a look at people responding to it, saying, like Barry Breivik here, who one day ago wrote, I've lived close to Los Angeles my entire life. I was not alive yet when this happened, but my parents lived through it. These events must have been well covered up because I never heard anything about these attacks from my grandparents, my parents, or anyone else. And it was never presented or discussed in any school that I attended. This is the first time I have learned of it. Amazing! And when you take a look at what they're claiming in their own episode synopsis, basically this is the Dark Seas channel, which is a sub-channel of Dark Files and Dark Skies. They're all affiliated. And what they say is, after the Pearl Harbor attack in December of 1941, the Japanese military planned to launch an amphibious assault to invade the continental United States through the West Coast. Now, this is complete and utter bullshit. It's something that the Japanese intended to run reconnaissance, but they never intended a continental invasion in a conventional sense. The idea of attacking the continental United States would be through strategic weapons. But then they go on to say, to do so, 12 state-of-the-art Japanese submarines, each equipped with a sophisticated warplane, torpedoes, and deathly deck guns, were first sent to the coast of California to destroy every merchant vessel they came upon. Now, they were testing out America's defenses and found them completely lacking. There was no aerial response to any of their aerial reconnaissance. There was no response to any of their shelling. There were some artillery that fired back at them at Gola oil and gas refinery station. But other than that, no support from any incoming response. No reinforcements, no air support. Anyhow, they said additionally, the crews were ordered to wreak havoc among the civilian population in the coastal cities, but the mission would ultimately be restricted for fear of American retaliation. Think of the insanity of the statement. I hear this shit all the time. This is the kind of shit you would hear from that idiot who wrote that book on the Fourth Reich rules the world and shit. And he was writing propaganda for Scientology. What was that guy's name again?
Jim Mars.
Yeah, Jim Mars, that motherfucker. He was like saying, the Germans had the capability to bomb the United States with long-distance bombers, but they didn't for fear of American retaliation. Now, both Japan and Germany were suffering firestorms that turned cities hotter than the surface of the sun. That's what happened in Germany and Hamburg. That's what happened to Tokyo. What retaliation would they be afraid of? This is the kind of stupidity when you hear these people that the Americans were already waging an entirely genocidal conflict. They wanted everybody dead. The idea that somebody would be afraid of what they would do is preposterous. The Americans were already beyond any pale of communications. There was no communications with these people. But anyhow, to go on with the insanity of that statement, obviously what the Germans did was something else completely. They responded with a bell bomb that was, of course, inserted into the volcano at La Palma, where they could threaten America with annihilation. And then the Americans stopped what they were doing. And the Americans allowed the Nazis to escape, to relocate. In the case of Japan, they simply surrendered. The Americans, not the Japanese. And so here we have the closing of what this guy synopsizes this with the threat of a possible Japanese invasion culminated in the so-called Battle of Los Angeles, where paranoia led some military personnel to spot Japanese aircraft hovering above the city. Listen to that sentence. Digest that. Where paranoia led some military personnel to spot Japanese aircraft hovering above the city. Some military-trained personnel saw aircraft, but they were just paranoid. They're not even talking civilian population and panic here. They're saying, some military guys saw these aircraft, but, that was all paranoia. And this is the damage control. Now, notice this was published. This was published yesterday, August 14th, 2021. This was published yesterday that they came out with this. This is the kind of damage control that they're putting out in direct response.
But does it really even control anything? It's pretty lame.
Oh, yes, I hear you. Thank you. I mean, definitely I'm just bringing it up to put this into context.
Oh, it's good that you do. And it's like, but if you can look at this, one guy says here He goes, I have lived close to Los Angeles my entire life. I was not alive when this happened, but my parents lived through it. The events must have been very well covered up because I never heard anything about these attacks from my grandparents, my parents, or anyone else, and it was never presented or discussed in any school that I attended. This is the first time I have learned of it. Amazing. Okay, he's responding to that. But yeah, it's
there you go. I mean, that says it all. I mean, there's all these Americans don't know of any of this. And then, of course, after that, the other link I provide is basically from the same affiliated channels, a series of channels. This one is Dark Files, and they're talking about Japan's secret atomic device and their little synopsis. I'm not going to go into depth with this like I did the other one, but basically they say in 3 sentences, Imperial Japan was unwilling to surrender during World War II under any circumstances, and one of its ploys to prevent it was its program to develop nuclear weapons. The project involving nuclear research was so secretive that evidence has only come up in recent years. Yeah, when I started talking about it, ever since I worked at the Department of Defense and became a public informant thereafter. So they're talking about what, 2012, right? Yeah, or when. Anyhow, still the program never went past its development stage as the United States got ahead and detonated atomic bombs on top of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. So they have this way of saying, oh, they got there first. It's all bullshit, but it's important to see, when was this published? July 16th, 2021, right after we got the book out. So, right after.
Well, there's another response here that I thought, I think this kind of interesting. It's like somebody goes, I'm pretty sure the Japanese had no aircraft capable of hovering at that point in history. Most countries on Earth at that time had no aircraft that could hover. What an idiot. It's like, does he know about the dirigibles of the Germans and the Americans? So you misspoke, or the people of Los Angeles were just as loony back then as they are now. And then somebody else says, fog of war, dude, nothing else. The fog, in other words, the fog of war made people see Japanese hovering craft. And I say that it is such a lame response. Not all of the responses are so lame.
But enough of them to show you the cognitive dissonance where these people have to immediately respond with something like, oh, how stupid, oh, how crazy, or how could even people even see this? It's like, but everybody was saying it on the radio at that time. They said it. You actually hear this in the James Arthur Yanchik interview I did, where James Arthur Yanchik integrated the audio from the radio transmissions at the time, where the radio announcer is saying there's a dirigible overhead that's cruising slowly to the south. That's what the guy is saying. And so that is on the James Arthur Yanchik channel. As a matter of fact, we probably should grab that audio from his stupid videos, which he keeps up because they're the only ones that ever get him any hits. And we should, take that for our own records, of course. I don't know how we'll integrate that because we don't really work with that kind of technology with the book itself, but we can transcribe it and quote it. But then you have the last link that I, provided, which goes to show what the academics are doing. And what they're saying is, the bomb didn't beat Japan, Stalin did. And so not only are they saying the Russians are the kick-ass power in the world that dominates everybody, they're saying Stalin specifically. They're crediting a mass murderer and a genocidal maniac with the credit of ending World War II. This is the now current academic stance, by the way. And this is what they all tell everybody, is that, when the Russians entered the war, that's when the Japanese surrendered. And this, of course, reinforces Russia worship on the part of the Americans. And they actually...
And we address this.
Yeah, in the book.
Yeah.
Yes. And so it is something that definitely... so this series of links that I provided, we're just putting all of that into context now. And I think it's it goes to show, of course, the level of impact we're already having. And of course, our book being released was exactly why they released all of that UFO shit. But even that big info dump, what they said, ultimately, the U.S. government, they said, none of this is evidence for the existence of extraterrestrial life. Even the government said that to cover their ass, because at some point they know it's all going to come out and they won't be able to cover their ass anymore. And so at that point, they can say, whoever's left alive in the government or whoever's left around can say, well, we told you so. That's but so here we are now.
There are some good comments here. There's some stupid ones, but one guy says, the Japanese Constitution was written by General Douglas MacArthur. It's laughable to imagine the Japanese instantly becoming pacifists.
There we are. Yes. Yeah. Well,
you say it's interesting because the Japanese mainstream population really doesn't give a shit about any of this.
Yes, that's really right. Don't. Yeah.
They're off in their world.
But they're often the decadence of the good life. I mean, this is the problem, is that they've got it too fucking good. It's like I said, around the time of Fukushima Daiichi, my mother was still alive, and I was taking her for care provision and rehabilitation wherever I could take her to get exercise and the like. And when I was talking to one of the young girls there, or actually it was the older doctor as well, but these were both wonderful women that were working with my mother's case. Of course, many people had over the years, because I would take her from one place to another, depending on where the insurance would allow, and use up the points of insurance towards rehabilitation in one area and work with the physical therapist in another to keep my mother active. But one of the one time, it was right after Fukushima Daiichi, when I told the doctor and the other young physical therapist that, you know, if I had some way to have basically triggered Fukushima Daiichi myself, I would have done it, because the Japanese have had it so easy for so long. I said they need something like that to really just impact them and get them off their ass. So it was one of those things where, honestly, I still stand by that. The Japanese have had it so good for so long. I mean, their population is, their concept of life is, and what a problem is you wouldn't even believe what it was like. It's like they have no concept of what people deal with in other parts of the world. It's just, life is too good over there. It's like Jameson Reese says, it's their fucking paradise compared to this hellhole here. Well, anywhere.
These people on these, there's so many lame comments. It's just like, you know, it's just really
pathetic.
People are just so pathetically uninformed, and it's, you know, it's kind of like, so what?
Yeah.
And this disinformation actually undermines their own campaign, because they get people thinking about it.
Yes.
And so they start opening to the idea, oh, we didn't know Japanese had this. Oh, we didn't know that. Now, in actual fact, the History Channel has gone in somewhat depth into Japanese weapons.
Right.
The secret weapons that didn't quite make it to the end of the war, that would have saved the war for them. They misconvey it.
Yes.
However, they do acknowledge all this intense, incredible weaponry. So, but then they short-circuit it all by saying, well, yeah, but they didn't finish it by the end of the war. They had some ingenious things, but they never used them.
But you notice how they, in terms of that documentary, one thing that they do conclude it with is they conclude it with the Technical Intelligence Agency, the TIA, the men who were identifying and categorizing and classifying Japanese aircraft. They were saying that they were completely at a loss. In other words, they said that at the end of the war, they found all of these hundreds of hardened bunkers in the mountains containing jet aircraft. They do say that in the documentary, and they say at the end of the war, and they say, oh, we found these hundreds of bunkers containing thousands of jet aircraft, and the American Technical Intelligence Agency had no idea that this existed. So we were completely...
Well, but they used that in such a way that it reinforces the point that the Japanese could have used them, but they didn't, because they gave up.
Right. That's what they try to say. And then they'll say things like, as well, then they'll say, but then they ended on this upbeat note for Japanese technology and say, you know, all their designers went on to design the Japanese Space Agency satellite, the satellite launching rockets. And so they point out that, all their technology went into this space, civilian space program, and what it's done for Japan. And so in the end, they say that these Japanese technologists went into this kind of peace mobilization. So it's on this upbeat note. Yeah, but go on.
Yeah, well, I think when we get into this fog state of mind of the Japanese population in general, because people will bring this up. They'll say, the Japanese don't know about this. I talked to my Japanese friends in Japan, and they don't know anything about this. They can say that. But I think, there is this whole cabal of world leaders that fight amongst themselves. Like, and then with reference to this point, I want you to at least briefly address the Trilateral Commission, because the Trilateral Commission is an organization that is, at least on its surface, is put together by David Rockefeller to basically take the three powers of the West not really the West, the three powers of the world, the three economic powers of the world, of the good guys, Japan, Germany, and the United States.
Yeah.
That's the tri. That's what's the tri.
Yes.
And they would seem to be a Rockefeller trying to appear like he's in control by cooperating. It's a team of cooperation. I don't know really what the Trilateral Commission really is or really does, but they would be the ones that would at least have some influence, even if it's a middle management influence that might have influence on the German and Japanese people, because the majority of the German people are not really on board. There were many young people when Jan von Helsing was growing up that were very pro the original Third Reich government.
Yeah, of course.
But could you just address the Trilateral Commission and what it does or doesn't do?
Yeah, I'd say that basically when the Trilateral Commission was started, it was this just kind of a coordinating committee that was considered really the pillars of the New World Order. It's gone out of vogue, and the majority of people, certainly the Q crowd, wouldn't even know anything about it, which is really funny. It used to be the center focus of conspiracy theory because of Rockefeller, naturally. But honestly, what it was the fact that, and what Peter said, was originally Western-centric, and that's a good way of looking at it, actually, because there's many people, of course, who consider, Japan is like, that's the new West, or, it's in Asia, but they're really so westernized, and they uphold and represent what we represent, so they're really part of the West. It's what they call the new West. And by the way, just so people understand, a lot of Russia's resentment towards Japan, and of course they're still in a legal state of war. Understand, this is what makes the Stalin article so stupid when they say the war ended and Stalin brought the Japanese to surrender, and it's obviously preposterous under the face of the fact that Japan and Russia are still legally at fucking war. So he certainly accomplished nothing. Yet the Americans look at him as the savior of all mankind. Which is exactly the way Roosevelt would have wanted it. Those old academics are really pulling into Roosevelt's bag and trying to promote a Roosevelt socialist perspective on the world today. But when it came to the Trilateral Commission, it was just a kind of conservative bulwark against anything in the world that was threatening economic interests or the large economies. So it's kind of like faded with the whatever influence it had, which was nothing more than kind of a coordinating body for economic, shall we say, guidance of the world economy, because the three largest economies were essentially the world economy. And
what's interesting about it, Douglas, is it's formed in 1973 Zbigniew Brzezinski left Colombia to organize the group. But the thing is, in 1973, it's formed. But by the 1980s, America had its ass handed to it by the Japanese with the ultimate thing of Rockefeller Center, including the Rockefellers.
Yes.
Rockefeller Center was purchased by the Japanese.
Yes. It's that's part of the irony of the whole thing. It was like it really backfired if he was intending to somehow manipulate the situation. But honestly, it's one of those things where I'll just put it this way. When it came to, there's a book on the subject called The Cold Peace. And it's simply a play on the term Cold War. So I have a copy of that book, but I haven't looked at it in a long time. And it's, but basically what they're talking about is essentially the reality of this, that if the Soviet Union was the primary ideological enemy of the United States, and the Soviet Union and Communist China could be looked on as a semi-monolithic synaxis that was attempting to vie for the future of the world in this military sense, where America was confronting them in Cold War on the battlefields of the world, particularly in the Third World, which was the cockpit of conflict in the Cold War, where the Cold War was fought, and millions died. So this was a Third World War in all respects, and millions died all over the world, and communism lost. The Chinese essentially converted to a state-centered capitalism, and the Soviets collapsed completely. They were looking on the Cold Peace as basically America's greatest economic rivals were Germany and Japan. So since these were all capitalist economies, and capitalism is competitive, then they had to look at Germany and Japan as a basically a unified axis that was operating against America's control of the future in terms of the world market. That America dominated the world marketplace, was the world's greatest marketplace, and yet the Cold Peace was one in which our market served the interests of Germany and Japan, and the future would belong to them in the sense of the competition of capitalism. And so that was the stance that was taken, and this was reflected in many works at the time. And of course, it was absolutely true. And that was a Cold War that America lost. Though they'll claim that the Japanese are in depression, they'll claim that the Japanese are in recession, and their biggest concern was a united Europe, and then Brexit broke out of that. The British, and so Europe is now dealing with its own problems politically, a political insurgency out of Russia. And that is, of course, the right wing now that Russia is sponsoring as opposed to the left wing. And so everyone is going through these conniptions and convulsions. But the interesting thing was that when the author was talking to different people he was interviewing in Germany or Japan, and he would talk about this Cold Peace idea and about Germany, the Europe as dominated by Germany and Japan and the United States in this kind of trilateral competition. Everybody in Germany and Japan that he spoke to, they had no idea what he was talking about. They honestly said, he's talking to like business CEOs and shit. And they were like saying, well, I don't see the connection between Germany, Japan, and America. They would literally say this. And he would, but as an American, you see, to the Americans, all the Americans identify with is World War II. And so to the Americans, all they remember is a world in which they've got Europe on the one hand as a threat across the Atlantic, and Asia on the other hand as a threat across the Pacific. So to the Americans, the idea of the Cold Peace and Japan and Germany on either side makes perfect sense to an American. Like Jameson Reese says, World War II is officially the religion of the United States. Then to a German or Japanese person, they don't see the world that way, and it doesn't make any sense. This is why the Trilateral Commission really went nowhere. It was because the Germans and the Japanese don't see themselves as operating as an axis or in unison in this cold peace. It is a cold peace in which they see themselves pretty much at competition with each other and the United States. So they really see, whereas the United States sees a potential for a three-way rulership of the world or a kind of three-way competition, the Germans are thinking in terms of Europe and Africa and whatever Central Asia is involved in that hemisphere. The Japanese are thinking of Asia, and the Americans are the only ones thinking on this global scale. And but this is part of the problem, is that Germany and Japan really need to start thinking globally. And so I think this is what they've been forced to do with recently America under Trump, and Trump saying, I want to pull out of NATO and pull out of sponsorship of defense systems in South Korea, for instance. So everyone is recognizing now they have to start thinking globally, and that's healthy. Of course, that's something that needed to happen forever. So whatever Rockefeller was intending, it didn't go anywhere. It was the basis for a lot of conspiracy theories, but it became so obviously impotent that everybody just in the kind of the Q-spiracy world that we have today, nobody even remembers it. So where we're at now is where we need to be. We're in need of massive social change. We're in need of massive, shall we say, assertion on the part of Germany and Japan. And that will lead, of course, to a very different world from what we've had to this point. So definitely thank Peter for bringing that up. That's the first thing that comes to my mind. And
well, thank you. It's getting late here. I need to sign off, but thank you very much for that.
Bless you. And we love you dearly, Peter. Thank you very much for joining us tonight. And thank you for everything you do. Again, hopefully I'll speak to you personally sometime in the near future, catch up with you. And just so glad that everything seems to be going as smoothly as it can. And if you can catch us up on anything, any reports on the book, and hopefully the sales are going, smoothly. And like I said, later on when I talk to you, I'll try and finagle another couple of sample books out of you to give to other people. And aside from all that, you take care. Till next we speak.
Okay. Good night.
Yes, good night. And so that was Peter Moon. And with that, we have our man, Salman Sheikh, who will probably be leaving us any moment. But it's about midnight where you're at, right, Salman? Maybe you can stay with us a few more minutes?
Yes, Brother Douglas. I'll have maybe another 5-10 minutes. I'll stay with you.
Wonderful. Do us a favor and kind of take the stage, if you will, and share with us anything that you feel that we should be paying attention to. I know that there's some things that I wanted to bring up with you that I forget at the moment, but I'm sure I'll remember them in due time. But I'm just glad that everything is going as smoothly with you as it seems to be going now that you've had some interviews lately. Bring up some of these interviews that you've had on your channel and let people know about that, about the book you've written, and where they can go to review your videos and purchase your book.
Yes, Brother Douglas. One of these guys that I interviewed was a gay man from California, and he talks about his struggles with the community in terms of him being accepted by the Masonic community and him being accepted by the Baha'i community, and how he was ousted by the Baha'is because of his marriage. So it reminded me a lot of the advocacy that you do for your son and others that are part of that LGBTQT community. So I was inspired by you to interview this individual from California in terms of some of the challenges that he faced, both from the Baha'i and Masonic communities in terms of his orientation. So he said he felt very happy about that, getting his story out there. And that's the main thing, my brother, is that God has made all of humanity on this earth, and no matter which side of the spectrum you are on, everyone has a right to exist. So it was because of you and your son and your background and the things that you stand for, which inspired me to interview this gentleman. And recently I also interviewed a man from England who's also a freeman of the city of London. And he describes how his mother, like there were these predatory lawyers and nursing homes that preyed upon her estate and tried to take her estate away, and how when he was basically getting to the bottom of it, he saw that many of the elderly in England in a lot of these care homes were being abused, and a lot of their estates were being preyed upon by a lot of these powerful groups and lawyers. So he was able to come in. He thanked me that he was able to find some closure in terms of getting his story out there. So I'm looking for these kind of individuals, people that have been targeted by the cult, people that has their views kind of suppressed in many ways. So those are the kind of people that I'm trying to get their voices out there. Even myself, being a Mason and always standing up for justice and the right thing, even spreading the word of Douglas Dietrich, Peter Moon, JMO. I always had that desire that just to get the word of Team Dietrich out there in terms of the messages that you guys are sharing with humanity, but also with these different individuals that I'm coming across. And tomorrow I might be interviewing this American who lives in Japan, who's going to basically give me the implication of the implications for Muslims after America's defeat in Afghanistan, and the aspects of how Pakistan and the different geopolitical players of the area and how it's going to come into play. So again, we always have to stand up for the truth in terms of wherever the truth comes from, wherever the light comes from. And that's the beauty of critical omissions and Brother Douglas Dietrich, is we have this common ground where we can all meet and share our truths and learn from each other, and also provide help and solutions for humanity. And I encourage everyone that, as you saw, the call got attacked twice tonight by the cult. First, they knocked off Brother Douglas, and then they had my Skype in a loop on my phone. So it's important that you support Brother Douglas, get his book, donate to him if you can in any way, give him moral support. And these next few years are going to be very pivotal, especially now America losing another war, and who knows like what the future will entail, because each generation, I noticed, has their own conflict or their own issues in some way. So now that we're in the post-2020 world, it's going to be interesting to see, now that they lost Iraq and Afghanistan, just like all their other wars, to see like where they're going to end up going next in terms of 2022 and so on and so on. And especially with the information that's being released by Douglas also, and how they're trying to cover up with that. So it's important to pay attention and see where these next few years are going to take us in terms of world events. And it's important to just pay attention and just see and know where humanity's role in all of this is going to be. And it's unfortunate now that we're still divided, we're still fighting with each other, we're still stuck in these ego traps, and nobody's trying to learn from each other, empathize with one another. So I hope within my lifetime, if I live that long and God gives me that privilege to do so, that I get to see a change in this world. But until then, I will continue to stand by Brother Douglas, JMO, Peter, those that I've interviewed, those who have been targeted by the cult, to make sure the voices are getting out there, the messages are getting out there. And that's the most important thing we can do in this time. You know, tomorrow is not promised to any of us. And in the Sufi tradition, they tell you as long as you stand up for the right thing, then just like how the whirling dervishes are, they're so lost in their love for Allah and the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, that they have ascended above a certain level of perception. And that's the kind of world that I want to leave behind, because everything that has been created has a purpose to it. So whether you're angel, vampire, jinn, human, whatever, you have a right to exist. Otherwise, God would not have made you. That's the beauty of creation, that we're all tied to that one source. And that's the type of world that I hope I get to see in my lifetime for all of the future generations that will come after me, within my lifetime and after my lifetime. And I hope that I get the privilege to see that, and I will continue to fight for it. And with that, I bid you all farewell and a good night to Brother Douglas, JMO, Pac-Paul, Peter, Daniel, if he's listening, Maria, and all of our brothers and sisters of Team Dietrich. Assalamu alaikum, and peace be with all of you and your families, and much love to all of you. And also, To all the Pakistani men, stop messaging Brother Douglas.
Thank you. Oh my God. And anyhow, we love you dearly, and that was beautiful. I'm so proud of you for what you've done to reach out to that that subculture that my son is a part of, and very deeply appreciative of that, and profoundly touched. You have a blessed night, and sweet be thy dreams, and most peaceful be thy slumber.
Much love. Good night.
Good night. And that, of course, was Salman Sheikh. And with that, of course, we turn towards whoever is with us. Is Pac-One still with us? Just curious. If not, of course, we'll... Pac-One, you are there, right? Let's check and see. Okay.
We may even be able to bring... we might be able to bring Penny Bradley on.
Oh, that's always welcome, but there was our friend Daniel. So Daniel, our dear brother, tell us how your day has been going.
Oh, it's been pretty cool. I did a lot of housekeeping errands, which made part of my day complete. I did give myself a little bit of time to troll people on Twitter, but it's not that. But I wasn't for that long. But I made sure I was productive around the house for the most part. Mm-hmm. And now I just finished a very nice meal that I rewarded myself.
Wonderful. Now you shared some of that meal with other people, right? You are essentially the cook for the family, are you not?
Oh, pretty much by choice.
Yes, that's what I meant. Yeah, I certainly didn't mean in the servant sense, but but that's because your food is good. Everybody wants it. Aside from all...
Sorry, guys.
Who is that? Oh, is that when? I'm sorry. God, Amanda? Is that Amanda?
It's Penny.
Oh, it's Penny.
Hey, Penny.
Hello.
Yes.
How are y'all?
Yes, we're fine. Thank you. Much the better for your joining us. I'm so glad you came, because all three of you will give me an opportunity to do some eating. I'll finish a candy bar and these boiled eggs, and then I'll have enough calories theoretically to go on through the night. I'll grab some other liquids.
You're eating a candy bar and boiled eggs.
Yes. Well, it's one of those payday bars. It's just peanuts. It's a collection of peanuts around some caramel, but it's not like I'm eating that. Yes. What? Yes.
Have you never studied nutrition?
Yeah, that's very funny. I don't recommend people live like this. This is not normally what I would do. I do it when I transmit, of course, honey, but I do appreciate your concern, which is...
That is what I was expressing, was concern.
Yes.
I would like for you to stay relatively healthy.
Yes. No, I understand, honey. Believe me, normally I eat much better than this. And honestly, as a Meals on Wheels recipient, if I were baseline human, I'd be set, because, they're more vegetarian than anything else. And they tend to be leaning more towards vegetables, and replacing meats with these like vegetable protein supplements or some shit, like what they call...
Oh, you mean chemicals made out of soybeans?
Yeah, it's kind of like soybean,
like the veggie burgers and shit.
Yeah, veggie burgers.
I had no problem with the egg part. Yes. That's actually a really healthy protein.
Thank you.
It was that.
The candy bar is, it's like I said, it's a payday. It's just a payday. It's peanuts coagulated around. It's not that bad. I mean, comparatively speaking,
it's burnt sugar with peanuts embedded in it.
Yes.
Sugar is good. Sugar, well, I mean, if you're like a sugar addict like me.
Well, yeah. Actually, though, of course, the sugar is ultimately bad.
Sugar is just as addictive as cocaine.
It is.
And I'm sure that y'all are aware of that.
Yes. Sugar is bad. Sugar, yeah.
Well, folks, I'm biologically a fly, so I can get away with it.
There we are. Yes.
I got a Twix bar waiting.
Alrighty then.
Yes. And Aside from that, honey, no, definitely I appreciate your concern and understand that I take it into account and I want to eat less and less sugar just for the sake of, maintaining some degree of health. Obviously, of course, you do know, of course, that I indulge in drinking blood. So, and I had my share this weekend. So I'm, somewhat set for a little bit
I'm
of time.
not complaining about that. I'm well
Understood.
aware that some of us require it.
Yes.
I'm sure your audience that has been following you for some time is also well aware of it.
Oh, yeah.
So no judgment here.
Thank you.
As long as you're sticking to consenting adults, I have no problem in your behavior.
Thank you.
Don't you like my standards?
Yes.
Leave the fucking kids alone. Otherwise, whatever.
Yes, honey. So aside from all of that, of course, my biggest problem is trying to make certain that I supplement with solid supplementation. I mean, actual nutrition, the Meals on Wheels, because the problem is they are far too vegetarian for my health.
Yes, they are.
Yeah. And so there we have that. And but of course, when it comes to when I'm transmitting, I'm just trying to get some calories in me to burn. Then the payday bars are fine. And but it's only like twice a week I do that. There's episodes I don't even eat them.
You don't have to justify to me.
Well, you brought it up. So of course I have to.
That was me, who has been mother is grandmother, instant emotional reaction to what you said you were eating.
Yes.
It was not,
Yes.
all you have to do is tell me, it's none of my business.
Oh, no. I appreciate your concern. It's like, if I'm not hostile to it at all. Honestly, I understand. I appreciate you saying that, that somebody has the right to say it's none of your business. But honestly, why? I would think that people like that would be idiots. I mean, people should appreciate other people being worried about them. So honestly, if you hear people responding negatively to somebody saying something to them, it's because they're defensive in the sense that they know that what they're doing is self-destructive. But honestly, if you're an alcoholic and somebody says, drinking that stuff will, ultimately result in your death, and you basically assault them with some kind of verbal rebuke, honestly, that shows your vulnerability. But in my case, I'm showing that I'm vulnerable because, I actually know I'm doing something wrong when I'm eating candy bars, and I acknowledge, of course, the defensive there in a healthy sense.
Lou pointed out to me that I'm being a hypocrite because I also had a candy bar today.
Oh, that's
and
cute.
I'm diabetic, and I really should not be doing this. So
I mean, are you like you're not like diabetic? You don't like need insulin and glucose, do you?
I need metformin, and
which is like so you're pre-diabetic, basically, right? Some kind of pre-diabetic.
I'm at this stage where if I take care of myself and lose enough weight, I'm supposedly able to reverse it.
Right.
So I had this horrible craving today, and my partner Lou likes to buy, the best thing I can call it is shit food.
I do have this image in my mind.
The craving and the availability got to me.
Well, then he's at fault, right? Shouldn't you punish him?
No, I'm the one that could not resist.
Yeah, but
so
if he puts
I take responsibility for my behavior. I am an adult.
Well, there has to be some teamwork here. You said you live in a very small place where the two of you can't avoid each other, and so if he's bringing home this stuff and putting it in front of you, that's like if, say, for instance, you had a history of alcoholism and he brings home cases of beer and just leaves them lying around. That's kind of like, isn't that kind of like a passive assault on your ability to rehabilitate?
They would call that enabling.
Yeah, in the most negative sense. I mean, yeah, let's see if he's got an excuse for that.
You want to come say something?
Yeah.
He's standing at the doorway, smoking a cigarette and grinning from ear to ear. Yes. So I'm sure he's going to want to say something.
Oh, what an evil man. Just you can see how profoundly evil he is.
Well, you know, you got to keep a little peace in a household. So
I see.
the stuff has to be available, or you hear about it.
I get it. I get it. This puts the blame back on the. Yes, there we are. That it puts the blame back on the victim. That was slick. That was slick. Pure raw evil. Yes, that's
I want some chocolate.
Yes, that's right. Anyhow, my visual image of Lou is this man who's, because Penny tells us that you hear her while she's talking to everyone, and you're just kind of lying there, and then sometimes you drift off to sleep, and sometimes you don't. I get this image of you, because of the way she described you, is lying down all day, like she's on the.
Oh no.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm asleep while he's out busy, because I'm nocturnal like you are. In the daytime, he's the apartment manager and what you would call back east the superintendent. So he's like the repair guy, and all of the older people in our complex come to him anytime anything goes wrong.
And I'm the oldest guy in the place.
Jesus. Well, like.
So,
I put in a dishwasher today.
Wow. Thank you.
So he's not lazy retired. He's officially retired, but he does have a part-time job.
Okay, that's amazing, and well, I'm very proud of you, Lou, and that's great. Definitely appreciate that, and. So our man Daniel Arola does a little bit of what you might call property management, really. I mean, actually, that's really what you do, right, Daniel? Except you do it for one estate, essentially, right?
It's actually what I tell you that that covers up what I don't say.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, and
we live in a state where that cannabis is sort of legal, but it's not on a federal level. And our county is one of those that they did not want to accept it, but they did with a lot of restrictions. And we have one of the tenants who has a medical license to grow cannabis, but the landlady's loan on the place for the last time she refinanced says there can be no cannabis on the property. And so they are now locked in this battle, and the man at the center of the controversy has decided that Lou is his enemy, and so we're having all kinds of issues with him. And because of the current situation with people being kicked out, being frozen, it's like, you know, it would be really nice if the guy would just calm his jets.
That's a nice way of putting that. Thank you for sharing that with us. And so it sounds like life is exciting where you're at. What I'm going to do now is kind of leave you to describe more aspects of that exciting life with Daniel and Jameson, and I will retreat into eating these hard-boiled eggs and the candy bar, and so get enough burnt sugar and salt and pepper into myself, along with some calories, and I'll be ready to go. Yes, and I'll have to grab some liquid for rehydration just to make certain I have enough of that available. In the interim, let's take a look into the live stream, and that might start us in a direction of conversation as well. And of course, what had happened was, this lady named Penny Bradley came into the chat, and so was this individual was there earlier named Daniel Arola. So they were both participating. And let's take a quick look at what, the chat room's been very active. Oh, Vicky Johnson, hey honey, love you dearly. And what Sarah Thomas said was that when I had pointed out that she was in Barbados to escape all the burning that's going on in Canada, and I really should talk a bit about what's going on in California and the Dixie Fire, and I'm sure you can add some depth into that. But basically, Sarah Thomas said, my family wanted to escape Ontario, as we've been in lockdown for so long, we took the first chance available. John Cleese from Monty Python was on our flight. I was so tempted to yell out, Basil, which is a Faulty Towers reference. That's cute. And Marcus Grix says, Sarah, I bet it feels good to be out of lockdown now. He says, I'm in the only part of Australia that isn't locked down at the moment. Mostly because, then he says, mostly because where I live is a shithole. Yes, there we are. I shudder to think what an Australian shithole looks like. By the way, when I was in Australia, as I mentioned before, I saw more homeless people there than I've seen. Well, you see homeless people everywhere, but, you know, that was the only place that really rivaled San Francisco. I mean, like...
Oh, really?
Oh, fuck yeah! Oh,
Damn.
fuck yeah.
I would not want to be there.
By the way, there's homeless people all over New Zealand as well, because the rich people keep moving into New Zealand and they buy up all the property. And there's nothing left for the, you know, the white New Zealanders who live there. The natives at least have reservations. But the whites...
Well, that's kind of what happened here at the end of the 80s, first part of the 90s. The Loma Prieta earthquake sent everybody who had money out of the Bay Area up here. And the home values went from $60,000 to $80,000 for a house on a half acre to $250,000 for the exact same house, and priced the locals out of the market. And what ended up happening is we went suddenly to over 5,000 homeless for a county with 50,000 people.
Jesus Christ. That's amazing. And
it stayed steady because there's no work either.
Yeah, that's amazing. So where did all these homeless people go?
Into the forest.
Into the forest. Jesus Christ. This is a Stephen King novel, if ever there was one.
Oh my gosh, yeah. I can totally we can totally go into the Bigfoot and those things that'll be snatching people up.
I think it's worse than that.
There are beings that we generally here call them cryptids, who do snatch people out of the forest.
Yeah, I'd be more worried about the cryptids and the people snatching them. Really, with that many homeless people, you know, you could imagine all of them naturally.
Well, yeah, I would tend to think the cryptids would be a welcome change to other homeless people.
Yeah,
because the homeless people are most dangerous to each other.
Yeah, holy shit.
Well, the reports on the cryptids are that the people disappear, but their clothing is left neatly stacked.
I take it the cryptids don't do that. So
I have no idea who actually is responsible for that, but the cryptids are getting the blame.
That's probably a serial killer who has obsessive compulsive disorder.
Thank you.
Except it's been going on for 80 years.
Oh shit.
Yeah, well then it's a super old vampiroid serial killer with obsessive compulsive disorder.
Yes.
Hey, I don't blame the vampires for everything.
Okay, so maybe this is someone who's military.
Yes.
It's always someone who's
that
military.
makes sense because we do have two militias here. One's Christian and one is Satanist.
Yeah.
And they're in different quarters of the county.
Yeah. Yeah, that's something I want you to go into. And by the way, just to finish up with the live stream and give everyone their due. So Marcus Grix did tell us we were still on, only he couldn't hear Peter at the time. I'm curious if Marcus Grix was able to hear Peter later. And he says, have you confirmed Salman Sheikh is still alive? Laugh out loud, because honestly, I was concerned that Salman Sheikh had been taken out. And of course, so Nancy Volker was saying, you're all a bunch of call knockers, laugh out loud. And that's when Jameson said, that's the next Stephen King novel is the call knockers. And the Real Tech Geek says, hey, Jameson and DD, how you doing? And so after that, Real Tech Geek was talking about floating coffins. We were talking about at that time the aircraft carriers, yes. And And then, so then Jameson Reese says that would be a good book name. I'm sure that's out there. And then
Floating
the,
coffins.
Floating coffins.
yeah.
Oh my.
And then so, all right. So then Maria brought up the fact that the president of Afghanistan left, and that shows things are going to get worse.
Do you blame him?
Of course not. And then Nancy said, "That's not Biden. I met the real one." And then then Daniel was bringing up, of course, the Republican blame game and the conspiracy fantasy that Joe Biden has a body double comes from that QAnon bullshit. There we are. Thank you, Daniel. And then Crowman came in and said heroin trade, big influence. And I forgot what we were talking about at the time, but, doubtless the heroin trade is a big influence on everything. I mean, all kinds of things. So there we are. Daniel was trying to enlighten people about the MAGA cult 45 and how they blame Antifa, BLM, and radical Muslims, saying they're like... okay, so Marcus could hear Peter later. He said, how small a circle, Peter? Figure of 8 better, Peter, please. And that would be awesome. Yes, please. Okay, so he was responding to Peter putting his videos out, which must be,
Oh yeah. That circle walking though, it does really help the circumambulation if you're really attempting to evoke something, which I am not permitted to do in my house anymore. So. Stop me.
Well, that
You're not allowed to invoke in your own home.
Yes.
Are you sharing with someone? Oh, that's right. You live with others.
Yes.
Not invoke, evoke.
Evoke. Yes. Not to.
I mean,
evoke.
I could be possessed by whatever the hell I want. No one can stop me from doing that. But
there we are, and
I just can't have them floating around the house.
Well, for all of the other stuff that Lou does, and yes, he does, he has never once interfered in my magic.
That's wonderful. Yes, and doubtless
there have been times he's told me you might want to rethink that, but right. He has never actually told me I cannot do something.
There we are. Yes, thank you. He's very permissive. And Nancy Volker was saying, Douglas, look into the 411 missing national parks. I know about...
We've done that. We've done that. We've gone into that.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
We've exhausted that.
Well, not really, but it's like one of those things like, what's the fucking point, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, and the context is that I live just north of a national park that is part of that 411 thing. So do not think that those cryptids are limited to the national parks. There are varieties that go all the way up and down the Sierras.
Yeah, well, some of these cryptids, there are some beings that aren't actually cryptids at all, but they're, in a sense, they could be considered. There are also mythological beings that pop up from time to time all over the place. That people take for granted, like the Fae and elves and gnomes and things like that.
Right. Before you both go into that, Nancy Volker says, I really did meet Biden, and that's fine. I believe that. Yeah, certainly not denying that. And Marcus Grix was talking about how expensive the cigarettes are. He's talking about... the 90% state tax. I know. Australia was incredible. The packets of cigarettes, cheapest packet of 20 smokes he bought today was $36.99 Australian dollars, 36 Aus dollars, 99 cents, which is about $30 American. Yeah. So he said 25 gram pouch.
That's a lot for a single pack.
Yeah.
Lou is paying approximately $80 for a carton of 10 of those.
So is he a chain smoker?
No, he smokes 1.5 packs a day. If I really irritate him, he might do 2.
Oh my God! So definitely he's not a chain smoker, but he smokes, and so that's well, there we have that.
He smokes outside because I have asthma.
Okay.
So he does care about me.
Yes, that's impressive. And of course, he's outside, and he's that's where, of course, the air quality is like what, around 20 years. It's something awful.
The last time I checked the website, the air quality here was at 45 out of 100.
Wow.
And that's because of the current fire up north.
That's pretty bad.
So,
very bad.
I'm not going out much because I have asthma, and the air that comes in is at least filtered through the cooler pads.
Mm-hmm. So I'll try and talk a little bit about some of the fires going on here. I'm obligated to try and educate people at least a little bit on that. In the meantime, I'm going to go mute. I'll count on the three of you to hold the stage. Is our delightful Daniel still with us? I'm sure he can join in and tell us a little bit about what's going on in Texas as well, because I'm certain exciting things are happening there. And
the timer just went off on my dinner, so I'm going to give him 15 minutes to say everything uninterrupted by me.
Wow.
I'll be right back.
Okay, look forward to that. Okay, and I'll be gone for 15 minutes too. The stage is Daniel's and Jameson's for a little while, which is kind of like a Punch and Judy show, I suppose, but it's just two punches. Yeah, two punches talking to each other with baseball bats. And okay, we'll leave them to that. And but I'll be back soon enough. Thank you, everyone.
All right. Well, anyway, not much has changed in Houston so far since I last appeared. So I guess no news is pretty much good news so far.
All right, that's pretty good. New York, we seem to have gotten rid of. They seem to have gotten rid of Cuomo. I don't know if he's still governor yet. I don't know when he's expected to leave, but I think the vice governor has taken over. Other than that, like New York is just New York. I mean, it's been relatively hot, but you know, there's nothing that stands out. There actually was something that did make international news though, with a tour bus that crashed on a New York throughway, which injured 57 people. That's a lot of people.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was heading for Niagara Falls. I was trying to look for footage for it, but I wound up. So when I was looking for when I was trying to see if there were any pictures released of it, I wound up deciding to venture into the sewage of the internet, and you know, I figured maybe one of those gore sites would have it, and of course, what I wound up seeing was just people attacking each other with cleavers all over the place.
Yeah.
I mean, have you ever been attacked with a cleaver?
Yeah, actually, it was one of my Chinese friend's uncles. He got really mad at me one day, and that irritated the fuck out of him. I was attacked, but he didn't make it close enough because one of his fellow cooks stopped him.
Oh man, yeah, I've seen nothing but footage of guys just hitting people with cleavers, and I'm thinking, why the hell are guys cleaving each other to death? Okay, I guess this is a new thing. People walking around.
The people still fight with machetes, especially in third world countries.
Well, yeah, it's always good to have one of those handy anyway. I would recommend, at least, you know, if you don't own a firearm, at least have something to protect yourself with.
Well, actually, in the province, in elementary school, us boys are required to carry mostly farming tools with purposes for farming, and one of those tools usually included a bolo blade, a machete, and you know, and we're pretty responsible for the most part. There would always be maybe 1 in 500 kids that would get mad enough to pull out his blade, but you know, he'd immediately get stopped. But it's few and far between. But yes, I mean, when they get mad, it gets bad when they pull out the blade.
Let's see. I'm sure there's a difference in maturity as far as culture is concerned. How do you think Americans would act if they were allowed to carry around cleavers?
They'd be hurting themselves first.
There you have it. You know, you're probably right about that.
That right there is basically a sign of their own irresponsibility to themselves. They just hurt themselves. Like, you know, a lot of these guys, they shoot themselves with their own gun.
Oh, that's actually happened.
Yep.
Where people have, you know, shot themselves, or they shot their friends or people they were with. Yep. Cops have shot other cops, like in the middle of shootouts with other guys they were shooting at. Mm-hmm. So these kinds of things do happen.
Yeah. Well, yes. A lot of these guys, especially out in the streets, that want a gun, I can't blame some of these guys for wanting a gun for protection. It's just those guys that have a big mouth when they talk about the gun that they have. That's another story, which, you know, makes the whole situation even more dangerous, but actually more dangerous for that person.
Well, yeah, I mean, if it reaches a point where the only thing a guy has to talk about is his guns, he probably doesn't deserve to stay in the world very much longer.
Yeah, no kidding. Can't fight either.
Yeah, well, that's one of the reasons why. That's one of the things that makes movies really lame these days, is that, you know, everyone just has guns. So it's like, you know, yeah, a kid could shoot somebody with a gun and kill them. I mean, so it's like why at that point, why have guys who are like muscular or good-looking guys? You just have regular, normal-ass, weak-looking people with guns. I mean, it reaches a point where it's just it doesn't require much discipline to shoot somebody.
Yeah. Well, I think that people need to work on practicing more responsibility, you know, towards and respect towards the tools that they're handling. You know, especially a knife. You know, I mean, you always got to be respectful of the knife, or you'll cut yourself.
Yes, I've had an incident where that happened. I learned that the hard way. I was playing with one of these throwing knives while I was playing Magic: The Gathering Arena some years ago, and it just dropped right into my thigh, and it opened my thigh up, and I had to go to the hospital.
Yeah.
So I'm here like so it's like it was like freezing cold outside. So it was in the middle of winter, so I had to walk outside, and like my pants are like, you could see like the blood coming through my jeans, and I'm waiting for the train, like, oh, I hope I don't die and bleed out.
Damn. Yeah, that really sucked.
Yeah, those things are really sharp. They're not, you know, these tools are meant to be respected. They're not meant to be played with, especially if they're meant to kill people.
Yeah, I'll actually another thing that I do recall, as a witness in fights with a knife, is that guys that carry knives who don't really have an experience in actually fighting with a knife, they usually end up cutting themselves first. Because of the excitement, because of the anxiety in that moment when it comes to having to handle it.
Oh wow! That would really suck.
Mm-hmm. And they usually end up cutting themselves on the hand, in the finger, or something like that.
Yeah, you did. Now, in the middle of a fight, one does not want to cut one's own hand or finger in the middle of a fight. I'm sure they probably were charged with adrenaline, so they didn't feel it. But having an open wound exposed like that is a vulnerability that can be exploited.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, I'm the kind of guy where I would just throw dirt in someone's eyes and run away.
Yeah.
You know, why fight? Man.
Yeah, I've ran from some fights too. I mean, just because I know it was just pointless to stick around. I mean, mainly because I don't want to get arrested. Shit.
Yeah. Well, that's one of the wisest reasons to leave a fight is to avoid getting arrested. That, and I don't think a lot of times when people are about to get into conflicts, I don't think they respect how fragile the human body really is.
No kidding.
I mean, I was watching a video, and this one dude, like so this guy's at like a register, and this guy just runs in with a cleaver, and he just goes right through his skull, and it's just like, okay, I thought you would think that the skull bones are hard enough to, nope, right through, it's just split right through his head. So I mean, yeah, the human body is a pretty fragile thing. We're definitely not meant to get hit in the head, even though scientists claim that we evolved a fist for punching each other in the face and whatnot, and they claim the male face has evolved to be much bigger and harder and stronger so that it could take blows from other punches. And I'm thinking,
actually, movies and TV have taught fist fighting the wrong way, and of course, just for sake of appearance for the show, that they always have the punches directed to the face, to the head area, and that's usually the last place a person wants to throw a closed fist at, because of the likelihood that their hand will break, either getting cut by getting cut from the guy's teeth, or when you hit them on the part of their head and the crown of the head area, your hand's going to break. And I've been in quite a few bar brawls myself, where I've seen punches coming at me, knowing that I couldn't block, that I didn't have the time to block anything. I had to do was just to stick the top of my head forward towards the punch, and as soon as it landed, crack! Like, ooh, I got that mother.
That's actually pretty wise. That's extremely wise.
I've made that work. I've made that work for me for years.
Yeah, and I learned how fragile the human hand is the hard way. We're definitely not meant to punch things that are really very strong, sturdy metal structures.
Yep. Well, in the one of the significant techniques in the Filipino martial arts has to do with is the concept of defanging the snake, because when you defang the snake, its bite's useless. So that's the idea. Like from the hand breaking, as soon as that fist lands on the top of my head, that's the application of that concept, where you're defanging the snake, where you destroyed their weapon so that they can't use it again.
I like that. That is very practical.
Mm-hmm.
That is extremely wise.
Yep. And so the Filipino martial arts has a lot of techniques related to that. Because a lot, it's the purpose for this. Initially the purpose is to disarm someone, because we train with weapons. So we deal with we practice with other. We also practice with other people against other weapons, and a lot of our main initiatives is to disarm the person. So when we disarm them, usually we aim for their hand that's holding the weapon, so that they can't handle it.
That makes the most sense, and that brings to mind Bruce Lee's way of the intercepting fist.
Yep. Same concept.
Yeah, and I mean that's a really good concept to use. Although I mean I haven't seen it really put to use in the MMA that much. But then again, these guys are like, you know, they're athletes. So I mean I don't know. I mean, have you seen any fights in like the UFC or anything where people have utilized that tactic?
There have been some, but they're very subtle. But they're not as blatant.
I see.
Yeah.
Because that would make for a very interesting fight to watch. Honestly speaking,
yeah.
to see one. I mean, to see someone like try to, you know, attack someone's hands instead of their, you know, trying to knock them out, you know.
Yep. Actually, yeah, there is a technique where you can break the hands, but it combines a parry of the strike, and the parry leads into an elbow smash into the fist.
Nice.
So basically, the parry and elbow smash is what catches the fist, and the fist is the moving target.
That's freaking brilliant. I could see.
Oh yeah, and I have seen hands break from that technique.
Holy moly! And I could tell you folks, a broken hand hurts more than even having it's worse than having a tooth that needs to be extracted. If you take the pain of needing a tooth extracted, having a broken hand is like 10 times.
Yeah, and the hand's got a lot of joints to it.
Yeah, and that's where and if you look at the model of like if you look at the psychological model of the homunculus, where you know, they have this model of the homunculus where they're showing like where a majority of our nerves are centered. The hands are like the biggest part. So we were really constructed to be able to manipulate our hands and fingers a lot. So that's where most of the nerves are. That's where the most of the sensitivity is.
Yeah.
Oh man,
yeah.
And you take out someone's hands, and man, yeah. I was watching this video. There was this other video I saw where this guy was like, I don't know. Apparently, this is what they do in Brazil. Remind me to never go there. But I guess the guy was a thief. So these guys had like guns, and they were around him, and he had his hand like on something, and the guy just like lopped his fingers off. And I'm like, oh man, that's wow. Yeah. No.
Yeah, kidding.
Yeah. We'll just say.
You know, when I was trained for the Black Ops, we were not told to go for disarming people. We were told to do it as quickly and safely to us as possible. And while I was there, what I trained with was basically a fancy machete. And we were taught to go straight for the jugular vein. That is the fastest, easiest way to take out an opponent, is to decapitate them at the neck.
Are you talking about a kukri blade? It's a sort of machete that has like that bend to it, a curved sort of curvature.
What I had appeared like a Japanese blade, only shorter.
Oh! I know what those are.
I can't remember the name for it, and I was not taught the name in English to begin with.
Anyhow,
it's either Tanto or Wakazashi.
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
I have one of those. I love those things.
But we were taught. We carried a knife like that, and we were taught that to defend ourselves. And you do not attack unless you are willing to take the life. And it was it wasn't something we did for fun or entertaining others. It was something, it was battle. And if you're in battle, that is the most efficient way to kill someone, because even if you don't decapitate them, then once you cut those veins, they're dead in a matter of minutes.
Thank you, honey. By the way,
isn't that's the carotid artery, right? The one that's in the neck.
Yeah.
Well,
yes.
the carotid is there, and the jugular vein is there, and
also the vagus nerve.
The vagus nerve is in that area, and you cut any of those, and the person is down.
Mm-hmm.
And that holds for other types of beings as well. Say you're attacked by a bear, and you can get past their claws, then cutting their neck is the fastest way to disarm them.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well,
by the way, what?
Sorry.
What were you going to say?
Oh, I was going to say you just got to make sure that the bear doesn't fall on you.
Yes,
because
yes.
you're screwed if that happens.
You don't want most humans falling on you either, because like you were talking about, we're evolved to act in certain ways, and getting weight off of us once we're down is one of the ways that we have a really hard time with.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to bring this up for both of you. For Daniel Arola, I do want you to take a look at what I've entered in the text box. So in the text box, I wrote something that was relayed to me by Peter Moon, who said that Steven Seagal has been sent to Siberia by Putin to teach kids Taekwondo. Peter Moon, this is his quote.
Oh my God.
He says, don't know if you know, but Seagal defected to Russia to escape rape warrants in at least 3 states. Putin reportedly cannot stand him, yet he sends him to work with children, knowing that one of the children that he raped was underage. So this is very bizarre, and obviously, as Jameson says, because Putin himself must be a child molester to enable another child molester. As Peter Moon says, he sources this from the last 20 or 15 minutes of Gianni Russo, who Putin likes because of his role in The Godfather as Carlo, which stands to reason. Putin's nothing but a mafioso himself. As for our dear Penny, I just want to say, before I go silent again for several minutes under mute so I can, proceed with my eating here, my caloric intake, I wanted to tell you that, believe me, mailing you your book is foremost on my mind. I'm going to mail out one of those books to Judith Agard as well. I'll do it on the same day. Probably the same day that I send a money order to the my recycling company that picks up my garbage and pay my garbage bill. So I'll be at the post office multitasking. And so that'll probably be, if not Tuesday, it'll be Friday. This Friday I was fantasizing about doing it. It just couldn't happen because they called me up saying they finally signed off, or the head doctor of the dental clinic signed off on paying for my permanent crown, which of course they agreed to cover because of all of their malpractice to this point. So I had to go in to take care of that. So when I went in on Friday to handle that pretty much killed the time I was going to go to the post office.
I just didn't want you to forget me.
Oh, I won't, never. Oh God, no. How could I? Oh my God. No, honestly. Now that I've been shamed into it by yourself, yes.
It wasn't my intention to shame you. It was my intention to remind you.
Understood, honey. Understood. No, believe me, it's foremost on my mind. And so with that, I'm going to go back to my eating for a little bit. And,
Douglas, I sent you an article. It actually gets worse.
Does it really?
Yeah. Steven Seagal is now a part of a Russian political party.
Oh, God.
Called Just Russia.
Oh, it's disgusting. And it's what was I going to say? Yes, joins a pro-Kremlin party. Yes, of course. Of course. Well, it's just like Jackie Chan. Everybody in Hong Kong hates Jackie Chan, who's become a member of the Communist Party.
That left a really bad taste in my mouth, because I used to idolize Jackie Chan as like a kid, watching his movies and his cartoons and shows and whatnot. I mean, he's one of the reasons why I got injured most of the time, trying to emulate him.
Oh my God.
Because I was just one of those kids.
Really?
Yeah.
Jackie Chan was cute.
Oh
And
God,
he
you've
can
got to be kidding me.
sing like a bird.
His face looks like a potato, for God's sake. I mean,
You didn't see him when he was young.
oh God. At any rate, honey. So I'll leave all of you to talk about.
Remember, the man's roughly my age. Okay.
I guess.
Well, Douglas, you have an unfair advantage to most of us. Because you're only baseline human. So.
I appreciate that. I mean, I've got this guy named Charlie Fuentes now, so they're not all Pakistani, and he writes me "Hola hermosa," which means "hello beautiful," is what this guy just wrote me. So it's like
gosh.
This is coming to me in the private messages now, and so it's, and this other guy. Oh God, there's another guy down here that this one is kind of sad. Mark Watson, older white guy. You know that it's really wrong not to respond to people who are saying hello to you, and I feel like writing back to him. I don't know, I could do this. Just tell him, you do know I'm a boy, right? And it's like whatever.
I would not use the word boy. I would say you are a man. That might get farther toward what you're hoping to accomplish.
Your point's taken on that.
She has a good point, because you might say I'm a boy, and he might be like, well, I like boys too.
Yes.
That's exactly what I was saying without blurting it out.
Thank you.
Yes. I'm the guy. I'm the one in the room who has to belay the obvious, because nobody.
Yes, your point's well taken. It's what can I say? It's just really sad with some of these people, and just the fact that they approach a total stranger, and they think that the stranger would respond positively, especially a female, which is what obviously they mistake me for, that they would. That's any female.
I get those kinds of messages daily. The ones that truly disturb me are the ones where they announce to the whole world that we're in a telepathic love affair and that they have been having astral sex with me for months.
Oh, God.
And I have absolutely no knowledge of this person whatsoever until they appeared with that statement.
That's awful. I'm so sorry, honey, that you go through that. But good thing we got men like Jackie Chan and Steven Seagal, right? I mean, I'm sorry.
If they showed up at my door with roses, they would have to get through Lou.
Of course. And by the way, of course, you said how busy Lou was. Then you talked about all the people disappearing and the clothes folded neatly. And I drew the connection right then and there. I mean, it's so obvious now that. But with that,
Lou was in the Southeast Asian War as a DoD contractor. So he has some of those skills as well. So whenever I say they have to get through Lou, that's not saying they're going to have an easy job.
I know, honey. Oh, yes, of course. I never assumed otherwise. And so that being said, I'm going to go mute. And I'll be back in a few minutes. But, I'll be listening in, chewing, of course, and hopefully I get my voice back. In the meantime, all of you are handling this quite well. I'll let you get back to talking about killing people and making sure the bears don't fall on top of you while you do it and all the rest of that. And
I'm staying on the topic that they brought up.
Yes, it seems so, how would I say it, predictable. They would go there, wouldn't they? I mean, that's just kind of like so
when you're talking with the gentleman and the gentleman set the topic, you have to go with what they're discussing.
Yes, understood. Well, I'll be back soon enough. Love you all. And, keep going where you're going. Wherever
Douglas,
that may be.
Douglas, I'm looking at this Mark Watson character. Oh, cringe factor times 100. Holy
How did you
crap.
find how did you find him? Did you look in my friends list or something?
Yeah,
Okay.
I was looking at your friends list. Okay, so this dude's like on a boat. He's like on a yacht.
Uh-huh. Oh
Uh,
God.
he looks like he could be an impersonator for like an older Richard Gere almost.
Oh God. That is so sad. Yeah, so what he wrote me was yes, hello Sora, all these smile faces, 3 of them. You do know that it's really wrong to read and ignore a friendly message. I just assume that you're busy and pray that everything is okay with you. It's like Chief Drilling Engineer at KCA Duo Tag. It's like something like, Chief Engineer at KCA Duo Tag. I don't know what that is, but it sounds. Chief Drilling Engineer sounds odd, all he thinks about is fucking. As for the KCA, he should have said KFC. He looks kind of like the Colonel, from the KFC.
Who also looks remarkably like the Colonel from what do you call it? The Matrix movie.
There we
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
Oh, the Architect. Oh yeah, the Architect, not Colonel, Architect. But yeah, they all look the same anyway.
Yes. Oh my God.
Not at all.
Yeah. So with that, of course, and our dear Daniel has rejoined us, and so by all means, all of you take the stage, and I'll dismiss this thought from my head about whatever this guy is, so I can eat, and I'll be back soon enough.
All right. Well, that said, so how would you try to disarm a tiger then? I don't know.
Have you seen one?
I wouldn't want to go near one.
That would be my solution to the problem, is to avoid as much as possible, because those things are big.
And they're fast.
And powerful, and their jaws will crush that head that you talked about being softer than it looks like it would be.
Well, yeah, their claws would easily just rip through the skull. I mean, well, then again, I've seen the results of like people getting mauled by bears too. That's pretty grisly as well. I mean,
well, I live in bear country, and if you are out in the woods and you hear what sounds like a pig rooting around, you stop, dead stop, slowly back up to where you no longer hear that sound, because that's what bears sound like.
All right. Well, I know I will not go anywhere where there are potential bears. And I live in New York, so there are definitely bears upstate New York, and my folks are talking about moving to New York, and I'm thinking, yeah, you guys can have fun with that. You guys have.
Where I live, we have bears, we have mountain lions, we have lots of hawks. Occasionally, we'll see an eagle. Even rarer, you will see a California condor. But you should be aware that the deer here, even though they are much smaller than the deer in New York, if they decide to attack you, their hooves are sharp, and I have seen them kill dogs by basically kicking them to death. They don't even have to involve the antlers. The hooves are that sharp. So we have a lot of really potentially dangerous animals. The only really dangerous snakes we have here are rattlesnakes and an occasional cottonmouth. But the really dangerous animals here are humans.
Oh, yes. Well, that goes without saying. The dangerous animals. In fact, I would say that the most dangerous animals on the planet right now seem to be humans, because we're on the brink of extinction.
We're the most dangerous animals because we think we own the place and have the mindset that nothing else has a right to live.
And that we think we're better than all living creatures.
Exactly. We have forgotten we are part of the nature we live in.
Yes, all of the above. And that is why it is a pleasure to live in these times where the human race is being humbled by our goddess, the Earth, which is actually a combination of two planets, because supposedly there's a new theory, there's a new idea that the core of the Earth came about by a collision. So we actually live on a dual planet.
That's not a new idea. That's actually described in some of the Sumerian tablets that they have finally translated.
I've got to check those out. That sounds fascinating.
It is.
I mean, I think it's quite possible that as humans we've known this stuff for quite some time. We're just remembering this stuff, the knowledge that we forgot.
I think it's more that we have finally gotten to the point where the old religions have lost most of their hold on us, and we're able to translate the really old stuff, and most of us are looking at the really old stuff through the lens of what we've been taught as kids. Some of us are stepping outside that and saying, let's look at it for what it actually says, regardless of the filters. And when you look at it, it talks about planets colliding. It talks about chunks of one planet hitting another planet, and the chunk that hit brought its moon with it. And then you go back and you hear all of these mythologized stories, and keep in mind that they were calling planets by the names of their gods. So when they're talking about a god, are they talking about the anthropomorphic deity that they're worshiping, or are they talking about the planet that's named for it?
Interesting. That's very interesting. So in a way, for example, the idea of Marduk cutting Tiamat in half would be like that planet that smashed into Earth and all of a sudden became its part of its core. That makes perfect sense.
When I read the English translation of it, I was sitting here with my jaw dropped open because it made so much sense. And they're telling me, oh, this is mythological language. They're talking about a god destroying a goddess. And I'm like, no, they're talking about two planets intersecting, and that the result was the asteroid belt was part of that planet that got hit, and the top chunk of it ended up hitting another world and taking its moon with it. So our moon, for all obvious reasons, is not a natural body to this world. It's too big, it's too locked into orbit where we only see the same face of it. And even though it's slowly slipping away, it's still locked into that same orbit where we only see the one face of it. We have no idea from Earth itself what's on the other side.
Technically, that it would still be considered a natural body if it even if it came with another planet that collided into Earth. You know, technically, it's still a natural body from that perspective, as far as we know.
Well, it's not natural to being orbiting here. It's big enough. If it were on its own, it would be considered a planet of its own.
I don't know about that.
It's nearly as big as Mercury.
Well, yeah, we do have the biggest moon in the solar system. That is true.
So.
But to say it's not natural, though, I mean, that's I suppose what I'm critiquing is what that implies.
Yeah. There are a lot of things in my world that are at odds with the accepted theories on this group.
And all the same, you know, even if well, if I were to entertain, which I don't, of course, the idea that the moon was somehow not natural, all the same, it seems to still maintain its own occult relevance for me as a practitioner. So, I mean,
Of course, it's there. It still has its relevance. I am on the edge of a group that considers it to be basically a destabilizing force for biology here. Have you heard of the template group?
nope.
You should look into them. They are not they're not so much positive or negative. They're just about returning the DNA structure back to what it would have been if that body had not been sitting there.
Well, but my question is, why return it? Why not just see where this goes? Why not just ride the chaos and see what evolution unfolds from this unnatural pairing? I mean, after all, life is a grand experiment, is it not?
There are some things that should not have been messed with in the first place.
Yes, but the only way one can know if one should mess with them or not is by messing with them.
Yeah, well, I'm the one that had the science training and sat back and asked people, are you sure we should be doing this? And got told, well, we're able to do it, so why not? And I would give them 20 reasons why it wouldn't work the way they wanted it to, and eventually I would be proven right, but they would have done the bad thing anyway. So
Well, I think the question is, you know, well, that deals with how we humans acquire knowledge, basically. I mean, we're literally meant to experiment with things. That's what we do.
we are the monkeys playing with matches.
Well, yes, but at least we're not the
And
monkeys.
Whoever gave us the matches should be beat to a bloody pulp, but that's neither here nor there. We're still monkeys playing with dangerous situations, and while everything we are taught to give us an ethical compass tells us you shouldn't do this, we'll go ahead and do it just because we can.
Well, that's what we're supposed to do, because that's part of how we acquire knowledge. That's part of why we're able to acquire knowledge at all. In fact, I would say that probably more people got killed in the process of knowledge acquisition than we realize, and probably
More
quite a bit.
people have been killed as the result of knowledge acquisition than you realize.
Oh, I don't argue with that, but it's from my opinion, it's worth it for knowledge, because that's the one thing that holds value over everything. Knowledge.
Except if you were losing, if you were going to actually use that knowledge over time. Yes, we learned that doing this causes this, and we decided this wasn't a good thing, and we should remember this. And 150, 200 years down the road, your descendants decide, well, they didn't know what the hell they were doing, so we're going to do it again. This is what humanity does. The knowledge only lasts as long as the people looking at it value it.
Yes, well, I think the problem in this world is the fact that we don't have enough people who value knowledge.
No, we don't.
We have far too many people who rather just we have too many people who don't care about anything.
We have too many people who are slave mentality and are happy there. I get up, I go to work, I do my job, I come home, I eat, I sleep. I get up the next day and I do it again. And once a week, once every other week, once a month, I get a paycheck and I go out and pay all my bills and then spend whatever is left over getting drunk. And then rinse and repeat.
Well, the getting drunk part can sometimes be quite pleasant. Just saying.
They're always going to exist.
Oh, well, this is the majority of the population.
Yeah, some people just reincarnate into that existence, maybe to pay for their past life.
Or maybe that's just what they do. That's what they specialize in. They're like what you would call non-playable characters in the video game world. They just
Non-player characters. There are people in my world who believe that all the non-player characters should be eliminated. Point blank. They're not shy about it at all.
Well, if they eliminate all the non-playable characters, who's going to do all the work for them?
Exactly.
Oh, they still participate, even if they call them, even if they're labeled as non-player, they're still participating.
That is true.
Oh, I agree. I've been told that there are organic portals that are soulless people, but my experience both here and in the Black Ops is if it runs a meat suit, it has a consciousness and deserves at least a minimum of respect.
That I can agree with.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing that of course the biggest challenge is you can't get everybody to mature all at once.
That's true.
I mean,
as well.
people are born to serve their particular role in life, especially if they're born to be jackasses.
I have no problem with them serving their particular role in life. I simply don't wait around for them to catch up with me.
Nah, they won't.
I've gotten to the point where when I actually talk, most people sit there with their eyes glazed over, their jaw dropped open, and they're not hearing a damn word I say. So I work at talking at a level where people can at least hear me.
Well, that's always going to be a staple of the human population. It's like the 80-20 rule. You know, like 80% of people are going to fall into that niche, and maybe 20% won't. And so it's up for that. It's up to that 20% to see if they can manage to not get killed by that 80%, which most of them seem to be quite dumb and insane. At least from what I've seen.
At least we're watching it happen.
Well, yeah, that is a good thing, and at least we're at a point where this can go either way, where we can survive or we can die, and that's what makes these times so exciting. You know, it's better than being in a boring time where everything's stable. You know, which I will argue that, you know, with human beings around, things were never stable to begin with, and they never will be stable because
they have never been stable in my lifetime.
Maybe stable is actually the illusion that we all impulsively chase after.
That's also a good possibility. There's a lot of wisdom in that.
Well, for the most part, I mean, on the surface level, the consciousness, I guess the ego believes in a fixed reality, where where their expectations must be met. You know, especially on the mental level.
Yeah, that this is true, and the nature of things but the nature of things in this reality from in both a cosmological perspective and even on a quantum level is that things are in a constant state of flux and change, so things are never really stable. And we happen to live in that gray area, where the Goldilocks zone, where things just happen to appear that way to our conscious minds for whatever reason. And who knows? I'm hoping that we can reach a point where we might be able to evolve to be able to perceive of that chaos and the fluctuations and maintain some degree of coherence. And I would like to see some degree of evolution on the level of humanity. It would be a shame to see this experiment self-terminate.
Well, that's going to take a lot of tolerance, especially having to do with the ability to be able to adapt to change.
Yes, and well, this is one of the reasons this is one of the things that makes nature so beautiful, is the fact that we have that sort of adapt or die rule built into it. Where if something cannot adapt to the changes fast enough, either if it's not carried or preserved by some external force, it doesn't survive.
Most humans cannot visualize change, or if they can, they cannot visualize it being a good change. And they will be dragged kicking and screaming into whatever changes are made. And you will watch them split into those who can adapt to the change and those who refuse to. And that's what we've got going on in this country right now.
Yes.
This country being the United States, but it could be applied to any other first or second world country on the planet. Now, the third world has already figured out that they just have to roll with whatever comes down.
Well, yeah, in the third world, they don't. Well, third world countries are pretty much death everywhere. You're lucky if you make it out the womb alive.
You're lucky if you make your 5th birthday.
Yes.
Well,
So,
I lived in the Philippines in the 80s, and right now with COVID out there, it's horrible.
I don't know. I've got a friend that's living in the Philippines, and he's married, and they have a little girl, and they have a second child on the way, and he's presenting it as being heaven on earth.
It depends.
No, well, I'm
depends on
talking
where
about
you
I'm talking about the pandemic situation. Now, as far as that perspective is concerned, yes, there are some of those that actually really do feel like they're in heaven on earth, especially when they live in specific zones, because there are some parts of the country that's not a good idea to go to, especially even to tour to.
Oh yeah. Do tell us about what's going on in the pandemic and some of the harder hit areas. Like, what's going on with people there? How are things panning out?
I don't. My brother's the one who actually told me more about that. Although I still have a hard time actually letting his account register, because he's also straight up Republican, and he's blaming everything on China.
Oh my.
I was like, oh man, no, never mind. But I mean, but there are details that he did convey to me that I do believe, because they could be confirmed by other family members too. But now, as far as the condition is that going on in the Philippines, yeah, people are having to observe the social distancing practices. The hospital situations are bad out there. They're also running out of beds and spaces. And of course, it's like in the rural areas, they always have to adapt and change, do a lot of makeshift, clear out some new rooms or new buildings, borrow some churches, for makeshift hospitals. They've been doing that too in the province.
Wow.
So, yeah.
Wow.
And
Yeah.
then of course, there's also President Duterte that the people have really finally come to hate even more.
Well, I was shocked whenever he declared that it was okay to kill anyone in the street as long as they were dealing drugs, which meant that anyone they hated, of course they were dealing drugs, because he didn't require proof.
Well, Duterte, he was a killer before he became president of the Philippines. When he was the mayor of Davao City in Mindanao, he voluntarily got on a motorcycle himself, and he just shot whoever he thought was a criminal.
Yeah,
Got away with
that's kind of what happened. And I was following the media out of the Philippines for several years, and I finally got sick of the killings.
Yeah, I'm definitely no fan of this guy. Yeah, and I lived there until the end of President Marcos's dictatorship, and barely the beginning of Corazon Aquino's reign.
Okay.
Then that's when my mom came and got me and my brother. We went back to Texas for good.
Yeah, you saved your life, that's for sure. I mean, damn. Philippines is no joke.
Yeah, no shit. Yeah, well, my brother's been going, but he came back. He came back in early 2020. No, early 2019. Because of the situation with the COVID pandemic, but he was there to do some business for my mother for like about a month or so.
I see.
Yeah.
I mean, this pandemic is a real. It's really. It's not getting. What I'm saying is what I'm. Wow,
Spit it out.
Yeah, my mind, my brain has just been fried. I shouldn't have had the second energy drink, but yeah. What I'm saying is that this pandemic has the potential to be a real adaptive pressure that has the potential to either push us to evolution or death as well. So it's like an accelerant, really.
This pandemic is also the proving ground that weeds out the people that actually will exist to adapt to change accordingly, or they'll resist it and die for it.
Yeah, that exactly. It's. I mean, I was speaking to my brother earlier, and he got the I think he got the Delta strain, and he was saying it's the worst thing that's ever happened to him in his life. And I'm like, yeah, man, that's really no joke. My mother was trying to convince him to still get the vaccine so that he's not able to spread it, but dealing with pneumonia, he was dealing with the pneumonia and all that stuff. It's really, really not a good thing to go through. I'm worried about him. Honestly, I'm more worried about him as far as what long-term changes it might have with him, as far as the impacts of his health. But this goes to show you, he's one of those people who didn't want to get vaccinated because he didn't trust, Fauci and the government and all this other stuff. Of course, nobody trusts Fauci. Fauci's a piece of shit. But still get the vaccine. Take care of yourself. You know what I'm saying?
All this reminds me of just exactly how proficient Russia has been working their propaganda, especially this anti-vax shit. They did a damn good job at it too.
Yeah, they did a very good job.
The QAnon people have spread a lot of that too.
Yeah.
And they were not Russia. They were actually, the original Q group was actually an NSA unit. They had been assigned to catch Ed Snowden, and when they spectacularly failed at that, they were reassigned to make the truth movement spin its tail. And they've been spectacularly good at that.
So basically, in other words, they've been working with Russia, and when you think about it,
they were working their own independent thing, because the truthers were identified as a potential terrorist threat, and so they were working what they considered a terrorist threat, and so they kept them so involved in gossip that they had no time or energy left to look at anything else.
Yeah, I couldn't see how they'd be a threat. You know, I mean, they're not even a military power.
The truth movement was at one point a potential threat. Seriously. These were people who were doing the research, had dug through the declassified CIA documents and found all sorts of things and were spreading it. And now, instead of doing that, they're talking about they're talking about bringing Trump back, which that was supposed to have happened Friday the 13th. So
this is why I was telling everyone, you know, people who think that Trump was outside of the system, he's part of the system. He was their Trump.
He was.
He was their Trump card, because, you know,
he was.
One of the things that was really, people were really starting to peer into was the whole UN Agenda 2030 thing. And as soon as Trump got in office, nobody was talking about that anymore.
Well, he pulled us out of the Paris Accords, so they thought the Agenda 2030 no longer had effect in the United States, which wasn't true. He had just pulled us out of part of it.
Because we're living the agenda. There's going to be this whole civil war is going to give them a reason to, you know, set up UN bases and all that shit here in the United States or whatever.
Well, they're spreading video all over Facebook about bases of the United Nations troops all over the United States. The most recent one I saw was a UN base at a public building somewhere in Utah.
I recall that one, and that was the one where I had misinterpreted the. I hadn't seen the. I saw the video, but I didn't hear the audio, so I wasn't able to put it into context.
Okay.
But yes, I do understand now why there was alarm for that.
Yeah, and a lot of people will post things on my wall because, oh my God, Penny, you have to see this. And, you know, because I'm part of the SSP super soldier community, which by every admission has a conservative problem, and they had been basically 80% taken over by the QAnon people. So they assume that since I'm part of that community that I'm conservative, and y'all know I'm not. And so they subject me to all of these videos. So I do know where their heads are at.
Yeah.
But I don't agree with 95% of the bullshit they're putting out, because they got started when Q first came out. It was rational, and within 6 months they had those people looking up codes to figure out who the gossip was about, and then they would take the gossip in the media about that person as absolute gospel. And I'm like, this is gossip. You don't have any real facts there at all, just that so-and-so was accused of such and such. You have no fact. There's no factual basis to this. This is called slander. And they told me that I was supporting pedophiles because I wanted them to have facts. They're accusing people who may or may not be guilty. Okay? I have no idea if they're guilty or not. All I know is what they were accused of doing, the people accusing had no factual basis for it. Nothing that would stand up in court. And that's what I was telling them. You are slandering these people based on nothing but gossip. And I kept trying to tell them, you need evidence that would stand up in court before you make these accusations. And so I've been constantly at odds with these people. And then since the election and since Biden was sworn in, every month there's another scheme that they believe that Trump will be put back in office. And I'm like, guys, it's 8 months. When are you going to accept he lost? And you saw that post on my wall?
Yes, yes.
All the liberals came out and said, yes. And then the conservatives started arguing with me. And I didn't give them a hard time unless they insulted me. And the ones that have insulted me, I have blocked every one of them. I don't give a damn who they are. You are not going to insult me on my own wall when I'm giving my opinion.
Yeah, this whole show, this whole charade that they pulled over everyone's eyes is really to keep everyone's heads fixated on the politics of shit. Meanwhile, you know, what's going on behind the scenes? Nobody knows what the hell is going on behind the scenes outside
Meanwhile,
of
what's going on?
People.
Biden has pulled our troops and the international troops out of Afghanistan, and the Taliban took over. Like, nobody expected this. The Taliban ran the country before President Bush put us in there in 2002. Seriously. And we expected that when we left, they wouldn't take over again? Come on. Now, why were we there? We were there because of the heroin trade.
Yeah.
So now that we have abandoned Afghanistan and the heroin trade, where else is the CIA going to be planting poppies?
Well,
that's where you need to be looking next, is what is going to replace that for the CIA.
You know what's interesting about this whole thing? It's interesting how we even have how both the CIA and Drug Enforcement Administration are both federal agencies at all.
They are hand in glove working together. The CIA runs the drug trade, and the people that are in competition with them are who the DEA gets. And the DEA is their official means of providing weapons to the groups that are in cooperation with the CIA.
Which is exactly why Mexico is in the state it's in.
Exactly. Exactly why every country south of our border is in the mess it's in, is because the CIA and the DEA have been working them for decades. This shit started under Teddy Roosevelt and has been ongoing ever since. And people who don't study history will ignore when it started and go, well, we don't know why they're always such a shithole. They're a shithole because the United States won't leave them the fuck alone.
Yes, that's exactly right, and they've been using it to, well, again, that's because the entire United States, most of the money they have isn't coming from tax dollars. It's all coming from drugs and weapon sales overseas. That's where
drugs,
most of our revenue comes from.
Oil, weapons, and human trafficking. Those are the big five.
Exactly.
And at any given point, any one of them can be number one. But that's the big five. And how many of those are the CIA using to support themselves rather than tax money controlled by Congress? And yet, under their charter, they're supposed to be answerable to Congress. But if they're completely self-funded, how are they answerable to anybody?
Good point. Good point. They could do whatever they want.
Exactly. They are at this point, that particular agency is almost at the level of being a country of its own, completely independent of any oversight from anyone else.
That's a good point.
And if that doesn't scare you, you haven't looked into what they have done for their entire existence as an agency. Remember, the people in my community were all kidnapped by some American government agency. Every one of us were kidnapped as children. Now, whatever you think of our memories, that is our common experience, is we were kidnapped as children by either the OSS or the CIA or an agency working with them if we were in another country, like MI6, like the agency in Australia, like the spy agency in Canada, like what replaced KGB in Russia, and yes, it's in every country on the planet. You can go through and look through all of the social media and you will find listings for targeted individuals. That phrase in whatever language they're speaking. You can look for MK Ultra. That phrase in whatever language they're speaking. And the memories themselves are not as important as the underlying theme, which is we were kidnapped as children, we were tortured, we were used as slave labor in whatever projects they put us in, and that once we were returned to our regular lives, we have never been left alone. And it's worldwide, and it's run primarily by the CIA, which is now a rogue agency with no accountability to anyone. So what are they going to replace Afghanistan's heroin with?
Who knows?
That's a very, very basic, important question. And people should be paying attention to the answer to that.
So who's going to stop it?
The only way you can stop a creature of the night is to shine light on them.
Well, my question is why even bother stop it? I mean, at this and don't get me wrong, it's complete morally what they do is completely disgusting, but this has been literally the existence of what has been going on for so long. At this point, I don't see any. There's almost no point in even fighting it at this point. Rather than all one can do is try to stay outside of it and not get taken in by the undercurrent. I mean, then again, I have to put that into some perspective because I look at this from the point of view of one's survival being of the prime importance at the end of the day.
Well, I'm at the point where the nightmares are horrific enough that my personal survival is not the prime for me anymore. The goal of having this stopped happening to someone else is my primary goal.
Thank you. That's very commendable. There's Daniel. Daniel?
I find myself wondering though, the way
the way Penny was describing the CIA and these agencies,
Mm-hmm.
I was doing my best to listen in the perspective as if I were one of these people from these said agencies,
Uh-huh.
and I couldn't help but giggle because she sounds like she gives them a little bit too much credit, as if they're actually competent.
Right, right. And of course, Penny, you could give us some perspective about how incompetent they are, and it's important to emphasize that because it's true. I mean, these people get their operational plans from Howdy Doody. They're just not capable of quite a number of things that they attempt to do. I mean, look at the times that they tried to assassinate Fidel Castro. It's not that they're not malevolent. It's not that their intent is not malevolent, but their capability of carrying out what they intend is oftentimes, we don't want to promote a sense of apathy through a sense of hopelessness. It's definitely something to, you want people to have a sense of hope in the fact that these people are what they are, which is basically underperformers in so many respects. So if you would, yeah.
Like any bureaucracy, the cream rises to the level of its personal incompetence.
Yes, it's ultimate incompetence, yes.
But that doesn't mean that the structure is incompetent.
Well,
I don't know about that.
Well, this is why I say that we have to look at what's behind the structure. Because if we're looking at just the surface and the outside of things, we're never going to see the true hidden players in the dark, and that's where the cults of the kings of Edom come into play, and that's where these families, such as the Baha'i, which Salman Sheikh exposed on his channel, come into play. These are people who pay to keep themselves in the shadows.
Well,
There are plenty of those, yes.
by the way, the term for the Baha'i is not that Salman Sheikh exposed them; he spoke of them. Exposed would imply. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah. Forget. I used the wrong word with that one.
Understood.
Well,
yeah. Go on.
We're back to my thing of if it's a creature of the dark, you need to shine a light on it.
Yes.
That is the best way to deal with creatures of the dark. Mm-hmm. And I'm not talking about folks who have vampirism. I'm talking about people who are trying to control the world without anyone knowing who they are.
Yeah. Okay.
This is classic James Bond evil villain shit.
Yes, indeed. And by the way, you're all doing so well. I was glad to see Daniel speak again, and certainly, Daniel, thank you. It's important to again point out what you did. We don't want people getting a sense of apathy, because that unfortunately is what so many people get when they hear about the CIA can do this or the FBI can do this, and honestly, these people can't do shit in so many ways. But I think that one thing that they do quite effectively is they certainly abduct children and engage in human trafficking and deal with this. Now, of course, the thing that people need to remember is that when it comes to that, we were just speaking earlier about their denial of snuff films, this kind of... did you hear us when we were talking about that, Penny?
No, I joined the
conversation
listening.
Yeah.
I joined the listening while Peter Moon was talking.
Okay.
And I said hello everybody, and Jameson saw me in the chat room and asked me to join you.
Wonderful.
Here.
Wonderful. Yes. And I'm glad he did. Certainly, I want to emphasize just how important you are, and I certainly wanted the opportunity to talk to you so I could update you on what was going on with the book delivery, which I intend to make, of course. And so aside from that, honey, take us to the top of the hour, all of you. We've got about 9 minutes left. Take us there, and I'll pretty much around that point start taking over too, or shortly thereafter. It's we don't need to be exact, but I'll take over, pretty shortly after that to start monologuing.
Depends on how entertaining we are. Okay.
Oh, well, you're always entertaining, honey, and informative. And I'm glad that you found what Peter Moon said the other day about the Montauk biorhythm to be informative. I mean, he can get pretty much into a lot of his personal experiences, and it's interesting that he kind of sticks to those more than what I wanted, which was a lot more of a generic overview of the situation. But
when you have a personal experience with something, it's a little hard to rise above it to take the overview.
Yes, thank you.
That's a difficult step for most of us to take, and it's okay. It's part of being human.
Yes, and
there's also the fact that he wrote so much about it, and probably has spoken of it so many times that it's like something like, oh, this again.
Yeah. Well, I kind of feel that way about my basic story, and I did 2 hours recording this morning, and I thought the man wanted my basic story, but he started asking me questions that ended up being politically oriented, and I'm like, oh, that wasn't what I expected. Okay.
Please tell me he wasn't asking about, should Trump be back in office? How do we get Trump back in office?
No, he was asking me what I thought about the bug and the current lockdowns. And it necessitated a background into why I would know about such things. Which means that I have violated my instructions from a specific group, and I hope I'm not in trouble.
I'm almost certain the bug's a bioweapon. I mean, at this point, it's the question is what country created the thing. It doesn't
I don't believe
matter.
It was a country. I believe it was a group behind the scenes, that one of those groups that wants to stay in the shadows. And I had been exposing them last year, and I was basically slapped on the wrist and told no. And then they enforced that by killing people I care about. So I really need to think about how I word things.
Ah, I see.
So I don't like people I care about being murdered because I opened my mouth.
Yeah, I imagine that would be something that would weigh heavily on anyone who's sensible, at least.
Yeah, thank you. I try to be sensible and realistic, and I did not contact these people. They contacted me. They have a habit of killing people who hunt them down, so I'm not even giving the name of the group.
Well, you would be doing me a favor to not name them, because I do not want to be hunted down. Ever the pragmatist.
Yes, it's one of those practical things, and yeah. So now I've got all of your listeners going, who could do this? It's somebody that you've never in your entire life heard of, unless you are already in one of the secret societies, and then the odds are you have still not heard of them. So.
Well, that's probably for the better. I mean, we'll see. I mean, and again, we'll see how this entire thing pans out. It should be interesting to see what happens in the next 10 years. I suspect we're going to see much more mutations of this thing, and they do say that people who are getting the vaccine, people who've had it, who are getting vaccinated, seem to be faring better with the vaccines. But that was kind of the advice I wanted to get across to my brother, but I wasn't able to say that because I guess he had to go. But
Well, my eldest got the Johnson & Johnson shot in February. And since then, he's developed heart problems. And his doctor at Kaiser recently told him that he's going to die from the heart problems. So my other two sons have the same disorder and have been on the same meds their entire lives, and they do not have the heart problem. So I'm sitting here wondering if it was the Johnson & Johnson shot that gave it to him.
there's always the possibility that some people are going to have bad reactions to these vaccines.
Mm-hmm.
I mean that's always a reality. There's always a few select people who probably shouldn't take them, but
issues. I have physical issues from vaccines anyway. I have not willingly taken a vaccine since 2000. I had one forced on me in 2015, a tetanus shot, and I ended up quite ill, but I have an autoimmune disorder that it activated. So I had managed to get the thing in remission, and the tetanus shot brought it back up. So I'm one of those, I personally should never, ever take any vaccines, ever, ever, ever. So, yeah.
And for those of us who can take vaccines and don't show, any ill side effects, I would recommend it. Only because, at least even if you're infected, you're less likely to be able to pass it on and spread it to those who aren't infected if you have it. And COVID, this whole disease seems like a nightmare. I mean, it's
so hard to get any truthful information out of anybody about it. And anytime you even say the word on social media, you're immediately put into Facebook jail. And trying to get accurate information when even the CDC changes their numbers every month. They'll say that it's so many, and then the next time you look, it's half that many. It would go a long ways towards installing confidence if they would pick a number and stick with it.
The other problem is the thing that the thing mutates each mutation seems to be way more potent than the previous its predecessors. So
Are you sure it's oh God, this is going to sound conspiracy. Are you sure that it's an actual mutation and not another complete creation? Like you said, it appears to be a bioweapon. Why would it be impossible for each of these major variants to actually be a fresh bug?
Well, because let me look at it from an economic perspective. It would be more expensive to have to create new versions of it when you can just have one thing that morphs on its own and pretty much mutates on its own.
Yep.
If you create a smarter bug, it would be more economic, and a smarter bug would be able to adapt much faster, mutate more readily, and each mutation would be far deadlier and far more contagious as a means of making sure that it's able to do its job as a weapon.
And what if it mutates where it doesn't interact with humans? What's your fail-safe?
I'm pretty sure they don't care about a failsafe. I'm pretty sure the people whoever might have been considering using it as a weapon, I'm pretty sure they're just possessed by power and they're just doing it because they can. I'm fairly certain they don't care about a fail-safe. If you're talking about something,
Right.
if you're talking about something like population reduction, why even make a fail-safe?
So, oh, I'm sorry. So go on with what you were saying. I was just curious about Daniel. It's about 1 a.m. where he is, so I just wanted him to say goodnight if he's going off to bed. Is he still with us?
Yeah. I'm here.
Oh yes, if you're willing to stay a few more minutes, please do. I obviously certainly appreciate your being with us, and aside from that, how are you holding up? Doing well with it, or what?
Actually, I got to get going in a couple of minutes.
That's what I thought. So why don't you say goodnight to our listeners? And
All right, guys.
Good night,
All right,
Daniel.
guys.
good
It's
night.
been real.
Yes.
Good night, Penny. Good night, JMO, Douglas, everybody. All right, talk to you later. Bye.
Bless you. We love you dearly. And that was Daniel Arola. So, of course, these two individuals still with us, Penny and Jensen, will continue to speak for a few more minutes. And glad to have them engage in what they're... Now, we're talking about, population
The
reduction?
potential, yeah, and we're talking about the potential of COVID being a weapon, and Penny was stating that well, who's to say that these new strains weren't just released from the lab? And I'm thinking from the perspective that it would be more economic if you have a bug that's able to mutate extremely rapidly, rather than having to create fresh batches of it every once in a while, because why waste money?
Well, my thinking is that they had the batches already in the lab before they released the first one, that their goal is the 30% population reduction that is encoded into the Agenda 2030 that you yourself said people had stopped talking about.
Yes.
And so since there is a 30% population reduction encoded into that, you suddenly have a goal. And if the original version did not meet the goal, then of course there would be a fail-safe to release that would take up the slack.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So they would release these things in waves.
Yes. Based on how effective they have been, because they have this 30% population reduction as a goal. It's encoded into Agenda 2030.
Well, they're doing a pretty good job, I'd say.
Ooh, you do remember we used to have other people like, who was that doctor that interviewed me a few times? Penny, you might remember him. He lived here in California, and he was this, really arch-conservative kind of old MD, and he was really into this, they're out to kill us all kind of...
I've interviewed Dr. Paul Cattrall 2 weekends in a row.
Oh, that's not the one I'm talking about.
And I'm still in recoil.
Well, he may have taken over from where this other doctor Monteith. I was thinking of Dr. Monteith. Do you remember him?
No, but this name sounds familiar.
Yeah, well, Dr. Stanley Monteith. Stanley Monteith was his name.
That really sounds familiar, but I still can't place him.
Yes, he was talking about...
Remember, I am not a conservative.
Oh, thank God. I mean, thank God for that. I mean, that, of course, speaks well. It speaks well of you.
I'm acquainted with their side of the story, but I consider myself an ethicist rather than a political party.
Right. And what did you say you were? Ethicist?
An ethicist. I believe
okay.
in ethical treatment of all the people that are here, as in an basically egalitarian ethical system where that everyone is treated fairly.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And I don't know of any political system that actually supports that.
Well, because it's pretty hard to obtain. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. So I sit back and I look at what each thing is that is put forward. I look at its good points, its bad points, and its practicality. And I work from the assumption that the average person really doesn't give a shit about anything other than themselves. So that's my starting point.
It's true and it's not. Everyone likes to feel that they're donating something to humanity. It's certainly what gives us all meaning.
Actually, not everyone does. And
well, I know not everyone.
That was the biggest shock when I was interacting with Randian libertarians, is they really don't.
Yes, well, their ideology precludes such. But
exactly.
Yeah.
So there are groups that do not give a rat's tail about the rest of humanity. They only care about what's in it for them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well,
and that is a surprisingly large part of the population, and whatever you plan for the entire population, those folks have to be accounted for, because those are the folks who are the resistance. Those are the folks who will drag their heels. Those are the folks who will toss wrenches into your machinery.
Yes, yeah, definitely. Certainly not ignoring that, but definitely, how should I say it, do count on the fact that the majority of people do want to feel as if they're participating in something nonetheless. The people that you're speaking of, there's all too many of them, but they're still a minority. So
far.
Yeah. Yeah.
They are now in their enclaves on social media, not on the majors. And they are, the longer they talk to each other in these enclaves, the more polarized they get.
Yeah. Well, you mean by that, the more they polarize the rest of us. They're united.
Well, that too.
Yeah, they're united in a destructive objective, and so their destructive objective.
Well, their objective is, if you ask them, is to simply be left alone to do what they want to do,
which is to basically destroy the rest of us. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, they want to be left alone so they could bother everyone else with their bullshit.
Yes.
I mean, it's pretty hypocritical of them. Of course, that's what they are.
But
Sadly.
they're totally blind to that.
Yes. Well, a great example of that would be this one fucker. I'd have to look his name up, but, no point in promoting him anyway. But the idiot was going to Eastern Europe. And, of course, like a lot of these white Americans, he says, I'm leaving America forever. I'm moving to Eastern Europe where, it's all white. And he got over to Eastern Europe.
He got there and found out they weren't.
Well, wasn't he just that? He's in Budapest, the capital of Hungary, and he's just he's so disgusting, but at the same time it's funny. I mean, it makes for great comedy, but just a real sleaze bucket who was thought of all Eastern European women as easy. And of course, he had a lot of money being an American, so he could get a lot of sex. But the point is that he's, how do I express this? He's just like bitching about these stupid little things. I mean, it's just every little thing you can imagine that he's bitching about, the stuff that it's like he has to bag his own groceries. Nobody bags your groceries over there in Hungary.
Poor baby.
Yeah. It's incredible. But he is just the incredible example of white privilege. Just that this is some white guy.
So I would be curious to see if he's actually gotten any offers, since he thinks that Eastern European girls are easy.
You know, he doesn't talk much about that because I think he's been such a miserable failure in that regard, and it would just be too embarrassing. So, honestly, if he were getting sex or getting any companionship, he'd have something else to bitch about, which is basically, oh yeah, this girl I'm living with, she's a real cunt or something like that. But no, all you get is the, you know, I have to bag my own groceries, and the, yeah, you know, the state is like, you know, he just goes on and on about the stupidest things.
Has he bothered to learn the local language yet?
I don't believe so. That's not the,
Because
impression that I got.
Hungarian is one of the most difficult languages on the planet.
Yes, yes, you know that. Yes, that's quite true. That is quite true. Even Hungarians, in the old days, they would carry around pocket dictionaries. These days, of course, it would all be on their cell phone. But in the old days, they would carry around, pocket dictionaries because their language is difficult enough where they have to consult their dictionary constantly. It's true. It's bizarre.
One of the people that has done art for me is from Hungary, and he speaks English to interact with me, but there's times he says, you know, I really have to look that up because I don't know I don't know what you're saying. And I'm like, oh shit, I thought I spoke basic English pretty well. But yeah, he has talked about there were some things that I was given that were in Hungarian, and he had to do a basic translation for me. It was short, so it wasn't that impossible, and he volunteered to do it. I didn't have to pay him, but I do give him credit for the art and all that stuff. He volunteered for that too. His art name is VN Chronicler, and he actually does great work if you ever want him for anything. But he's from Hungary, and he has talked about how difficult the language is and how it is so close to ancient Sumerian that once the cuneiform is put into their alphabet, that most Hungarians can read Sumerian, that it's the cuneiform they can't read.
Interesting. Okay. And what do we make of that? What is the...
Well, it's tracking back through the Scythian tribes that basically started in Samaria and went both directions from there. So they are like the mother group for all the royals in the old world.
Okay.
Including China and Japan.
Well, that's cute.
all of the dragon families come from them.
Okay, the Sumerians.
From the Scythians.
The Scythians, yes. Okay. So
Yeah,
is it
Scythians,
Scythians or Scythians?
It's supposed to be a SK sound.
Okay.
They call themselves Saka.
Okay, so Scythians. Okay.
Scythians.
Scythians. Thank you. I mean, well, that's fascinating. It certainly...
I've been studying them because my personal family tracks back to them. And so knowing you, that you are from dragon descent,
yes.
Whenever I ran across that all of the royals of dragon descent came from these people, I went, oh shit, we're distant cousins. Really?
That's so cute.
Really distant, but common ancestry.
Well, we have that, yes. Well, of that, I have nothing to argue with. I certainly, find it fascinating as an idea. And so, aside from all of that, when you had this artwork done by this Magyar individual, of course, this was brought up by what I said about this idiot over in Hungary who's just trying to get laid and thinking that he was entering a paradise of, basically free pussy. And he just wound up, as far as I can see, he's still bitching about everything. It's like I could go on about...
if a person is unhappy, they take themselves with them where they go.
Yes. Yes, it's so true. So true. And in terms of, I'm really glad that you managed to settle with, of course, our dear friend Lou and kind of find some happiness there. When your son lived in the same place with the two of you, it must have been quite really crowded. Well, was it not? Or how did that go?
We weren't in this apartment yet then.
Okay.
We were in a converted barn.
Oh my God!
And it was really nice inside. The walls were paneled and everything, but
Okay.
it had originally been a barn. I have mentioned I live in the boonies, right?
Yes. Yes.
So I had a trailer house
Uh-huh.
that my son was staying in so that he had his own privacy.
Okay. Okay.
So he had full run of the house, of course, but he had the trailer house was like his room. So he had his own privacy away from us.
Okay. And so aside from that, continue the conversation to the bottom of the hour with Jameson, and
I was going to say the guy who's bitching about not being able to get laid in Europe because he wasn't able to get laid in America either. He sounds like a spoiled brat.
Oh yeah.
It sounds like he has issues, and that being an entitled, spoiled brat is just one of them. Because I've seen entitled, spoiled brats still find someone interested in them. But if he's gone into now 2 continents and is still unable to find someone, he has more problems than just his attitude.
Yes. Yeah. Well, that almost goes sans saying. I mean, these guys are all involuntary celibates. And they go everywhere and they just bitch about everything, and they think they've got it rough. It's incredible to me, and they think they've earned their place in the world. That's what's also incredible to me, how they imagine that about themselves. They really flatter themselves. It's very frustrating, of course, to see that there's so many of them. I don't know if you're.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm aware of some of those people because they lose track of my age, and they figure because I'm out there public that I'm available, which I'm not. I have a partner, and so I get contacted by an amazing number of those people, and while I am empathetic to their plight.
Well, that's you've got a lot of sensitivity to be empathetic to the plight of these goons out there.
Most of the problem is there are many parts of the world where there are not enough women to go around through their cultural issue of killing baby girls.
Right.
And then there are cultural issues where the male children are basically taught they are entitled to whatever they want. And the combination of the two is creating massive anger in a lot of quarters. And the people in those countries where they're killing their daughters are going to countries where they don't.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's suddenly a lot of competition for single cis het females.
Mm-hmm.
So that puts these barely adult cis het females in a position of they can pick and choose instead of having to settle for whoever will take them.
Yeah, and that leaves all these assholes without a body. Go on. Without a warm body to be next to. Yes.
What's happening is, by those policies, they have suddenly put the young women in charge. And this is an extremely different viewpoint for these young men who have been taught their gods.
Yeah.
And it's going to be ego shattering for them once they understand that they are without any hope. Many of them are killing themselves. Which
They do
is
us a
in
favor.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I was about to say this
it
kind of
may
a,
be doing us a favor, but it still seems very wasteful.
I don't know about that, but it's
Yeah, I have to argue that it's for the best. Trust me, it's for the best. Too many men to go around. Hey, we don't need that. You know, if I would be happy if the 30% who are killed off are all men.
But
Just all.
by the way, this 30% is really conservative compared to what our man, Mr. Salman Sheikh, is.
Well, yeah, I like Salman's. I like Salman's estimate a little better, only because if 80% and that's all guys, that leaves me with a planet full of women. And hey,
But that that was one of the things that struck me. That's one of the things that struck me about this guy. And so, yeah.
Lou is just really cracking up at y'all.
Well, there we are. Well, the one thing that struck me about this guy who moved to Eastern Europe is that he, like so many of these libertarian, quote unquote, these talk about true libertards. I say that to disambiguate them from the term they use for libtards. He basically complains about homosexuality and feels that that's a sign of degeneracy. I mean, you would think that the guy would realize, the more men are gay, the less competition he has for what women
You would
do.
think so.
Yeah, but no,
Their minds don't operate that way. It's you have to be like me.
yes, it's bizarre. It is.
Now, my attitude is I don't care what you want. I don't care what you practice as long as you stick to consenting adults.
Yes. So.
I don't give a shit. I'm not in your bed. I don't care.
Yes. Yeah. There we have that, and of course that being said, so both of you go back to talking to the bottom of the hour, which is only a few minutes from now. I really should start monologuing. Of course, I have to remind myself to say the how do I say it? The solicitation thing. I hate it so much I couldn't even get it out. What that is. I mean, I do dearly love the man who sponsors me, Ben Estenius, but honest to God, he invited me down to Arizona again, and I'll just have to talk to him. The situation has to be completely different this time, and I suppose it could only be better with the other time what was it? The baseball player was involved. Oh my God, what was his name? I can't even remember. He played with the San Francisco Giants, and I used to think how nice it would have been if my father had known that, my father was a baseball fan, so he would have. Yeah, go on, honey. Honey, what was that?
I was responding to you.
Oh yeah.
Keep talking.
So he was, and I don't know if Jameson might have been listening long enough to remember this guy. He's actually in the film we were able to get out, where we were just kind of talking down there in that. That cafe that Ben Estenius had arranged for us to speak in, the Kon-Tiki. Robert Lacey was the man's name. Robert Lacey, a baseball player. But sadly, the guy was just... he hated Laura Lee Solomon, and his hatred was simply pathological. It made no sense. And I needed her as a buffer. It's just the way that I operate. I tend to go someplace with a companion, particularly or preferably a female, because, of course, I just don't trust men. I try to avoid being alone with men most of the time. But he didn't seem to understand any of that.
So you really do understand how we feel like prey.
Oh, of course I do. I mean, having been mistaken for a woman quite often, I understand exactly what women go through. Of course, having to emulate a female a good part of my life, there's advantages to it. In my case, there were, but there's also disadvantages. In San Francisco, of course, it's very different. We're talking about a city that has a very large gay community, was actually it was advantageous for me to appear as a girl, so I wouldn't have the men all over me. And most people can't understand that. Yeah, and
yes.
yes. So this is where it's.
I have been in San Francisco with my first husband, and be walking down a street, and I liked Chinatown, so we would go through, and there would be a man, almost always a very well-dressed, young, powerful-looking man, that would come up to my husband at the time and say, "I don't like boys that like girls."
There you go.
And then proceed to follow us up the street.
Oh, yeah.
And repeat that louder and louder and louder.
That is super creepy.
Yes.
What the hell?
Yes, but that's so common.
That's San Francisco.
Yes.
It doesn't happen anywhere else.
Yeah.
I'm not going down there.
Well, it's changed. It's
will
changed.
never.
I mean, what
go
year
down
was this
there.
again, honey?
About 1981.
Okay, that's a long while ago. I mean, it used to be really bad. It was awful. I mean, like, see, people don't understand that. That was why I spent most of my time dressed as a girl, was because...
well, that would have been during the time you were growing up.
Yes, yes. Yeah. Well, don't forget, when you mentioned, like, you're talking about 81 is what you said, right?
Yeah, 81.
Honey, I was like teens. Yeah, I was still pretty much a child.
You would have made a hot-looking girl.
Yes, but
yes.
But of course, what I had to present myself as such was basically to keep the men from attempting to rape me constantly. It was just disgusting, and it was, of course, just a necessity to make certain that I didn't tempt them and just avoid trouble. It was amazing how I could avoid attention just by appearing as a female, and that was something that I did basically.
Only in San Francisco, because I have lived in San Jose, Orange County, Los Angeles County, Fresno. And in those days, I was still thin with an hourglass figure, and I would be followed.
Yes.
If I were walking in a mall, men would literally drop to their knees.
Wow.
And
is that because they were trying to look up your skirt? What?
No, it was. Have you seen the pictures of me then?
No, I haven't.
I'll send you some in Messenger.
Okay.
There was a time that I was desirable. And that lasted about 20 years. Mm-hmm. And during that time, I was prey.
Yes.
Prey.
Yes.
Prey. Men would follow me everywhere. And I didn't have a car, so I was riding the public transit.
Oh, it's just awful. Yeah.
And I would be followed home and have to call the police because there would be men on my front step who would not leave.
Yeah.
And it was, I had 3 small children, and I was trying to maintain a life.
Yeah.
And I ended up having to move in a boyfriend just to be safe.
Mm-hmm. What made you choose? I mean, what did you choose as his, like, shall we say, what qualities made him fit for that role?
Why did I date him?
Well, I'd say what qualities made him fit for the role of being the boyfriend. I mean, so I'm thinking of basically an ambulatory guard dog, right? I mean, somebody who's like bipedal, but basically kind of barks and growls at the men who come to the door, right? I mean, it's basically what you're talking about.
He was 6'3" and about 250 pounds.
So he was a bipedal guard dog, right?
He worked He worked as a repossessor for the rent-to-own place.
Oh, beautiful. So he had all the qualifications. You chose him for his violence ratio, his capability
No,
of...
actually, he looked the part, but he was a very kind person.
Okay, okay. So this wasn't one of the two...
He was intelligent, and the friends I had at the time, he was a single member of our group.
Okay. And
I'm not someone that chases married men.
Okay.
So, he was someone I knew socially. Mm-hmm. He was kind. He worked for a living, which at that point, that was important to me. Mm-hmm. It showed that he had enough chutzpah to get out there and get a job.
Yeah, it's also a rare trait anyway in general with men that they work for a living. Yes.
He worked for a living.
What? Don't take this the wrong way, but how did you wind up with Lou? I'm sorry.
How did I wind up with Lou? We were both
I mean, this guy sounds like such a perfect ticket. I mean, what happened to him? I mean,
it turned out that he had been secretly married to a lesbian, and she had left him, and he decided one day he was done, and he left. And Lou and I worked
I remember how that came about. Was because
limestone quarry, and my husband at the time was poisoning me.
Right.
And I was the janitor, and he was the security guard.
Right.
And the sicker I got, the longer it took me to do my job. And there are federal laws about mines, and limestone quarries are considered a mine. Right. So nobody is allowed to be on the property by themselves except the security guard. So I was there doing my job, but it was taking me too long. And so he had to babysit me. Wow. And along the way, he got attached to me. Wow. And I started noticing that he was sucking in his gut when I was around.
That's always the sign. Yes, that's the sign.
Yes,
is when
that's
men
always the sign that they're interested.
Yes,
and he was smart.
Yes.
And that I'm a sapiosexual, and he was smart. He could talk about philosophy. He could talk about magic. He could talk about all this stuff that nobody else in my world gave a damn about.
Right.
So it was like a meeting of the souls.
Yes, you loved him for his mind. Right. By the way, sapiosexual, just for those of you who don't understand, that means someone who is... Okay, it could be literally interpreted as a mind fucker, but we won't go there. At any rate, it means...
Everybody is capable of doing that, yes.
Yes. So
I'm attracted to men who are my intelligence or smarter.
Right. And
since I have a 160 IQ, that's pretty hard to find.
Right. No, that's wonderful. Okay. I'm determined to take the bull by the horns. I guess let me call up the stupid solicitation. Get that up on my... Whoa, wait. I was going to take...
Are you wanting me to say goodnight?
No, not yet, because was Jameson's going to run for a bio break? Is that what you were going to say?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, as soon as you come back, then I'll take a refreshment break myself, and then I will be back and start. So Jameson will leave myself with Penny, right, Jameson? You'll just let us know when you're back, okay?
He turned off his mic.
Gotcha.
Yes. And in terms of just finalizing tonight, no, I'm so glad that Lou took you in. Now, again, about the time that... So apparently the time he was working there and you moved in with him and your son moved with you. Now, Lou, of course, by that time knew that all three of your children were in this hypoplasia, the hyperplasia. So he handled that well, I take it, obviously.
He did some research.
Right. And so the son was living upstairs, like you said. So would that be like, and this is a converted barn, so it's like I guess it was pretty comfortable. There must have been like windows, sun windows or something, right?
There were windows, there were sliding glass doors, there was carpeting.
I suppose the only way
paneling.
you got rid of your son ultimately was the fact that you moved out of the barn and he had to ultimately move. Otherwise, he'd still be living with you, right? I mean, that's how the kids are.
No, he went to college and graduated from junior college, and then he went to a work program.
Work program.
Job Corps, I think it was called.
Job Corps.
And he was learning forestry, as in firefighting.
Holy shit.
And they couldn't find him a job, so they switched him over to electronics and, installing electrical things in homes, and they couldn't find him a job, so they sent him to a third school to be basically an airline stewardess. And that was when the airlines were shutting down. So he came back to our area and got a job at one of the fast food places. And then he decided he was moving to San Jose, and he rented a room from my brother-in-law. And he's been working at Safeway for, a decade now?
Oh my God.
At least a decade. And he's married, and they are still living in my brother-in-law's downstairs basement bedroom.
Right. That's
because the rent is so outrageous there.
Right. In where is this city again?
San Jose.
San Jose. Oh my God. Yeah. I mean, the rent in San Jose is not that bad, but it's bad enough. I mean, San Francisco, of course, is really where it's outrageous.
San Jose's prices are probably about halfway between where I live and where you live. So they're still high.
Yeah. No. I mean, but that's just oh my God. He's had quite the saga. And well, at least
he's had a regular life. He's 37 now. He has a lot of skills. He's smart.
Yeah, well,
I can send you a picture. I think he's cute.
Well, that's okay. I don't need to. I'll take your word for it. But aside from all of that, so Lou was very patient, obviously, with the situation, and quite generous, quite gracious.
Yes, Lou has been incredibly good to me, and sometimes I have wondered why.
Because you enable his serial killing, yes. You act as a cover, yes. That's how it works. You know these people. And
I have alters, so I guess I keep life interesting.
Yes.
It's not like being with one woman.
That's right. He can't figure out which one of you to kill. Yes, that's how you survive this long. There's too much of a choice with which one of you to target. Yes. So so he seeks his thrills outside concerning all that, all the homeless people who escaped into the forest only to disappear. Yes, and aside from all of that, so the quarry mine and stuff, the janitorial, obviously that's that must have been visually interesting. I mean, what's the place must have been all mined out and desolate looking, post-apocalyptic, was it not? Or?
No. It started off being a mountain, and it's now an open pit hole in the ground.
Jesus Christ.
And it's overlooking the Stanislaus River, and it's a major source of limestone powder for making glass, and gravel for cleaning up Superfund sites, because if it's acid or if it's basic, Either one, you dump limestone in it and it will dissolve until it's neutralized.
Jesus. And,
so it is the perfect solution to Superfund sites that are acidic, like Iron Mountain. You just keep dumping limestone in it until it stops fizzing.
Well, that's
so yeah. This is. It's also used as an agricultural fertilizer and as a additive whenever they're using these biomass electricity generators.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you put it in and it burns more evenly. Mm-hmm. So yeah, there's a lot of uses for limestone. Well, and they estimated when I was working there in 1999, they estimated they had another 100 years worth of limestone available to them on the property that they owned.
Right.
So yeah.
Yes.
They're going to be in business a long time.
Well, there we
and
have
it's
that.
A product that is environmentally friendly.
Is it really?
Yes.
I guess comparatively speaking. So
comparative to the other things that are being used, yes, it's environmentally friendly.
Oh.
So it's something that I'm proud of having worked there and being associated with a product that is actually good for the environment.
How did you get the job again?
I was doing housekeeping and home health care, and one of my clients said, "Oh, we need a janitor down where I work. How would you like having that job?" Mm-hmm. And it was 1 day a week.
Okay, our man Jameson is back. So we were talking about how she got the job, where ultimately she met the serial killer she enables, and so
oh my God,
you can take over.
For the audience, Luther is an Iroquois shaman. He's one of the kindest, gentlest folks you have ever met, and
you know, the enablers all say that.
The only thing he has ever done bad in his whole life was he was a DOD contractor during Vietnam. Yes. And he came back and he's been trying to make up for that ever since.
Yes.
So.
Deeply appreciate it. One of these days he can
and
tell us.
And he just said, and don't push your luck.
Yes. And one of these
and
days,
he's got a hell of a sense of humor, and he puts up with me.
Yes. Well, I did say that the last episode. I don't know if you heard it that time, but it was right after the two of you checked out. Was our man Jameson was saying, "Oh, he seems like such a nice guy," and I says, "Yeah, look what he puts up with," and so there you have that. And
I know I'm not easy to live with, but I'm thankful that he's here, and when I get into these crying jags, he will just sit and hold me for hours while I'm just drowning his t-shirt.
Bubbling, yes. And well, that's wonderful. And so I definitely appreciate that. So what I'm going to do is leave you and Jameson speaking for a little while. I'm going to run for a bit of a refreshment break myself, and then come back and then kind of take over. Basically take over at that point, but or shortly after I come back. But honestly, I'm just glad that you're here right now to keep us going a little while longer. Of course, it's not even midnight where she's in my time zone, so it's comparatively early for you.
It's 1 to midnight.
Yeah, but it's still comparatively early for you because you're nocturnal like myself. And, Our Lady in Barbados was relating to you the other day, and she was telling us how her son was still up following her bad example when she was up throughout the night, which was interesting because her sons look pretty young. So if they're up very late, that's interesting how they get away with that. But then, of course, the young, they don't need nearly as much sleep. Okay, then I'll go mute again for a few minutes and then return and start on everything that I'm supposed to be doing as a responsible adult.
all that stuff you're supposed to do as a responsible
Host.
broadcaster.
Yes, yes. Well, broadcasters kind of giving it a bit more dignity, micro influencer, bandwidth burner. But hopefully things get a little more up with the book in terms of some numbers here. But I certainly don't want to make a career of this, and hopefully the book will lead in other directions. Yeah. It's and by the way, I do remind everyone, everyone was kind enough to bring up the help that I need, and I do need it this month. I should be able to make rent, but I definitely will probably need some help to do so. So everyone, I do need to solicit for myself as well as my sponsor. And the way to help me is right there on the screen. It's paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich. And our wonderful lady, Miss Penny, who I always laugh when I say that because the wonderful person, Nancy Volker, in the chat room always calls you Pennywise, like the Stephen King clown.
Yeah, she does that on every social media. She calls me that on my YouTube, and she calls me that in Facebook.
Yes. Well, it's said affectionately. And
yes, it is said affectionately, and I have not had a single complaint about it.
Yes, yes. And SOREI-KI is sending his hearts and peace doves. Wonderful. And Regina Schwartz says, my name is Okentomi Kuma Kizuma Ie Leo, which sounds like a bit Polynesian thrown in there. And Nancy Volker says, damn, my life is so boring compared to all of you guys. Laugh out loud. That is so cute. And so...
count your blessings, honey.
Yes, yes. Oh, by all means, do count your blessings with that. You don't know how lucky you are. So I will now, go mute. The two of you will continue talking, hopefully, and be back soon enough.
All right.
Welcome back, Jameson.
Yes, good to be back in the world of the mortals.
Good to be back in the world of people who are up all night.
Oh, well, I used to function quite well doing work at night. Honestly speaking,
I do too.
The only problem.
Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say the only problem was that usually buying snacks and stuff, there was nothing open. But other than that, it's easier to work at night.
I actually enjoyed that part about not being able to buy snacks at night because I have one of those metabolisms that used to burn off everything and it no longer does.
Ah, I see. Yeah.
I used to be thin and pretty, and somewhere around 45, 50, my thyroid stopped, and since then it has been a struggle.
Did they find out why that stopped?
Yeah, because they said that I had a brain malformation, and they kept having CAT scans of it that involved a radioactive dye that was iodine based, and so all of that radioactive iodine settled into my thyroid and killed it.
Damn.
So if you have some idiot doctor telling you, well, you need an x-ray every so many months and we have to shoot you full of dye, tell them to go to hell.
Yeah, I will definitely do that. I'll tell them to go F themselves.
Yes, because this was one of those, I learned from their mistake too late to save myself. So now I have to take thyroid pills the rest of my life.
They were probably experimenting on you because the United States has not stopped experimenting on people radiologically. I found I actually had a website that was bookmarked where they went into all the experiments that they've done radiologically speaking.
They've done a lot of shit to a lot of people over the years. Most of them were either poor white trash, which is what they class me, or they have been minority people, usually in public housing. So if you are in one of those categories, then you have been at risk to be part of an experiment by the United States government with or without your knowledge, much less consent.
I'm fairly certain they did something to me. That goes without saying. Oh my gosh.
Well, I know they've done lots to me. And, for those of you who actually look at my YouTube, watch the interviews I did with Doris Neely. She used to work for the CIA, and that's documented because she sued them for racial discrimination under the Reagan administration, and there are records of that. So we know she worked for the CIA. She came forward on my channel at the end of March, first part of April, and verified my story, including all of the weirder memories that I have. And between the 3 interviews I did with her, we worked out a protocol where I told what I remembered, and she said if it was in the report on me that she uploaded to the CIA archive. So you can get a blow-by-blow verification of my story from her.
It's really weird that they don't have anything better to do than harass their own citizens.
Who else is going to harass?
Oh, I don't know.
They have us trapped. Seriously, who are they going to harass? They can harass our allies up to a certain point, at which case the government there says enough is enough. You're doing damage. You can go into a prisoner of war country and harass their citizens, or you can go to some place where we have supposedly declared war or some such bullshit. We have not declared war against anybody since World War II. So yep. we are in all of these war situations without a declaration of war. And if you do too much to those people, then the local government who lets you in there will start screaming. And that's part of why we have abandoned Afghanistan, is because we did too much shit to their people. So who else can they do long-term research on but their own poor people?
That's a good point. I mean, it's a target of opportunity.
It's a target of opportunity, and we have no way to fight back. Because, to be honest, nobody gives a shit about us. That has been the one thing that has been impressed on me in the 5 years I've been public, is that nobody gives a shit about the victims of the American government.
That's the problem, and that's one of the reasons why. Well, I'm not going to say on air what I was thinking about saying, but what I would say is, if I was someone who let's say, if I was someone who was paying taxes into the system, I would be really pissed. I mean, I do pay taxes into the system. What am I saying? But what I'm saying is, if I'm someone who had to bust my ass and had so much taken out.
I have paid and paid and paid and paid and raised kids that are paying, and have paid taxes on, oh my God, my second husband was a hitman, and I had to pay taxes on the money that he refused to pay taxes on because we were married at the time. He earned it and they proved it, and so they came after me. Yeah, I'm one of those. So I have paid IRS so much fucking money that it's unreal. And yet at the same time, they have been using me for shit unpaid for my entire life. They started when I was 4 years old. So, yeah. And that was verified by Ms. Neely, who, it's so cute. She really loves Douglas. Oh, God, she loves Douglas. The last time she was on my show, she said, "Can he please call in?" And he was asleep. It was in the middle of his night, you know?
Well, the middle of his night is day to most of these, most of our audience. So
It was 2:00 in the afternoon, my time. And because she's in the DC area, it was 5 p.m. So, but she's a good lady. I like her a lot. She's fun to talk to. One of these evenings, we're going to have to get her on Douglas's show. And she's smart, she's funny, and she's interesting. And she's done a lot more than data entry for the CIA. So
that would be very interesting. So technically, basically, they have you. They basically have you slave circuited, more or less.
yes, yes,
Okay.
I'm slave circuited. I know this. I am emotionally angry about it, but I am aware that there's actually nothing I can do about it.
Right.
So,
I mean, that's the fact that you continue forth with that burden is incredible. I mean, it's certainly to be commended, and at least you have the option to share it with others. At least it's not a secret that you're forced to keep to yourself. So that must help.
yeah, but how many people believe me?
Oh, well, I mean, in the end, does that even matter? I mean, really, it's not really a factor. The important thing really is that people hear of it, and then they can, make their own decision. And what matters is you still have a fan base, and all of them, the majority of them, obviously, certainly sympathize with your situation. If they don't believe it, they certainly sympathize with the real meaning of it, which is the challenges you face. So they're
Yeah, I've actually been surprised that I had a fan base, because I would have thought that my message was so negative that no one would have wanted to hear me.
well, yeah.
So
that's-
it's been a bit shock that I have a following, and that some of them are as devoted as they are, and it has really touched me.
No, well, people feel
So-
sympathy for, Jameson Reese, and look at how negative he is. Honestly, it's, comparatively speaking.
One of my friends commented on him on Facebook. I got this PM, private message on Messenger saying, that guy is a nihilist.
Nihilist.
And
Yeah.
I go, yeah. And he goes, why is he on your friends list? I said, because he's on Doug Dietrich's show with me, and he's interesting to talk to. The guy goes, oh. Never brought it up again.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking to myself, I probably should be upset that this guy is checking out my new friends. But
Yeah,
I guess
that is kind of.
But I guess
yeah.
that means he cares about me.
Yeah. I'm not quite sure that that's comforting. It's,
Yeah.
There's a lot in my world that I observe from a neutral perspective.
yeah. What?
I'm aware it's going on, and I'm not quite sure what I should be thinking about it.
And so it definitely is what it is, and we.
Well, it's interesting. It's interesting he used the term nihilist. I wouldn't consider myself a nihilist.
Well, I could understand why people would assume that. It's easy enough to assume. As a matter of fact, actually, Salman Sheikh, in his own quiet way, could be considered quite sinister, because essentially he's talking about 85% of the population being killed, and I wouldn't speak.
The members of the secret society that I'm not allowed to name, not as representing them, but as individuals, have told me that the goal of the bug is 80% die off over 5 years.
Okay.
So his 80 to 85% is right on target.
Yeah, but of course I do have to say
it's going to take a little longer than 5 years for it to reach those numbers, unfortunately.
That was the goal that they told me. Whether they achieve that or not is still up in the air, but that was the goal they were aiming for.
Yeah, I don't think anyone really needs to worry. I mean, honestly, with the way climate change is coming along, it's
it's almost guaranteed.
Yeah.
Oh, that laugh.
Yeah, it's we've.
And you wonder why they think you're that when you have that laugh about people dying.
It's not about people dying. It's just you have to laugh or you're going to cry.
Right.
It's a laugh of sorrow.
Yes, that's it. The laugh of sorrow. Yes. See how sorry he is. Yes, he's laughing so hard he's crying. Yes. Poor bastard. Yeah, to be burdened with such sorrow. It's what can one do? I mean, I'm left speechless. Yeah,
I noticed you're tripping over your tongue, and you don't do that very often.
I'm telling you, it has to do with the caffeine, because I haven't had caffeine in a long time, so it gets me really giggly. It's just the caffeine.
Oh shit! Yes,
okay.
And you've got to stop doing that.
We will accept whatever excuse you want to give.
Yes, folks. I am a very angelic and wonderful beaming ray of positivity.
You sure that's just caffeine? Is there something else?
That sounds like he's become delusional.
Yes. Oh my God. Oh well, let
I've known you too long, Jameson. You're not gonna pull that one on me.
Yeah,
it was worth a try.
Yes.
I'm not judging you where you are. It's just you're not that.
So aside from all of that, on a lighter note, okay, it's after midnight. Let's take a look at how much time we have left that I have to. So I've got about 5 hours left, so it's not that bad. Bad enough. But
how do you talk for 5 hours by yourself?
Cocaine is sometimes involved. Didn't have that over the past few times. Real Tech Geek says, I've never considered Jameson to be negative. Definitely very pragmatic. Thank you, Real Tech Geek.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Indeed. See, there are others who understand me.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if they understand you. I don't know if anyone understands you, but
well,
they
I'm going to be honest with you. I don't even understand me.
I'm not attempting to gnosis understand you. I am just accepting you as you are.
Yes. And,
okay. Eventually there may be a gnosis, but in the meantime, it's like, okay, he's interesting. He's generally consistent, and I don't see him actually harming anybody, so it's cool.
Mm-hmm. Yes. So that's there you have that. And aside from that, when this young lady takes her leave of us for the night, Jameson, was there any stories that you wanted to point out, or did you feel that we should pay attention to? Or Benny, if there's anything you suggest, then
Well, Jameson and I and Daniel, we sort of covered the territory of the Taliban was running Afghanistan. America invaded, and now that America has abandoned the place, that the Taliban are back in charge, and why the hell would anyone think otherwise? And what is the CIA going to replace that heroin with? So that's a question you can address, is where are the CIA going to get their next
Drugs?
their next saleable product?
Maybe from Elon Musk.
Now there's an easy target and always a fun one. I mean, a true idiot. There is, and the funny thing is, most people catch that. They understand that this guy is an idiot, and they really do, expect. What can I say? He's just full of suck and fail with everything he comes up with. He has this stupid tube idea now that he says would get rid of traffic, and it's absolutely.
The tube idea, it would be him appropriating an outdated maglev train system.
Yeah. Yes, that's right. That's right. Tell people about this. How this fucker is just.
There is a system of magnetic levitation trains throughout the entire United States and into other parts like Mexico and Canada, and presumably the rest of the world, that was developed in the 1960s and has been in use this entire time. And they are underground, and they are now outdated, obsolete, and the next system is being installed, which is what people are hearing as these noises underground, is the new system being installed. But instead of tearing apart and recycling the bits, they are privatizing the old system, which means they are basically turning it over to Elon Musk or whoever else is the highest bidder to call this whatever they want, but it's really the maglev system from the 1960s.
Now, how deep underground are we talking?
Less than a mile.
Yeah.
It depends on the particular terrain, but it's less than a mile underground.
Yeah.
They go below rivers, below lakes, but the rest of the time it's pretty much a straight shot, because they have to, because the speeds involved with these trains are so high that turning takes a while.
I see. So they couldn't have like all these different loops and turns and whatnot. It can't be something like those fun highlights mag books that we used to get as kids and stuff.
No, they don't do loops and curves and turns, but you can go from the East Coast to the West Coast in under 4 hours.
And so obviously this is something that I've heard spoken of before, and it makes sense. Certainly something
I've heard about it, but I've never been able to really confirm anything about it. But I guess the fact that he's buying this stuff shows that he's buying something. So obviously they do have it.
They do have something. He's buying it, and he will be releasing it as new technology.
There you go. There's the
Almost
joke.
Everything that I disclosed since I came public has come out as new technology since. And some of them, the patents have been released in the last year and a half. There are an incredible number of patents being released for Black Ops Technologies, and they are releasing the early stages in the patents. They are not releasing the current issue items. So a lot of the things that I talked about in those first few interviews in 2016, if you want to hunt those down and see what I talked about and then track what was released afterwards, yes, some of the things released are because Doug talked about them, and some of them are released because I talked about them.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying that. So that I don't grab all the credit.
I'm not excluding you.
Understood. No. I understand that.
I think that we have been on parallel paths affiliated with different Axis powers. But we're both telling the truth as we know it. And there's a lot of technology that I'm familiar with that the early stages are starting to be released. And in some ways, I'm glad to be verified, but on the other side, some of these technologies, the way they were used on me, were incredibly dangerous.
Yes.
And knowing basic humanity as I do, it will be used in the worst possible applications.
So we're not talking about anything that's going to potentially save us from extinction at all.
Well, actually, there was a technology that was used by the Germans that was a regeneration tank, and it was 3 meters tall, 2 meters diameter. You could not see through it. It was filled with a green gel. You dropped from a hook into this green gel, and you floated in it, and it was body temperature. While you were in it and awake, it was one of those desensitization tanks. And there was a computer like a tablet on the outside of it with a slot for a blood sample, and a technician who understood what they were doing would be able to repair any genetic issues to the body. And you could bring back a person from the dead for up to 4 months with that technology. Now that has some real potential to help humanity.
That actually just convinces me that I should opt for cremation.
I was thinking something like that.
We were able to bring soldiers back from the dead with just a finger with that technology. There is another set of technologies, plural, that involved, one of them was taking energy from the toroidal rotation of the planet and converting that into electricity. But if you have too many of those operating, you will slow down the rotation of the planet. Another one that would operate would literally take the ambient energy out of a square cubic meter of air and convert that into enough electricity to run half of the United States. So there are technologies out there that together would completely change life as we know it.
But they want to kill us all off before they do that.
They want to kill us all off before
And
they
you
do
see-
that. And
so is it-
destroy the economy, because the economy is based on this fossil fuel runs combustion engines. And when you start getting this 0-point energy type technologies that are basically free energy, you can't charge like you do for a gallon of gas or so many kilowatts, because you can't justify that cost, because you basically, it's just the cost of building the machine. And once that technology is out there, you're going to have people pirating it right and left on an ongoing basis. And there are also technologies based on 3D printers that can create food or clothing or bricks for building out of trash. And with the 0 point energy empowering them, they become practical.
Now, you see, this is one of the reasons why I'm opting for the complete Well, I'm not going to go there. We'll just say that it doesn't seem fair that some members of the human race get to live while the rest of us die off. And if I have my capacity, I'll make sure it's a completely done deal so that they don't get away from it. So that justice is served.
I really don't feel that any of this is something we need to worry about. The capacity of human survival is pretty incredible. An 85% die-off would still leave millions and millions of people, which is not what I even foresee.
I know, but the thing is, it's just a matter of who's left.
I don't feel anyone is engineering a massive die-off because it doesn't make any sense. You had someone like Woodrow Wilson do something like that, and that's the closest thing we've ever had in humanity after the Mongols and their invasions. And they never even intended that with the biological weapons they were deploying, but they wound up acting it out because of their inability to control what they unleashed. Woodrow Wilson, it was the same way. But it's not like these people are intending, not that they're good people, but they're not intending a massive extermination of the human race on the scale that
I'm sure they're not, but I'm sure no one would really. I'm sure the only way something like that would happen would be by accident, because we always fuck shit up by accident because we're just like that.
Mm-hmm. And
that's just a pattern that humans seem to follow for some reason. It's like, we thought we could control this, but we got out the lab and okay, we're all fucked. Oh, we're sorry, folks.
Yes.
That's just always how it works.
Yeah. And I have told people who shared their ideas with me, I have pointed out to them where it can go wrong. Yeah. And they'd say, oh, we'll watch for that. And then when the time comes, they don't. And it does exactly what I told them it would. And then they're like sheepish and don't want to admit to me that they fucked up. I've told them over and over and over, just because you can doesn't mean you should. You should think, should I do this? What good is going to come from this?
Why did they tell you again? I mean, why you? Why are they?
Why me? Because I went to college with them and they still like me.
Oh, okay. So you went to college with some of these people who then became part of the cabal, so to speak, and then
No, I'm their crazy poor friend that understands what they're talking about, and they needed to bounce it off somebody that wasn't official.
Okay. I mean, I'm just trying to contextualize.
It's I'm there. I understand what they're talking about because I have not let my skills go dormant.
Oh, you mean like in a psychic sense or something?
Most people, when they get out of college, within 5 years, they can't do a fucking thing they went to school for.
Right. I'll get it. Okay, so
yeah,
I have not let that happen.
Right. Okay.
Because I worked too hard to get this knowledge to let it go away. And so, yes, I have maintained some of those relationships.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. I just needed the context. And, well, honey, I love you dearly. You have a blessed night and share all our love with Lou, of course. And sweet be thy slumber. And, of course...
One of these days, I'm going to arrange to meet you in Frisco, and you're going to get to meet Lou.
Oh.
And You'll find out that he's really a fun guy.
I'm willing to take your word for that. I'm sure he is, and that's.
I think it's hilarious that you're worried about him.
Of course,
I really do.
Of course, I am. Oh my God, the kind of experience I had with, say, for instance, when I went down to Arizona, like I said, when the sponsor tells me, "Oh yeah, we should do that again sometimes," and of course I say yes, but in my heart of hearts, it's like, oh my God, things will have to
You're
be
screaming, no!
Yeah, things will have to be monumentally different. I mean, what happened last time was one of the most miserable experiences of my life. I've told people about this. Between that and Australia, both of those were like just indescribable. Oh my God, shout out to Holly Kaditis Kiefer if she's out there listening. And she was so nice to both of us, Laura Lee Solomon and myself. But it was just, oh God. Several aspects of nightmare involving, one of these days, I guess I'll talk about it, but I shouldn't get into it now because I'll be talking about it for hours. Okay.
Well, you've got, what, 4.5, 5 hours to go.
Yes, I know, but I do have a lot to cover, and I might as well get started.
Okay.
So do understand, of course, by the way.
Have a blessed evening.
Oh, before you go, of course, this is, I will be talking, I'll start, of course, with the solicitation, remind people of the debt that I owe Jonathan Warrington, and should dedicate this show to him, as a matter of fact, but I'm not quite sure if it's appropriate. Some things have a kind of fitting theme, but tonight's it's hard to tell. When it comes to Jonathan Warrington, it's hard to figure out what any fitting theme would be. But in terms of yourself and Lou, do remember this is Chinese Valentine's Day weekend, so you might make the most of that for what that's worth. Of course, if you listen for a little while after you take your leave of us, I'll be speaking of that, the different Chinese Valentine's Days. And they celebrate, actually, about 7 of them. Wow. It goes a long way towards explaining why they were so overpopulated until the recent one-child policy, which wiped them out.
I always thought that they were an affectionate people.
There we are. And that's so cute, the way she says that, like we're Santa's elves or something. Okay, honey, say goodnight to our listeners.
You got to remember, I don't judge people as a race, and if there's a certain behavior that seems common to them, I do look for the kindest explanation.
Yeah. Yes, wonderful. I mean, that's great. Very take your time. Say goodnight to our listeners.
Well, good night, everybody, and I hope I wasn't too obnoxious tonight.
No, you're always wonderful. Yes.
Thank you.
So blessed night.
And thank you for me always being welcome.
Of course. Okay, you take care. And
good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Yes, that was Penny Bradley. And now we're here with James and Reese and myself. And is there anything you want to say before I start the solicitation and, try and oxygenate myself enough to go on through the rest of the night? Go ahead and...
I am paying attention to this earthquake going on in Haiti. It seems to be a lot of people displaced. A lot of deaths, 7.2 magnitude.
Jesus.
Yeah, they do not have the infrastructure to even withstand something that would be 5 magnitude, let alone 7.2. This does bring to mind a lot of what I was reading about in the quantum voodoo, quantum voodoo connection, where he says that there's always going to be problems in Haiti because of an egregore that they unleashed that just demands all types of blood and suffering. So now I'm starting to see that. Yeah.
Oh my God. So it's incredible, and maybe it was unleashed upon them, is what is meant to be said, or it's kind of like what the.
Yeah, the egregore has bound itself to Haiti, and it just seems to just keep things in a constant state of chaos because it needs blood to sustain itself.
And in terms of this egregore, is it not, as I understood it, basically a manifestation of all of the lives lost in the slave trade, a kind of a result thereof? I spoke of this, of course, in the past when it came to...
No, this is something I think that came about from the Zandorist school of the Voodooan tradition. I think this came about when I think there was a certain practitioner who specialized in the sort of dark side of the voodoo, which is like the cursing and the power, and the more negative aspects. And I think what happened was their egregore got out of their control, from what I read, and now it just pretty much keeps this place in a constant state of upheaval.
Mm-hmm. And so tell us exactly what's going on now. Again, some more details as they're coming in.
All right. Well, all right. I can read the story. Quake injured, wait for help as a new disaster overwhelms Haiti. They're, of course, trying to tell a story here. Saturday's earthquake left at least 5,700 people injured, with thousands more displaced from destroyed or damaged homes. After sundown Sunday, Les Cayas was darkened by intermittent blackouts, and many people slept outside again, clutching small transistor radios, tuned to news, and terrified of continuing aftershocks. I can't help but sometimes wonder if this shit isn't being caused by the bitterness of white colonialists using some kind of technology to just fuck these places up, because they can't stand the fact that the French can't stand the fact that they were kicked out by the Haitians.
Yeah.
Because that's always in the back of my head,
yes.
That's always in the back of my head. I'm sure there's always in the back of my head that, this is somehow being triggered by some group of angry white folks who are just seething because, that was the first black colony that freed itself from its oppressors.
Yes.
And so it's such an insult to the white male supremacy complex.
Mm-hmm.
And it, of course, we can speak for hours about how incompetent that really is.
Yes.
I mean, the entire situation of World War II is a perfect illustration of their incompetence.
Yes.
And how they got their asses handed to them, and every other war that America has fought in. We can go on, but there's part of me I can grasp. I can see how the egregore would cause all types of political upheaval between the peoples and cause people to just kill and slaughter each other and whatnot with gangs and whatnot. But with the earthquake, there's part of me that just knows that there's some foul shit afoot.
Mm-hmm. And I agree. The scalar weaponry is employed against Haiti regularly because the generator for the scalar weapon is on Navassa Island, which of course is protected by the U.S. Coast Guard. And you will be shot dead if you try to land on Navassa Island. That is, of course, the island that belongs rightfully to Haiti, but the Americans occupy it.
So they definitely have a definitely have a reason to fuck with Haiti.
Oh yeah, it's definitely one based on exactly what you said. It's they don't like the example of an independent black republic, and one that might have served as the epicenter of a kind of black community in the Pacific, a kind of black alliance of nations. So to prevent that, they occupy Navassa Island, which of course is central to Cuba and Jamaica and Haiti. They're all three surround Navassa Island. Navassa Island's right in the middle of all three of those islands. And therefore, Navassa is strategic, but it belongs to Haiti. It's written in their constitution from long ago. They were the first to land on it without being rejected by the whatever entity is on that island that certainly frightened away all white men for hundreds of years.
You know what? I'm starting to think that even the, what do you call it, the upheaval with the guy with the president being assassinated, honestly, I can honestly see how that could have been America too, most definitely.
Mm-hmm. Yes, so understand this, to put this into perspective. The British reached Benin in 1553. Benin is, of course, that African nation that is part of the Ivory Coast, the Slave Coast, the Skeleton Coast, the Gold Coast. These are all the coasts of Africa that are in the Atlantic region where the slave trade ultimately was established via the massive, what they called slave factories, which were essentially fortresses, which they used to bring the slaves into. So in terms of, well, that would take us back to 1481. That was over a decade before invading the Americas. And that was when the first European settlements in sub-Saharan Africa were established just west of Benin in El Minya, or the mine, referring to its original gold export. And it was what was then called the factory, and which in pre-industrial Europe meant a fortified trading post used to store gold en route to Europe and to stockade slaves, which were black gold, the black electricity, the sinews of empire itself. And factories were built as complete towns inside fortifications, strong as any medieval castle, protected by companies of musketeers and batteries of cannon that were mounted on firing platforms to protect their numerous storerooms, their accommodation blocks, their smithies, carpenters' workshops, their artisans' posts, and of course always a church, a hospital, and the governor's residence. And with the discovery and conquest of the New World, El Minya became a slave factory par excellence, the first and the foremost of countless slave factories, from which sourced all of the Valjahuduns, the voodoo practiced in the Western Hemisphere today. Now, when the British reached Benin, which was maybe about 100 years later, they began trading with the Yedo people, officially instigating the slave race, meaning a race of slave powers to accommodate the most labor to power their empires that span the globe. And that's when well over 20 million men, women were enslaved and taken to the Americas. And at least 1/5 died en route. Another half perished after a few months or years of deadly labor and tortures inflicted upon them. The subhuman conditions inherent to chattel slavery transmuted the African religion into a political belief. And from the perspective of the black Afro-Caribbean diaspora, the slavery was one of the worst cases of human sacrifice in history, far superseding the Holocaust. And this mass sacrifice was believed to have acted as a titanic summoning ritual, and evil entities answered the summons by the thousands, and their influence continues to be felt centuries later. So Valjahuduns, the voodoo, syncretizes these incendiary beliefs, and that's why on August 22nd of 1791, the First World War, or World War Zero, the Napoleonic conflicts, began when Francophobic Yungan, a positive voodoo priest with the ability to reverse a zombie's condition by magical ritual, named Boukman. He claimed his charms made bullets miss their mark, and he led a massive slave uprising of 50,000 blacks and mulattoes that killed 2,000 of their white masters and destroyed 180 sugar plantations. It wiped out 900 coffee plantations and inflicted about 2 million francs worth of damage. Now, by 1791, bear in mind, 1/5 of France's foreign trade consisted of commerce to and from the Isle of Haiti. And the news of what was called historically the Night of Fire, it reached Paris by sailing ship, on November 22nd that year. And another Ungan named Toussaint Louverture, he pitted his highly trained black armies against all three of the most powerful empires in the world of his time, through a series of wars for Haitian independence that made him the greatest black military hero in modern history. And the men under his command volunteered to be zombified if they fell mortally wounded in battle, and he ordered the Paul Zombie, the zombie powder, to be administered into their wounds. The Spanish, who invaded after the expulsion of the French from their half of the island of Hispaniola, now the Dominican Republic, they were no match at this time for the forces under Toussaint. The British secured a beachhead of 25,000 troops, expecting to fill the vacuum in European power, but they were forced to evacuate after suffering the worst casualties in their history, prior to World War I, when 60,000 men died every day charging into machine guns. And so the folklore of the zombie was proven true. Because only salt in the food has any deterrent effect, the British troops salted their bayonets in desperation and delivered rock salt by shotgun, but all to no avail. It has to be eaten for it to work. And since the zombie, like substance abusers who engage in PCP, or the elephant tranquilizer, the phenylcyclohexylpiperidine, the zombie feel no pain. The
psychodissociative.
Yes, the salt shot, they don't even sting. Of course, PCP, as I said, is that abuser is able to perform inhuman feats of strength because the drug, not because the drug makes him stronger, but because the drug eliminates all the experience of pain while in effect. So a person can lift cars and they'll be breaking their spinal column, compressing their discs while doing so, but they don't feel it at the time they're doing it. I once witnessed a PCP abuser take multiple rounds and continue to advance and proceed to lift automobiles, obviously impervious to agony, because I could hear the discs of their spine audibly pop out of the spinal alignment while they were doing it. But they kept doing what they were doing. But, of course, the entire affair came to somewhat of a conclusion when Napoleon Bonaparte came to power. He would no longer tolerate a black slave ruling the richest colony in the Caribbean. And so the largest invasion fleet in French history set forth to depose Toussaint and restore slavery. And that's when the first of the blacks, as he was known, faced his greatest challenge when the first of the whites, as Napoleon Bonaparte was known, dispatched his army exceeding 60,000 men to exterminate all of Haiti's black population and repopulate it with new slaves from Africa. They even brought bloodhounds imported from Spanish Cuba they were raised all their lives feeding only on black human meat. And 4/5 of this expeditionary force died of yellow fever, spread initially by zombie bite, including 18 of its 50 generals. And soon only 7,000 starving, sickly troops survived to be captured and deported by the British fleet. Now, like an idiot, Toussaint accepted an invitation to recognize his nation, and he was treacherously abducted and smuggled to France. There, Napoleon Bonaparte had him imprisoned in a dungeon within the fortress de Joux, high in the Jura Mountains of the French Alps, and tortured him without mercy in an attempt to crack the pharmacopoeian Zuvembi, the zombie formula, from Toussaint. He even encouraged his black servants of some of his high officers to taunt Louverture as having become a Gangan, which is a Hungan who has lost his powers. And since Napoleon had already invaded Egypt, he had access to an enormous pool of colonial manpower to potentially zombify for deployment and conquer all the world. But the Black Napoleon died without breaking, alone in his cell on April 7th of 1803, and the world's first free Black Republic was declared on January 1st of 1804, the second republic to fight for and win its independence in the Americas after the United States. Now, this was the Cuban Missile Crisis of its day. At least 350,000 people died in that 13 years' war for Haitian freedom, directly compelling the United States to assert the Monroe Doctrine of 1823, in which the United States declared that white America would establish control over the entire Western Hemisphere to deter another series of imperial European invasions and counter-invasions by the extra-hemispheric powers, and to, of course, maintain their dominance over the coloreds within what they considered their half of the world. And this is what led to the white men ultimately capturing Navassa Island and installing the Scalar weaponry with which they constantly assault Haiti with chronic earthquakes to make certain that no infrastructure can ever stand. This is all part of the egregore of which the author you're sourcing speaks of. I hope that puts it into some more context.
Yes, it does. It does. And, it's honestly, at this point in the game, for anyone white to be like, why are black people so angry at us? It's like asking, why does the sun rise? I mean, it's just a stupid question. It's just disgusting. If you have people who are not satisfied until they've dominated absolutely everything from everyone.
Yes, and that's the true enemy that we face, is this level of greed. It's so obvious in Vladimir Putin.
It's a cancer.
Yeah.
It's like a very rapidly spreading cancer. It's malignant.
So I'll have you speak to that for a few minutes. I've got a wanker in my eye. I'll take that out. I'll be back in a moment and then proceed with the solicitation and the rest of the night. You can handle that for a few minutes, I'm sure.
Yes. And when you return, I'll go on a break to get some more water and rehydrate, of course. Yes. So that I don't wind up in the emergency room in the morning.
Yes, I would appreciate that. God knows you've got to take better care of yourself. I understand you're staying up all night. I mean, the caffeine's almost unavoidable, but I don't want to be responsible for your ultimate...
No. You're not responsible for my decisions. I made my decisions not... I made my decision to go back to caffeine knowing full well the risk involved. I just neglected to get water while I was upstairs. And so that's something I should do every time I take a break, is just get, because I got like a whole slew of water bottles that I could fill up. So
yes, understood. Okay, then I'll be back soon enough. Thank you.
All right. Well, yeah, so the situation in Haiti is very troubling. More than 7,000 homes were destroyed, nearly 5,000 damaged, hospitals, schools, offices, churches. And again, this is all because, the white supremacy, male white supremacy complex has to flex and show, see, no, these blacks can't overtake us. I mean, really. It's disgusting. So when periodically we get people who come on who are conservative or, might be related to the right, say, you can see how insulting that is. Given the context that was just, shared with you folks about, and make no mistake about it, for a small island of Haiti, for them to have thwarted attackers from all of these European powers and major forces, that's a very very powerful feat. So if anything, I can only imagine the amount of fear it would instill in the sort of white male supremacy complex that wants to dominate everything and wants to believe that, you know, it has a stranglehold over everything powerful, which it doesn't. Because, of course, when we're talking about the Hoodooan practices in Haiti, we're talking about power that goes way beyond the level of anything I've seen or worked with. And yeah, I mean, some of the examples of feats that would happen to people in the books was, you know, when people were possessed by some of these lower spirits, they would, you know, they would have all kinds of things happen to them. They would be burnt, they would get disemboweled, and all types of things would happen, and they would just pop right back up with no wounds whatsoever, as if nothing happened, you know, due to what happens when they're in that state, and when the Loa are like taking over their bodies, when they're in that sort of composite quantum state. So we're talking about something with the level of power that you would only expect to find reading a fantasy novel or something. And this is real world practices that go back from, you know, go back to those agrarian cultures in Africa, you know, that were, you know, conquered by the more, how do we say it, the more savage warrior tribes. And I call them savage tribes because, you know, honestly, I have no respect for them because they were the ones who conquered us, and they're the ones who conquered the people who I am descended from. So honestly, you know, at least in those areas of Africa, the ones that were responsible for the slave trade with Europe, they would be considered my natural enemy on a genetic level. And yeah, I mean, they would be considered as much of a natural enemy as the people of the colonial powers and the people who more or less, I'm not going to say every individual of those tribes. I'm going to say at least the overall. I'm overgeneralizing here. I mean, I'm sure there's good people in every place. I'm not demonizing good people, of course, but more or less this whole thing, this whole desire to take everything, to reap everything for profit. What are we going to have? What are we going to be left with? We're in a situation where our world is rapidly burning. That which isn't burning is going to be underwater. And this is all to keep these industries, which we could easily do away with, and, you know, not have to worry about destroying our planet just for profit. But then everyone's going to be like, well, what about all the jobs, all the jobs, all the jobs? Well, let's see. A few million people laid off versus billions of people dead because of ecological disaster. I mean, which one weighs heavier in the scales? So, I mean, this goes to pretty much show you that, you know, it's just honestly, I don't think that, you know, honestly, I can't say that we can blame everything on the CIA. I would say that they have their own role to play in these things, but, you know, overall, the overarching thing is that which in the human unconscious mind drives men to just plunder mercilessly to the point where they're willing to not give a fuck what happens to their future or future generations. Now, I'm looking in the chat. As for the idea of them using HARP, I will say that it's probably not HARP that they're using. it really could more or less be it really could be something like, when we're talking about scalar weapons, we're probably talking about something, it's probably something on the island adjacent that the Americans have at that island that's, that Haiti owns, or should own. It's probably definitely not, because HAARP was used specifically to bind the anti-gods. And that was one of Michael Aquino's pet projects. And they were using that to see if they could bind some of these entities that are completely outside of the realm of creation as we humans can possibly comprehend it. Things that you would say were completely from another dimension. So, I mean, I certainly don't think it was HAARP, but it's pretty bad that they would. I mean, it just goes without saying. I mean, this happens what, like a month after the president gets assassinated, and most of the people who assassinated those what do you call it? Those people who the people who were the assassins. Many of them came from South American countries. Some of them came from America. I mean, these were mercenaries who were more or less hired. If anyone runs South America, it's the CIA. So, I mean, we can all trace everything back to this being a American job. You know, the assassination and then the earthquake. They know exactly what they're doing. And you know, I have no delusions about this. This is why I overall hate American politics to begin with. You know, whether it's Trump, Biden, they're all pieces of shit to me. They're all pieces of shit who are upholding that same old grand white male order. And their desire, of course, is to more or less keep things going to shit as they are, because they're corrupted by their power. Now, we also have some interesting news coming out of Indonesia, where we have a new eruption that seems to be happening. This is Mount Merapi, and it's one of the most active volcanoes. So I guess they're used to that. But this is the biggest lava flow in months, sending a river of lava and searing gas clouds flowing 3.5 kilometers down its slopes in the densely populated island of Java. I do not understand how people are able to continue. Well, I can understand if people are poor and they don't have a choice and they were born there, how, you know, not being able to escape there. But I don't see why people who would have money would want to go to those islands where they have volcanoes and shit like that. They got to be fucking nuts. I mean, I actually remember seeing footage of some woman who was like doing. This was actually on Facebook, but there's a woman who was like posing in front of like this volcano, and I'm thinking to myself, and please don't take offense to this, folks, but there are some things that only white folks can do, and you know, you're not gonna find anyone of color doing something like that. I mean, seriously, she was like literally right on the mouth, like right next to the lava and shit. No, there's all right. I don't think that they killed the Haitian president because he refused the vaccine. That's absurd. That speculation is like right out of the crazy BS mill of the QAnon folks. They probably killed him because he was probably looking into that island. I mean, it's not, and there's no defense of him either. I mean, I'm sure the guy was a piece of shit. Don't get me wrong. The Haitian people had nothing good to say about him. had absolutely nothing good to say about the guy. He was no different than the people, than those gangs. He was. They accused him of having gangs go there and disrupt the place. But if anything, I could see them killing him because he was probably inquiring about, the island that America has occupied. That would actually make sense if they had killed him because he was maybe questioning, maybe we should try to get that island that's ours back. That would definitely have them. That would definitely have them give a reason to kill him. And again, this for people who don't think that Western colonialism still exists, that's a perfect example, right there.
Okay. Oh, so back now. Just put my earbuds in to hear you say those last few words. What were we citing as the preeminent new example of neocolonialism? Which nation?
The situation in Haiti.
Okay, thank you. You mean with what the Americans are doing, government by assassination?
Yeah, because I was speaking with a real tech geek, and he's saying that there was speculation that they killed the Haitian president because he refused the vaccine, and I'm thinking,
I mean, why would anyone even fucking care? I mean, Jesus Christ, not about that. I'm sorry.
No. Yeah. I was saying that if anything, they would probably kill him because he was probably questioning, why are the Americans occupying that island if it's ours?
Right.
Then they would have reason to take him out.
Yes. Thank you.
That's exactly what I think happened.
Yes. And I mean, that's the situation it's been for many of the leaders of Haiti, Papa Doc Duvalier. If people remember him, which I'm sure many people don't, it's simply too well before their time. Did you ever hear of the name of Papa Doc, as he was called? That's what they called him. It's kind of like Big Daddy, but Duvalier was the original ruler of Haiti in the modern sense, the post-war era. He was the he emerged in the 50s as a individual of great power, and of course he was essentially someone who was identified with an ability to control the zombification process, which people have to disambiguate from the movie images,
Yes.
and of course these are just a kind of how do I express this? It goes to show what difference a single letter makes in a word. But for those of you who aren't familiar with the Haitian language or the Creole, it is zombie is spelled Z-O-M-B-I, which is a word you never see in any film. And Z-O-M-B-I implies the traditional Haitian zombie, which is a person who is working basically as slave labor, oft-times exploited as such, that is revived from a near-death experience, essentially brain damaged, and then exploited for the sake of the individual who has zombified them, who rendered them dead.
They use a slave labor using a drug called scopolamine.
Is part of that, yes. It's definitely a part of the poudre zombie, the zombie powder formula. And so it is it's a situation that, how would I say it, when these zombies are laboring and the like, they're not cannibalistic. So the term zombie with an E added to it, when you have zombie with that E added at the end, that implies a feral zombie that now becomes like a shark, just going after anything that smells of blood and tearing into it. So that is something that has become the trope. This has become the main concept for the zombie phenomena through the cinema. And it's rather unfortunate that that's the case, because people no longer pay attention to the actual history of this phenomenon and how it's impacted all of human history. And certainly modern history in a manner that most people are completely unaware of. And so when it comes to that entire situation, a great example of how the Pao Zombie has impacted the world is what I brought up before in terms of trying to educate people about both vampirism and zombieism as a genuine phenomenon, and then being, how would I say it just sabotaged by people just taking it to the gutter, like the individual who stuck me with that Red Undead title for years, because I was trying to work with something that was originally a concept title that was based on what would promote sales. And he, of course, was the owner of the, what was it again? Mysteries Magazine. And he had purchased that from an older lady who had been running that magazine for many years. And he ran it to the ground within 2 issues, literally out of print, just a total fucking slipshod loser. And what was his name? Jeremiah Greer, I believe. And he was a smoker, and then he was trying to give up smoking. He basically went on this no smoking program. I remember that distinctly because I was dealing with him at the time. This was when I first became a public informant. And when I was talking about the reality of vampires and zombies, then the idiot wanted to publish it in a magazine. And I wrote basically, I said, you'll need a special magazine to cover what I need to write about it in order to provide any context for this. And since he owned the magazine, he could easily have done that. Or he could have put it out in multiple parts. But no, because he wouldn't take the article and do anything with it other than try to condense it, I withdrew, and his magazine failed right after that, which tells you everything you need to know. So I effectively killed his magazine by withdrawing from it. But in terms of how it impacts people beyond the Napoleonic conflict, contrary to his image as a doctrinaire Marxist intellectual with a complete disdain for superstition, Fidel Castro, who was born shortly after my mother. She was born in 1923. He was born in 1927. He landed in Cuba and hid in the Sierra Maestra with a handful of guerrillas in 1956. Since he was operating on behalf of the Russians as a hostile foreign insurgent, he violated James Monroe's Pan-American security stance, his Monroe Doctrine, quite handily, and he domestically fostered the mystique of a powerful brujo, a sorcerer with supernatural powers. And between 1956 and 1959, a powerful meombe, an evil spirit that draws energy from human suffering, appeared to Castro in his dreams. And the revolutionary cultivated, at least the rumor of a pact. And shortly after he experienced these visions, a sympathetic American reporter and camera crew made a pilgrimage, as communists are wont to do, to the Sierra Maestra to give Castro the international exposure he needed to increase support. And a string of miraculous victories against his government, a surge in public discontent at home, and tremendous popular support gained abroad via the United States media, mind you. It all served to overthrow Fulgencio Batista and placed Castro in power. And the shootings and executions that followed were just the beginning of repetitive sacrificial payments. In 1962, a year before my sister was born, Castro's spirit advisor almost plunged the world into nuclear war, as Soviet emplacements of nuclear weapons in Cuba prompted an American blockade of the island and nearly sparked the third global conflict of the 20th century. which by the communist paradigm was already in progress. And meanwhile, a secret agreement between the Cuban president and his other malevolent benefactor, the Soviet Premier Nikita Khrushchev, saw Soviet rubles pay for a number of covert operations that stationed Russian-sponsored drug traffickers and terrorists in safe havens on that island. That's only part of the story, of course, because helped by the secrecy that surrounds all dictatorial governments, Cuba's side of the bargain was never made public until I exposed it as a public informant, when in exchange for Russian military and intelligence aid against the growing threat of an American invasion of Cuba, Castro sent 5 men to the USSR, the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. Their travel papers described them as cultural attachés to the Cuban embassy in Moscow, but none of them had any prior diplomatic experience. Most of them, indeed, listed their occupation as farmer on the Cuban government documents prior to their posting. But these men were Bokors, the negative Vajahudinistas of Arara Shango, which is a Cuban voodoo. And while Castro had used the mythos of the Palomayombe to intimidate the peasantry, these Bokor were genuine Mayomberos, the magical equivalent of hired assassins or thugs, and they used their power to murder people at the behest of their clients. The Bokor are tempters and corrupters, and their clients often suffer as much as their intended victims. Their spiritual allies are demonic spirits that enjoy inflicting pain on helpless humans. So the Bokar tend to be solitary practitioners, but such Mayamberos, they usually lead a small group of minions and apprentices. They're a common fixture in South America and the Caribbean, and are becoming more common in the inner cities of the United States. And because these particular sorcerers were linked by allegiance to the cult of Babaluai, or the Baron Samedi, the lord of the cimetière, the cemetery, who was first introduced to white popular culture by the James Bond film, Live and Let Die. They had each victimized hundreds of families. They were universally hated in their homeland. They were glad to take residence in the Soviet Union to help with the growing problem of political dissidents there. And so in the few years since the assassination of Stalin, Khrushchev's comparatively liberal policies had led to increasingly open criticism of the government, and Khrushchev knew that mass indoctrination, like the Chinese re-education camps, would never work in Russia, not anymore at that time. It was just not the kind of face he was willing to put on to the rest of the world that he was trying to come to some kind of détente with, though he's not remembered for that at all. People today think of him as a warmonger, but of course, compared to Stalin, he was a saint. But the way that he would deal with these dissidents more quietly, without mass deportations a la Stalin, was to make them much more placid in the Zuvembi form, kind of zombify them via the placidity drugs. Of course, the changes in their personalities could never pass unnoticed, even in the Soviet Union. So to get them out of the way, they were dispatched to a logging camp in Siberia, one of the Gulag Archipelago, where Joseph Stalin had dispatched millions of people. And in 1964, the year after my sister was born, Khrushchev was deposed by the hardliner Leonid Brezhnev and the Stalinist faction within the Politburo, which was the political bureau of the Central Communist Party, and the gulags. They all started to fill up again. But Brezhnev's administration had no scruples about making use of the Bokars, and all his political opponents were silenced and made productive in the mines and logging camps of Soviet East Asia. Of course, the one place they could never use them was in the salt mines. And that was just another way that the zombie formula has impacted so much of the world. And it could be used to save so many lives instead. When Americans first really found out about it, was all thanks to a man named Wade Davis, who basically made that film, or was certainly the subject of the 1987 film, The Serpent and the Rainbow. And he, of course, was working on behalf of the pharmaceutical industry, which is leviathanic. It comprises a financial market of about 300 billion United States dollars a year, and the power to purchase policy that makes other lobbies pale. In 1982, when Wade Davis was a doctoral candidate in ethnobotany at Harvard, he was sponsored by a pharmaceutical corporation. Now, in The Serpent and the Rainbow, they give it a fictitious title of Boston Biocorp. But he was paid to isolate the agents of zombification to be developed pharmacologically as an anesthetic. Now, the Pow Zombie was being considered by the United States government for its astronauts in order to render them capable of lasting through very long-range trips throughout the solar system. The idea was to put them in a state of true suspended animation, such as those people who are zombified experience, but to have them wake up without the brain damage. Maybe they were never able to overcome that, or if they did, certainly nothing was done with it. But as for the practical applications for civilian economics, Zombinol, which was the trade name that was applied, it's never reached the operating table. And yet it could save 50,000 patients every year. That's how many patients are lost annually to anesthetic shock. The overwhelming majority of them white, but red-haired and green-eyed and freckled, all people of Celtic descent. Celtic peoples, but specifically redheads, most specifically if they're freckled and have green eyes, anesthesia doesn't affect them. They can't go under. They can't be put under. And so they die in operation and in surgery of anesthetic shock, which simply throws them into a state of anaphylactic shock. The Zombinol circumnavigates that. But since it's never applied, there's still an ongoing genocide in the medical industry against the Celtic peoples. So this has to be taken into consideration. Racism is antithetical to whites as much as it is to blacks, depending on what kind of white you are. And that, of course, is, again, something that needs to be disambiguated. Any of these people, whether astronauts or people whose lives would be saved by zombification, again, this is something that has nothing to do with turning them into cannibals. Basically, the feral zombie, when something goes terribly wrong and they prionize, meaning that they develop a kind of mad cow disease. That is when they start listening to no one but reacting like a shark smelling blood and single-mindedly lusting only for human flesh and spreading the infectious protein. The very name prion is an acronym for proteinaceous infectious ion, and they spread it by tooth and nail. Of course, that danger was non-existent until the late 20th century, and its threat increases as we move, well, now that we're in the 21st. It's certainly something that has been on everybody's mind, and hence this kind of, how would I call it, a kind of zombie pharmacosis. That is something that is what would happen if somebody were zombified and everything misfired and that mutation of their proteins occurred. But it's really produced more or less by radiation. That which was in particular released by the neutron bomb, which I've gone into before. again, I could go into this sort of thing for hours. I haven't talked about this in years. But of course, should people want me to speak about it, I'll do so. Let's check into the live stream and just check in with what everybody else is saying here. Of course, our man Jameson abandoned me and went to get himself water. I don't understand why he can't keep water around him. I will ask him about that when he returns. And it does strike me as rather odd that he can't do that. So anyhow, let me take a look around at some of the things that I was going to check into. Now, oh my God, we've got this young female journalist in Afghanistan who is being hunted by the Taliban as the cities fall in Afghanistan. I hope she gets rescued. So Jameson is back, and basically now we've got questions from the New York Times. The Afghan military was built over 20 years. How did it collapse so quickly? I mean, holy shit, these things are just hollow shells. By the way, I've been knocked off the call. Can people still hear me? I mean, I know I'm streaming, but I was knocked off the call. So let's see. Can you hear me, Jameson?
Yes. When were you knocked off?
Just now when I was looking at it. And so it's one of those things where, something's definitely sketchy with the Skype tonight, just the way it is. So we have to just learn to work with it. In terms of yourself, here's a question, just curiosity here. I know you've answered this before, but I forgot. How come you can't keep the water around you or fill up bottles around you or something with the water? Because you notice you have to get water a lot as if you're traveling.
Well, I filled up 2 bottles, so I have like 2 bottles of water. The thing is, like, I'm in the basement now. If I was on the 3rd floor, I would only have to just run to the bathroom sink and grab water from the tap. But because I'm in the basement, I have to run upstairs and grab water. And I think all this running up and down the stairs is starting to negatively affect my knees.
Oh, I'm so sorry. That's awful. And what's going on with your knees? It's
well, it's probably the muscles in my legs are so tight that they're restricting the ligaments, tendons, tendonitis. It's just really, so it's really uncomfortable. It's something that happens every once in a while.
Okay.
But it's probably I'm fairly certain the caffeine and the alcohol and the cough medicine on top of that didn't help. I kind of went, it's the weekend. I get into weekend warrior mode, and I don't drink during the week, but it is what it is.
Yeah, no, definitely. Thank you for clarifying that. Always appreciate it. I certainly think that it's you're doing your best, and that's what's important.
Yeah. I don't want to keep doing this for the rest of my life. I need to reach a point where I can be sober enough to get laid regularly. Yes, a noble aspiration, and it's certainly one to be encouraged. So let's check into the live stream, see how people are responding. Nancy Volker says yes. Does that imply you want me to talk more about the whole zombie phenomena, honey? It's just curious about that. And let's see what she says about that. I don't need another yes. I need some detail to the response. And as I said, I haven't spoken about this stuff in years. And actually,
was, was happy to avoid the topic for the longest period of time. But it's amazing. People are very interested in this sort of thing. And since I haven't spoken about it in forever, they probably enjoy it. Probably most people have never heard me speak of this sort of thing. And such is life in that regard.
Oh, it is. It is quite an enjoyable topic. I mean, it's very interesting.
You're very cute. Enjoyable. You got to avoid words like that when it comes to morbid topics. But unfortunately, all too many people find it enjoyable. We have entire series syndicated and movies produced to cater to that fascination.
Yeah, so. but the way the movies do it, it's just over. It's over the top cheesy. If we were to have movies where they kept the sophistication of what really happens, it would be a hell of a lot more terrifying and entertaining. And it'd also be terrifying because you'd be thinking from the victim's perspective, who's turned into a zombie. Holy shit. What if somebody drugged me and was making me do shit and I couldn't remember it? You know what I mean? That's much scarier than being bitten by something that moves really slow. It's like, I mean, come on.
Of course, they have the fast zombie films as well. Now, let me take a look at what they're saying in the chat room. I thank you, Nancy Volker. She says specifically, "Zombie, please." That's so cute. That's so cute. And before she said that, of course, that kind of clarifies what people want. And in terms of Nancy Volker, she was saying, "I live outside of Buffalo, New York, and have something underground my home. I live near a main roadway. But with the tech, you could bring back sorts." If she's talking about with the tech that Penny was describing. So she's thinking about Kissinger. Who the hell wants to come back for 4 months? It's basically you're giving a person an opportunity to set their affairs in order if you're not exploiting them outright. That's the only favor you're doing them. So Nancy Volker is emphasizing that the Haiti quake is bad, that 2 years ago a hurricane stalled over the Bahama Islands for a week, just stood there and ground that spot to a pulp after hearing the Japanese stories. Is there some kind of similarity? Is it technology? Well, thank you, honey, for bringing that up. I don't know about that in particular, but it certainly sounds like either technological or supernatural. The Real Tech Geek brings up that a tropical depression is coming to Haiti, which is all we need in light of the earthquake. And Dead Pixel, whose name Dead Pixel is, got the word dead all uppercase. And like Dead Pixel, like he's part of like some network with that acronym. He says, "I've been saying this when it comes to the earthquakes in Haiti, it feels man-made." Yes. And then Real Tech Geek says, absolutely, they are using HARP. Well, they're using scalar weaponry, but it's not HARP.
And I explained that to him. I said that HARP, HARP was what Aquino was using to bind the anti-gods.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And of course, it was originally designed to reverse the jet stream. And can actually do that, but they've diverted most of its energy towards passive binding of the anti-gods. It's almost never turned on. In other words, it's on all the time, but never on, like ramped up to full power.
The idea that they could bind those things is just absurd. I don't honestly know what you've seen about that, but you know, you've gone into it, but I mean, just if we're talking about things that are, you know, from beyond this dimension, completely. I don't see how it's possible. I mean, they found something.
Yeah, it's in a sense it's not possible, but in another sense, it's easier than most people really think. Okay.
I mean, I could see how they're tethering some of the energies of it, perhaps.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes, and that's... by the way, so give me just a second here while I go mute. I'm going to just make certain I have enough liquid around me before I go back into monologuing again, and continue a little bit along these lines. Nancy Volker's so cute. She says people are just dying to talk about zombies. I'm not quite sure if they're dying to listen to someone talking about them. Let's verify that. Quick check on the numbers here. And, just another interesting thing was Dennis Marshall, and haven't heard from him in a while, so shout out to him. I hope he's doing all right. And he has he was communicating with me for a while in a fairly, how would I say it, somewhat confrontational stance. I didn't mind that. He does drink. it just comes over him. But okay, it looks like we're maintaining numbers, thank the gods. And so give me just a second here to go mute, ruffle around a bit, get comfortable, make certain that I have hydration around me. And so if you hear me rustling, I might as well not go mute and just kind of rustle about a bit. And in terms of how would I say this, some of the history that I always go into, of course I try to keep things as current as possible without recovering too much of the old ground. And even though this is the stuff that sort of gave me the in to popular culture, it's not I didn't want to become the go-to guy for this. In a sense, maybe I should be, because no one else is getting it right, and people are so full of shit. And it's amazing how people all want to talk about this stuff and appear like they're some kind of an expert or something. I mean, it's almost precious would be the term that comes to mind. All these young guys all want to be Mr. X-File and talk about the mysteries of the universe, and they just want to do this because they've got no one to speak to about anything. And then they go for the weirdest topics because they're the most lurid. And that's part of this that was so annoying to me, is that people get so lurid about it. Now, I haven't spoken about this in forever, and I'll probably speak about this maybe with Penny Bradley. But of course, one of the things that the reconnection has been successful. Honestly, that's a hint to me to maybe save this for Penny Bradley. Holy shit.
It seems like the military outpost on that island outside of Haiti is trying to interfere.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, this is like it's disturbing enough only in the sense that I'm trying to get through the night. There are other subjects. But Nancy, what I'll probably do is talk about this when I'm talking to Penny Bradley. And certainly I've spoken of this sort of thing before, and haven't really gotten it out there. I don't think it's an aspect that people comprehend or understand, or rather, they're not given a chance to comprehend or understand it, because every time I've spoken on a platform about it before, something happened where it just was not recorded, or the people didn't publish it. And obviously there's a tremendous effort to try and hide this reality from the public, which is strange. She says, that's cool. Oh, God bless you, honey. I'm glad you understand. Love you dearly. Let me go into solicitation and start covering the things I was going to cover tonight. I might go a bit more into the zombie factor, but for everyone who wants to listen to me, I think I'll speak about this when I'm with Penny Bradley, perhaps for the 2 hours that I'm with her. And that will be, when did she reschedule it for? She rescheduled it for September 11th. So I'll be speaking to her on September 11th. She might want to go into the conspiracy then. So maybe I'll have to speak about this on my own program, as opposed to on an interview with someone else. So maybe I'll get started on that in a few minutes. Let's get the solicitation out of the way first, and tell you a little bit about Chinese Valentine's Day, because we do need to go into that. I think that that's important. And today, of course, was the day the Americans effectively surrendered to the Japanese Empire. All that being said, one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders' True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Astenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast, who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson, relive these events, and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer, Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com for excerpts from his yet-to-be-published book by that very title, The Unfinished Man, and while on site, review some of the scenes from cinematic documentaries currently in production at theunfinishedman.com. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact thetucsonmurders.com, spell Tucson as Tucson, Tucson, and put the word "the" in front of it, the TucsonMurders.com, or telephone the Baron Ben personally to privately guide your tour at 1-520/323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. And with that, let's give a shout out to Jonathan Warrington. I regret not bringing him up when Peter Moon was with us, but I'll bring that up on Wednesday, which will be here before you know it. So remind me to tell Peter Moon what I had told you and Salman Sheikh. That is, talk to Peter Moon in public about what had happened with our salt sourcing in England. Sourcing apparently from England in England against the channel, and how we dealt with that, and John Warrington's role in it. Just remind me to talk about the YouTube being shut down in England for a period of time with Peter, and that would help me immensely.
Gotcha.
Right? Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Now we have another shout out to be made right now, and I'll shout out to them again on Wednesday. And this is Javier Bartley. Maybe it's pronounced Javier, but it's Javier Bartley. And I believe maybe...
Isn't that Javier?
Javier. There we are. Much more euphonic pronunciation. As opposed to, I was trying to Slavicize it with a silent Y, Javier. But Javier, that is probably the correct way to pronounce it. Haven't heard that in ages. That's a very rare name for the reason that nobody can pronounce it. And so Javier Bartley sent me $250 United States dollars. By the way, am I pronouncing that correctly? Javier? How did you say that?
Javier.
Javier. Yeah, with that nice roll of the R. Very sexy. Anyhow, Javier Bartley sent me $250 United States dollars, $25 in my PayPal card. God bless him. And he sent a note. Let me finish quaffing some of this tea. And what Javier Bartley said was, bought the book. Wow, it's impressive. Anywho, the rent comment during the Sunday 8/15/21 YouTube webcast hit home, so I'm throwing this over the fence. By the way, soliciting is no different than advertising the channel, as many YouTubers, live streamers do. Advertising/soliciting is considered a tagline, basically, a normal thing to do, in my opinion. For example, a lot of gamer channels show the live donation level on their Twitch live streams while they play and make direct thank you comments when the amount increases. With that, Being said, I think is what he says next. Let me see. With that said, I'm casting my vote that soliciting is normal. It'll also give people the opportunity to respond if they're on the fence. And that is Javier, as signed by he. Bless your heart, Javier. Love you dearly.
I would do that Twitch thing, but I don't think anyone's going to pay to see me get my ass whooped. I suck at games. It's funny because I was sort of like when Pacon was talking about his son and how angry he gets when he's not like playing video games. I was the same way as a kid. Like, I didn't care. I didn't want to go to family trips. I didn't want to do anything but play games. And I only went out because I knew at some point I would ask my father to take us to Toys R Us so I could play video games at Toys R Us.
Holy shit. Oh my God.
I was hooked, and I fucking sucked at it.
Oh, well, nothing to be ashamed of. I'd be more worried about you if you were good at it, because that would show that it was all consuming. Honestly, there's people who die playing video games. And so I'll read this quote out again Wednesday, which will be practically tomorrow. After all, I will have maybe Tuesday to do something, but, honestly, I'll probably sleep through this morning. And thank God for Javier. He helped to rebalance out my debit card. This way I can pay my Comcast bill, and that's as important as rent, honestly. And I called Comcast to tell them that I wouldn't be able to pay them until things stabilized enough, and they were very good about it. The woman that I spoke to was in Jamaica, and what actually happened was that I had to get the card replaced by a new card. Several reasons for this. But the old card was compromised, and there's actual details to this that are even more, shall I say, innocuous than what I'm sharing now. But I'll share them only with people in private at some point soon, because more than anything else, they're morbid entertainment. Well, because the card was compromised, I definitely had to get a new one, and I couldn't pay the Comcast bill until that was done. But there was all kinds of reasons behind this that don't need to go into right now. Now, in terms of I'm looking at the Japanese news sources, and I'm trying to ascertain what they're saying about the end of World War II. And the Japanese, of course, let's see how they have their own warping of history, but it's very different from what people keep projecting on them. People keep saying they're in denial of World War II and shit. And
no, it's actually they're very subtle with it.
Yeah.
And they do it, and I honestly think they do it because they feel sorry for us.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
I honestly think they do it out of pity more than anything else, because they don't have to. They could just smear it in our faces. Listen, assholes, you motherfuckers lost the war, and if you want to try to make a war about it, we'll whoop your asses again. I mean, that's what they could do, but they haven't done that. So I think that they're really being very kind.
Yes.
Like, super kind to us.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. So in terms of what is going right now, by the way, the current emperor who's taken over since Hirohito's son abdicated the throne because of his health and getting older, the current emperor is Naruhito. And it sounds distressingly like Naruto, but I can't get used to that. It just doesn't strike me as real. I keep thinking of a cartoon character every time I hear. Now, this is, of course, I shouldn't.
Well, it's probably possible that they based the cartoon character off of Emperor Hiro's son.
Yeah,
if anything.
Yeah, there you go. There we have that, and so today, now the current prime minister is Suga Yoshihide, And I kind of probably, believe it or not, fucking that up because I keep having a desire to almost Slavicize that. And it's more properly probably Suga. Suga Yoshihide, he has, of course, sent his offerings to Yasukuni Shrine, which is incredibly controversial to everyone outside of Japan because, of course, that's commemorating the war dead, which is what this day is. So on Sunday, 3 members of Suga's cabinet, the environmental minister, Shinjiro Koizumi, the education minister, Koichi Hagiuda, and the World Expo minister, Shinji Inoue. They visited Yasukuni Shrine, which, of course, honors convicted war criminals, like the former Prime Minister Tojo, well, the one from World War II, along with millions of war dead. And their visit took place about 48 hours or 2 days after 2 other members visited that site, which is, of course, very contentious to the enemy, which is basically China and Korea in this case, with Beijing and Seoul strongly protesting Friday's visit into this weekend by the defense minister, Nobuo Kishi, and the economic revitalization minister, Yasutoshi Nishimura. Now, Suga himself sent a tamagushi, which is a ritual offering, to that shrine as the head of the Liberal Democratic Party. He did so through his personal office at his own expense, so that the enemy couldn't complain that the state was abusing Japanese dollars, taxpayers' dollars, to commemorate the war dead, which of course is ridiculous because the state should commemorate its war dead. So basically what happened today was that Suga commemorated the 76th anniversary of what, of course, they referred to diplomatically for the outside world as a quote-unquote a surrender in World War II, with Prime Minister Yoshihide Suga basically vowing to help solve the world's problems under his words. When you translate it from the Japanese, he's basically saying, under the flag of proactive contributions to peace. But notably, and I'm looking through the original transcript here, Suga's speech does not refer to any aggressions by Japan in wartime Asia, even though the administration has said it stands by statements apologizing for Japan's actions and admitting that their military had a role in coercing comfort women to work in brothels. Suga's predecessor, Abe Shinzo, he I think, I certainly support what he did, but it was deemed controversial. Of course, everybody was attacking him because, everybody's salty and pissed that the Japanese won the war. He basically dropped any mentions of aggression and remorse from any speeches starting in the year 2013. So definitely Abe Shinzo was doing the right thing. And I think that should be continued as a policy. But, the Japanese are trying to be as diplomatic to everybody, and you can't make people happy. Honestly, you shouldn't even try. No matter what they do, Korea and Japan, Japan's communist enemy, mainland China, they're never going to be satisfied. They're never going to be.
Yeah, they're always going to complain.
Thank you.
They'll find something to complain about, even if there's nothing, because it's just what they're going to do.
Yes, thank you.
And again, the Japanese are way too kind. I mean, yes, if any Japanese diplomats are listening to me out there, just smear feces in everyone's face and say, fuck you.
Honestly, it's really at that point. People shouldn't even be concerned about this. Other people's feelings, because they're never satisfied anyway. The Koreans didn't want, I mean, it's Japan's own country, and the Koreans are saying, oh, we don't want the rising sun flag with the rays, because when we see the rising sun banner with the rays, then, oh, that's to us is like the swastika to Jews and shit. I mean, it's like, good God, you're in another person's country, you know, fuck off.
That mirrors my sentiments of the American flag, but no one's gonna take their flags down for that.
Yeah, thank you. It's so fucking true. It's just why care about these people? After a while, you just gotta stop caring about what people say. Of course, by the way, it's back to school time, and you know, kids are gonna need vaccinations, and I don't know why, but I keep hearing that vaccinations are hard to come by for kids, and it's like, why?
Oh, I'm telling you, I this is why I'm more and more convinced that there was something to that agenda referendum shit with the United Nations and depopulation shit. I mean, not that I think the elite want to depopulate or anything, but it's just like, I think there's something to it, because like it seems like they're not, America is not trying. We're not even trying to combat this COVID-19. Like, it's a serious situation. It's mind-boggling.
Yes, it's very disturbing.
It's like someone up there is some. It's like behind closed doors. They're like, yeah, you know, we want to see how many people we can get away with killing with this shit. You know, that's they've got to be saying that behind closed doors.
Well, you still give them too much credit. It's basically, we've got a politicized, propagandized public that believes that the vaccines are part of this Agenda 21, which it used to be called. The conspiracy theorists called it that because of the 21st century. They're going to wipe out. Yeah.
Well, that's the thing, is that, you know, I could see, like, I could get behind the idea of like an elite cabal who just want to fuck shit up because that's what they do to the anti-gods and whatnot. But you know, the idea of like, the idea of them killing us with vaccines, it's just like, it doesn't make any sense. I mean, the companies take such a financial loss making the vaccines in the first place. Why the hell would that wouldn't even be viable? Yeah. Economically, that'd just be absurd. They're too greedy for that.
Thank you. And they need you to live, so they can live. So just operating on behalf of an agenda of genocide isn't going to be working for them. If they want your money, they're not going to get it from you if you're dead. So, yeah, honestly, they have a perverse interest in keeping you alive. So just make certain to understand that and keep on living. This is like something that otherwise is, you know, that this idea that they want to kill us all is just, it doesn't make any sense, honestly. You know, and besides that, really from what I've seen, and this will bring us back to Jameson. From what I've seen of a lot of humanity, it's, you know, if the majority of it has died off or has been slated to die off, it's not like
it wouldn't be a bad thing.
Yeah,
honestly.
thank you.
I mean, honestly, I honestly get the feeling that most of the people who are going to survive, based on what you showed me, are going to be females anyway.
Yeah.
Because the men are going to be too busy outside barbecuing like, you see that? I think that's an atomic bomb, man. Yeah. Let's sit out here and watch it. I wonder if we're going to die too. Who cares, man? You guys are just so fucking dumb. I mean, just please.
No.
Let what come to...
Yeah,
let it come to pass.
Yes, I mean, you know, honestly, they don't want this to fall into that rut where people think, okay, now their true self is coming out. it's just, honestly, I've expressed this before. 3/4 of the male population could die, and we'd all be better off for it. Honestly, for the men who are left,
Oh gosh,
and
I
everything
don't
else.
look. I'm a guy who could defend himself quite well, or at least I'm fairly tough. I could at least take a beating more than most people think, But I don't even feel safe going into men's bathrooms. They're just horrible places to freaking be. I mean, I don't feel safe around men, and I'm a man.
Yeah, yeah. Well, of course, there's every reason to have that feeling. It's men are not to be trusted. Okay, so we've hammered that point before, and that's fine. So in terms of the world that we're going into now, obviously Cthulhu is very active. Jameson will give people a little bit of an overview about Cthulhu, but let me tell you why first. The Dixie Fire in California, it won't stop burning. It's a dangerous nexus of events. Our crews are battling the largest American wildfire while threats are growing all across the West. About a month after it ignited in a remote canyon, the monster Dixie Fire continues to break all records. It's become the second largest wildfire in California history and now ranks among our state's most destructive. The fire's leveled the gold rush town of Greenville. It's grown to more than 500,000 acres, destroying at least 1,045 structures. More than a month after the other fire that I'm thinking of, what was it? The Oregon's bootleg fire. Basically, this monster Dixie Fire, it's not only continued breaking records that I've mentioned, this Friday into the weekend, it leapfrogged Oregon's bootleg fire to become the largest in the United States. Now that I think about it, because I remember those reports when I was at the estate and watching television with my son and the Blood Boys, like we often do when we've partied and after I've enjoyed my escort and we've eaten and all the rest of that. I fed on my blood and they've had their meals. And of course, the escort is always available for me throughout the day. But when I'm partying, it's usually with the boys. But in terms of the developments now, try and put this into perspective. The bootleg fire in Oregon was larger than the land area of New York City, Chicago, and Los Angeles combined. For the Dixie Fire to become larger than that, it's unimaginable. The world is burning. And this is only the third largest fire as recorded in California history. In southeastern Oregon, these two new wildfires started by lightning near the California border. They spread rapidly through juniper trees, aside from the juniper, the sagebrush, and the evergreens. This was just Thursday when the two new ones started, so that it's not even the fire that was burning beforehand that is doing enough damage. As the effects of climate change are felt more intensely worldwide, this singular blaze that's closer to my home was raging in 4 counties: Butte, Lassen, Plumas, and Tehama. And it scorched 679 square miles, 700 by now at least, an area considerably larger than the city of Los Angeles, which is one of the largest sprawl sites in all the world. And it's stoked by extreme drought, dry vegetation, gusty winds. It was burning more rapidly and behaving more erratically than even veteran firefighters could ever recall seeing at any other time anywhere else. So after razing the Sierra Nevada town of Greenville, the fire continued to spread and throw off what we call spot fires. That was when I was checking in on it before the weekend on Thursday. It was burning through the small community of Canyon Dam, which is a neat name, Canyon Dam. And this was when it grew, consuming that community. It fattened up by about 110,000 acres. That was more than double the 50,000 acres by which it expanded the day before. So it's growing exponentially. And yet some in its path, they refuse to leave their homes. I mean, the residents are refusing evacuation orders with guns in their hands. So in response to those who flatly refused to evacuate, the deputies were asking for next of kin information so they would have someone to notify when those holdouts die. If they ever can confirm that they died, most of them will just go missing because they'll never find the bones. The firefighters were hoping for a break in the weather with more stable and humid conditions, the humidity on tap for the next week or so, which would potentially help them finally get the upper hand. And still, the fire's containment, before I went into party mode on Friday night, by that time, the fire's containment, which initially had been over 30%, which is like fucking nothing, it fell to 21%. And the reason why? The firefighters are battening away the flames from those people who refuse to leave. So they're expending energy on trying to protect these lunatics that they could expend from preventing the fire from spreading ever further to other people who might earn and deserve their protection. Of course, into the weekend, more than 13,800 structures remain threatened anyway. Smoke was polluting communities downwind Friday, including much of Lake Tahoe, as a matter of fact. My dentist wanted to go on vacation and rent a boat. That couldn't be done because, they didn't want to take the risk. You couldn't see 5 feet in front of you anyway if he had been allowed to rent the boat. The smoke's just too thick. Now, the Dixie Fire itself ignited on the 13th of July near a Pacific Gas and Electric Company power station in Feather River Canyon. PG&E, our northern state monopoly, said its equipment might be to blame and might also have started a separate fire 9 days later that eventually merged with the Dixie Fire. So these fires combine like amoeba. And, of course, a perfect storm of conditions has driven this rapid spread, this metastasization. It's all of the things together. It's the heat, it's the dry fuels, it's the drought, it's the wind, it's the slope. Firefighters were initially challenged by this steep, remote terrain with some spots so rugged they were unable to even get their fire engines close enough to bring in a hose. And the fire then moved into areas with heavy timber and no recent burn history, where the undergrowth served as what they call ladder fuel that allows the flames to get up into the crowns of the trees. So you see the corona of the tree, the crown, burst into flame like a sudden explosion as all the leaves catch fire simultaneously. That's where you also get very extreme fire growth. It's from these trees spotting ahead of themselves, literally bursting into flame because of the heat before they're even consumed in flames. Fully, the heat itself causes their more thinner branches to erupt. It's the embers that land on them. And they blow. After the fire grew for roughly, 4 fucking weeks by now, right? A full month. Amid deteriorating weather conditions that saw winds gusting up to 40 miles per hour, it met these unburned islands of fuel inside the perimeter that threw embers across the containment lines that firefighters had finally established. And that set it off on its run toward Lake Almanor, Greenville, and Chester. And by then, its sheer size had made it impossible to control, because it sent up a huge plume of smoke and ash that generated its own goddamn weather patterns. The fire was so big that it was then building on its own like a thermonuclear bomb, feeding on its own combustion, cannibalizing itself, eating its innards. You know, wildfires aren't supposed to burn like this. The nearly 1-month-old Dixie Fire at over 500,000 acres burned as of August 12th, for God's sake. That was when they started giving out statistics. That was already then the biggest single wildfire in California history. So this mega blaze, it's not nearly done burning. And an idea of when firefighters might largely contain the fire, just contain it, remains elusive. And yet, crucially, it's not just the amount of land burning that's the problem. After all, millions of acres likely used to burn in California in prehistoric times every year, before European settlement. The problem is how the Dixie Fire is burning. In today's Western fire regime, fires are more often burning severely, destroying ancient, normally fire-resistant trees, creating enormous plumes of smoke, rapidly destroying towns. They turn day into night. The Dixie Fire is a potent example of these exceptionally intensive fires. Its ferocity is made possible by the mix of a century of methodical United States federally mandated fire suppression leading to grossly overgrown forests. There is such a thing as healthy fucking logging. That combined with a rapidly warming climate, severe drought, a mega drought, among other factors. Now the Dixie Fire has spawned its own towering thunderstorms. They're called pyrocumulonimbus. No, pyrocumulonimbus clouds. And that extraordinary amalgam of syllables, of syllabary, pyrocumulonimbus. It's got several words in it. Cumu for cumulative, pyro for fire, nimbus as in cloud, as in a kind of angelic halo. Only this is the halo of the devils in hell, the fell angels. These pyrocumulonimbus clouds, they're created by the fire's immeasurable rising smoke and heat. And they spawn these dry thunderstorms, wherein all the lightning ensues that sparks even more flames. So the fire feeds itself through lightning, that it generates itself. When you've seen these fires as I have, with your naked eye, this is an entity. It's alive. It has its own intelligence. And it moved in like a living monster at the speed of, well, the fire leaps. It's like a tsunami of flame, destroying large swaths of Greenville, that historic mountain town I mentioned. And these towering infernos, reaching into the crowns of trees, they're often impossible to fully control because of their extreme severity. It's like fighting a moving nuclear mushroom cloud. They're not like many of the fires of centuries agone, which often cleared dead and dry vegetation from forest floors, kept the forest healthy, and cracked open seed-bearing pine cones, and thereby new life. Though some past forests and trees, under certain circumstances, certainly burned intensely at times, These past blazes were more akin to the fires set by indigenous peoples to help keep ecosystems healthy. The ideal is low-intensity fire, not destructive, high-severity events. Insects could walk through them. You could at times stand right next to them. But now we've got trouble ahead. The Dixie Fire, which was about 30% contained as of August 12th, has decidedly favorable fire conditions ahead, specifically extreme megadrought and forests dried out by the extreme heat generated thereby. One of the people I consulted, John Abatsoglu, a fire scientist at the University of California, Merced, has noted that it's burning in what will likely be the hottest summer the area has seen in at least 125 years. He might well have added that that's compounding the drought stress left by a second terribly dry winter. This heat and dryness combined, parched trees, grasses, vegetation, some of which hasn't burned in 100 years, which allows fire to rip through the mountains. This isn't normal dryness. According to the federal government's wildfire information page, the moisture in the fuels, which is vegetation that can burn, are historically low. It's little surprise firefighters are experiencing unprecedented flames. The Plumas National Forest Supervisor Chris Carlton told CNN that we're seeing truly frightening fire behavior. I don't know how to overstate that. We have a lot of veteran firefighters who have served for 20, 30 years that have never seen fire behavior like this, especially day after day and the conditions we're in. What he hesitates to tell you is that deep down everybody knows this fire is alive, that it's sentient, that it has its own will, and that climate change is exacerbating what would already be extreme fire behavior. In other words, the extremes are growing more extreme. The warming climate's greatest impact on wildfire is how it amplifies the drying of all vegetation, making it more flammable, sometimes historically so. The drought comes, well, it naturally comes and goes in the West, but with increasingly warm summers. In fact, California just experienced its hottest June and July on record. That warm, dry atmosphere pulls more moisture from the plants and soil. To quote as Tim Brown, a wildfire researcher and director of the Western Regional Climate Center, which is an environmental research program, to quote as he at length and verbatim, everything just comes together, and once it gets going, it's going to turn into a big event. This is just one of those fires. Talk to any firefighter. They'll say it's not a matter of if, but when. If we don't do something to minimize the hazardous fuels, it's going to burn big time. The warming from climate change is making a lot of difference here. It's one of the major impacts. That increases the fuel flammability. You're really setting up conditions for explosive fire behavior. If you add in normal bouts of windy conditions, then all you need is a spark. And humans, or human infrastructure, cars, power lines, accidents, are all around to spark some 84% of U.S. wildfires. Utility equipment may have sparked the Dixie Fire, though the investigation is still ongoing. So that brings us to the end game. Containing a fire of Dixie's size under such extreme fire conditions is a challenge for any fire agency. Widespread containment might not come until the region receives a decent cooling spell. Early this week, CAL FIRE, our state's giant wildfire protection agency, expected containment by the 30th of August. Now, the containment plans have been revised as, literally the quote I saw, to be determined, TBD. We thought it would be the end of the month. Nothing's stopping it now. The big picture in the years and decades ahead requires blunting the intensity of modern wildfires before they can acquire the sort of sentience they attain. The West, like the world, will continue to warm for at least a few more decades, as heat-trapping CO2 has skyrocketed in the atmosphere. This means more extreme, likely worsening fire conditions. Yet governments and communities can significantly reduce the amount of overcrowded forest or fuels available to burn, but this means intentional, prescribed fire. It is strategic burning, often at cooler times of the year, and letting certain wildfires burn through forests, though this comes with controversy and its own risks. But according to fire experts and foresters, there's no other alternative. As John Bailey, a forestry researcher at Oregon State University, told myself during the severe the western fires of yesteryear, during 2020, a forest is a magnificent, spiritual, and providing place, but it's also fuel. It's fuel, and it's going to burn. And the Dixie Fire, still burning so strongly, is, I'm looking it up now and confirming, currently the largest single blaze in California history, having devoured many other smaller fires in its path. But under the current fire regime, that's almost certainly a tenuous record, just waiting to be broken. Now, in terms of the context for the horror of what we be confronted with, one has to really look at the burning of the earth itself. It's, well, this is heat season, not summer. America is burning up and burning down. And this week's extreme heat is a reminder that climate change is here. All these heat waves in the United States. I mean, this week, a damning climate change report from the United Nations warned of planet Earth's catastrophic warming. Temperatures soared in tandem, as if to illustrate their point. Europe experienced maybe its hottest temperature on record, while nearly 2/3 of Americans currently live in places under an excessive heat advisory. Fire officials in the West worry that high temperatures could add additional blazes to those already burning. This period of extreme heat is a tangible reminder of what our world is up against. If you live in one of the areas affected, don't forget that such temperatures can be deadly. Not to mention all your food prices are going to soar, because this heat's here to stay. I mean, the latest United Nations report is clearly grim. Climate change is here. It's not just a crisis, it's a catastrophe. And it's caused by fossil fuels. So we've got this new United Nations-led report from hundreds of climate scientists around the world that makes it clear. The human-driven climate crisis is now well underway. Irreversibly so. Earth is likely hotter now than it has been at any moment since the beginning of the last ice age 125,000 years ago. And the world has warmed 1.1 degrees Celsius, or nearly 2 degrees Fahrenheit, since the Industrial Revolution began. An unprecedented and rapid change with no parallel in the Common Era. What's more, the recent spate of horrific heat waves, these fire-fueling droughts, the flood-inducing storms that have imperiled the inhabited world are not only typical of global warming or symptomatic thereof, they're directly caused by it. Climate change has arrived, in the words of this report, and it will keep getting worse until humanity reduces its greenhouse gas pollution to zero, which can be accomplished only by dethroning oil, coal, and gas as the central energy sources powering the global economy. But the speed of that transition matters, and preventing every last ton of carbon pollution and averting every additional tenth of a degree of warming will not only lessen the harm over the next few decades, but resound for centuries, even millennia to come. All these are the conclusions of this latest assessment report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC, the United Nations sponsored body that has periodically released a synthesis of current climate science since its founding in 1988. The group's reports tend to punctuate the otherwise slow immiseration of climate change. Its previous synthesis report, released in 2013, right after I had outed myself as a public informant, helped inform international climate policy, including the writing of the Paris Agreement. But this is its sixth report, and it's most definitive. The group's findings must be agreed to by 195 countries. And this famously makes it more conservative than some scientists believe is even prudent. But compared with previous reports, there is little restraint here. In its strongest statement of culpability ever, the IPCC declared that humanity is unequivocally responsible for climate change and thereby its own potential extinction. But some of the worst impacts of climate change can still be avoided. Gregory Flato, a vice chair of the group that authored that report and a senior research scientist within the Canadian government, said, "In past reports, we've had to make that statement more hesitantly. Now it's a statement of fact. There are still emissions pathways that would lead us to limiting warming to 1.5 degrees, but they require deep, rapid cuts in greenhouse gas emissions. That leaves a glimmer of optimism that we could limit warming to levels like that. But I myself can tell you it would require much more expedient action from the American empire in particular than is contemplated in, say, the bipartisan infrastructure bill that Congress is currently considering." The IPCC report is 3,949 fucking pages long, and it synthesizes the past 8 years of advances in climate science. Altogether, it cites some 14,000 studies. It would be folly to try to summarize all that work within what time we have in this transmission left tonight. But the bottom line is that climate science and the cataclysm of climate change has lurched into the present tense. Where scientists once warned of disasters in the distant future, now they strive to understand what has already happened and what is too late to say. Now I can offer 4 takeaways from this almost 4,000-page report. First, climate change is now a fact of modern life, and it will only get worse. Climate change has been happening now nearly since before it first became a public issue. When James Hansen, the head of climate science at NASA, first warned Congress about climate change in 1988, he framed it in what might be called the tentative present tense, saying that the agency could now say with a high degree of confidence back then that global warming was underway, and it was. As the new report notes, each of the last 4 decades has been successively warmer than any decade that preceded it since 1850. Yet in the past few years, global warming has moved from a statistical property to an ambient condition of postmodern life. A mega drought seems to grip the American West without end. A series of wildfires have passed like a baton from one part of the world to another, going from California to the Amazon to Australia to Greece to California yet again. And then there was the morning a few weeks ago when Americans on the East Coast and in the Midwest woke up thousands of miles away from any wildfire and smelled smoke in the air. Zeke Hausfather, a climate scientist and a co-author of one of the report's chapters, testifies that we're reaching a point where the impacts of climate change are becoming too hard to ignore for many people. For the first time, this report establishes that those extreme events are happening because of climate change. Scientists' ability to attribute individual events to the warming atmosphere is the biggest advance the field has seen in the past decade. This report says that every inhabited region across the globe has seen a well-documented increase in heat waves, heavy rain, or drought. Human activity is also behind the demise of glaciers since 1990, the hemorrhaging of the Greenland ice sheet, and the decline of snow cover in the Northern Hemisphere since 1950. No part of the world has been left untouched by humanity's prodigious carbon pollution. It's en route to the end of the world as we know it. This is the age of Cthulhu, the age of the anti-god of fire. So, when I try to reflect upon this, think about the other take-home lesson to draw out of this report. The second, I would say, it would be the sea level rise, which would be, it's going to be worse than we once thought. And it could occur quickly and catastrophically, like La Palma Island collapse style. In the past decade, climate scientists have arrived at more pessimistic views about sea level rise, and those views are reflected in this report. Most researchers now believe that the oceans will rise roughly half a foot more than once projected. In a relatively optimistic intermediate emission scenario, for instance, the IPCC once projected that oceans would rise about 1.5 feet by 2100. This new report finds that just under 2 feet is more likely, and 2.5 feet is not out of the question. The authors could not eliminate from their models the small chance that some of the largest glaciers in West Antarctica could catastrophically collapse this century. In that scenario, humanity could see more than 6.5 feet of sea level rise by 2100, and perhaps as much as 16 feet of sea level rise by 2150. That means everywhere where people live, which is all on the coast, will drown. It's a scenario in which you're going to wind up swimming to school. This is no joke. This is the world we're looking at. Our world is like Venice. And if you've seen what's happened to Venice, beyond the fact that it's always been swamped by the sea, it's now truly becoming submerged. We are simply no longer capable of ignoring the fact that we're going to be moving inland, or we're going to become completely waterbound. There's no other word for it. It'll be like living in Waterworld for many people. That horrible film, albeit, well, nothing could ever get as bad as that. is simply because of the acting involved, not talking about the environmental scenario behind it. Now, that being said, of course, there are two other things I can take from this report. Another one is that, yes, Jameson Reese says Kevin Costner was psychic. Well, he was right on one thing again. The third thing to be taken from this report, aside from the phenomenon of sea level, is that sea level rise is essentially irreversible. If humanity successfully learns how to remove carbon from the atmosphere, some of the impacts of climate change, such as oceanic acidification and the rise in land temperatures, may be reversible. The problem that we have, of course, is that the sea rise itself is not. Sea level rise, well, in point of fact, the slow increase in sea levels could continue for millennia. Kim Cobb, a climate scientist at Georgia Tech and a co-author of this report, confirms that once you have melting underway, it's very hard to rein it in, even if you go full scale into reversal of global warming. When I say those words, it almost chokes me up. It scares the crap out of me, frankly. I'm still reading his quote here. This is a horrific long-term consequence to the decisions we'll be making this decade on our watch. You see, this is the fourth take-home of this report. The climate is now changing on political time. If climate change is happening now, then its timescales, which once seemed distant, are suddenly ticking by at the speed of the political or business calendars. An earlier draft of this report cautioned that the world could see more than 1.5 degrees Celsius of warming by the early 2030s. Although that language was removed because researchers could not guarantee that a fluke event, such as a once-in-a-century volcanic eruption, would not briefly cool the planet and delay the inevitable for a few years, the broad point itself remains. The IPCC now warns that the world is likely to exceed 1.5 degrees Celsius of warming by 2040, even if humanity cuts carbon pollution as rapidly as is plausible. In fact, the agency estimates that enough greenhouse gas is already in the atmosphere today to raise the planet's temperature by 1.5 degrees Celsius. Only the cooling effects of smog and other forms of conventional air pollution are keeping temperatures depressed. In other words, by being so thick, the poisonous smoke cuts out the heat from the sun, thereby saving ourselves. A kind of perverse logic to our pollution. But humanity may still avoid warming the planet by 1.5 degrees Celsius by 2100. On all pathways, the world's temperature will increase more than 1.5 degrees Celsius by the middle of the century. The only question is whether it then begins to cool down or keeps going up. Current policies suggest that the planet is set for 3 degrees Celsius or more than 5 degrees Fahrenheit of warming by the end of the century. Ben Cook, a climate science professor at Columbia University, concludes that we're already seeing extreme rainfall, heat waves, and droughts that are all implicitly or explicitly tied to climate change. And this is just a 1-degree world. I would not want to live in a 4-degree world. And a 3-degree world would be quite challenging. His words. So, in order to kind of put some more knowledge or a way to deal with this, you have to conceptualize it. We have to understand exactly what it is that we're dealing with now. And I think the best thing to do is to change our comprehension of the seasons themselves. I mean, summer is hot, but this is abnormal. So the way to, I guess, express it best would be to, well, confront the fact that we need a new name for this part of the year. Call it heat season and disambiguate it from summer itself. That way people will understand the severity. That's how important and powerful language is. Scorching weather has far outstripped all our old expectations, but many Americans still have trouble seeing higher temperatures as a distinct hazard. I mean, of course, go back to the basics. As Daniel Arola would be wont to do, summer is hot. This is among the most basic weather concepts that we learn as children and accept without question. Heat and even heat waves have always been a reliable hallmark of the season between the June solstice and the September equinox. And yet, recent weather has far outstripped that norm. For most of last week, the daily temperature, or the daily high, in Phoenix, Arizona, according to Benestenius, my sponsor there, reached or exceeded 115 degrees, breaking records even in that desert city. This weekend, a heat dome is expected to raise temperatures above 110 degrees in Washington, Oregon, and Idaho, places whose physical infrastructure is not well adapted to such heat. Climate change is upending old rules and disrupting predictable weather patterns. Heat waves, wildfires, tropical storms, and hurricanes, the trifecta of extreme weather events, now arrive earlier than expected, occur with greater frequency and intensity, and stretch well past their historical timelines. But too few Americans think about heat waves, which claim more lives globally than any other weather-related hazard, as a problem for which systematic long-term preparation is warranted. To protect human life as temperatures soar, we need to conceive of what we might call heat season as a phenomenon distinct from summer itself, a part of the year that people in much of the country have traditionally viewed with great fondness. Historically, wildfire season in the United States has begun in May and ended in October. However, wildfires raged well into December yesteryear. The 2020 season, which included some 30 named storms, was the most active on record. The annual Atlantic hurricane season formally begins on June 1st and ends on November 30th. The emergence of Tropical Storm Anna on May 22nd made 2021 the 7th consecutive year that a storm strong enough to be named formed off-season. Because of this early storm activity, the National Weather Service has been considering moving the start of hurricane season to mid-May. Heat waves, too, are arriving alarmingly early. Barely a week into summer, a heat dome affecting 40 million Americans lifted temperatures above 100 degrees, not only in Phoenix, but in places such as Denver, Salt Lake City, and Billings, Montana. Northern locations, not typically plagued by extreme heat, were hit even earlier. In early June, the city of Caribou in northern Maine experienced back-to-back highs of 92 degrees. Amid the heat wave, nearby towns sent students home. The Bangor Daily News actually reported that at least one restaurant closed its kitchen to prevent heat sickness. We're living in a world in which we can't even work. Early season heat waves are likely to be more lethal than those later in any given summer. That's partly because people are caught off guard and less acclimated to high temperatures, and partly because, as a macabre 2012 Washington Post article described it, heat preys on the vulnerable, leaving behind fewer susceptible people for future heat events. A form of Darwinian selection, if ever there was one. Promoting public awareness of and encouraging state and local governments to plan early for this problem, much as those in coastal communities do before every hurricane season. Well, it could all save lives. This is why the organization, the Atlantic Council's Adrian Arsht Rockefeller Foundation Resilience Center, is urging National Ocean, well, the NOAA agency, the NASA of the seas and skies, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, NOAA, and its National Weather Service to designate the months of April through through the October month as the U.S. heat season. That would be where we would look on our calendar and see it definitively highlighted in flaming orange-red. Also, doing so every year would help sound the alarm for approaching emergencies, build a culture of preparedness, and improve communication with the public, much like the National Hurricane Center set out to do when it began to name tropical storms and hurricanes in the 1950s. Indeed, this Rockefeller organization, along with a panel of scientific experts, is also developing a process of categorizing and naming individual heat waves intense enough to do serious harm. At the moment, the best annual reminder Americans get about the worsening risk from high temperatures is National Heat Awareness Day, observed every year on the last Friday of May. A stronger warning is urgently necessary. A heat wave doesn't char millions of acres in a single event, rip roofs off houses, or cause massive flooding, but heat does wreak quiet havoc on the health and economic well-being of billions worldwide. The effects are far more subtle, albeit no less conspicuous, or pernicious, than the visible devastation caused by its more dramatic cousins. Data on heat-related mortality are also scant because many such deaths are attributed to other medical conditions like seizures or heart attacks, which is why many experts have dubbed heat itself as the silent killer. Meanwhile, the economic ramifications of heat waves become clearer every year. In 2017, 120-degree heat-grounded flights in Phoenix, in Washington, District of Columbia, and London, train service abruptly halted when tracks melted. Tracks, mind you. And during the pandemic, some New Jersey COVID-19 testing sites had to be shut down because of high temperatures. According to the International Labor Organization, heat stress is also projected to reduce total working hours worldwide by 2.2% by 2030. A productivity loss. A productivity loss equivalent to 80 million full-time jobs. The Miami physician Cheryl Holder, an expert on the links among climate change, health, and poverty, has argued that heat disproportionately imperils older Americans, outdoor and manual workers, and black, brown, and indigenous communities. One of her patients, she has noted, is an elderly woman with chronic conditions including asthma and chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. Heat waves mean higher energy bills and force that patient to choose between between paying for her asthma inhalers and keeping the air conditioning running. Good fucking luck. Because climate change is causing more sweltering days. The direct physical threat may be most acute in cities, where temperatures on a scorching summer day can vary by as much as 45 degrees from a well-shaded area to one with trees. This is but one more way in which poor Americans bear the brunt of broiling temperatures. As noted by the nonprofit American Forests, a map of tree cover in America's cities is in many cases a map of income and of race. Well, communities can do much more on their own to address these problems equitably. This spring, Daniela Levine-Cava, surname spelled C-A-V-A, she's the mayoress of Florida's Miami-Dade County. She was named the world's first chief heat officer to focus on protecting the health and livelihoods of the community's most vulnerable residents, in disambiguation from the most privileged. Now, there has also been established the Extreme Heat Resilience Alliance, and an offshoot therefrom, the City Champions for Heat Action Initiative, of which Miami-Dade is a founding member. The cities of Athens, Greece, the Freetown of Sierra Leone have also signed on and will appoint their own chief heat officers. How would you like that for a rank? So I would invite American cities to follow suit. Despite some recent progress, Americans remain woefully unprepared for the growing threat of extremely hot temperatures and conditions. By loosely equating heat with summer, we have unwittingly hampered our ability to address the risks that a worsening climate poses to our social fabric, economies, and environments. Heat season is upon us. We must acknowledge our risks to manage and survive them. And that process begins by calling the silent killer by its real name. The season of Cthulhu. Tell us about what you know of Cthulhu, Jameson.
What I do know is that he's the in the sort of canon of the stories, he's supposed to be one of the sons of Cthulhu.
How does that work when Cthulhu... No, by the way, I'm not being argumentative. I'm just wondering if where you read that, did they provide a rationalization for how the fire god is the son of Cthulhu? Because I'll tell you, because the one thing people mistake by his appearance is that Cthulhu is somehow a god of the sea or represents the water element. They forget that he's trapped by the water. He doesn't want to be in the water. He is trapped in the water. That's because his flammability was drowned. Go on.
Well, yeah. What I know just came from like these sort of like fan wikis of the sort of.
Oh, understood. I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not attacking what you're saying. What I was doing was providing context. I hope it made sense. You understand?
Oh yeah. It made perfect sense. I didn't think you were attacking what I was saying. What I do also that about sums up all I know about it, basically. Yeah.
Thank you.
That's I know that's disappointing.
Oh my God. Well, that is in a sense. I'm, not going to down that. But of course, you do.
Well, the fact of the matter is, I've only like read when my exposure to the Lovecraftian not mythos is only Lovecraft. I haven't delved into the other writers of it, so that's why I'm ignorant of it.
Yeah. So in terms of the Cthulhu, you do remember that they refer to Cthulhu Fomalhaut. In other words, the idea was that he came from the star of Fomalhaut, and the extrastellar or extracosmic, the truly alien worshippers of Cthulhu. They're known as fire vampires. You might remember that term. That there's two types of them. The flame creature of Cthulhu and the fire vampires, or the flamma vampire of Thagua. F-T-H-A-G-G-U-A. Described as points of light that follow Cthulhu everywhere he goes and set on fire anything flammable they touch. So you have through this a kind of precognition from stories longer gone of the firestorms we're suffering today all across the American West, but specifically, most particularly in California and Oregon. So we have a real sense of the elements and a sense of the polarization, the possible weakness or a weak point, a link in the chain of the Cthulhuoid anti-gods themselves. A sense that with Cthulhu, he can be harnessed. Unlike so many of the other anti-gods, its force could be something constructive if bound. This is something that, of course, has not yet been done, which is why Cthulhu roams so free. That is something that needs to be taken into account. But of course, that would be left up to sorcerers of my caliber to ultimately work with, if we got to that point.
I think you're the only one of that caliber. Honestly, I can't imagine, aside from yourself and Michael Aquino himself, I couldn't imagine. I mean, I'm sure there are powerful people out there, but
yes, there are others, but I appreciate what you say. It is flattering. But in terms of the reality of magical accomplishment, I have at least done what most people could only dream of. So there is something of that nature. I've never practiced magic very much, but when I have committed to such an act, it has always been decisive. It's something that a person should never want to do or seek to do, and people who try to extend themselves too often, they pay the price. It's something that should never be treated lightly. But with the season of the fire gods that we're now experiencing on a yearly basis, with a kind of burning earth that we will experience into the future, our world will be drowned by the rising sea levels, while what's left, not submerged, is burning. We've got the largest fires in the world are not even here. They're in Siberia. The Siberian wildfires are as large as every one of these wildfires occurring in Oregon, California, and Canada. All the wildfires in the world combined don't equal to the size of the burning in Siberia. This is at the coldest region on Earth in many regards. The northern polar regions that we're seeing this. It's the end of the world as we know it. At that point, we truly have Cthulhu walking astride the surface of the earth. This is a time of deep despair if one were to succumb to what the anti-gods wish of you. So, I would say do not despair. That would be first and foremost the rule to live by. Now I'll take a little break, and our man Jameson will do a little talking for about 5-10 minutes. I'm sure you can handle that, right?
Yes.
Oh, bless you.
I've lost this game, so that's easy to do.
Oh my God! I saw. We got to write a rap song about your Magic the Gathering. Anyhow, so go on.
Yeah, it's like when I have good days, I'm able to do incredible things. When it's bad, it's beyond terrible.
Well, it's cute. I mean, that's no harm done in the game of Magic. It's just arguing with cards. Have you ever participated in a match with someone where you felt that there were other forces involved?
No. I just felt that the only force involved was my own bad luck. It's just.
Oh, that can be a powerful enough force in and of itself. Oh my God! At least you're not gambling for money. Holy shit! If you can imagine trying to deal with that, having a bad streak at a gambling run, that would be. It'd be impossible for me to imagine dealing with. So there we have that. And with that, let me go mute for a few minutes, refresh myself, and I'll return and get back into monologue. Thank you.
All right, folks. So let's go into some interesting news going on in New York. I think I went into that, though. All right, I did when I was speaking to Daniel. But, I mean, okay, well, there is some good news for those of you who honestly are willing to get the vaccine. The extra COVID vaccine is okayed for those with weak immune systems. U.S. regulators say transplant recipients and others with severely weakened immune system can get an extra dose of the Pfizer or Moderna COVID-19 vaccines to better protect them as the Delta variant continues to surge. The late night announcement Thursday by the Food and Drug Administration applies to several million Americans who are especially vulnerable because of organ transplants, certain cancers, or other disorders, such as substance abuse. Because, this stuff does really wreak havoc on the immune system. I shit you not. Especially if you're abusing something that has antihistamines in it. Several other countries, including France and Israel, have similar recommendations. It's harder for vaccines to rev up an immune system suppressed by certain medications and diseases. So those patients don't always get the same protection as otherwise healthy people. And small studies suggest for at least some, an extra dose may be the solution. And again, honestly, my brother getting this and his girlfriend, it just drives everything home. Now, he's one of the lucky people who didn't have to worry about having any cognitive or neurological deficits as a result of it. But, you know, that's just, again, you know, 5-10 years down the line, who's to say how stable, you know, many of the people who have gotten it and survived it will be. I mean, so a lot of people have reported, you know, being winded more easily, or their bodies not acting the way they used to beforehand. And for those who doubt the seriousness of the virus, take into account that we are at a time when the world is burning. And so I figure if you're going to want to serve, you're going in, if the world's burning, well, being the world is burning, in a burning world where everything's either on fire or submerged, you're going to want to be in peak health to try to not die. So that said, it's a good idea not to sleep on this whole disease. And yeah, I think it's so far-fetched and full of shit, the idea that the vaccine is engineered to kill people. There are people who are going to die from it, and those are people who ordinarily would have certain weaknesses to vaccines in general due to certain immune conditions, but it'll probably save more people in the long run than it will kill. Which, you know, honestly, I wouldn't be necessarily completely opposed to it taking out large swaths of people, but I should hope that most of the people taken out would be males. And unfortunately, this doesn't seem to discriminate on gender. So, yeah. Today's action allows doctors to boost immunity in certain immunocompromised individuals who need extra protection from COVID-19. This is according to Dr. Janet Woodcock, the FDA's acting commissioner. The FDA determined that transplant recipients and others with a similar level of compromised immunity can receive a third dose of the vaccines from Pfizer and Moderna at least 28 days after getting their second shot. I want to see if I can apply for that somehow. There might be a way I can get that third shot myself. The FDA made no mention of the immune-compromised patients who received a single dose of Johnson & Johnson's vaccine. The announcement comes as the extra contagious Delta version of the coronavirus surges through most of the country, pushing new cases, hospitalizations, and deaths to heights not seen since last winter. Importantly, the FDA's decision only applies to this high-risk group, estimated to be no more than 3% of U.S. adults, which I will do my damnedest to get myself on that list somehow, because I am not dying by COVID. It's an opening for booster doses for the general population. Instead, health authorities consider the extra dose as part of the initial prescription for the immunocompromised. For example, France since April has encouraged that such patients get a third dose 4 weeks after their regular second shot. Israel and Germany also recently began recommended a third dose of 2-dose vaccines. Damn, I gotta hit the caffeine because my brain is starting to shut down. Separately, U.S. health officials are continuing to closely monitor if and when average people's immunity wanes enough to require boosters for everyone. Oh, great. I got to wait for enough people to die first. Well, there's always a catch. But for now, the vaccines continue to offer robust protection for the general population. The CDC is expected to formally recommend the extra shots for certain immune-compromised groups after a meeting on they are just repeating themselves. basically, there is hope for those who had the 2 shots. I should hope that maybe those who got the Johnson & Johnson vaccine should maybe try to see if they could get the first 2 shots of the other vaccine, because, you know, why the hell not? I mean, if you're going to die, I would rather, well, I'm not going to go there. I had to think about what I was saying for a moment, and I realized it was not rational. Now, that being said, let's see what else is going on in this strange world. Of course, we have people who are arguing, you know, and this is foreignpolicy.com. The bomb didn't beat Japan, Stalin did. I don't even want to read this. It's just it's ridiculously stupid. See, this goes to show you just how bad the racism is that they don't want to, you know, they can't admit the defeat. Now, we do have new details of the sailor charged with setting the blaze on USS Bonhomme Richard. The attorney for the sailor charged with setting last year's fire aboard the USS Bonhomme. So it was set last year. So this wasn't when Biden was in office. So apparently this couldn't be something. Well, who knows what the hell it was. Richard maintains that his client did not play a role in setting the fire and denied he was embittered against the Navy after dropping out of SEAL training, as suggested in a federal search warrant unsealed earlier this week. I really do think they are trying to use this guy as a patsy for some reason. I don't know why. This thing reeks of something else. When the Navy announced the charges last week, it declined to disclose the sailor's name, but earlier this week, federal prosecutors requested unsealing of the federal search warrant requested last year to assist in the sailor's legal defense. So we now know who the sailor is. That search warrant requested access to the online files of 20-year-old seaman apprentice Ryan Sawyer Mays, who was a sailor assigned to the ship while it was docked at San Diego for long-term maintenance. The Navy and Mays attorney confirmed Wednesday to ABC News that he was the sailor charged with the fire, which ultimately led to decommissioning of the amphibious ship. The search warrant also disclosed new details about the investigation into the fire that resulted in Mays being charged. A sailor working in the area where the fire started in the ship's lower deck recalled seeing a masked sailor he believed to be Mays carrying 2 buckets into the storage area just minutes before the first reports of smoke.
No, what are we talking about? I just got my earbuds back on.
I was just reading about this guy who was charged with the blaze.
Oh, on the Bonhomme Richard?
Yeah. They have. I mean, they haven't really. Basically, they said that someone recalled seeing a masked sailor that he, quote unquote, believed to be Mays carrying 2 buckets into the storage area before the first reports of smoke.
Oh, I like that. They just believed it was him because the guy was so built. I mean, he was really cut and buff. You could tell he was ripped because he worked at it.
I mean, really. I mean, either it's the guy or it's not the guy. Right. I mean, you believe? I mean, it's just weird.
It's unacceptable in a court of law, for one thing.
Yeah, and what they also noted was, let's see, the DNA. Basically, they say that the unit placed in the area on the day of a subsequent DNA test on a tag placed to mark the bottle was not a match for May's DNA. It's just a lot of weird stuff going on. They also said that the the fire detectors and extinguishers, whatever, were all disabled in the area where the fire was started. I have a hard time seeing like one guy just disabling the stuff on a Navy boat.
I mean, you'd be amazed at what one man can do, but but still.
Well, you have a good point on there. I might be completely, over. I don't know, thinking it.
Yeah, no, I get it. I mean, I see what you're saying, and the fact that this guy could be a scapegoat or the potential he could be a scapegoat is, it's there. I mean, we could go over the scenarios that this guy might have been scapegoated for any number of reasons. And
all right. This is something interesting. All right, the Navy ultimately decided it was easier to scrap the ship than going through with $4 billion of repairs. I mean, I can't help but think maybe they were planning to scrap it anyway. I don't know. I mean, we've got to get way more details of what was going on here. But this was obviously when Trump was still in office. So, I mean, who knows what the hell it was.
Yeah. That's pretty incredible. I didn't realize it was that long ago. I mean, it's not that long ago, but what it was like. What month last year?
It was like August last year.
Okay. Yeah.
So I mean, knowing that, the first thing that comes in mind is a bunch of Russian guys acting like they were American sailors just climbed on board because nobody's like paying attention these days.
Right. Right.
Now that everyone has cell phones and shit.
Yes.
I mean, holy crap! I wouldn't be surprised if they're letting them go through basic training with cell phones.
Yeah.
That shit will blow my fucking mind.
I'm sorry, not yawning because of you. Honestly, it's one of those things where I wouldn't be surprised either. But the fact that, like you said, that they allow them on the carrier, I mean, that should not even be allowed. That should be just impossible that somebody should be on a carrier with a goddamn cell phone, just talking to people about, oh shit, the nuclear engine's on fire, which is of course what happened in the case of Brendan Shoget's friend. I mean,
oh my god!
Yeah, holy shit!
I mean, how much radiation is leaking in port to the surrounding area?
Thank you.
Mean, geez. I would tell Brendan to, he'll have to take whatever the hell he can find makes you radiation proof.
Oh, well, that was on the Atlantic seaboard, and he's talking to Brendan, who's over here in California. So
oh God, that's the Atlantic seaboard?
Yeah.
Oh, what state?
I don't know. I'd have to we could look it up and see if we could find anything. Let's see.
Please tell me it's not New York.
Oh, I doubt it.
It probably wouldn't surprise me, but
yes. Fire on nuclear carrier, and of course maybe I had the wrong impression. Maybe it's somewhere here on the Pacific coast, but that's what I thought that Brendan said. I didn't even bother to follow up on it. So let me look up latest fire on nuclear carrier, fire on nuclear carrier, because they're probably going to mention many or maybe not. Maybe they've covered it all. Okay, so let's see what comes up. A 22-year-old, of course, they came out to the Bonhomme Richard. They brought that up first thing, and sailor charging. I knew that would happen, shit, so that fire was 4 days. One of the Navy's Lightning carriers on fire, July 12th, 2020. And that was in San Diego, okay? And it said the fire was the latest in a series of disasters for the Navy. Ha ha ha! This is the New York Times article, and so holy shit, 34 sailors and 23 civilians treated for injuries. Shit. So it's surprising nobody died, but we'll find out more as time goes on, I'm sure.
We'll definitely have to ask him.
Yeah.
Oh man, well, I mean, fuck it. I mean, we're gonna die anyway. Why would I even give a shit at this point?
Yeah. Yes. It's.
It's like there's always this. This is the most annoying thing about my life. or rather, this is what pisses me off about myself the most, is why, when I know that we're going to die anyway, why is there always that thing inside that's like, I want to live now, I need to survive. And for some reason, it overwhelms any rational sense of just giving up and saying, fuck it, because, I'm a nihilistic son of a bitch and I just don't want to be here. Let's just get this over with. No.
Yeah.
Once that id monster kicks in, it's just like, okay, here we go again.
Yeah. I hear you. But that's a good thing. Believe me, it's a good thing. We want to keep that spirit of survival going. It's once that's gone, of course, and hopelessness and despair and apathy set in, you've lost.
Well, once that's gone, you have people like laying in front of train tracks and getting decapitated and shit.
Yes. Oh my God.
Like they do in India and whatnot.
Yes. Oh my God. So you've seen this? That's a thing where they like kill themselves like that?
Yeah. I mean, I've seen people. I've seen shit online where people doing all sorts of crazy ways to kill themselves. That I'm like, why would you do that? Why that way?
Yeah, that is bizarre. So, is it mostly men or women that do that?
It's both.
Holy shit!
I was talking to Daniel Rollo earlier about how I went on because I was looking to see if I could find footage from this bus accident that happened in New York. So I decided to go into the darker side of the internet and to that horrible video website, and I was greeted by seeing guys attacking people with cleavers. Ooh. So this seems to be a thing. Guys just running around attacking people with cleavers. People getting into fights with each other with cleavers and machetes and stuff.
Well, is this like in more than one nation?
Yeah, it's like all over the place. Yeah, more than one nation. One was in the UK. There's some in the US. There's some like South American place. It's just all over the place. There's one that was in China where a guy just literally runs up on a woman and starts like butchering her with his freaking meat cleaver, and then after she's dead, he starts trying to kill himself by cutting his throat with a meat cleaver. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, bizarre.
So this is what the male race has become. Just I haven't seen women doing that.
Yeah, no. You're not going to see. Well, you're not in. Women just. They don't do that sort of thing because they're just not. They're just not. That stupid, that crazed. They don't have it in them. Thank God. And,
some there have been some who do kind of do crazy things.
Yeah.
But they're like the exception, not the rule. Whereas with guys, it's the rule.
Yeah, it's true. And just horrific. So in terms of my getting back into the zone, let's see what I can do. And I still have to talk a little bit, I think, about the Chinese Valentine's Day. Educate people a little bit in that regard. Some cultural education always helps. Now, let's take a look at the live stream here and what people are saying. And there's some wonderful things that people are saying. Nancy Volker was saying Zelda, and I think that was a response to what you were saying about video games. Then there's this individual named Cade Benson. Cade Benson says lots of non-video game related content on Twitch these days as well, because I guess you were talking about video game content on Twitch or something, right? I think maybe you didn't bring it up. Maybe Salman did.
No, I think that was when we were talking about how horrible I sucked at games. And the potential idea of making money from like streaming and stuff. and why I wouldn't be able to do that, because I just suck so bad. No one's going to pay to just watch me get my ass handed to me all the time.
Well, then let me see now. Nancy Volker, of course, reveals a bigoted side of herself when she says arsonists came up from Mexico. Oh my God! See what listening to right-wing radio does to you.
Because I mean, Mexicans fleeing a country completely ravaged by warlords have nothing better to do than to go sneak aboard like Navy ships and burn Navy ships, of all things.
Oh no, I think she means the what happened in California and Oregon is what she says, but that wouldn't make any sense either, of course.
Oh, I thought we were talking about the USS Bonhomme.
Oh God, no.
I mean, the reason why it couldn't be Mexican, why I don't think it would be Mexicans is because this isn't happening just in the United States. This is happening all over the place. I mean, you'd be hard pressed to find Mexicans in Siberia.
Yeah. Thank you. By the way, Cade Benson says just that. He says, when was the last time Siberia was on fire like this? And he says, fire season in the PNW when I was a kid. PNW, what is that an acronym for? Which nation state is that? Papua New Guinea? No, PNW. What would that stand for? Anyhow, he says, when I was a kid, it was rated extreme, fire season that is, for around 3 weeks a year. Now it's consistently over 100 days. That's right. And then the Amor Fadi says, hola Douglas. And of course he is raised in Mexico. He says, que Dios te bendiga. Que Dios te bendiga. God bless. And he says, have not had the time to listen to you as much lately, but still and always will be in 100% support of your life's work and your legacy. We'll be donating money soon, and a friendly reminder to all, support Douglas any and every way possible, especially money and spreading his message. God bless you. What a wonderful human being. Almost feel like he's setting me up. I hope not. Cade Benson says there's an article on Brookings that conservatively estimates there will be around 150 million people due to climate change.
Displaced.
Yeah, displaced.
Yeah.
People displaced. Then he says 1/3 of those would be forced to move due to sudden onset events. Hard sometimes, exponentially. If I had to kill myself, I'd lock myself in a room with Tucker Carlson. I doubt I'd last more than a minute before the mood hit me. Oh, shit. So he was talking about, I'm in Vancouver, so thank you, sir, for letting us know that. Very important.
I would think it would be harder not to kill him.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Oh my God, I got a wanker in my eye, and I'm still feeling sleepy. I gotta see if I can grab a stimulant. I'll be right back. Holy shit. It's like, oh well. Some nights we maybe shouldn't make it 12 hours, but nevertheless, I kind of like to try and stick with that. All right, I'll be right back. You seem to be doing better off than myself right now. Holy shit.
Although I probably shouldn't have had these. Chances are I'm suffering from niacin poisoning at this point. Why the fuck would you put 190% niacin in a can of energy drinks?
It's a weird stimulant, and it makes you burn, gives you a flush. That's what people are looking for. Holy shit. Toxic levels of niacin make you kind of high. All right, try and enjoy the buzz.
Yes, it's not a fun high. That's for sure.
No, it's sick. Energy drinks are sick. Okay, I'm going mute. I'll be back in a few minutes. Let me get this eye wanker out.
All right, so while he does that, let's see how our world has deteriorating. Let's see. Concerns over U.S. terror threats rising as Taliban hold grows. That, of course, would be there because if we're talking about America, our biggest threat of terrorism comes from the right, the white right. There we go. That California fire, of course, is like something from another dimension. I mean, I saw some footage of some of the fires actually that were going on in Algeria, because Algeria got hit and they had like people dying there too from the fires and whatnot. And there was like a spinning vortex of fire that looked like it was walking through the trees. I shit you not. It was quite interesting. It's quite hypnotic to see those things. Although I would think that first sight of fire, I'm running. I'm not going to sit there staring and waiting to die. Let's see what else we have going on. We have 3 tropical systems impacting the U.S., Caribbean, and Bermuda. Of course, you know, they can have fun washing away Florida. We don't need Florida as a state. We should replace Florida with, like, I don't know, just why have Florida as a state at all? The only thing that comes from there is orange juice, which I'm sure they could probably grow that in California. I don't know. Let's see. We have 3 tropical storm systems. Tropical storm Fred. They really don't give these things very creative names. Fred, of course, is 50 miles per hour, 160 miles south of Panama City, Florida. Let's see. The main threats from Fred were rainfall, 4 to 8 inches. For Florida's Big Bend Panhandle, high water between 3 to 5 feet. You know, if you're going to live in Florida, you're going there to die. Let's just be honest. We have Grace, which is 160 miles southeast of Port-au-Prince, Haiti, which is moving at 15 miles per hour. The winds are 35 miles per hour within the storm, with little changing in strength for the next few days. And we have Tropical Depression 8, which formed Sunday near Bermuda. And the Hurricane Center predicted it would become a tropical storm sometime Monday. So that's fun, you know, good time to live in the Caribbean, in the islands. I mean, I don't even understand why people go there on vacations, but, you know, it is what it is. Let's see what else we got. Virus claims more young victims as deaths climb yet again. That we know, but why mostly young people? Because, you know, I don't know, maybe they're on that QAnon bullshit and they're like, yeah, I don't trust the media, so... Again, this is preventable shit. I mean... yeah, I've noticed, but I have noticed something, though. The young people do seem to care a hell of a lot less about the pandemic than people in, like, 30s or older, for some reason. Because most of the people I see without mask on happen to be within a younger age range.
Yeah, well, that's understandable. When you're young, you feel immortal. By the way, when you talked about feeling compelled to kill Tucker Carlson rather than kill yourself, Cade Benson said, true. And he said, oh, and that 150 million figure was talking about by mid-century. So, sense of urgency. Yes, thank you. And he was talking about calling something a narco-impressionist. You were speaking of something earlier concerning paintballs, because he said Florida should just be...
Yeah, well, I was just talking about how Florida is where people just go to, like, literally die because, you know...
Yeah.
And I was wondering, like, you know, we don't technically even need them as a state. No offense to any of you out there who are stranded in that hellhole. I my heart bleeds for you if you're stuck in Florida.
Oh my God!
Yes, I've been to Florida. It gets boring really.
Why did your handler took you down to Florida, right?
No. This was some other guy. This was a guy who I had to kind of deal with. Mm-hmm. You know, I knew he was bi. Mm-hmm. I knew that one of the reasons he hung out with me was because he was attracted to me. But I figured, you know, we had a deal where, like, I could use his place to screw women, and you know, and so that's what I used him for until he wound up losing his place and having to go somewhere else. But that was before I met the recent handler I had. I never went anywhere with him.
Okay.
I just, hung out with him at his place and left.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for sharing that. And he never tried to turn you on, quote unquote, to Jordan Peterson, did he? This is where other people
No.
other than him.
No. The one who turned me on to Jordan Peterson was a occultist by the name of Curtis Joseph.
Right. Oh, by the way, you want to use a different term than turn me on, because that's almost a positive. What you mean to say is the guy who tried to turn me on to Jordan Peterson.
Yeah, tried to turn me on. Yeah, because Peterson is nothing to be turned on about. He does not. He's not what you would call a. He wouldn't make an attractive woman. He couldn't. He could. Oh my gosh. He would look like It would look like something horrific.
Yes. Oh my God. Well, probably what's her name looks like now. The woman who's in charge of the Handmaid's Tale. The author.
Yeah. He would look just like her.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah.
Which is horrendous. And it's no wonder why she doesn't give a shit about women, because she makes a horrible one.
Yeah, there we are. Yeah, that's awful. we shouldn't try to judge women by their appearance, mind you. But yeah.
No, but obviously there's more than just her appearance to judge her by. I mean, if she's writing that shit, yeah, we can judge. We can rip her apart.
Yeah. I mean, it is true to a degree.
I mean, as far as character is concerned, she has to have shit character if she's one of those. If she's working with Jordan Peterson, they're like fellow cultists.
Yes, I agree.
I mean, they've got to be trash. So I mean, dig in.
Do you know the weird thing? Just another weird thing about Derek Talley was, among so many others, every time I look back on different aspects of him, the weirder he fucking seems, and the more I realize how truly off that guy was. But I remember after I spent all that time deconstructing The Handmaid's Tale, and he really didn't get the message. I was even reading from tweets from young African-American women who were saying, I don't watch that shit, who were saying they would never watch The Handmaid's Tale. And I was contextualizing why they wouldn't, and saying how basically all of these scientific experiments and abuses have happened to black women. And the dystopia effect, when everyone says it's so horrible, is when it's happening in fiction to white women. And so this is appropriation of their experience. And when I'm bringing all this up, and then after the show was over and I spoke to Derek Talley briefly, he says, oh, well, I guess I'll have to rewatch that series. And I'm like thinking, fuck, I just broke the entire thing. Why would you want to watch that now? What the fuck was that? It was like...
Yeah. There's something that just doesn't register. He's not what I would call... He's definitely nowhere near what you would call the brightest bowl, the brightest in the fishbowl.
Yeah, it's something like that. It's just too many. Yeah, it's just too many. He is pretty dense. Yes, I'm sorry to say that. Yeah, that's.
That made him the perfect mind control agent, because you definitely don't want to use someone who's smart.
Well, it's not only that, but
I mean, you could use someone who's smart, but chances are, if they're dense, they won't even know that they're being controlled.
Well, it's like what they said, right? I mean, you take a look at the. It's interesting because if someone is too smart or too intelligent, you put them through that kind of torture, break them apart and reprogram them, so to speak. Intelligent people will simply kill themselves. It's like the suicide rates are the highest in the most educated countries on earth. I mean, you go to places like Japan and Sweden, these are the places with some of the higher suicide rates. And they
also have the highest quality of life.
Yeah, that's right. But these people are sensitive. They're hypersensitive, and they usually kill themselves for emotional reasons. But it's like when I was talking to Beaver about that, he said, you'd be hard-pressed to get a stupid guy to kill himself. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Yes, it's someone is dense enough, they really don't appreciate the fact that they're suffering or being degraded. So,
Yeah, you could probably saw his fingers off, and he'll be like, "I don't feel nothing."
oh God, I could almost imagine that. Yeah, I mean, like I said, just to again contextualize this for our listeners who think we're being harsh. It's like the time that he was on a Skype call with myself and Selena Khan, a lady in the room, so to speak. You had a woman on the Skype call, and other people. And then when I brought up the fact about how disturbed I was by Brendan Zogi, showing him pictures of my escort. And, I brought this up before, but I want people to understand it. This is not something I'm doing in a vulgar sense where these chicks that I show to my friends are naked or something, or
No.
it's
They're just very attractive in a very exotic way.
Yes, thank you. And so when I show that picture, and of course, our man Brendan, is she a vegetarian? Like, I mean, and I'm like, who thinks like that? That's like the stupid commercial where the hot chick is driving the sports car, and then there's this guy hitchhiking along the road, and when she stops the car to pick him up, he says, "Is this car insured?" And she says, "Yeah." And he said, I forget which company he was advertising, something stupid, like some obscure company. Is it insured by Eastwood or whatever the fuck it was? And she said, "No." And he says, "Then I can't take this ride." That's what Brendan reminds me of. That vegetarian question.
Yeah. In his case, he'd probably be hitchhiking, and he'd be like, "Are you a vegetarian?"
Yeah.
You'd be
Yeah.
like, dude, you're knocking on Death's door, and you're gonna ask her that question.
Yeah. And then so when Derek Talley responded by, that probably means he wasn't going to eat her pussy out if he wasn't vegetarian. And I remember how I just took the conversation as quickly as possible in a different direction. And, but he said that in front of Selena. And then thank God he did, because later on when I brought that up, that he had said that, he said, "I would never say that." He was adamant. And she said, "Yes, you did." And that shut him up. But the fact that he couldn't remember that is so indicative of mind control right there. Because, it takes someone, either you've got full-blown senile dementia, which he couldn't have had that because he was still driving a truck.
Actually, he probably could and still be driving.
Good point. Yeah,
I mean,
touché.
and let's not forget, he's in Memphis. Okay, I gotta stop racking on these states.
Yeah.
I can't help it.
Have fun with it. I mean, who cares?
It's that New York arrogance.
I don't blame you. Oh my God, I feel that San Francisco arrogance. You know me. Oh my God,
it's just like down south, everything is so backwards. So it's like, he doesn't seem to have dementia. I can't remember what my first name is.
Oh my God. Well, I'll say this: in the Deep South, you at least have Southern hospitality. People are very polite there. At least you get that, as opposed to, until they shoot you.
The problem is, that politeness is, I'd rather be shot than have to talk for like 2 hours after saying hi to someone.
Yeah.
I don't want to stand there and hear your life story.
Oh my God. I hear you. I don't know if that's necessarily.
I mean, I wouldn't want them to shoot me, of course, but I'm just saying, I would rather just walk away from them and say, "Oh, I'm going into anaphylactic shock. I have to run to the hospital. I'll talk to you later."
Yeah, that's I hear you. It's this can be frustrating when you talk to people, and I've run into these kinds of people before. I don't know if that's a cultural thing pervasive in the South, but certainly I've run when people are basically abusing your time and going on and on talking, that's a form of assault, dominance. It's
yes. Yeah, that was taught to me by my last handler, because he would go on and on for hours about his experiences, and I'd be like, "I swear you told me this already," and he would just he would say, "Oh, I don't remember telling it to you." I'd be like, "Okay, this motherfucker."
Yeah, go on.
It reached the point where I was just way too happy to break off the friendship. I was like, honestly, I didn't. Oh man, if I were to say what I want to say, it would be really dark.
Yeah.
And so I'm not going to go there.
Yes. Thank you. But
what I'm going to say is, I think, I really think that dog held on for my sake, because he knew I would be broken up if he died. But at the same time, I feel like, there was somewhat of a release when that happened, because I was like, I can move on now.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, and that's important. And so this dog was the dog of the handler, right?
Yeah, the one that he had for like over 20 years, and I was literally surprised at how much time went when how little time passed when he got a new one, and and he would always go back and cry over it, and I'm thinking to myself, are you crying for you, or are you crying for the dog?
Himself, of course. Himself, of course.
I mean, because it doesn't. Because at some point it just clicked, where I was like, what am I doing here? I want to do something else.
Yeah. And you were right to ultimately sever that relationship. It just was not healthy. So, and don't be afraid of making other states, making fun of other states. I mean, honestly, I do all the time. And they just... I
mean, if they voted Trump into office, they deserve every lashing they can get.
Oh God, yes. Oh, and this recall of the California governor that they're putting this recall through. V mentioned to me that she looked on it, and there's like 100 candidates who are behind it, and they're all Republican. These are all Republican politicians trying to get rid of.
Now, what are they trying to recall now?
The governor of my state, Gavin Newsom, who I personally like because I've met him before, and it's beyond that, of course. That can't be qualifier enough, but I feel he's done the best he can, and always has. But he's a Democrat, and he's been trying to make the vaccines work. He's been trying to do everything he can, and consider the situation he's in, and he's facing enormous challenges, and so the Republicans want to recall him. And so, and there's not even many Republicans in the state of California. I mean, California is a deep blue state, but all the people trying to recall our governor are Republicans. They were all behind this effort at recall. And
so I'm fairly certain that it's not going to go anywhere then.
I hope so. I hope you're right. Honestly, it's one of those things that, I mean, what... Yeah.
So what they're trying to do is they're trying to flex the power to see how much they can try to get the Democrats to bend to this bipartisan bullshit. And honestly, the Democrats are fucking assholes, because they decide that they're going to coddle these motherfuckers.
Yeah, but you can't have that happen. It's like with Biden. He's not putting out a national federal mandate for a vaccine because,
So he's literally the piece of shit I knew he was going to be. Honestly, I have no shame in saying that. It was just a matter of getting Trump out. He's better than what Trump would be, but still, he's a piece of shit.
Let's put it this way. I would say he's a wimp. He's a wimp, and so to coddle these people, it's just his behavior is too proper. Another way, if we want to put it in the most positive possible light,
look, let's just be straight with it. If you're going to enable the Republicans, you might as well be part of their agenda.
I hear you. Touche. It's true. Fuck it. Yeah, this is like shouldn't even be talking to those people. Even attempts to
I mean the very idea that he wanted to compromise and strip away the infrastructure plan from whatever was on it shows that he's just a part of this single-handed agenda, which is, they're just playing the game of sides, and he doesn't want to do anything anyway. So he might as well be just Trump in reverse. He's reverse Trump. He's oh my gosh, what is Trump in reverse? He's Pemert. He's Pemert. There we go.
Oh my God. So that being said, certainly it's sad. It's a sad position to be in, and he's got to stop trying to compromise and cooperate. That's for sure. It's just we're not going to go anywhere otherwise. So I do want people to know we are now deep into the next day, or early into the next day, rather, the 16th, from what we started at. It is now the 16th, whereas yesterday was the 15th, and the day beforehand was Valentine's Day in China. And the China, of course, for those of you who don't know, and I don't expect any of you to know, basically Valentine's Day in China, well, it comes 6 times a year. So Chinese people, if you're wondering if they celebrate our Valentine's Day, meaning Western Valentine's Day, the answer is yes. Chinese and other Asian people do celebrate Valentine's Day on February 14th, where they learned about it from Christian missionaries. As Peter Moon was bringing up the Jesuits, the Jesuits, of course, had a very heavy influence in China in the Renaissance era, and they almost converted the Chinese emperor to Roman Catholicism, in which case all the subjects would have converted, and that would have made China the largest Roman Catholic nation on earth. Now, thankfully, that didn't happen, not because of any hatred of the Catholic Church on my part, but I would much prefer China to maintain the spiritual faith that it had. But the people who almost converted the emperor and thereby the Chinese Empire were they taught about Saint Valentine. So Jesuits and other missionaries appeared on Japan's shores as well. The Pope was recently gifted by Abe Shinzo, the former Prime Minister of Japan, or was gifted maybe a number of years ago when he was still Prime Minister. He came with a mirror that had been designed by Japanese Christians that would show the image of the Christ when shown in the light, or light was shined on it in a certain fashion. Otherwise, it would appear as an ordinary mirror. An amazing optical technique. We're talking about, developed in what had to be around the late 1600s, early 1700s. So this was gifted to the Pope, and it shows you that enough of an awareness of the West had permeated the East, where what they call in China, Qingrenjie, or, that would be Valentine's Day. And it refers, of course, to the sainted Valentine, who was martyred. And aside from all that, let's see what else comes to mind. I'm going to have to tell you, of course, all 6, now that I've piqued your curiosity, presumably, going to have to tell you about all 6 of these other Valentine's Days. Of course, I have to dig them out of my mind first. Let me see if I can remember exactly what they are. And of course, some of them are new. They're actually postmodern. And that means that they are actually developed by Jack Ma, an Alibaba corporation, to basically make money off, you, if you're Chinese. And you have this kind of desire to do something completely stupid, then you follow Jack Ma, who's ugly as sin, and invented Valentine's Day in the hopes of finding somebody who would go after him for his money, but he hasn't found a gold digger yet. But this Valentine's Day, the Western Valentine's Day of February 14th fame, that's mostly popular amongst younger generations for obvious reasons, as it is an import from the West. And it's celebrated a bit differently in China anyway. I mean, usually women gift chocolate to their partners to show their appreciation and love, and men are then expected to return the favor 1 month later. So that is something I'll bring up as well, the March Day of love. But China has its own Valentine's Days, and if you, several of them, as I've said. So if you think celebrating one Valentine's Day is adequate, just take a deep breath and count yourself either fortunate or unfortunate, as the case may be, because the Chinese traditionally celebrate an astonishing half-dozen Chinese Valentine's Days a year, aside from the 7th of such days on the 14th of every February. So that gives them ample opportunities to declare their love and devotion to their beloved. And we really ought to be expressing that as many times as possible. But in terms of China's 6 Chinese Valentine's Day traditions, let me see if I can scrabble a list out of the attic of my brain. I know they include occasions celebrated from ancient times up to the present. And the first would be their Lantern Festival, as opposed to the ongoing Obon Festival, or Lantern Festival of Japan, that's ongoing right now. And of course, people have asked me some questions about that, since I had brought the subject up and was telling people about that in my latest transmission preceding tonight's. And some people were asking me about the Japanese dancing on this summer ghostly season. Why are the Japanese dancing, is what they were asking. And so let me try and dig back into my memory about that. And of course, these ancient cultural traditions, they all have roots that go back hundreds, thousands of years. And, probably it's just simply because they're letting loose and enjoying themselves, really, more than anything else. But it's obviously a sight to see. It's enjoyable, and most people are encouraged to participate. In terms of the roots behind it, I don't consciously remember. I'll have to look around for the Obon dance, but anybody can look that up and they'll find something about it. And it's one of those things where if I can recall, I'll share it with you. But obviously, in the purposes to celebrate Obon itself are interesting. Non-Japanese are never really involved in it. There's actually ways for foreign tourists to enjoy the Obon festival. But when it comes to the Japanese themselves, they're dancing, and it's only among them. It would almost be like a ritual you would see in Africa in that sense. And but it is one of the most important festival seasons in Japan. And so it's so wonderful that the Chinese Valentine's Day falls in the midst of this festival. And the fact that this festival happens amidst the day of commemoration of the war dead. And all of this is profound to me. So in terms of enjoying the season, if you ever visit Japan during their so-called Halloween week, let's just put it this way. This might take a bit of time to kind of go into this, because it's something that I myself have never been to Japan. So I'll have to say what I know about their ancient culture and try to contextualize it with what I know about the why their culture is the way it is today. But basically, you've got this 4-day festival. It's a memorial service for our ancestors that have returned from the heavens to our world. And it goes back to Buddha and his apprentice. the first Obon festival in Japan was celebrated in the year 606, and that was the Empress, Suiko, at the time. After the long civil war period, you had a time of samurai, and it became easier during that period of peace and a kind of enlightenment that wherein, of course, people were able to, well, the peasantry for the first time were able to easily get their hands on candles, for one thing. And that's necessary for celebrating the Obon festival because of paper lanterns. So they began to celebrate Obon too, like the nobles had before, and that's what made it a popular holiday. In certain places in Japan where they still follow the lunar calendar, then they celebrate earlier in July. So the post-lunar calendar, the Gregorian calendar, then July overlaps with the farming season, and we get into the August celebration that most Japanese celebrate. That's where we talk about the celebrations themselves. But first, of course, it's about communion with your ancestors. Each region, as I said before, the transmission prior to tonight's has its own way of celebrating. So the best I can do is to provide you a general image. Like I did, you've got the offerings to the souls, the dancing of the summer festivals, the visits to the graveyards. Now, you welcome your ancestors home first to join in all of that with the fires. We set bonfires in front of our houses or the graves of our ancestors to welcome and to see off their souls. And these fires are landmarks so that our ancestors' souls will be able to navigate, and they'll also be able to return to heaven rising on their flames. And you get these hemp stalks, ogara. They're placed in these flat kind of bowls. And the hemp is used during Obon because it takes away impurity. And of course, depending on the region, the sending bonfires lit on the last day are more ritualistic. They're like we light them in the mountains, or we have the floating lanterns in the rivers that we set loose. The high mountains, of course, were closer to the heavens, and Buddhism teaches that there is a river that separates the present world from the land of the dead, the Sanzu River, the river between the worlds. And of course, in Japan today, there's all too many neighborhoods that prohibit lighting fires in front of their homes because they're very congested. So you can just set up the special lanterns, which are as I said before, the word bon is so involved here. And what that represents, bon chochin would be the bon lanterns that you can set up in your home. Kind of like a miniature Christmas tree placed in front of your window so that the relatives can see it. Then you have your altars within the home, and you can basically welcome them to that altar, the spirit altar. And as for the offerings to the souls, you set aside a special shelf, and that shelf that you're trying to guide your ancestors to, so that they can enjoy their offerings, that's called Shoryo Dana, the bandana. And so the souls come there to essentially live for a few days, where you offer them flowers and food and fruits, water, etc., and you light the candles and the incense. And of course, the incense is it's basically something that it serves them in its own way. When they're residing on that little temple, that little shrine, and it all depends on region. Some places don't bother with this. But then, of course, you have the cucumber and the eggplant. You put the little stick legs on them, and they represent that horse and that cow. that ride your parents and all your relations who are deceased home and quickly on a horse, and they leave slowly on the cow. So the horse is represented by that cucumber, and the eggplant represents the cow. So those vegetables are used because they're harvested in the summer, of course. They're easy to obtain during the season. So that's where that comes from. And in terms of a Shoryo Dana shelf, there's probably not even that many people who set them up anymore in Japan. I'm certain it's not common anymore. But for people who are in Japan as foreigners, they would probably never see this stuff because you'd have to be inside somebody's home. And of course, they may get expensive, and they're only set up for 4 days throughout the year. There's a lot of people who just don't invest that kind of money, which is sad. But the dancing, the Obon dancing, which is what people were asking me about, the Bonodori of the Odari festival, that's something that then you see the Japanese all gathering to release all that pent-up energy for working all year long as they normally do. That's, I think, that originated from Odori Nembutsu, the Buddhist incantations, where they use the chanting, the drum beating, and the dancing, practiced by some Buddhist sects. And that was originally a memorial service for the souls. And in most regions, the festival took place on the night of the Ides, the 15th, the middle of the month, in order to bring the last night of the souls to a close. But these days, of course, it's just a way for locals to interact with each other, in traditional cultural dress. But it's an excuse that's fairly non-religious. They simply get to dance and sing while wearing gorgeous costumes, while other people are playing traditional instruments like the drums. So going over those main parts of the Obon season before I return to Chinese Valentine's Day, for most Japanese people today, the image of Obon is closer to just a holiday season rather than a ceremonial one. But people should go to their graves to pray. Otherwise, of course, they would just be enjoying the time off. There's no real, I guess there are similar traditions elsewhere. The De la Muerte of Mexico, the Day of Death. But as for how, say for instance, as a visitor, if you were to enjoy Obon, if you went to Japan this time of year next year, and then the way for a foreign tourist to enjoy the Obon festival, so far as I can ascertain, would be, as I said, to go and watch the bonfires that are set up in the shape of giant characters on hillsides. And so you would join the summer festivals. The Shoryo Nagashi in Nagasaki would be outstanding. The Gozan Okuribi in Kyoto, those would be the longest running festivals in this culture. Summer festivals are held all over Japan, of course, so you can just simply enjoy watching the dancers and, of course, eat and drink at the street vendors. That goes without saying. And the traditional clothing is the yukata, or if I remember how to pronounce that correctly, it's been so long, the yukata and the jinbei. And so basically you could just kind of enjoy the atmosphere, really. Of course, the beer you drink in summer in Japan is the best in the world. They're the heaviest beer drinkers in the world. They drink far more beer than the Germans do. But when you watch the what would in Kyoto, as I said, the Gozan Okuribi, the oldest of these ceremonies, sending fires, of course, that sends the souls back to heaven. That's the real climax on August 16th. That's what was happening yesterday in Japan because they're a day ahead of us. So they have the sending fires on their 5 mountains all together, where they write 6 kanji characters enormously. And they burn on these 5 mountains for about half an hour each. So these sending fires, they have pictures on some of boats or shrine gates like tori, and it's like the largest kind of neon lighting you've ever seen, except all natural fires. I mean, that's you'll gaze at that and you'll remember that for the rest of your life. It's a once in a lifetime event if you're a visitor to Japan. So make certain you watch it. Because when you gaze at those flames on a cool summer night, you'll feel the presence of all the Japanese standing right where you are, who are long dead but arrive in the thousands. Then, of course, you've got the dai, the pentagram amulet, the various other characters representing the Buddhist sutras, the boat representing the legend of that famous monk that chanted sutras being saved from a shipwreck. The tori, the shrine gate, the only fire that's not lit by the temples, but by volunteers since the Edo period of time. That, of course, the Daimoji fire is most famous in Kyoto, but it's certainly, you've got other fires going on in the rest of Japan. As a matter of fact, that character, which is simply the people character with a line through it, that is Dai. If you're a Pokemon fan, you've seen that shape when they do the fire attack, Daimonji. So Nintendo has its headquarters based in Kyoto. That's why they use that sign, that fire sign. Of course, in Nagasaki, you've got that Shoro, and that, of course, is significant for that prefecture. In Japan, of course, they have these prefectures as opposed to some other kind of districting. And so when you've got the Shoryo Nagashi in Nagasaki, then that would be August 15th, pretty much every year on the clock. And they send the spirits back to heaven with a big send-off. Toro Nagashi, these lantern boats, they're floated by each family. And they're also placed on cars, floated throughout the town before they're let loose in the river. That's when people ring bells, light tons of firecrackers, shout certain phrases together. It's one of those things that, well, you'd have to be there to even probably understand what I'm trying to describe. But yeah, if you ever go to Japan, go during Obon season. It would be the best time, really, to go there. 4-day festival from August 13th through the 16th. Ours doesn't end on this side of the Pacific till tomorrow. Memorial service for the ancestors that have returned from heaven. And then the send-off to kind of guide them back. And through it all, the bonfires. The bonfires in front of our houses or the graves of our ancestors to navigate, so they could navigate, the souls can travel without getting lost. The offerings on the Shoryo-dana, the Bondana, for flowers, food, fruits, water, lighting candles, and incense on a special shelf. If we lose these practices, it's kind of a cultural death. It's a memorial service for the souls. And, of course, the Banodori has now turned into a kind of dance, an opportunity for people to interact with each other socially more than religiously. But as for foreigners trying to join in with these local festivals, go watch the Gojan Okuribi in Kyoto or the Shoryo Nagashi in Nagasaki. And that's what you want to plan your trip around. So other than that, I don't know if I've explained why people dance, but I've told you what you need to know to at least enjoy what you see, or at least appreciate it as you experience it. Now, in terms of going back to what we're going to educate you about tonight, about the Chinese New Year, now that I've reminisced enough about the Obon that I've been dealing with over the past few days, and WTF has joined us, and Mr. What the Fuck says, love, Douglas and all. Much appreciation for tonight's transmission. Oh, God bless you. Hugs. Very touched by that. It's always wonderful to me when people actually, I know people appreciate what I say, but sometimes I wonder how they do that, since sometimes I fall into this kind of rambling rut, which I feel I've just emerged from right now. But bringing us back to February 14th and the other Valentine's Days in China, which are far more important to them. As I've said, Chinese traditionally celebrate an astonishing half dozen Chinese Valentine's Days a year. So 6 of these days a year give ample opportunity to declare their love and devotion for their beloved, which is wonderful. And in order to describe to you China's 6 Valentine's Day traditions, they include occasions celebrated from ancient times up to the present. We have, of course, China's own lantern, or what's called the Yuanjiao Festival. And that's the 15th day of the Chinese Lunar New Year. Yesteryear it was on February 8th. Then you would have the 3rd day of the 3rd lunar month, a double 3 day. And that, according to the old lunar calendar from ancient times, fell, in terms of our Gregorian solar calendar of modernity, that fell on March 26th of yesteryear. And then there was White Valentine's Day, which is March 14th every year. No lunation involved, all based on the solar calendar. It's fixed, a fixed date. Mm-hmm. And then there is Wu Erling, which means 520. And that is also a fixed date on the Gregorian solar calendar. That's May 20th every year. And then finally, the Qi-Ji Festival, the most important of them all, which was Saturday, yesterday, at this point in time, the day before yesterday. But that's on the 7th day of the 7th lunar month. And yesteryear, it fell on August 20th. This year, it fell on the 14th. And then you have what's called Singles Day, which is a fixed date on the Gregorian solar calendar, November 11th, every year. And that's probably the one I'm thinking of, invented by Jack Ma. Let me see if I can dredge out of my mind the details behind that. But most importantly, 11/11, the double 11 day, the 7/7, the double 7 day. These are all basically showing you the power of doubles, as Double 10 Day does, with that being the Independence Day of my Republic of China that I was born into. But if you have a Chinese or Asian spouse, or if you're dating one, understand this. Chinese love their festivals and take every opportunity to celebrate. Most never skimp. They certainly don't skimp out when it comes to remembering their beloved ones. So think of this if you're trying to develop a relationship with an Asian. Surprise and impress your beloved with your knowledge about Chinese Valentine's Days and traditions. Of course, the question that may come from you, which you would direct towards me rather than your loved one, so as not to embarrass yourself or your loved one, you might ask me, why do the Chinese have so many Valentine's Days? Well, the narratives from my, even though my late and sainted Cyrus, my womb matron, my mother, was born in the 20th century, she was very much a product of the 19th. So she provided myself the answer as to why the Chinese have so many Valentine's Days. In traditional China, unmarried men and women, especially those from rich and upper class societies, did not have many opportunities to meet the opposite sex. So, to maintain virtue and chastity, young girls were simply not permitted to meet and socialize with men, and marriages were arranged by their respective families. And even my mother's original marriage, the first marriage before she met my late and sainted sire, George Dietrich, the man who raised and guided me, even her marriage was arranged with the help of a matchmaker. The first one she had that resulted ultimately in acrimonious divorce. Hence, in traditional Chinese societies, young people did not have many opportunities to meet their loved ones or betrothed. It was during these festivals that they had a chance to actually see each other. So the culture and traditions live on. Today, many Chinese still celebrate these ancient festivals, although without as much ado as the ancient Chinese. So if we were to take a peek at Chinese Valentine's Days traditions, if we were to take a closer look at the 6 Chinese Valentine's Days, the first thing that comes to my mind, other than the night before last, or the double 7 days Valentine's Day, which I celebrated yesterday, the day before yesterday by now, and through to yesterday. Aside from that, there is the Lantern Festival. By that, of course, in the proper Chinese, by the way, this is Obon season in Japan, is also essentially Obon translates as Lantern Festival. But the Yuanjiao Festival, that is the first Chinese Valentine's Day of the year, and it falls on the 15th day of the Lunar New Year. It is also called the Lantern Festival because decorative lanterns are hung inside and outside of homes. Today, lantern parties are a major attraction. And on this special day, Chinese people feast on yuan-su, or these round glutinous rice balls stuffed with sweet fillings like peanuts, red beans, or sesame seeds. And eating these rice balls symbolizes unity, togetherness, and completeness. Exactly what a lover brings you, or the very phenomenon of marriage is where two people come together to become greater than one. Then the second day of the year would be the Shangxi, or the Double Third Festival, the Double Three, and this event falls on the third day of the third lunar month. And according to ancient Chinese traditions, the Shangxi Festival was to celebrate the birthday of the Yellow Emperor, the ancestor of all Chinese people. And on this special day, Chinese people, young and old, would go for a spring outing or attend a social event where many would gather. Indeed, on this day, young men and women had the precious opportunity to meet or have a date. The ladies, usually with a chaperone. And according to the Book of Songs from the spring period, the spring and autumn period of 770 through 476 BC, the Shangxi Festival was deemed one of China's ancient Valentine's Days. And later, this day evolved into an occasion for single young men and women to meet and to express their love for each other. As traditional practices, became stricter during the Song dynasty of 960 through 1279 AD, the Shaanxi festival gradually lost its appeal. Today, most Chinese people have forgotten this festival. However, it is still remembered by China's ethnic minority groups, such as the Zhuang, the Dong, and the Shay people. And then there is White Valentine's Day, what's known as Wu Erling, and Singles Day. And this, of course, is on November 11th. November 11th, or Double 11 Day. So those three Chinese Valentine's Days, White Valentine's Day, Wu Yaling, and Singles Day on November 11th, all three of those came about in modern times. But these celebrations go to show that Chinese people dedicate time for their loved ones throughout the year. March 14th, as I said, on a fixed Gregorian solar calendrical date. That comes round once a year. The TAIPEI, the White Valentine's Day. Chinese White Valentine's Day falls on 1 month after Valentine's Day in the West. March 14th is the give back to whatever gifts are given on February 14th. On this day in particular, March 14th, it's the men who are expected to reciprocate the gifts from the ladies that were received on February 14th, when it's the ladies who do the gift giving. And they present their partners with white chocolates, which, by the way, are much more sweeter than dark chocolates and much more sugary. And they're also expected to buy gifts that are greater in value than those received from their significant other the previous month. So it becomes a form of arms race. Just so you know, just kind of, I gotta one-up that bitch. She gave me a new Magnum gun. I gotta buy her a tank. Yeah. So, although White Valentine's Day was originally created by the confectionery industry in Japan in the 1970s, it soon became very popular throughout East Asia. So when the Asians are bashing the Japanese for, they forced my mother into prostitution, kind of shit, then they're busy emulating their culture. Go figure. In terms of these other countries or cultures celebrating that day, it's also celebrated in Asian countries such as South Korea and Vietnam. Now, traditionally, as I said, the White Valentine's Day is celebrated. You can flip it too. If it was the man who gave the woman presents on February 14th, March 14th is the day they've got to give back after men showered them with gifts. So there's kind of a quid pro quo here. You got to admit that. Then, of course, May 20th, also known as 520. That's pronounced as Wu, meaning the number 5, and Erling, meaning the number 20. That's popularized by China's growing internet citizens, the netizens, and as such it's generally celebrated by young millennial Chinese because the 520 date, the numbers Wu Erling, they sound a little like Wo Ai Ning, which means I love you in Chinese. So if you are in love with a Chinese or Asian person, May 20th will be yet another opportunity to show your love for your beloved with gifts or a romantic night out. Now, by the way, before I turn to Peter Moon, who's joined us, I believe, and a shout out to Peter Moon. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Yes, I'm here.
Oh, wonderful. So appreciative. Be patient. I'm just going through some of China's many Valentine's Days. I mentioned November 11th, 11/11. That was originally declared a singles day, but the double 11s can also connote being a couple. And because it's also the biggest shopping day of the year in China, couples take advantage of the sales and turn that date into a Chinese Valentine's Day to dote on their loved ones by showering them with lavish gifts. And then finally, there is today. So today, which I haven't mentioned yet, is Qǐ-Xǐ, the Chinese Valentine's Day. The wings of love are supposed to be, flying and flapping at their most powerful and generating a wind. So QǐXǐ-JIÉ is celebrated on the 7th day of the 7th month of the Sinoviet lunar calendar. And it's also called the Qǐ-Xǐ Festival. And this Evening of Sevens, this unique celebration of the double seven for love, it's deeply rooted in Chinese folklore based on the romantic legend of Jinu and Niu Lang. And so it's the most romantic and endearing of Chinese Valentine's Day traditions, celebrated since the Zhao dynasty of 1046 years before Christ. There you have it. Of course, it falls in, by the reckoning of the lunar calendar, it falls in August on the Gregorian calendar. But it basically is here to teach us that love knows no bounds. In fact, the story of Chinese Valentine's Day teaches us true love is worth waiting for. So it happens on August 14th this year, or it did already, and celebrated that nearly 2,000-year-old fairy tale originating from the Han Dynasty, the story of the cowherd and the weaver girl, when, according to legend, Jinu, represented by the star Vega, was one of the daughters of the Jade Emperor. Bored with her mundane life in heaven, Jinu descended to earth and defied the rules of heaven by falling in love with the mortal Niu Lang, represented by Altair, the brightest star in the constellation of Aquila, the eagle, which is often taken to represent America. And Jinu's mother, the goddess of heaven, soon discovered that Jinu had married a mortal and promptly dispatched soldiers to retrieve her. The soldiers made quick work of their assignment, and tragically the lovers were separated. And in the face of his devastating loss, Jinu's mortal husband, Niu Lang, carried their two children to heaven in search of his beloved wife. Yet the goddess of heaven, ever the controlling mother, she quickly learned of Niu Lang's arrival and created a tremendous river, the Milky Way itself, to separate, to act as a barrier between him and Jinu, to separate them for eternity. But moved by the couple's love, on the 7th day of the 7th lunar month, a flock of beautiful magpies formed a bridge over the great celestial river so that Niu Lang and Jinu could meet on what became known as the Magpie Bridge. And witnessing this most romantic scene unfold, and to the delight of lovers worldwide, the goddess of heaven underwent a dramatic change of heart, and she thus decided to allow the lovers to meet on that Magpie Bridge each year on the 7th day of the 7th lunar month forevermore. So that's a quick summation of what's a bit more of an intensive story. But as I said, it fell on the 14th of August this year. In 2022, it'll be celebrated on August 5th. And since it celebrates the yearning for true and lasting love, it's a time for couples to express theirs, which they usually do with an array of elaborate gifts and gestures. Like on any romantic holiday, couples spend time together, enjoy a nice dinner, exchange gifts, go to the cinema, etc. And the Qǐ-Xǐ festival brings an era of romanticism to the streets of China, and couples gazing into the night sky in search of the stars Vega and Altair. So with that, we turn towards Peter Moon. So glad to have you with us. And so in the face of all this true love that this weekend has come to symbolize, with the regional celebrations that go on. If someone's in China at this time of year, basically, if you go to the southeastern city of Shaoxing, you can see the girls hiding in pumpkins farms. It's believed that who can hear the whispers of Niu Lang and Jinu, that they'll find love in such places. In Yunnan province, they fetch water from the mountains, which they believe to be holy, and they wash their hair with it so they can be blessed by Jinu. Of course, I'm thinking of my mother's time, and I don't even know if any of this is still in practice. But in her days, people used to collect dew, symbolizing tears from the couple in the early morning following Qǐ-Jǐ, believing that drinking it would make them smarter. And in my own true homeland and heartland of Taiwan, people, of course, release those floating lanterns into the sky. They make wishes for love in general. So with that, Peter, before you arrived, I was talking about the other holidays. But aside from all of that, how's your morning going?
Well, okay so far, but I have an important issue to raise with regard to all of this. And we once did have the floating lanterns emitted from Atlanticron.
Wow.
They did a project. I wasn't part of it. I watched it, and it was like all these like floating lanterns going up into the sky, and then some of them kind of dive bomb over into the trees, and you kind of wonder what's going on. Nothing happened. I mean, I think it would take quite a bit to make a fire, although if it was the wrong day.
Yeah.
There's a lot of wetness, but I remember that it was they did a whole project where they were at all these Chinese lanterns going up into the sky. But with the issue with China's been around a long time, and they have, it sounds like, they have so many days, like they'll say, this is International Donut Day. I mean, in America, I talk about in America, on the radio, you'll be listening to the radio and they go, oh, this is, this is Gay Irishman Day or whatever that.
Yeah.
Yeah. They have a day for everything, and they must have multiple days for everything. This is Ice Cube Day. So International Ice Cube Day. Now, in China, they've been around much longer than the United States. But when all of this stuff with anything that's Chinese, that's traditional, and some of it has great value and great reverence. However, the question is, where do you draw the line between outright superstition and pragmatic spiritual reverence and function? Because if you followed all this stuff, you'd be a slave to pedantry,
Yes.
And I mean, so it's like, there's just very rich traditions in China, or more abundant than rich. So you could get lost. And I'm sure there would be many a Chinese master, a Zen master, or any type of master that would, pronounce somebody in China a knucklehead for following too much pedantry.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So I'm saying, where does one draw? And now your mother was obviously steeped in much of the knowledge of this stuff. So I don't know if she said anything about it. Where do you draw the line?
Well, you draw the line, of course, where something would become obsessive to the point where it would generate a negative air, where it would be something that you would be afraid not to do it. In a sense where you're doing something out of fear, then it becomes a negative. You want to make certain that the rituals, which are abound in Asian culture, and of course the very nation I was born in, even though, and I've emphasized this before, even though Confucianism is the foundation of the structure of the East Asian societies of Korea, Vietnam, China, Taiwan, and Japan, it's only the state religion in my Taiwan. And so this is where obviously ritual has become, in a very real sense, not only approved of, but state requisite. So you wouldn't know that going to Taiwan. You wouldn't think that you were in a nation full of ritualized peoples, because it was not the way that people might envision it, rather than the Confucianism being imposed by the state as a state religion. It was almost because the people believed it so sincerely and so pervasively that it became recognized as the state religion. So it's best to be seen in that light, as a kind of bottom-up result. But basically, when you think of Confucianism and you were to take a look at his love of ritual, and you want to see it in the most positive light, because it would be quite easy to denote a sinister connotation when you think of Confucius without understanding him. And I'll try and put this into some perspective in, maybe our next transmission, when Peter, Moon, and I are speaking for about 2 hours together. The thing to understand in our next transmission is Wednesday. It's only going to be very shortly from now. One of the things I can emphasize is the fact that Confucius himself, as I've always said, kind of like when I try to put someone as inexplicable or hard to understand as Emperor Hirohito into an American format where they can understand him. And we even put this into the book, kind of a combination of Napoleon Bonaparte and Hannibal Lecter. With Confucius, you have a combination of Moses leading his people to the promised land, but never living to see that promised land himself. And you combine that with Niccolo Machiavelli, and then you have somewhat an idea of whom Confucius was. And the biggest problem, of course, is that people have a very hard time with Niccolo Machiavelli, and I believe that the West does not understand Niccolo Machiavelli. So I'll try and explain a little of that in another transmission, hopefully, maybe tomorrow. Wednesday, which for all intents and purposes will be the day after tomorrow.
It's important to remember with Machiavelli is Hubbard identified with Machiavelli so much to the point where he claimed that Machiavelli had stolen his work.
That's incredible.
When he was Lorenzo de' Medici, he believed he was Lorenzo de' Medici.
Interesting.
And Lorenzo de' Medici's life is would make a great movie. Mm-hmm. It's very adventurous, and of course conventional history will tell you that he sponsored the work of Niccolo Machiavelli. Or, I don't assert that this is true, right. But the point was Hubbard identified with Machiavelli so much. And of course, he studied political science that and he certainly, I saw him apply those principles in terms of, it was all about politics and power.
Yes. Yes. So in other words, what you're saying is that he was, if we want to say it negatively, we could say that L. Ron Hubbard was a natural manipulator of men and women. But another positive way of saying that would be to say that he was an accomplished motivator. And so whether you're thinking in terms of motivation or manipulation, it's really a matter of, how would I say it? It's the same thing, but it's just putting a positive or negative spin.
To put a different spin on it without, because it's complex.
Yeah.
Without negating what you said, it's like he believed that power was your ability to hold your position in space, which is no different than a martial artist, except that a martial artist, you'd hold your position in space, but you might move out of a space to, so you're not attacked. And of course, Hubbard believed in that. He believed in being Fabian. In other words, don't occupy a fixed position. Hold your position in space, but don't occupy a fixed position, because in a fixed position, you can be shot at or knocked at. So yes. This is the thing: is if somebody comes at you in martial arts, you avoid. If he's hitting to point A, well, you don't get in point A. You go to point B, and then manipulate that person. So, but it was he focused on power, because he thought that power was something that was important. Now, of course, power is important. The question becomes how important. And he was taking on the mantle of humanity. And he definitely was trying to fix humanity. How good he was, how bad. And this is something that most people have a hard time dealing with. And I said in my book, L. Ron Hubbard, The Tao of Insanity, which does a lot to explain him. When you are going after power, I mean, he was about power. You have to have power to survive. But he was taking on the mantle of the Christ/Antichrist, because they go hand in hand. He was trying to fix humanity. And this is a, you know, it comes with a lot of fallout. So this is, so this, now, if you go back into the Christ story, Christ was an abject failure when it came to politics. He was fighting the whole idea of politics.
Right.
It's like, this does not, I'm not playing this game of politics. You can kill me. And the kingdom is greater. But what happens in the wake is nothing but politics.
Yeah.
So it's like now, from a Qigong perspective, where you have Christ and you have the 12 around the one, the disciples, the 12 disciples. And the reason you have 12 disciples is an ancient tradition, is that you have, if you were to do what's called the close packing of sphere, think of a marble, and you can fit 12 marbles around that middle marble, which is the 13. And that's like the idea of a coven in witchcraft, or 12 disciples. It's patterned after an ancient principle, and this is the close packing of spheres. So that means you have 12 spheres or marbles or disciples or coven members around you to protect the center. The center is the power, the black sun, the oracle. So instead of having 12 people around him who would protect him, he had his main interpreter, Simon Peter, who would betray him. So there was no chance in hell for this to be a successful operation per ancient principles. If I were to apply that New Testament principle, you would have the 12. And now what is 12 is a, what do you call it, divisor of 144,000 from the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
That you would expand this and you'd have this 144. And, you know, somebody was telling me that this is the whole key with eliminating people through COVID or whatever, is that these higher ups will become very arrogant and they want to reduce the population, so they'll have the 144th qliphonic, 144,000 or whatever, mm-hmm. Harmonic thereof. So that's, but so when Hubbard is entering that field of play, you could call it international. It's like entering international sports. Well, when you go into international sports, you can't take steroids. So, when you enter that field, you have to follow by certain rules. Mm-hmm. And of course, it didn't work, at least on a group basis. So when we talk about Machiavelli, all about power. And I could write a lot about power, but I've hesitated to, because if I write too much about power, I will be identified as somebody who knows about power, and people might become seeking me out, people that I don't want to seek me out.
Yes.
And not necessarily in a negative way, but say, we want to hire you. and that it's just, political power is it's, I don't like it,
I understand, and you're to be commended and admired for that. It's you're resisting a kind of temptation that many people are simply believe is something that should be pursued in order to define success.
Yeah, but it's not, to me. It doesn't look that way at all. It's like taking something toxic that will just be personally distasteful. I mean, some people really get off on controlling other people and directing, and I saw that in Scientology, because if you wanted to, you could get a lot of people working under you, if you wanted to. And I ended up having that to some degree by default, not that I wanted it. And it was just never. I was more interested in learning the dynamics of the spirit, which is what I wanted to do. I didn't want to be some powerful person directing traffic, directing this, and feeling muy importante, because it's just like, what, who wants it? I mean, that's me. I mean, some people thrived at being able to boss people around. It made them come alive. And you do need people like that in an organization, but so be it.
It's true. It's definitely to each his own kind of pursuit, and we do need people like that in order to make things move at an organizational level. It's just the nature of the beast. But when we speak about ritual, and it's interesting you brought that up on the aftermath of Chinese Valentine's Day weekend. So that would be a way to try and summarize this, and I can go in more depth when next we speak on Wednesday. But the rituals are meant to create community by translating our love into action. And I think that segues perfectly from this Chinese Valentine's Day weekend. I mean, love is most commonly taken as a kind of sentiment, natural and spontaneous given that's realized in its purest form through intense feeling. Whether it's shared between lovers or family members or friends or more distant relations, it's the sentiment of love more than its other possible dimensions that has grabbed most of the attention. And so when we give tangible form to these feelings through words, gestures, or gifts, we tend to regard them as tokens of our regard and appreciation, mere trifles that represent the true event, which is the sentiment that lies deep in our hearts. So such an idea persists in our everyday locutions and in the mythologies that drive postmodern society, shaping our values, the way we go about living our lives. But it's also brought its share of ethical and psychological challenges. Of course, if one considers the case of gratitude, which is widely perceived as a kind of sentiment akin to love, with which one responds to the generosity and goodwill of another. In ancient Greece, I remember reading in a book by David Constant called In the Orbit of Love, that was published 2018. The very idea of gratitude was fraught with tensions that were arising from its entanglements with material transactions, and where one has to draw the line between expressing genuine feelings of gratitude or simply offering payback for a benefit that was received. But was not always, it's just not a straightforward thing that we can ascertain immediately. It's this messy and awkward state of affairs that was unfolding when the philosopher Seneca offered a solution, proposing a conceptual distinction between feeling gratitude and gratitude as payment for a debt owed, which he claimed, in fact, was possible to be grateful empty-handed. In other words, if you were grateful empty-handed, presumably, well, at least Seneca thought, he felt he liberated gratitude from the sordid business of give and take, which ushered in the modern notion of gratitude as a sentiment. But of course, one would ask, what is the status of such empty-handed gratitude? What is love without the expression? So technically, it seems we can certainly feel gratitude while doing nothing about it, and yet that's not wholly satisfactory, because when we're prioritizing the inner world of sentiment as the true arena of action and designating the outer world as a mere symptom or afterthought, we might well be losing our connection, not only to the world outside, but also to something vital about our own emotions. So the focus on sentiment really neglects the ways in which our love and affection are not just felt inside, but are also phenomenally present in the world, instantiated and that's the term that I would use, instantiate it in our bodies and our gestures, in our actions, in our engagements with things and with each other, and through the performance of ritual, so important in Confucianism. Our love becomes the food, the wine, the garments, in a funerary sense, the thatched house of mourning in funerals were profoundly important throughout all of Asia. So the ritual theory of Zunji, that alternative model to what I've just articulated, was put forth by the Chinese Confucian philosopher of the 3rd century. Of course, it's named after him, the philosophy itself, Zunji. Its author is one of the most systematic and incisive texts surviving the Warring States period. So Zunji was dedicated to establishing a foundational role for Li, or ritual, as the pattern for ordering human relationships, and thereby for bringing harmony to the cosmos itself. So according to Zunji, the ritual prescriptions transmitted from the ancients are authoritative, not because they represent traditions passed down from time immemorial, but because the proper performance of ritual ceremonies represents the optimal way for people to enact their love towards members of their affective community, most especially towards their parents who gifted them with life itself. So for Zunji, emotions such as love and gratitude are not just feelings in response to events, like things that happen to us, but possibilities for actions. So in the translation by Eric Hutton, which would be the most accessible to the American public, emotions are essentially without form. They're not physically discrete things with fixed properties, nor contained within the boundaries of the self. Instead, they remain raw and inchoate, or inchoate would be the correct English pronunciation, inchoate until they take form. And it is ritual that represents their proper fulfillment. So as a Confucianist who has just been entertained through the most romantic of all of the Chinese Valentine's Days, the one that has the truest meaning because of its essence in that fabulous fairy tale. It's segueing from that into explaining ritual and how it should not become something morbid or oppressive or some kind of baggage. Instead, through ritual, we give a shape to that which is without physical substance and thereby magnificently accomplish proper form. And ritual then, well, it's the expressions of our love becoming more than the afterthoughts of our sentiments. And in furnishing the stage for this love to be realized, it becomes the very template for ordering our existence and for the dignified and patterned fulfillment of that which is most human within us. So it is therefore to ritual that we must turn when confronted with the greatest challenges that life throws at us. That would, of course, be our grief when we lose the ones we love. And that's what you went through when you went to visit your friend after his death.
Yes, but I did experience grief, but there's so much joy.
Yes.
You know, and it's like I quoted the Lou Gehrig speech at the last words of my oration for him. I said, you know, we were the luckiest. I was the luckiest person in the world to have known Gregory Arcuri. You know, in other words, we all were lucky to know him. It was lucky. You know, and all of the communication that happened and seeing old friends from the neighborhood from 50 years ago, God, it was powerful. It was beautiful. And still mourning him. But wow, it's like, what a gift. What a gift.
Yes. And truly, yeah.
Go ahead. Yeah, well, go ahead.
A manifestation of love, if ever there was one.
Oh yeah, and yes, and then what you're saying is there. I was looking at stuff as you spoke, and there's something I didn't heard of this before. It's called Confucian Qigong. Now I practice Taoist Qigong, and they're distinctly different. But it says there's thousands of forms of Qigong in China, which just means basically breath work.
Right.
Or, the Kung Fu is work. It's like doing work. So, and it says in Confucian Qigong practice, to be middle, one needs to be emotionless. That doesn't mean they don't have feelings, and actually they do. However, they choose not to react to those feelings, which would otherwise become emotions. And so it says, Confucian way of Qigong is day-to-day life practice. They reflect and never react. They are modest and impartial. They value harmonious ways of dealing with people and things. Morality is their life. They are a better social people. Although we couldn't find any Confucian Qigong practice form existing today, Confucian philosophy is widely used by 2 other Qigong practices. And that kind of says it all, is that people don't look at their emotions by and large. They react.
Yes.
They react. Now, it's funny, that's what David Anderson said about the time reactor. People in positions of power, they react. They just get very threatened by the fact that there's something they can't control.
Yes.
And so they react, and it creates a chain reaction of reaction. And this is what we're dealing with. You have a lot of chains of reaction with the COVID phenomena of people just listening to what they hear without any regard to having any actual knowledge of whether the information they hear is accurate. It's directly proportional to what they're prone to agree with. Mm-hmm. And it's nonsense. It's complete nonsense. Where does the truth gets, who has a laboratory that can verify all the things you hear?
Right. No one, of course. I mean, half of what we accept is based on faith. It's tantamount to a faith in God for many people.
Well, yeah, and there's a certain logic involved. And if you can extrapolate, a logic and you can have a reasonable calculation. It's a lot like the stock market. It's the stock, because the stock market is, the better you understand the stocks and the better you understand the nature of the market, the better chance you have to guess it right. But it depends on good fortune, and the experts are routinely wrong. It's like the economic, which takes us back to game theory by John von Neumann. And all game theories, he says, which includes the stock market and the weather, is he says no theory works because someone will always cheat. So cheating is the essence of game theory. So that applies in the stock market.
Yes, definitely. And
yes. Power. It's like, power people don't follow the rules of now I'm supposed to do this. Now I'm supposed to do this. And I once read an account, you might know it, and I think it was the triumvirate, and there was Mark Antony, Octavius, which was Augustus Caesar, and who was the other guy? It was Crassus, or Crassus was, I don't know if he was
Brutus?
belonged. What? No, not Brutus.
No, not Brutus.
No, it was called the second triumvirate. The first one was Pompey, Caesar, and some other guy. It might have been Crassus. I'm going to look up second triumvirate. It was Mark Antony, Lepidus, and Octavian. I think it was Lepidus, and there were 3 of them were meeting, and he made some comment that just earned him complete contempt from Mark Antony. He was an old battle-seasoned general, and he made some comment like, well, what are we supposed to do? Are we supposed to, in other words, he was there to, make an agreement and appease and make everybody sort of happy. And Mark Antony looked at him with utter contempt because he showed no political cunning or cutthroat. In other words, he said, this guy's, for the birds. So it became a fight. I should look into what happened to him, but it became a fight between Mark Antony and Cleopatra versus Gaius Octavius, or the man who eventually won and became Augustus Caesar, because he was very politically calculating, Augustus Caesar, incredibly so, and not altogether a bad person, but he had to kill people, including Mark Antony, to secure his power. And they both had noble aspects to their character, but they also had murderous aspects to their character.
Yes, yes, and that is, of course, what was deemed the necessity of securing one's territory at that time. It takes a special kind of person. This is why you said you have no taste for secular power, is because you don't want to be part of that, which is eminently understandable and admirable, of course. Now, when it comes to the kind of ritual and love that we were speaking of, coming out of this recent holiday, celebrating that, both in a sense, because we had ritual that was connected with the Obon ceremony, ongoing the Ghost Festival, so to speak, all the while that this Chinese Valentine's Day happened to fall confluent with that, all, confluent with the day of the effective Anglo-American Allied surrender to the Japanese. Well, we postmoderns, we tend to regard rituals as constraints on our nature and on our freedom, as rigid forms to which the individual submits and is dissolved into the collectivity, and the idea that our affective bonds with others are creatively extended into the world through rituals of celebration and mourning. It offers a fundamentally different conception, one that also resonates with recent philosophical thinking that challenges these long-standing internalist conceptions of emotions. Now, I may go into this more on Wednesday, but the philosophers Giovanna Colombetti and Tom Roberts, for instance, they made a case for extending the claims of the extended mind thesis to the realm of affectivity, proposing that just as we might conceive of cognitive processes as systems that include the external devices, tools, and materials that we think with, so might we also understand affectivity as extending beyond the borders of the body to form subject-artifact coalitions that are embedded within a wider cultural, technological, and social context. I mean, now, of course, I do want to let people know our stream is about to end, or I'm going to be forced to end it. And so it's want to remind people in this time, of course, to order our book. I want people to order it anyway